Chapter 4102 Business Investments. We are not the Larkinson clan. When people spoke of the Golden Skull Alliance, they mostly referred to the Larkinson clan. How could they not? The Larkinson clan was young yet had risen rapidly in terms of wealth, size, prestige, innovation, industry and battle honors. Led by a brilliant journeyman mech designer with a daring mindset and a constantly expanding bag of tricks in his arsenal, the Larkinsons had managed to become a force to be reckoned with in less than a decade. This was an admirable accomplishment and one that should not be diminished. Patriarch Vase Larkinson started from almost nothing and built up an organization of hundreds and thousands of loyal and highly competent clansmen. There were a near-endless amount of humans in both the Milky Way and the Red Ocean, but scarcely any of them could replicate the success of a former citizen of a third-rate state. Of course, having spent years fighting and traveling alongside the Larkinsons had given Patriarch Reginald Cross a more thorough understanding of them than a bunch of outsiders. What he knew about Vase and his expanding collection of quirky personalities only made the expert pilot respect the mech designer even more. That does not mean that we should continue to allow them to take the lead, Patriarch Reginald said as he folded his arms behind his back. The leader of the Cross clan stood before a window that provided him with an expansive view of the Cross production complex. Despite their differences, the Crossers shared some of the same traumas and paranoia of the Larkinsons, hence their main compound on Davut 7 was built like a fortress as well. Even when Davut looked peaceful and idyllic to everyone's eyes, Patriarch Reginald did not let down his guard, and he hoped his fellow Crossers would also maintain their vigilance. War is the natural state of the cosmos. Reginald had grown up in a state where conflict was frequent. Fights broke out due to all sorts of reasons. The strong plundered their way to the top while the weak succumbed to the pressure. Was there any injustice in this? The Cross Patriarch did not think so. This was the natural course of life. In an environment where resources were scarce, only a part of the population could enjoy the spoils. It would be a greater injustice to allow the weak to devour the resources that could make a group stronger. If such a pattern took place on a large scale, then the entire race would ultimately grow weaker and more vulnerable. The people who were a part of this race might feel good about it, but that would not avail them at all when a stronger race who believed in the primacy of might came in and drove them to extinction. Survival. Survival is the first priority that anyone should have. Those who lose sight of the struggle they are in are fools. In his brief stay in the Red Ocean, Patriarch Reginald encountered many of such fools. Sure, many pioneers and colonists were initially vigilant when they passed through the Greater Beander Gate, but as soon as they built a semblance of civilization, they eased their concerns and began to think about other concerns. Fools. The Red Ocean was just as dangerous if not more than the old galaxy. Peace was a lie that only comforted the soft. To someone who was born and raised in conflict, peace was a false blanket that offered no protection as soon as times grew more turbulent. His strong willpower pulsed with conviction. The peaceful planet known as Davut was not his home to him. In his eyes, it was merely a place where his clan could temporarily rest and recuperate. As for all of the money being spent to build the cross-production complex, money and resources were ultimately consumable. What truly mattered was converting these useless goods into real strength. The CPC existed to funnel mechs, mech pilots, supplies, starships and other essential war material to the Cross fleet. As long as the Cross clan maintained a strong fleet, it would retain the capital it needed to survive the new frontier. Fleets are harder to pin down. Patriarch Reginald had vowed to never repeat the mistakes that led to the initial downfall of the Cross clan. From turning one's back to unreliable allies to gathering the bulk of his clan's population and assets on fixed planets, all of these decisions only magnified the ruination of the Crossers. Fortunately, with destruction came rebirth. From the ashes of the old clan, a new one had risen. The modern Cross clan looked similar to the old one, but the survivors implemented many changes. We will be ready this time. Patriarch Reginald had to be ready for anything. Whether the native alien races of the Red Ocean launched a suicidal reprisal action or whether every pioneer in the Red Ocean turned against the Cross clan one day, it was better to be ready than to sink into complacency again. It was difficult for him to maintain this stance and keep his clan in a vigilant state. Many of his fellow Crossers, especially the large number of recruits that had recently joined his ranks, did not personally experience the times of betrayal and persecution that still haunted the original members of his clan. Still, both new and old Crossers listened to him, and that was mainly because of one reason. He was the strongest warrior of the clan. The strongest surviving one, at least. His expression soured when he thought of his father. He clutched the large and blocky metal cross that hung on his neck like a prisoner's chain. The weight of the relic did not bother him at all. It was comforting to him. Aside from keeping a remnant of his father close to him at all times, the literal burden it imposed on his body constantly reminded him of the figurative burden that he had taken on when he stepped up to lead his clan. It was that sense of duty that prompted Patriarch Reginald to stop his introspection and turn to more relevant business. "Professor," the expert pilot spoke as he reined in his surging will and turned to the older man who was sitting at the conference table. "Tell me about the developments of our clan. We have initiated a great expansion that will see us grow several times stronger in the coming years." Professor Benedict Cortez efficiently explained. "We have made huge investments in both our mech and mech component industries. The cross-production complex will be our first but certainly not our last planetary branch that we shall set up in the new frontier. While it costs the equivalent of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of MTA credits to build these large-scale production sites, our investment will eventually pay off, allowing us to continue the expansion of our military capabilities. That is, until a great enemy comes and bombs our facilities into ruin." Reginald remarked. The senior mech designer nodded. "That is a possibility. If you live long enough, then suffering losses is an inevitability. That should not stop us from building our own industries. Every organization needs to pay their bills. We cannot rely on high-risk expeditions such as the Purgatory Campaign to cover our growing expenses in the long term. We must establish sustainable businesses that can continually supply us with funding. As long as we have money, we have power. If we do not have any revenue source at all, then our mechs will rot, our starships will break down and our men will go hungry." Professor Benedict was exaggerating a bit. Even without any sustainable businesses, the Cross clan could still earn enough money to cover its basic needs. The Crossers merely had to take advantage of their military might and either go into the mercenary business or plunder another party's riches. However, even the Cross Patriarch acknowledged that this was not a way to sustain a clan. The Crossers needed to engage in at least some productive activity to survive in the long term. "What are the prospects of our mech business and our other businesses? Our Cross Mech Corporation will not become a major player in the regional mech market for the time being." Professor Benedict frankly admitted, "As a senior, my work is not remarkable enough to compete in the big leagues. There are many masters and other talented mech designers who are able to publish more desirable mech designs than me. I do not think I need to elaborate about the Larkinsons." Both the Patriarch and the head developer of the Cross clan acknowledged the strength and usefulness of the Larkinson clan's mechs. It was only natural for the market to embrace these products as well. This left the Crossers at an awkward position, though. Professor Benedict may be a capable and experienced senior mech designer, but his design philosophy was not able to provide as much added value to his mech designs as the Larkinson Patriarch. As a result, the business prospects of the Cross Mech Corporation were not optimistic. Without developing a killer product that could capture a significant amount of market share in any product category, the company would basically remain as a marginal existence in Davut. "That is because you are too weak," Patriarch Reginald pointed out. "If you became a master mech designer, then everything will change." Professor Benedict said as his eyes blazed with desire and ambition. Both of them possessed the same attitude towards life. As long as they advanced their respective professions, they would have the strength to survive and pursue their greater ambitions. The Cross Patriarch let out a sigh. "Very well, I will allow you to invest our clan's resources into the Cross Mech Corporation in the hopes that it will be of greater use to you when you finally reach your goal. I hope it will not slow down our overall development for the time being. You need not be concerned about that. The CMC at least provides us with a greater platform to develop and produce mechs that service our own needs. Compared to relying on mechs sold by external parties, it is better for our men to rely on products designed with their needs and the needs of our clan in mind. We will be able to completely renew our clan's mech roster within 2 years. That is good news. What of our other major business?" Professor Benedict smiled. "Our Cross Development Center may still be in its infancy, but it is growing rapidly. It is much easier for us to expand its scale and increase the quantity and quality of our products by spending a massive amount of capital. We have bought out 24 development companies and research institutions at this time, and we will doubtlessly continue with this until we have reached a substantial scale in the regional economy." "I see. Well, continue onwards." Reginald spoke in an indifferent tone. He did not care too much about the CDC because it was rooted in fixed locations. If necessary, his clan needed to be ready to abandon all of those assets. That was why the cross-patriarch did not develop much of an attachment to any of these industries. Will our development company be able to produce any strong mech parts that are able to provide our mechs with an advantage on the battlefield? That is difficult to say. There are many new possibilities in the Red Ocean, but R&D can be a hit or miss. We have yet to hire any top researchers and developers who are most proficient at inventing qualitatively superior solutions. The most we can do is partner with other established institutions. Work on it. The Larkinsons are able to rely on their growing specialties to make their mechs stronger. Our clan must not fall too far behind. We shall work on it. Professor Benedict promised. Our development company will be able to provide much greater benefits if I manage to realize my design philosophy, but we can partially make up for it with money. Patriarch Reginald wondered how much money the Cross clan would have left after completing all of these business investments. Chapter 4103 Abbasi's armor. As a powerful expert pilot who was preoccupied with overcoming his current limits, Patriarch Reginald did not possess much interest in the administrative and bureaucratic matters of his clan. He had never made that a secret and was content with letting his deputies and underlings take care of these matters in his stead. As long as they followed his directives and did not weaken his clan, the specific decisions were not that important. Ever since Professor Benedict entered the clan, his strong personality and his formidable competence in business and administration had turned him into a powerful decision-maker in the Cross clan. Perhaps too powerful according to some people. The Cross Patriarch was not concerned, though. His mind might not be as brilliant, but his fist was definitely bigger. In a contest between brain and brawn, Patriarch Reginald always believed the latter was able to vanquish the former. Both he and the senior mech designer formed an unspoken understanding about their roles and their responsibilities in the clan. As older people who experienced many winds and waves, there was no need to say these considerations out loud. No matter what, both of them were ultimately members of the same clan, and both of them needed an organization and an army to survive and fulfill their ambitions. Therefore, Patriarch Reginald allowed the senior to do what he wanted and make decisions on the Cross clan's future development. Everything would ultimately benefit every crosser. As Professor Benedict was done with outlining the overall plans and activities of the Cross clan ever since it had temporarily settled in Davut, the senior finally addressed the topic that was of greater import. My main priority is the development of the Mars project. I have already laid the groundwork for this crucial expert design project many months ago, but the windfall that we have obtained from the Purgatory campaign has opened up many new and powerful options that we previously couldn't afford. I have spent weeks researching and contacting different parties to discover powerful new tech that we can use to strengthen your future machine even further. Did you manage to find anything good? That, and more. Professor Benedict grinned. It is surprising to see how many developers are willing to cooperate with us as long as we dangle enough money or phase water in front of their noses. The latter is especially alluring to researchers and developers who possess the ambition to develop transphasic products. Patriarch Reginald frowned when he heard this unfamiliar word. What are transphasic products? The short version is that they are items that are much more powerful than normal because they leverage the power of phase water. I won't bore you with the details, but phase water is an incredibly powerful exotic that opens up many new possibilities in many fields of technology. Possibilities that people such as myself could never turn into reality before. You cannot imagine the amount of researchers and developers that have gone crazy over the powerful properties of phase water. Their demand for this strategic resource is incredibly high, but the problem is that there is not enough supply for them to develop their new innovations. And that is something we can help with. Reginald spoke. We are in the possession of many kilograms of phase water while many other organizations are only able to measure their stock by grams. The supply of phase water was simply too pitiful. It didn't help that the MTA and CFA collected most of the phase water harvested by different pioneers. The Big Two had enormous uses for phase water. Since their fists were bigger than anyone else's, it was natural for them to obtain the greatest share of this precious resource. Fortunately, the Big Two were at least thoughtful enough to leave a few crumbs for other parties. The mech designer grinned. It turns out that the heads of the various research institutions and development companies can become quite sincere once we show a willingness to provide them with phase water. I have been introduced to some of the best and most powerful high-end product development projects because of this. After making a careful examination and selection of all of these new possibilities, I have made a basic selection of key systems that will hopefully satisfy your desires for a more powerful expert mech. Professor Benedict waved his hand. Two projections appeared in view. They displayed two different draft designs of a powerful high-tier expert hybrid mech. Patriarch Reginald was familiar with the one on the left. He had seen it multiple times when the head developer appraised him of the progress of the Mars project. Although the expert pilot did not understand much of the science and engineering of mechs, he was intuitively able to feel that the initial drafts of the Mars project were already much more powerful than the Volvo's Rage could ever be. How much more powerful, Reginald couldn't say, but any progress was commendable. However, the cross-patriarch did not pay attention to the familiar design. That was because the one on the right had completely captured his attention. The newer draft design definitely shared a resemblance to the older one. The overall layout and lines looked similar, but the specific components and systems were completely different. Everything about the newer version looked more sophisticated, more dense and more high-tech. Reginald even thought that a couple of the advanced mech parts looked like they could belong in a first-class mech. As a powerful mech pilot, there was nothing he loved more than coming into contact with a powerful mech. While the draft design's depiction was short on details and lacked a lot of definition, Reginald's instincts and vision absolutely became attracted to the sight. It is a complete reimagination of the Mars project. Professor Benedict confirmed. It is no longer a mere update or improvement upon an existing mech concept. The leap is so great that you can practically think of it as the Mark II version of the Mars project. It is a second iteration of an expert mech that has yet to be designed and built. In other words, this was what the Mars project might have looked like after 1 or 2 decades. Instead of developing and building a more modest version of the expert mech and waiting until the Cross clan became wealthier and more powerful, the gains from the Purgatory campaign effectively allowed Professor Benedict to skip all of this waiting. Patriarch Reginald liked this a lot. Who wouldn't want to obtain a version 2 instead of a version 1 of a mech? Let me start with the most important and by far the most expensive aspect of the new and improved Mars project. This is the Abbasis armor, a high-end transphasic armor system developed by Truvik Defenses. The projection on the right grew larger while also highlighting its exterior in red. Reginald could see that while the armor hadn't grown much thicker compared to the old version, it was definitely a lot more sophisticated. The most defining visual change of the armor system was that the surface of the armor plating was segmented into many small circles. It made the new draft design look as if it was wearing a form of chainmail. Why does the armor look like that? That is so that the Abbasis armor can better project its transphasic properties while reducing the quantity of phase water needed to construct it. If the armor system was completely solid, then you would need to use up twice or thrice as much phase water while only increasing the defensive properties by 20 or 30%. This is not a cost-effective trade-off. I see. How much phase water is needed to build this Abbasis armor for my expert mech? More than 10 kilograms. This was an astronomical sum for any single mech, but Patriarch Reginald did not even bat a single eyelid. To him, the more resources invested in a mech, the better. As long as the investment produced a measurably stronger mech, Reginald did not care too much how much his clan would have to deplete its reserves. What made you go for this Abbasis armor, Reginald? There are many reasons. First, it is several times tougher and more difficult to damage in its base state. Your Mars project's survivability is already much higher, but it can reach even greater heights. You see, transphasic armor systems can be energized in order to boost the beneficial properties of the phase water integrated into them. Most transphasic products can be powered by electrical energy, but the Abbasis armor is special. It is especially designed to work with expert mechs and can be empowered solely through true resonance. While the burden to empower a full application of Abbasis armor is great, I do not believe it will impose too much strain on a high-tier expert pilot such as yourself. What if I grow stronger? Then that is even better. Abbasis armor happens to be highly scalable. The more true resonance affecting it, the greater its defensive output. What I mean by that is that in the event you ever manage to advance to ace pilot, your Mars project will not immediately become irrelevant. You can at least be assured that the defensive parameters of your expert mech will not drag you down if you ever get challenged by an ace mech. That certainly caused Patriarch Reginald to express a lot of surprise at the effectiveness of this new armor system. The upper limit of Abbasis armor was far higher than the previous armor system chosen for the Mars project. Professor Benedict was not done with extolling the virtues of this high-end product. Aside from this obvious benefit, Abbasis armor also offers other benefits that are present in every transphasic armor system. They can allow a mech to anchor in a fixed coordinate in space, they can resist spatial effects and they can speed up transluminal travel. However, one of the other main reasons why I chose this product over the alternatives is that Abasi's armor possesses an offensive edge. It can provide a powerful mech with a transphasic attack system. Do you recall the Battle of Purgatory? I do. Then you should still be able to remember how the phaser fish whales fought by generating all sorts of phasic attacks with their phase water organs. The Abasi's armor can partially serve as this organ and allow your expert mech to produce a large variety of spatial attacks, thereby granting you an additional method to defeat your opponents, especially at close range. Patriarch Reginald was truly astonished this time. Are you serious, Professor? I am. Before you get too excited, let me warn you that Abasi's armor is based on an experimental program that is far from complete. Truvik Defenses has mainly focused development on the more fundamental defensive aspects of its product. We know pretty sure how it will fare in terms of defense. The offensive possibilities are still experimental for the most part. If we choose to go ahead and make use of Abasi's armor anyway, then Truvik Defenses has pledged to cooperate with us to help with researching and fleshing out the transphasic attack system. Patriarch Reginald was not so concerned by the experimental nature of this armor system. The best and most advanced mech parts and systems were often still in development. If not, then they wouldn't have been ahead of the prevailing market standard. All of this sounds vague. Can you give me an impression of the transphasic attacks that I can launch with the help of Abasi's armor? It is difficult to say. I think I should add that both the defensive and offensive properties of Abasi's armor will vary depending on the pilot that is resonating with it. The reason why it is described as transphasic is because it combines the power of phase water with another power, which is true resonance in this specific case. Since true resonance is incredibly varied and individual to every high-ranking mech pilot, the only way to know for certain is to allow you to pilot the Mars product when it is finally complete. That was helpful. Not. So it is a complete mystery. The Cross-Patriarch frowned in irritation. Well, I suppose I can make a broad estimate. From what I have observed from your previous battles, the true resonance that you generate with the Balvo's rage tends to be explosive and forceful in nature. I can imagine that the transphasic attack system will also produce attacks that align with these descriptions. The lethality of your expert mech at close range will doubtlessly be terrifying. The premise is that you are powerful enough to control the Abasi's armor. Reginald raised an eyebrow. Do you have so little faith in my strength, Professor? To be honest, Abasi's armor is actually a top-end armor system developed with ace mechs in mind. Truvik Defenses believe that a powerful high-tier expert pilot such as yourself can reluctantly harness it because of your formidable resonance strength. In fact, that is also one of the reasons why the company is willing to cooperate with us. We are all curious whether you have the power to draw out the true potential of this transphasic armor system. In other words, Truvik Defenses wanted to turn Patriarch Reginald into a test subject. Chapter 4104 Transphasic Everything. The fact that Abasi's armor was actually an armor system developed with ace mechs in mind explained so much. It explained why it took more than 10 kilograms of phase water to equip a single high-ranking mech with this transphasic armor system. It explained why its various properties were so strong and useful. It also explained why it came paired with a so-called transphasic attack system that allowed ace pilots to generate strange attacks and effects that were usually associated with the phase whale race. The incredible cost and even more incredible capabilities of Abasi's armor were already out of the scope of ordinary expert mechs. In fact, even high-tier expert mechs weren't supposed to have anything to do with Abasi's armor either. The foremost reason why the Mars project came into contact with it anyway was because the Cross clan was willing to squander an excessive amount of resources to develop the strongest possible expert mech. Professor Benedict could talk about Abasi's armor for days. Although he was not specialized in transphasic products, he had already started to study them. It also wasn't necessary for him to understand the ins and outs of Abasi's armor in order to comprehend its uses and its estimated performance parameters. However, he knew that Patriarch Reginald would quickly grow bored if his lecture became too technical, so the senior mech designer finally moved on from talking about Abasi's armor. While Abasi's armor plays a large role in your future expert mech, it is not the only part that is new. Let me tell you about the changes to the internals. Professor Benedict quickly skimmed over the new choices he had made for the power reactor, the mech engine and numerous other internal systems. Each of them were considerably more powerful than his previous selection. They weren't necessarily more exciting, though. Aside from producing higher outputs, they did not come with too many extra bells and whistles. It may not seem much different from before, but the changes are all substantial and necessary. Benedict explained. All of these essential systems are considerably more powerful in order to support the operation of many other upgraded systems. The latter is where you will truly feel the differences. So there is nothing special about the power reactor and the mech engine other than producing more power. Not exactly. They are also much more robust and stable than normal. You can fully be assured of throwing your Mars project into the thick of battle and not worry about your internals malfunctioning just because your expert mech suffered a heavy blow. I see. That is good. The flight system is a little more special, though. Reginald spoke as he manipulated the projection to show a more detailed view of the rear of the Mars project. This is because the Pulsar V1 is a transphasic flight system. In its base state, the Pulsar V1 already performs better than the previous flight system intended for your Mars project. The product excels at producing a high amount of forward acceleration, but its ability to produce lateral acceleration is also good, allowing your expert mech to dodge and weave considerably more effectively than other expert medium mechs. What is the benefit of making it transphasic? Patriarch Reginald curiously asked. That is what makes this product more special. You see, the Godwin Institution actually developed the Pulsar V1 by reverse engineering a relatively high-end alien flight system developed by the Puelmer race. By copying the materials and the mechanisms of the captured alien device, the researchers and developers of the Godwin Institution have succeeded in developing a smaller flight system that is specifically adapted for expert mechs. I see. Of course, the developers also added plenty of human ingenuity to the flight system in order to make it competitive. All of these efforts have resulted in a flight system that possesses a few more powerful features. Two of them are particularly relevant to you. First, the Pulsar V1 comes equipped with a small but powerful spatial shield. Patriarch Reginald looked confused. What does that mean? That means that the flight system is covered by an energy shield that behaves like an invisible wall in space. Any attacks aimed at the flight system will be blocked just before they strike this weak point. While I cannot estimate how much damage this localized spatial shield can resist, you shouldn't have to worry about a powerful enemy crippling the mobility of your Mars project if you ever expose its back. That could be extremely helpful in many different situations. The localized spatial shield could play an especially crucial role in a duel against an expert mech that was comparable in strength. Reginald looked a little more satisfied. What else can it do? Can it make my mech move faster? That is to be expected. As long as you direct additional energy to the flight system, it will directly amplify its acceleration, allowing you to move up to 200% faster in every direction. Just 200%? Why do you sound so disappointed? Your expert mech will effectively be able to accelerate 3 times faster than normal. In fact, you should actually be able to move even faster if you resonate with it. Since the Pulsar V1 is developed for expert mechs, it incorporates generic resonating materials that can allow you to add your own strength to its performance. That was fairly normal for flight systems developed for expert mechs. Why is there such a big difference in amplification between the Pulsar V1 and the Abassi's armor? The expert pilot asked. Just because they are both transphasic doesn't mean they are on the same level. The Pulsar V1 is not as extravagant as the armor system that I have detailed earlier, and that is mostly because it takes considerably less phase water to build it. I believe it will only take around 400 grams of phase water to construct this flight system. 400 grams? We have much more than that in our storage. Why did you not opt for a higher-end flight system? The senior mech designer let out an exasperated breath. Designing a powerful expert mech is not about stuffing it with the most expensive and powerful resonating materials that you can find. There are hard limits. Adding more will either produce more interference or destabilize the entire machine to the point where it may fall apart. The same applies to phase water. The more phase water you concentrate in a single location, the harder it becomes to keep it under control. While it is much easier to handle phase water when blended into different materials and components, the danger of gathering so much of it in a single mech is still high. In the worst-case scenario, your mech might become engulfed in a spontaneous spatial storm that will literally shred everything within the vicinity. Oh, I did not know that. It is not a problem that most people concern about simply because it is rare for people to stack entire kilograms of phase water in a single mech. Professor Reginald said. In any case, since we are working on a limited budget of phase water, I opted to prioritize defense over mobility. That is fine as long as the offensive power of my Mars project does not fall behind. Oh, you do not have to be concerned about that. I was just about to bring that up. Your Mars project is equipped with many weapons, each of which will satisfy you in one way or another. Let me begin with the basic set of integrated weapon systems. Professor Reginald changed the projection so that it highlighted numerous different energy weapons embedded into different parts of the Mars project. As a hybrid mech, the Mars project is always armed even if it deploys while carrying nothing. Instead of choosing different individual integrated weapon systems that do not necessarily have to do anything with each other, I have chosen to adopt a transphasic weapon suite called the Arceus system that provides a truly integrated and interconnected offensive package. The expert pilot keenly studied the outlined integrated weapons. 2 medium weapons on the wrists, 2 medium weapons on the lower legs, 3 on the chest, of which one of them is large and the other 2 are small-sized. There are also 2 more tiny weapons on the sides of the head. That is quite a large collection. We can afford to include them into the mech because they are substantially miniaturized. The professor clarified, they do not take up as much space or capacity as you think. Their firepower might not be the strongest, but they should be more than sufficient for you to defeat the majority of the enemies that you may come across. What Patriarch Reginald liked about the Arceus system was how many weapons they added to the mech frame. There was a lot of redundancy with 10 different integrated weapon mounts. It didn't matter if a few of them got smashed over the course of a battle because he still had more at his disposal. This is also a transphasic system, right? What else can it do that makes it more powerful than regular systems? It takes around 650 grams of phase water to make it transphasic. This will empower any laser or positron beams that the integrated weapons can output with special properties that make them more effective, but only when you feed additional energy to them. While the use of phase water cannot straightforwardly affect the Arceus system's damage output, the transphasic attacks deal increased damage against transphasic defense systems. So it is only useful against other transphasic mechs. I did not say that, Reginald. The second major benefit of transphasic attacks is that any strike will partially phase through one or more layers of protection. You mean my shots can literally bypass armor? Partially. A lot of energy will still be lost when phasing through any barrier, but it will allow you to use your Arceus system to quickly take out a large amount of relatively tough targets. I should also add that it takes more than that to effectively damage resonance shields. Professor Benedict provided more details on the Arceus system. While it was not as powerful as Reginald hoped, it was still an effective tool in wiping out hordes of weaker opponents while also capable of applying a lot of pressure onto stronger enemies. What about physical damage options? The Cross Patriarch eventually asked. The Arceus system sounds good and all, but there were times in the past where I fought against opponents that can absorb a lot of energy damage. Your Mars project still has 2 weapon systems that can deal physical damage. You can employ a newer and more advanced shotgun that is different from a normal one due to the fact it is equipped with a dimensional magazine drum. How many shots can I fire with this new gun? 65 times. The mech designer replied, perhaps that does not sound as impressive as you thought, but keep in mind that this dimensional magazine drum as well as the transphasic systems that I have mentioned before are all first-generation products. They are crude, less efficient and not as optimized as more mature products. As long as the companies responsible for developing them continue to iterate on the designs, they will eventually release updated versions that require less phase water to accomplish more. Perhaps a decade from now we can replace the initial magazine drum with an updated version that can store 130 shotgun rounds. That made sense. Patriarch Reginald felt a bit better about his Mars project after he realized how easy it was to upgrade its various components. If he ever succeeded in breaking through to Ace Pilot, then Professor Benedict only needed to upgrade parts of the expert mech instead of developing an entirely new Ace mech from scratch. It was obvious that Professor Benedict had made sure to future-proof the Mars project. No matter what the future held, Reginald's expert mech would always be able to keep up with the changes. Chapter 4105 Flagship Project. Professor Benedict Cortez did not hold anything back when he sought out the best possible parts for the Mars project. The large amount of transphasic systems completely elevated the expert mech design project to a point where its theoretical performance parameters exceeded that of any expert mech that Professor Benedict had ever come into contact with in his long career. As a former mech designer of the Friday Coalition, he had worked on and otherwise been able to witness all sorts of expert mechs. This was especially the case in the period where he believed that working on high-ranking mechs was the key for him to achieve his breakthrough. Yet the majestic machines he had witnessed back at home were nowhere capable of matching the unique mech that he was about to design. As one of the first high-tier expert mechs that could truly be called transphasic, the Mars project was completely rooted in the Red Ocean. Many traces of the previous iteration of the design had disappeared. The limitations and constraints that prevented the Cross clan from applying some of the best possible tech that the Red Ocean had to offer were gone now that it had reached a new level of wealth and prestige. The Mars project centered around way more than the ambitious magma vein system that he had initially conceived to give his expert mech an additional edge in combat. Compared to extravagant and powerful transphasic systems such as the Abassi's armor and the Pulsar V1, the magma vein system did not seem impressive in the slightest. However, that was only the case if it remained unchanged after Benedict upgraded his original mech configuration. Now that the budget for the Mars project had expanded by an enormous degree, the senior completely overhauled his original magma vein system and redesigned it so that it took advantage of much more expensive exotics and materials. The efficiency of the magma vein system had been magnified to a degree where it was difficult to find any waste. The use of smaller components that nonetheless delivered superior performance also allowed Benedict to add a lot more redundancy to his flagship energy transmission system. This meant that even if the Mars project suffered serious internal damage, it should still be able to perform closer to its peak state with the help of redundant energy channels. There were many other benefits to the upgraded magma vein system that were too small to mention but considerably increased its performance. The ultimate goal is to make this powerful mech as efficient as possible. Professor Benedict whispered to himself. The power of the Mars project was insane. It utilized an extremely luxurious power reactor that was meant to provide torrents of power to many of the extravagant parts and systems of the mech. This was especially relevant to the Arceus system, which encompassed 10 different integrated energy weapon systems. Although the sizes of these weapons were not that exaggerated, each of these miniaturized guns were able to inflict damage comparable to full-sized rifles due to their highly sophisticated designs and premium materials. It was practically impossible for the Mars project to fire all 10 integrated weapon systems at the same time for an extended period of time. The expert mech simply couldn't feed all of the energy needed to keep all of them active at the same time. However, the magma vein system should be able to maximize the output as best possible. In order to increase its optimization processes even further, Professor Benedict had made sure to add multiple powerful AI processing modules to his novel energy transmission system so that it was more capable of making the best possible use of each joule of energy. The newly revised Mars project with all of its powerful transphasic parts and systems was already a powerhouse among high-tier expert mechs. However, the problem with such powerful mechs was that their raw might became increasingly more difficult to control as their parameters rose to even greater heights. The amount of effort and resources required to maintain or increase its efficiency became exponentially harder. Professor Benedict's magma vein system should be capable of making the Mars project significantly more efficient. If he was able to make this powerful expert mech 20% more efficient, then not only would the mech be able to output more weapons at the same time without worrying about overloading any systems, but it would not have to worry about building up as much heat as well. In fact, the senior had already improved the heat management of the Mars project as well. The original design called for the use of a small number of expensive dimensional heatsinks. The advantage of this arrangement was that the Mars project could constantly vent heat into bottomless dimensional pits. The disadvantage was that the smaller quantity of heatsinks meant that the Mars project would have to wait for them to do their work, thereby limiting the time interval that Patriarch Reginald was able to fight at full strength. The raised budget and the abundant availability of phase water allowed Professor Benedict to equip the Mars project with triple the original number of dimensional heatsinks. Their models were also significantly more expensive as they utilized more phase water to perform their roles. Although it was impossible for the Cross clan to repair the high-end heatsinks once they were broken, their existence allowed the Mars project to have little to no concerns about overheating in practically every eligible environment. In summary, the Mars project was a powerhouse that was made for high-intensity ranged combat. It was the ultimate second-class expert hybrid mech that already possessed numerous first-class parts and systems to give it an extra edge over the competition. Just the Ace Mech grade Abassi's armor was enough to propel the Mars project to the top of the hierarchy of expert mechs in the Davut region. There shouldn't be any groups in the Krakatoa middle zone that were capable of outperforming the Mars project when it came to raw specs. Of course, despite the Cross clan's immense commitment to this pivotal expert mech design project, neither Patriarch Reginald nor Professor Benedict were conceited enough to think their mech was invincible in Krakatoa. There are still actual ace mechs that are on a completely different level. If the standards of the Abassi's armor is anything to go by, then the design budgets for those top-end machines might actually exceed that of the Mars project. The cross-clan's flagship project was ultimately limited by the rank of its intended pilot and the lack of access to exclusive high-end research projects. During his search for better components and systems for the Mars project, Professor Benedict held many discussions with many high-ranking officials and developers. He had always gotten the sense that many research institutions and development companies that were attached to different powers had more surprises in store. They never revealed them because their best projects were solely reserved to their respective patrons. It's okay. The Mars project possessed more than enough power to keep Patriarch Reginald Cross busy in combat. If the abundant amount of ranged solutions wasn't enough to keep the Cross Patriarch occupied, then he could always opt to defeat his opponents in melee combat. The limbs of the Mars project were not frail in the slightest. The legs were capable of unleashing forceful kicks if necessary, while the arms could wield a variety of powerful one-handed and two-handed weapons. The whale-cutting saber that Kedis had once designed and forged for the Balvo's Rage was still great at cutting through massive opponents. However, Patriarch Reginald possessed a preference for wielding axes, so the senior opted to commission a custom transphasic one-handed battle axe from a weapon development company based in Davut. The company estimated that it would take 90 grams of phase water to impart the custom battle axe with transphasic properties. This would grant the weapon with excellent armor-penetrating capabilities, which was extremely helpful if the Mars project ever fought against another high-end expert mech, particularly ones that also took advantage of transphasic armor systems. Transphasic weapons and armor will become the new norm in high-end mech combat in the Red Ocean. Professor Benedict explained to the Patriarch of the Cross Clan. While they are not that common for the time being, once the supply of phase water picks up and once all of the R&D organizations have developed cheaper and more efficient transphasic products, we should expect them to show up in more and more mid-tier and high-tier expert mechs in the next 30 years. The expert pilot understood the underlying message. We'll be able to get ahead of the curve with the help of the new Mars project. Reginald spoke. Precisely. Regardless of the disparity between expert pilots, the gulf in capabilities between a transphasic expert mech and a more conventional expert mech will already decide the outcome of a battle. Let me put it in a different way. If all of the Larkinson clan's unique and quirky expert mechs confronted your Mars project at the same time, they will unquestionably suffer defeat with any doubt. Patriarch Reginald's eyes blazed with satisfaction when he imagined such a fight. The Larkinson clan's expert mechs were not weak. Whether it was the Amaranto's extreme energy output or the Shield of Samar's indomitable defense, each of them performed way beyond the level of a typical mid-tier expert mech. Nonetheless, the Mars project's transphasic systems overwhelmingly trumped the performance of all of the parts utilized by the Larkinson expert mechs. The Mars project possessed greater firepower than the Amaranto, was able to rival the Dark Zephyr in straight-line acceleration and arguably possessed superior defenses compared to the Shield of Samar. Sure, the Mars project might not be able to replicate the more unusual and special properties of the Larkinson expert mechs, such as the Everchanger's ability to adopt any glow or the Minerva's ability to connect and empower with every friendly unit within its range, but there was no need for the Mars project to resort to those tricks. As an offensive powerhouse beyond par, the Mars project was designed from the beginning to crush enemy champions and defeat entire opposing armies by relying on absolute strength. The Mars project is the embodiment of the Cross Clan. As such, as soon as Professor Benedict and Patriarch Reginald decided upon the mech concept and overall configuration of this extremely ambitious design project, the clan began to channel as much manpower and resources to its development as possible. Many other goals and activities were left to the side as anyone and anything that could contribute to the Mars project took priority. The Cross Clan hired lots of additional personnel that could help with performing assisting work or developing specialized high-end subcomponents that were needed to complete this unprecedentedly powerful expert mech. Even so, work on the expert mech design proceeded slower than planned. The exceedingly high complexity of all of the transphasic components and systems hindered the participating mech designers from properly handling them in the design. Vase, Gloriana, Juliet and Sarah Voikin had all signed up to participate in this extremely high-end design project, but they quickly found that their recent dabblings in phase water tech left them woefully under-equipped to handle transphasic products such as the Abassi's armor and the Arceus system. Even Professor Benedict himself was unable to do much better due to how little time he spent on studying phase water applications himself. We will have to ask for help, the man eventually concluded. As such, he actively brought in the developers of all of the transphasic systems as consultants. While this made it harder for the Cross Clan to keep the crucial mech design confidential, the technical expertise was absolutely essential to complete the Mars project. Months went by as Professor Benedict and the contributors from the Larkinson clan cooperated with all of the external consultants to flesh out the ambitious design. Each of the mech designers had added their own charm and specialties to this project. Being able to work with transphasic systems beyond anything they had ever handled in the past provided them with a precious opportunity to explore the upper limits of their design solutions. Chapter 4106 The Transphasic Trend. Traditionally, hybrid mechs were classified as offensive mechs. They carried an abundance of integrated and handheld weapon systems in order to defeat their enemies by relying on the weight of their firepower. The quantity of different weapon systems not only made sure that hybrid mechs were able to output more shots than any other mech type, the variety of them also provided the machines with different damage types that were effective against different opponents. However, the cost of carrying all of these varied weapon systems was that it became harder to protect the mechs against damage. Each integrated or mounted weapon system took up space that could have been carrying additional armor. The weapons were also inherently more vulnerable against attacks and could more easily allow enemies to punch through the armor of hybrid mechs. Though hybrid mechs tended to be rather chunky due to all of the systems they carried, their protection was often considered above average at best. They could never catch up to knight mechs or even striker mechs in terms of defense. Professor Benedict wanted to change that with the Mars project. Although Patriarch Reginald Cross had made it clear more than once that he wanted his expert mech to pack the greatest possible punch, it was essential to make sure that the machine was able to keep up with the heavy abuse that such a high-profile mech would doubtlessly attract on the battlefield. Therefore, it was not without reason that the senior mech designer invested heavily in the Abassi's armor. The transphasic armor system was far more than a collection of armor plating that were made out of alloys that blended bits of phase water into their structures. It was truly a comprehensive system that included additional electrical components and supporting elements that helped make the Abassi's armor worthy to be used in ace mech designs. The technological and material complexity of each of these components and subcomponents quickly overwhelmed Professor Benedict and Sarah Voikin. Neither of the two had worked with anything so advanced and high-end. "Don't blame yourself," Benedict told Sarah as he placed his hand on her shoulder. The Abassi's armor was not developed with a client like us in mind. It was made to be utilized by highly respected master mech designers whose grasp on technology is far greater than we can imagine. Only the best mech designers of a state or large organization are qualified to design ace mechs. I don't think that the developers of this armor system ever imagined that a smaller player such as us would actually make use of it in a mere expert mech design. Sarah Voikin still felt bad. Despite spending much of her time on studying the trove of textbooks on phase water applications in defensive technology that Vase had exchanged with MTA Merits, she barely made any progress in understanding the brand new theories. Phase water was too damn difficult to comprehend. The amount of requisite knowledge needed to do anything with this liquid exotic was so massive that it would take at least a decade before she was able to develop a basic transphasic product herself. "Can we call for tech support?" Sarah asked in a defeated tone. "If I have to keep working on Abassi's armor, I think I will go crazy. I will call Truvik Defenses right away. Considering how much we are paying the development company to make use of its Abassi's armor, it is obliged to offer support." It was not a surprise that the pair of mech designers had little choice but to depend on the assistance provided by the developers working for Truvik Defenses. Fortunately, the developers were more than willing to assist in the design process. They might not be mech designers, but their understanding of armor and materials had reached such a high level that they were qualified to provide input on the armor design of the Mars project. The challenges were still considerable, though. Professor Benedict and Sarah could not outsource all of the work to the Truvik developers and had to make plenty of adjustments of their own. It was also essential for them to understand every design choice and impart their own expertise to the mech design. There were still far too many differences between mech designers and specialized component developers in this regard. One day, Vase approached Sarah as they were both working on the Mars project at the primary Cross lab. The latter mech designer still looked exhausted despite the additional technical support at her disposal. "How are you doing these days, Sarah?" "It's frustrating," the brown-haired mech designer in a plain white lab coat replied. "Each and every aspect about the Abassi's armor is far beyond what I can understand. While I do not need to know how it is put together, just the fact that I need to take into account the interference and other interactions between different phase water-infused subcomponents is enough to keep me busy for days." "Is it really that bad?" I get the impression that mech designers at our level are not qualified to work with any form of phase water technology. This is high technology that can be applied to the best and most powerful mechs that humanity can develop. We are like children playing with forces that belong to gods. Vase frowned. Technology is technology. Compared to all of the weirder phenomena that I have come into contact with, phase water tech is still reasonable. While the key material is a bit too abstruse, the tech based around it is based on solid theories, logic and math. Each of us can decipher it as long as we put in enough time in our studies. That's the problem, sir. We don't have the time to learn what we need to know in order to keep this project on schedule. There is no possible way that we can complete this ludicrously overloaded design within a single year. Not with the expertise that we possess. I will talk to the crossers about this. Vase sighed. For what it is worth, I agree with you. The original timeline may have been more appropriate for the pre-purgatory campaign iteration of the Mars project, but this transphasic version demands far more hours for us to complete. It would be fine if we don't have any other design projects on our plate, but we cannot ignore the needs of our own clan. He did what he said and held a brief discussion with Professor Benedict. It turned out that the senior was already aware of how untenable it was to maintain the original timeline. Everyone had fallen behind schedule and Benedict was no exception. I have already seen the necessity in extending the schedule for our design project. Benedict spoke. The hardest part will be convincing Patriarch Reginald that he won't be able to play with his new toy as quickly as he hoped. I will try to persuade him of the necessity regardless. He still cares about the quality of our work. In the end, Patriarch Reginald and the Cross clan accepted the need to spend additional time on doing everything properly. A huge weight had been lifted off the chest of the participating mech designers. They not only had additional time to hit the books and learn more crucial details about phase water technology, they could also spend more time on figuring out the correct solutions through trial and error. Ideally, it was better if mech designers like Sarah Voikin got everything right by relying on superior skill and experience. If mech designers were lacking in either of these qualities, then they had little choice but to fall back on trying stuff out until they finally came across a solution that worked. It was a profoundly stupid and time-consuming approach towards mech design, but it was the only way for less than qualified mech designers to achieve results in any difficult design project. Slowly but surely, the participating mech designers persevered. Sarah Voikin quickly became more proficient with handling phase water technology. The speed in which she was able to understand and play with the basic properties of transphasic products was impressive, mostly because of all of the trial and error she had invested herself in. There was no better way to develop a more intuitive grasp and understanding of phase water technology than working with its applications in a serious design project. She already developed a few ideas on how to take advantage of her growing proficiency in defensive phase water technology. We can start to upgrade our older Larkinson expert mechs with transphasic armor systems in a few years. Sarah Voikin told Vase one day, I need more time to study the required knowledge, but I think I will be able to start with this kind of work sooner than expected due to everything I've learned over the course of working on the Mars project. We won't need to rely so heavily on external support either. As long as the transphasic armor system is not as complicated, I am confident that I can apply it to any expert mech design. Vase looked surprised. Truly, that is great news. Do you have any preliminary suggestions on which of our existing expert mechs we should upgrade? That is difficult to say. The Dark Zephyr, the Riot, the First Sword, the Shield of Samar and the Everchanger are all clad with unending alloy. Even though this material does not possess transphasic properties, it is already extremely tough by nature. There is no need to replace the armor systems of the aforementioned expert mechs unless you truly insist on imparting them with the benefits of transphasic armor. Sarah had brought up an important point. Vase truly felt it was difficult to make a choice between the two options. Can't you develop a way of making unending alloy transphasic? Impossible. The armor specialist firmly shook her head. You are dreaming if you think I can do that. It would take decades of learning to obtain the minimum qualifications necessary to undertake such work. Not only do I need to learn enough about metallurgy and materials science to decipher and reverse engineer the formula of unending alloy, I also need to possess a far greater mastery of phase water technology and transphasic armor systems in particular to perform such work. Vase looked ugly. This was not what he wanted to hear. Unending alloy played such an important role to his expert mechs because it was not only as hard as first-class alloys, it also happened to be a prime material. The Everchanger was the most dependent on the properties of unending alloy due to how much it relied on Glow's and Prime abilities to make itself useful. It was the mech that could least afford to move away from unending alloy as the principal material for its armor system. Unless the Larkinson clan was able to reproduce unending alloy, or find a serious alternative in the Red Ocean, the future of the Everchanger would grow increasingly bleak. After all, if every expert mech around it began to adopt transphasic systems aside from the Everchanger itself, Venerable Joshua would always have to fight with one hand tied behind its back. Sir, I have a suggestion. Please share your thoughts. Just because I can't do it doesn't mean that others are incapable. If it is truly necessary for you to modernize unending alloy, then you should consider working with the development companies that we are working with. Of the ones that are based in Davut, Truvik Defenses is arguably the best at developing high-end transphasic armor systems. Melman Advanced Systems is not as capable, but since we own shares in the company, it might be better to cooperate with it instead. These were good suggestions, but Vase was not willing to entrust something as important to his clan as unending alloy to an external company that he did not even control. I'll take your words under advisement. Vase replied in a noncommittal tone. Our unending alloy expert mechs are still more than capable of keeping up with other expert mechs in terms of defense, so there is no hurry for us to renew their armor systems. Let's revisit this topic in a decade. Our situation should be much better at that time. If you say so, sir. Chapter 4107 Disruptive Technology. The Mars project was so advanced and ahead of its time that it presented the Larkinson mech designers with a vision of what future expert mechs would be like. Vase and the others were clever enough to understand that the transphasic trend was unstoppable. There was no way to prevent different people and organizations from stuffing phase water into mechs in order to grant them a massive boost in performance. While it was unlikely for most expert mechs to be infused with several kilograms of phase water, less exaggerated phase water products that only integrated 100 grams of phase water were already considerably powerful. It was difficult to predict how long it would take for every decent expert mech to possess transphasic parts. It heavily depended on how much phase water would become available in the coming decades and to what extent phase water technology had advanced. Personally, Vase believed it would only take 2 mech generations at most for the Red Ocean to be completely dominated by transphasic expert mechs. Compared to regular expert mechs, their transphasic counterparts were much faster, much tougher and much more capable of penetrating through armor. They might even be able to compete against warships because of those advantages. Vase also made another important realization about this new branch of technology. What is even better about transphasic technology is that it is only practical at the smaller scale. He estimated that the cost required to equip even the smallest armed frigate with phase water systems was already multiple times greater than the cost to make the Mars project. This was because warships were inherently larger and relied on larger weapon systems, much greater and thicker armor coverage and much more sizable thrusters to overpower weaker weapon platforms such as mechs. For a long time, the seemingly limitless size and scale of warships was like an undaunted obstacle to mechs. Since the mech industry rejected the use of juggernauts as an alternative to mechs, it was hard for mech designers to come up with a product that could fairly compete against warships. It was only now that Vase realized that the competition between the two weapon platforms was not as skewed against mechs as he initially thought. Transphasic products have the potential to equalize the gap between the two. You can dump tens of kilograms of phase water on a typical warship and only selectively improve a few parameters. As for expert mechs, it can take as little as a couple of 100 grams to amplify their performance by 3 or 4 times, and that is just when phase water technology is still in its infancy. Even if a single transphasic expert mech wasn't able to compete against a warship, what about 2? If 2 wasn't enough, what about 4? Even if a force deployed multiple transphasic expert mechs against a single warship, the former would still be cheaper and more cost-effective to deploy due to how little phase water it took to make them powerful enough. The smaller scale of mechs actually plays to their benefit this time. Vase found this to be a profoundly ironic notion. Mechs were often regarded as weak because they weren't as big as the war weapons employed by the big boys. Yet with a rare, precious and powerful material like phase water in the mix, this paradigm suddenly became less true. The reason why phase water could play such a critical role in altering the balance between mechs and warships was because it lowered the requirements for the former to compete against the latter. Many industry insiders generally believed that ace mechs possessed the capital to compete against warships by themselves. This was all well and good, but the biggest problem with ace mechs was that they needed to be piloted by ace pilots. Ace pilots were extremely scarce in human space. It was far easier for a state like the Friday Coalition to construct hundreds of warships than to accumulate a dozen ace mechs. This was such an enormous disparity that ace mechs simply wouldn't have a chance to tip the scales of a war. Quantity mattered. Perhaps an ace mech might be able to overpower a single warship, but if it happened to bump into a dozen enemy warships, then even a saint needed to make a tactical retreat. Expert pilots were much more numerous than ace pilots, but the problem was that their expert mechs traditionally weren't strong enough to compete against a warship in open combat. Yet what if all of those expert mechs became transphasic? What if each of them were supplied with phase water harvested by the colonial states that controlled a number of phase water-rich star systems in the Red Ocean? The balance would completely change as the smaller and much more economic expert mechs suddenly possessed the capital to threaten warships to a much greater degree. It took less time for them to cross the deadly zone where they would have to withstand withering firepower with the help of their transphasic flight systems. The expert mechs were able to resist heavy caliber shots much more easily due to their transphasic armor systems. Once the machines came into effective range, the mechs could easily pierce and inflict crippling internal damage to the warships with the help of their transphasic weapon systems. In fact, it was theoretically possible for ordinary mechs to do this job as well. It's not that economical, though. Vase quickly dismissed this possibility. The Red Ocean would have to be drowning in phase water in order for everyone to equip regular mechs with transphasic products. Compared to ordinary machines, expert mechs possess the advantage of true resonance. The reason why the Mars project was so powerful was not just because it was transphasic, but because it combined phase water technology with true resonance. The combination between the two produced a degree of amplification that scaled extremely well. The more powerful the expert pilot, the more powerful the transphasic effects. This was why transphasic expert mechs were so cost-effective to counter warships in the future. As Vase became engrossed by this new realization, he couldn't help but discuss this topic with Professor Benedict. The senior nodded when he heard Vase share his thoughts. This is not a secret among the high-level mech community. The upper circle of the mech industry has already recognized that phase water technology can play the role of disruptive technology. The reason why it hasn't become more common knowledge is because it is still too early to say for sure whether all of this can come true. The most essential requirement to turn expert mechs into effective threats against warships is the availability of enough phase water. Vase frowned. Isn't the MTA shooting itself in the foot, then? With how much phase water the mechers are claiming for themselves, how can we ever build enough transphasic expert mechs to meet our own needs? Who says the MTA isn't doing the same thing right now? You have a point. If the MTA made the same realization about phase water, then it absolutely made sense for the mechers to go crazy with upgrading all of their first-class expert mechs with phase water technology. This would massively reduce the absolute power disparity between the two transgalactic organizations. Even though there was no doubt that the CFA was in a hurry to upgrade its formidable warships with phase water technology as well, it was a fool's errand to fully upgrade even a fraction of its massive fleet. Their titanic battleships that were more than 10 kilometers long each required an astronomical amount of phase water in order to improve any of their aspects to a significant degree. If the fleeters didn't put in enough phase water, then it was too difficult to achieve a measure boost in performance. What screwed the CFA even more was that its technological direction was completely opposite to that of the MTA. The mechers had always invested a huge amount of research into miniaturizing components and making mechs more efficient. It had always been difficult to make mechs more powerful after each generation without scaling up their sizes, but mech designers had become increasingly more proficient at coming up with inventive solutions. The fleeters on the other hand always resorted to size in order to make their warships more powerful. The idea was that as long as there were enough resources, there was no problem with larger and more unwieldy vessels. The CFA's research teams always prioritized power over efficiency. The implications of the invasion of the Red Ocean are far greater than what is obvious to the public. Professor Benedict spoke. What you have just touched upon is another facet that may very well have a profound influence on the balance of power between every major human group. The Common Fleet Alliance is by far the most threatened by the potential of transphasic products. The overall scarcity of phase water presented a serious flaw to the CFA's naval doctrines and technological focus. Nor just the Big Two, but also the first-rate superstates would be in a better position to stand up to the CFA if all of these changes came to pass. Vase quickly tied this potential development to a rumor that he had heard from more and more people. Is this why the CFA might be pushing to revoke the taboo on warships? He asked. The professor did not answer directly. He gazed to the side where the central projection of the design room showed off the half-complete design of the Mars project. One of the particularities of the age of mechs is that the common people are only able to employ mechs to wage their wars. Warships have turned into forbidden fruit ever since the Big Two heralded their new order. As such, a new profession has emerged across human civilization. We are but a few of the huge number of mech designers who are dedicating our entire lives to further the technological state of mechs. Even if our individual ability is not as great as a mech designer brought up by the MTA, our quantity is so enormous that our community will always be able to produce exceptional innovations from time to time. Vase quickly saw where the senior was going with this story. In contrast, the development of warships has become a lot less lively. Aside from the CFA and to a certain extent the MTA, there are no researchers, developers and shipwrights that are putting any serious work in advancing the state of warships. The CFA may have hired a lot of brilliant scientists and engineers who have done a good job at making warships stronger over time, but their quantity is so small that their progress cannot possibly keep up with that of their colleagues that are involved in the mech industry. That is correct. Human ingenuity is like this. The more people who are working on a branch of technology, the faster it will improve. That is the general rule. While the state of mechs is still highly immature compared to tried and true warships, it is undeniable that the latter have not been able to grow as quickly as before due to lack of attention. The generational differences between warships used to be significantly greater back during the Age of Conquest. So, the CFA's plan to prevent warships from being overtaken by mechs is to reintroduce a portion of the Age of Conquest to modern society. That is a rather crude description, Vase, but we believe that this should be the general idea. The fleeters are heavily conflicted on this issue, so it is not absolutely certain whether the CFA will make this drastic choice. What do you think, Professor? The older man smirked at Vase. Humans are the same regardless of the uniforms they wear on their bodies. In my experience, as long as people become desperate enough, they are more than capable of throwing aside their principles and their promises if it means they can resolve the crisis that threatens their existence. Think about what would happen if the state of mechs improved so quickly that any expert mech could put up a good fight against a warship. Will the fleeters be happy that humanity has finally gotten rid of its obsession with destructive warships, or will they be scared now that their greatest dependents can no longer guarantee their hegemony over human civilization? Chapter 4108 Organizational Inertia. The pattern of transgalactic politics and societal change became a lot clearer now that Vase became enlightened by the potential of phase water. On the surface, phase water looked as if it was most suitable for starships and warships due to how much they could speed up superluminal travel. Being able to arrive at distant destinations 10 times or even 100 times faster was an incredibly powerful advantage in warfare. On top of that, phase water also enabled the creation of Beyonder gates, which enabled instant travel across tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of light years. While it was undeniable that phase water had changed the state of transportation in human civilization forever, Vase realized that the mech community benefited even more from the introduction of this liquid exotic. The onset of transphasic mech parts represented a profound breakthrough in the balance of power between mechs and warships. Since the former was much smaller and more economical, the same quantity of phase water amplified their combat performance to a much greater degree than the latter. This undeniable truth had profound implications, one that made Vase feel a lot more certain that human civilization was about to undergo an epochal change. If the CFA is losing ground, then it definitely should not be resigned to this fate. Why hasn't it changed its policies already? Vase asked. If an organization fell into a decline, it was logical to address the causes of the downturn. The fleeters should definitely be smart enough to recognize that the increasing availability of phase water was not necessarily good for their own futures. Do you think that a massive behemoth like the CFA can change course so easily? Professor Benedict smirked again. The CFA is a naval organization that is bound by tradition, hierarchy and seniority. A number of its most important factions and lineages are headed by grand admirals who have lived long enough to experience the end of the Age of Conquest and became traumatized by the horrors that happened until then. They consider themselves to be the guardians of human order and resolutely maintain the belief that warships should never be made available to the common people again. Their mantra has always been that space peasants are too impulsive and irresponsible to handle such great weapons. Do you think it is easy for these old fossils to approve of a change in policy that goes against their most important mission? Vase widened his eyes. That was right. Compared to the more forward-minded MTA, the CFA was much slower to change due to the fact that it was formed from different naval fleets and institutions, many of which were already centered around tradition for many centuries. The large quantity of old fogies in high positions definitely did not help that much either. Compared to the MTA, where most of its contemporary leadership emerged well after the age of mechs had commenced, the amount of living fossils occupying the admiralty of the CFA was definitely higher. To put it differently, the continued existence of geriatrics among the leadership fueled the organizational inertia of the CFA. Perhaps the younger officers of the CFA may be far more supportive of a change in policy, but these fleeters simply could not beat the seniority of Grand Admirals who were over 4 or 5 centuries old. While it was possible that those old and wise elders might have a change of heart as the CFA's prospects continued to decline, but Vase thought that was unlikely. He had already met with plenty of old geezers and they were pretty much set in their ways. After decades or centuries of holding the same principles, their mindsets solidified into permanent edifices that formed the basis of their continued existence. Vase looked at Professor Benedict, who recognized the CFA's inertia quite well. Do you think the CFA will remain stuck in the past due to its atrophied leadership? No, the older mech designer shook his head. How could such a good thing happen so easily? While it is true that the CFA's leadership is disproportionately conservative and unwilling to embrace any change, reality does not obey its will. The MTA, the first-rate superstates and even smaller players such as us will continue to adapt to the changing times. If the CFA refuses to evolve as well, it will become more and more incapable of maintaining its superiority. It might not be enough for the fleeters to foresee these changes in advance, but once they start to experience the consequences for themselves, the amount of people advocating for change will rise meteorically, at least from the younger generation of officers. This could become quite scary. The lower and middle ranks of the CFA represented the future of this grand trans-galactic organization. Their decision-making power might be low, but as long as enough of them united their voices, they could definitely exert enough pressure on the living relics who reigned over the CFA for centuries. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. So in your opinion, it's not a matter of if, but when. The CFA must change. The only uncertainty is whether it will happen sooner or later. Exactly. It is a conflict between the forces of inertia and the forces of change. It is a power struggle between traditionalists and radicals. It is a contest between fleeters who believe in the founding principles and mission of the CFA and fleeters who only care about power and riches. As a radical who had always fought against the current order and sought to become an agent of change, Vase developed an instinctive intimacy towards the younger and more forward-thinking members of the CFA. He shook his head. It was wrong for him to side with this group this time. As a mech designer who was already closely entangled with the MTA, he shouldn't be rooting for the fleeters who were attempting to save their own organization. He should be rooting for the old, archaic Grand Admirals who still possessed the most say in the CFA and always made sure that their outdated views remained the standard within the organization. The longer those half-dead corpses remained in power, the more the CFA would fall behind, thereby stalling the development of warships even further. Professor Benedict patted Ves's shoulder. Don't think too much about the CFA and whatever they might do in the coming years. It is the responsibility of the MTA to prepare the appropriate response to all of these defenses. The only advice I can give you is that mastering phase water technology will be an essential qualifier in the mech industry. Whether you can design transphasic mechs or not will determine your place in the new hierarchy. That was something that Vase already understood. Fortunately, he already expended around 60 million MTA merits to gain early access to knowledge related to different branches of phase water technology. While it was not easy to digest all of the high-level study materials, the Larkinson clan would definitely be poised to become a participant in the new market for transphasic mechs in a few decades. As Vase internalized all of the revelations and insights he gained from this conversation, he asked one more question to the older mech designer. Is the Mars project primarily intended to counter warships? Ha ha ha. Professor Benedict laughed for a bit. No, I wish I could do so, but Patriarch Reginald Cross is too obstinate for that. Despite the fact that our greatest threat and the ones we are least equipped to handle are alien warships and alien warfleets, our Patriarch has spent his entire life fighting and preparing to fight against mech champions. His eyes are solely set on becoming strong enough to vanquish every expert pilot and ace pilot that comes across his way. Just like the Balvo's Rage, the Mars project must first and foremost be capable of keeping up and overpowering other high-ranking mechs. I see. That explains the choice of weapon systems. The Mars project lacks a heavy caliber gun that can make it a lot easier to blow a hole in well-armored warships. Our design actually has room for that, you know. Professor Benedict told Vase. There are two ways for the Mars project to equip anti-ship armaments. First, we can design or procure a self-contained cannon that our expert mech can carry in its arms in lieu of its transphasic axe and shotgun. Second, we can equip modular artillery cannons on the shoulder hardpoints of our machine. Professor Benedict turned to the central projection and zoomed in to highlight the shoulders of the current design. While the shoulder areas were empty at this time, there were two obvious slots in the middle of both the left and right shoulders. Vase didn't need to be a mech designer to know that additional equipment could be slotted onto either of those shoulders. Aren't those slots designed to accommodate the small shoulder-mounted missile launchers that you've been working on? He asked. That is true, but why leave it at that? Professor Benedict smiled. The Mars project is destined to be the powerhouse of the Cross clan. It is too wasteful for us to limit it to a single loadout. As long as we develop additional handheld weapons and modular equipment, we can prepare multiple loadouts that are optimized for combat against different types of enemies. The numerous different shoulder-mounted weapon systems appeared on the central projection. Each of them slotted onto the Mars project in turn, giving the expert mech a substantially different look whenever it changed its modular loadout. Vase was already familiar with the missile launchers, but it appeared that Professor Benedict already prepared at least 3 more modular options. There was a pair of autonomous laser turrets that were good at launching long-range precision attacks and intercepting incoming missiles. There was a pair of shoulder-mounted flamethrowers that were incredibly effective against swarming opponents and enemies that were vulnerable against thermal damage. There was also a pair of small miniaturized Gauss cannons. With the help of dimensional magazines, the ammunition capacity of these small cannons was surprisingly abundant. These artillery armaments were perfect against large but relatively slow-moving targets. Will you complete the design of all of these modular loadouts by the time we wrap up the Mars project? Professor Benedict shook his head and waved away the modular equipment designs. No, we can do that after we complete the core design. Let's not bite off more than we can chew. Patriarch Reginald wants to obtain an expert mech that can help him achieve absolute superiority in any battle against a powerful opposing mech, and that is what we need to concentrate on delivering first. Besides, the base version of the Mars project can already pose a significant threat against certain warships. That was true. The Arceus system might not have that many big guns, but what it lacked in caliber, it made up in quantity. The Mars project's melee combat capabilities were not weak either. It could easily cut huge wounds across the surface of warships with the help of the whale-cutting saber. In short, the Mars project was already an anti-ship mech by virtue of its extremely high specifications. Vase quickly went back to working on the Mars project. His talk with Professor Benedict had not only given him a greater appreciation of the high-tier expert mech design, but also made him feel as if he was taking part in a greater endeavor. It was mech designs like the Mars project that would become part of an unstoppable trend that enabled mechs to compete much more fairly against warships in the next couple of generations. Of course, Vase didn't think that warships and their many adherents would be willing to get pushed back so easily. Once the CFA finally pulled its head out of the sand, a new era might start for the warship community as well, thereby making it considerably harder for transphasic mechs to achieve primacy in human civilization. Damn, this is so exciting. Vase grinned as he became more passionate about completing this powerful transphasic expert mech. I cannot wait to see the Mars project demolish warships with overpowering might in our next possible battle. Chapter 4109 Combining Technologies. The Arceus system was quite interesting to say the least. As the closest thing to an energy weapon specialist among the design team of the Mars project, Vase mostly took up the responsibility of integrating the Arceus system. It was not as simple as slotting in all of the integrated weapons and accompanying systems into a mech frame. The more powerful the parts, the more demands they imposed on a mech design. From the beginning, Vase struggled with placing all of the components and subcomponents into a mech design that was still under development. Not only did he have to prevent the powerful and sometimes volatile parts of the Arceus system from interfering with each other, he also had to make sure that they did not disrupt any other parts placed in their vicinity. If not for the fact that he could regularly call for help from the developers of immersive energy armaments, he would have gotten lost by all of the high technology that made up this suite of integrated energy weapons. Though Vase still struggled to make any progress with taming and harnessing the Arceus system, he harvested many benefits over the course of his design sessions. Just like how Sarah Voikin was able to accelerate her mastery of defensive phase water technology by tackling advanced problems related to this subject, Vase also found himself becoming rapidly more familiar with some of the more basic principles behind this high-end transphasic weapon system. Combined with studying the high-level knowledge that he had exchanged from the MTA, Vase was able to combine theory and practice, thereby amplifying his gains whenever he did anything related to this field. It's too bad that transphasic energy weapons can't be integrated with luminaire crystal weapons yet. Vase sighed in regret. While the two shared the same base, they followed completely different technical directions. Luminaire crystal weapons were both powerful and versatile. They derived their power from advanced energy transformation processes enabled by the use of obscure and exotic alien crystalline components. The Luminaire race truly developed incredibly powerful energy weapon applications by dedicating much of their research in this field. What was especially helpful was that the key theories and applications were not dependent on the use of specific materials and exotics. Just like how Ketis could forge a sword out of many possible metallic materials, Vase could make luminaire crystal weapons out of many different combinations of exotics. This was because the essence of luminaire crystal technology lay in the structure of the crystals, not in the materials it was made of. Vase could make them out of junk materials mined from worthless asteroids and still end up with serviceable weapons. Transphasic energy weapons are completely different in this regard. They were basically energy weapons that have been modified to take advantage of some of the amazing properties of phase water. Just like how adding a bit of carbon to iron could produce steel with vastly superior properties, adding just a little phase water to energy weapons could substantially increase their effectiveness in combat. The Arceus system's energy weapons were all based on incredibly high-end tech and methods. Vase would have struggled to harness them before phase water ever came into the picture due to how convoluted their designs had become. However, once the developers of Imus Energy Armaments forcibly tried to merge these advanced weapons with phase water, the complexity of the entire system skyrocketed. The fusion between energy weapons and phase water still looked fairly crude to Vase. While he discovered that the developers of the Arceus system partially based their design solutions on salvaged and reverse-engineered alien technology, their understanding of phase water technology was still relatively immature compared to the engineers of the Puelmer race. All of that meant that the Arceus system was an experimental first-generation product that still had lots of room to improve. Even so, it is already stupendously powerful in this immature state. This was not a guess, but an undisputed fact. Vase had once received an invitation from Imus Energy Armaments where he could witness a live test and demonstrations of one of the energy weapons of the Arceus system. The power of that single energy gun alone had completely solidified his respect and awe for transphasic energy weapons. Just a single laser beam succeeded in phasing through several layers of thick second-class alloys. Not a single ordinary mech or starship could stop a mech equipped with the Arceus system from inflicting effective internal damage. In fact, the integrated energy weapons of the Arceus system were so exaggeratingly effective at phasing through solid armor that overpenetration was a serious problem. Mechs that were too weak suffered comparatively little damage because the laser beams and positron beam just phased right through their fragile frames without inflicting much damage. Therefore, Patriarch Reginald or the Mars Project would have to tweak the settings of the Arceus system in order to make sure that they did not waste too much energy in destroying weaker targets. Damn, a transphasic energy weapon is incredibly useful for the Amaranto. The Instrument of Vengeance was a powerful expert mech-grade rifle, but it was not capable of penetrating armor with as much ease as a transphasic energy rifle. Against certain opponents, it was much more useful to possess the latter than the former. Still, if Vase had to make a choice between the two, he would probably settle for luminaire crystal weapons. They were more accessible, more economical and more versatile. Vase already possessed a foundation in luminaire crystal technology and he could gain an even greater feel and understanding of them if he enlisted the help of the illustrious one. There was another important reason why he preferred to stick with luminaire crystal technology. Luminaire crystal weapons interact quite well with spirituality. The two shared a certain relationship with each other. The luminaire race was definitely aware and proficient with spirituality. The luminaires developed their crystal technology with the option of combining them with spiritual phenomena in order to produce even more astounding results. Vase would be a fool to abandon luminaire crystal technology. As a part-time spiritual engineer, he could make much better use of it than all of the MTA researchers who had spent years or decades on studying this alien tech. Yet, the power of phase water energy weapons could not be denied either. It may not have anything to do with spirituality, but that did not stop it from being able to render almost every defense solution irrelevant. It would be best if I can combine the two. Vase frowned. If I can combine phase water with luminaire crystals, then I would have the best of both worlds. It was easy to say this, but extremely hard to execute. Vase would need to develop a much higher level of mastery and proficiency in both fields of technology before he could dream about combining the two into a synergistic fusion. If he was only good at one of these fields but neglected to enrich his knowledge in the other field, then he would not be able to make quick progress. The technological sophistication of both techs were simply too high to make it easy to combine the two without blowing up the resulting combinations. Vase already knew that this would happen because that was exactly what he had attempted to do back when he returned to the Genesis lab one day. His plan at the time was simple. He designed a basic but incredibly sturdy luminaire crystal weapon made out of expensive materials that made it more solid. He then tried to integrate half a gram of phase water into the weapon in a way that was similar to how the Arceus system enhanced its energy weapons. The less said about the result, the better. His wife had certainly given him an earful after the disaster almost ruined one of the testing chambers. The lab equipment certainly wasn't cheap and it would cost a lot of MTA merits to replace them if all of the gear broke with no possibility of repairing them in any way. After a bit more research, Vase eventually figured out that it was not possible to blend phase water technology with luminaire crystal technology in the short term. What am I going to do in the future? Will I have to equip the Amaranto with both a luminaire crystal rifle and a transphasic rifle? What about the Firestarter project? These were difficult questions that would only grow more troublesome in the future. The realization that he was not adequately equipped to handle difficult matters concerning phase water technology made him want to hire a specialist that could solve these problems in his stead. The problem is that most people who know anything about phase water at this stage are incredibly valuable to every major organization. Phase water technology was the next big thing in human technology, and the scientists and engineers who harnessed its theories in advance were as rare and precious as phase whales. People such as Professor Nahi Almar either hired themselves out to the highest bidder or tried to build their own companies. The chances of being able to lure any of them over to the Larkinson clan were too small. Vase couldn't even buy out the companies that employed these phase water specialists because they were already too expensive or out of reach. I will have to figure something out in the future. The more time passed by, the more phase water specialists emerged from the population. It would become a lot easier to get his hands on them 5 or 10 years later. In the meantime, Vase threw away any notion of trying to combine phase water technology with luminaire crystal technology and honestly worked to complete his work on the Mars project. Naturally, aside from helping Professor Benedict integrate the Arceus system into the Mars project, Vase also took responsibility for shaping its spiritual design. This required a bit more thought and planning on his part due to the special nature of the expert mech. This is a powerful machine that will likely be dominated by a powerful pilot. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin in thought. He interacted enough times with Patriarch Reginald Cross to know that the man was not easy to work with. If Vase wanted to make sure that the strong-minded expert pilot would be able to develop the highest degree of synergy with the Mars project, then the personality of the latter was crucial to fostering better cooperation. Fortunately, the Mars project was already strong in its material form. The strong physical design and construction naturally supported a larger spiritual base, allowing Vase to be a lot more generous with the spiritual design of the expert mech. What Vase had to decide was whether he should turn the Mars project into a more facilitative or assertive partner to Patriarch Reginald. In the case of the former, the mech would let Patriarch Reginald take the lead and allow him to decide every action on the battlefield. Most living mechs were facilitative in nature. This was the norm, as mech pilots were supposed to be in charge. However, is that the best choice for Reginald? Vase wondered. He began to entertain the notion of inserting a more assertive and combative personality to the Mars project. Not only would it fit with the character of such a powerful and high-quality machine, Vase also believed it might help Patriarch Reginald in the long run if there was another voice that constantly questioned the man's own decisions. It was quite obvious to everyone that had interacted long enough with the Cross Patriarch that the man wasn't exactly known for being open-minded. Sooner or later that obstinacy and unwillingness to listen to other voices would get Patriarch Reginald in trouble. It would be fine if the guy suffered from his own mistakes, but the problem was that he played such a big role in the Golden Skull Alliance that he might take the rest of the Cross clan and the Alliance down with him. That would be an absolute tragedy. I need to stop this fellow from following in his father's footsteps. The more Vase thought about pairing Patriarch Reginald up with a back-talking living mech like the Quint, the more he fell in love with the idea. Reginald might not be willing to reason, but I bet he would definitely pay more attention to his own mech. Chapter 4110 Downscaled work on the Mars project proceeded at a slow but steady pace. The sheer amount of design and engineering challenges frequently drove Vase and the other mech designers crazy, but they always managed to find a way out with the assistance of external consultants. If the developers of the complicated transphasic systems weren't able to provide any assistance, then Professor Benedict sought assistance from other channels. As a competent senior mech designer, his ability to connect with other high-ranking professionals in the mech and tech communities was not small. It was with the help of various guest experts that everyone working on the Mars project were able to ensure that they did not remain stuck for an extended amount of time. Months went by as the half-complete mech design started to look a lot more whole and solid. More than a year had passed since they embarked on this design project, so the mech designers wouldn't have been able to justify their work if they failed to make at least this much progress. Even though the Mars project looked a lot more complete at this time, it was still a ways off from reaching completion. The reason was that no one knew for sure whether the mech would fall apart if someone attempted to construct it. By concentrating so many high-energy and transphasic parts in a single mech frame, the chances that something could go catastrophically wrong and subsequently blow up the expert mech from the inside was quite real. Testing the various implementations and optimizing the operations of the mech became incredibly crucial. However, this was an incredibly difficult challenge in itself because simulation programs simply froze and crashed whenever they needed to calculate anything with reasonable accuracy. Expert mechs that began to touch the edge of ace mechs were so far beyond conventional understanding that math and logic could no longer encompass them anymore. How the hell are we going to optimize the Mars project if we can't use our simulation programs? Vase furrowed his brows. It's quite simple, Vase. Professor Benedict said, we can resort to at least two solutions. First, we can cut the mech design up in more manageable parts and test them all in isolation. That is what we have already done to an extent when we initially designed the mech. Second, we can build scale model versions of either the entire mech or parts of it and conduct tests on them in real space. Vase and the other Larkinson mech designers looked taken aback when they heard the second solution. Are you actually willing to build scale models of the Mars project? Sarah Voikin gasped. The expense of doing so would be considerable. Even a 150 scale model of the Mars project will cost a fortune to make. Not only that, you will also have to use up many rare and precious materials to construct the various transphasic systems, which includes phase water. You won't be able to recover it all if you decide to recycle the scale model once you have performed enough tests. Gloriana crossed her arms. If you want to do a good job, then you have to do it properly. This is absolutely the correct decision to make. If our best computing and processing equipment can't give us the results we need, then we need to find any viable alternative. Using scale models to test the design work we have done so far is an adequate substitute. It is also quite common to see this method of testing in the most advanced design projects. Professor Benedict informed the Larkinson mech designers. Sure, first-class mech designers have access to even more powerful and realistic simulation equipment, but even they are forced to resort to more primitive methods when their expensive toys reach their technical limitations. Vase raised his hand. I have a question. Is it possible for Patriarch Reginald to pilot a scale model of the Mars project? It is possible. In fact, I intend to do just that. The lead designer of the project replied. Naturally, I will not try to force a human into a mech that is literally 50 times smaller than the actual Mars project. Reginald will never be able to fit inside the replica cockpit. Instead, I will construct a mock cockpit and have Reginald interface with the scale model by remote. The piloting experience will not be realistic, but that is not important at this phase. It is more important for us to collect high-quality data on the technical performance as well as the stability of every component and subcomponent of our mech design. As long as we have what we need, we can improve our design and prevent many problems from occurring in advance. Using scale models to test the performance of the full and completed version of a product was not a perfect method by any means. Physics did not completely behave the same on an object that was full-sized and an object that was much smaller. Professor Benedict and the others would have to make good use of their heads and interpret the data into an intelligent manner. Taking everything literally would be a serious mistake. When Benedict brought up this topic, he already made a decision in advance. He was merely informing the Larkinson Mech designers so that they could make the right preparations and get ready to conduct the right tests. Though Vase had never tested a mech design through this method before, he knew the basic theories and understood what he needed to do in order to achieve further progress. Fabricating the scale models was quite complicated as it was smaller and more delicate than the real mech. In order to make it, the mech designers could not straightforwardly shrink the original design by how many times they needed to produce the right scale model. They all needed to make numerous modifications to the downscaled design in order to make it work. Vase and the others did not enjoy the additional burden, but they knew it was necessary in order to proceed with this crucial step. It was actually quite interesting for him to downscale his implementation of the Arceus system. The more he manipulated and played around with the advanced transphasic energy weapon system, the more he understood its nature and mechanisms, though only to a minor degree. The work was actually quite difficult, but fortunately the developers working for Imus Energy Armaments came through once again. Over the course of developing the Arceus system, the development teams employed many different scale models in order to test their product. It was easy enough for them to apply their old solutions to the current problem and downscale the transphasic energy weapon system in a way that still allowed it to perform in a similar fashion to the original version. It took several weeks of work for the mech designers to be able to fabricate their first partial and complete scale models. Since even the miniature versions of the Mars project were expensive to build, Professor Benedict and Gloriana took up most of the responsibility for fabricating these tiny and delicate items. Vase wanted to gain some practice with fabricating a version of the Mars project as well, but his wife practically turned into a banshee when he volunteered himself for this duty. "Stay away from the workshop. I won't allow you to steal away my precious practice time," Vase sighed as he stared at the closed and locked doors that led into the workshop of the primary cross lab. That was the end of his attempt to get his hands dirty. He understood why his wife acted so possessively towards the simple chore of fabricating the scale models. She wanted to master the art of fabricating portions of the Mars project as much as possible. By familiarizing herself with the various quirks and properties of the mech design by working on its scale models, Gloriana would be able to gain a lot of practical proficiencies and insights. This would subsequently allow her to fabricate the actual full-sized mech with greater skill and results. The chances that she would be able to fabricate a masterwork mech would minutely increase as a result. Though Vase wanted to receive this benefit as well, it was not as important to him. He could live without this opportunity as he had managed well enough without any practice runs in the past. It took a few days before Gloriana emerged out of the workshop with a few scale models in tow. Most of them were only partial reproductions of various parts and systems such as the legs. However, Gloriana made sure to fabricate at least one whole scale model of the Mars project. The miniature mech made an immediate impression on those who laid eyes on its flaring red frame. Although its decorations were a little bare due to Professor Benedict's decision to dispense with them for the time being, the downsized Mars project still made a powerful impression by existing. The red exterior, the aggressive angular lines and the Abassi's armor that was filled with transphasic potential all made it clear to everyone that it was far more than a toy or a collectible. If this is what a mini version looks like, then the real deal will doubtlessly be a powerhouse. Vase remarked. "It's not really alive, though." Gloriana frowned. "I tried to follow the design of the scale model as best I could, so why isn't this scale model as alive as other second-order living mechs?" "Ah, I purposefully prevented that from happening." "What? Why would you do that, Vase?" "Because this is only a test product that we will dispose of when we are done with it." Vase told his wife. "Don't you think it is cruel to bring a creation to life only for us to trash it shortly after we are done with it? I would rather not bring any scale model to live if that is its fate. Besides, is it really necessary for these small models to be alive? The focus for this testing phase lies on gathering accurate physical data on the technical performance of the Mars project. Nothing more. Making the scale models alive will only increase the chance of skewing the results. Trust me, it is better this way." In fact, part of the reason why he was so reluctant to make the scale models alive was because Vase had not yet completed the spiritual design of the Mars project. Ever since he made a bold decision to figure out a way to impart the Mars project with a strong personality, he has tried to find ways to accomplish his goal. It was not so simple to turn a newborn living mech into a strong and assertive character that possessed enough fortitude to resist Patriarch Reginald's powerful will and desires. Other than attempting to feed the living mech with lots of universal life energy, Vase did not have any compelling ideas on how he could make the Mars project's personality strong on the onset. What if I can transplant another life into the Mars project? Vase muttered. This was not the first time he developed this notion, but this was certainly the first time he took it seriously. While it was possible to do this with any living mech, Vase believed that it would not end well if Patriarch Reginald and the Mars project became incompatible with each other. The greatest advantage with starting off with a fresh living mech was that the mech pilot would be able to mold its personality in a way that fit. If Vase skipped this process and inserted a defined personality into the Mars project from the beginning, then the results would be similar to how the Larkinson clan tossed different expert candidates in the cockpit of the Quint. So the key is to establish a matching personality in the Mars project, one that Patriarch Reginald will definitely respect. Vase began to develop a few interesting ideas. Chapter 4111 scaled tests. All of the cross-clan's expert pilots aside from their patriarch had gathered in one of the observers' rooms of the primary cross lab. Professor Benedict Cortez invited each of them over in order to witness one of the many live tests performed with the help of a scale model of the Mars project. Though the cross-clan used to retain a much larger roster of expert pilots, many of them had perished during the flight from the Garland Empire and the major battles that ensued afterwards. Aside from Patriarch Reginald Cross, only Venerable Linda Cross and Venerable Amaris Cross managed to survive up to the present day. Both of them were revered in the Cross clan. They had fought with valor and skill and directly contributed to the survival of the Crossers. In a clan that already looked up to high-ranking mech pilots, Venerable Linda and Venerable Amaris were far more than mere champions to the Crossers. They were also decision-makers and judges whose voices held significant sway in the clan. Although the strength and prestige of Patriarch Reginald was so overwhelmingly great that it was hard for anyone to naysay his commands, the expert pilot was not that big into governance. These days, the Cross clan grew explosively in size and scale. With the help of the Cross network, the Crossers were able to adopt the recruitment model of the Larkinsons without much fear of inviting outsiders with malicious intentions. The industrial and business side of the Cross clan had especially grown more prominent as of late. Though Professor Benedict effectively decided over most of these matters, there were plenty of alternative responsibilities where the remaining leading figures of the clan could have their way. Venerable Linda and Venerable Amaris had already begun to assert their leadership in the clan. As the Cross clan continued to grow beyond Patriarch Reginald's immediate scope, there were more and more areas where the other expert pilots could assert their own will. The pair of veteran Crosser expert pilots weren't the only champions who took advantage of the changing times. Venerable Florence Cross also became more prominent in the Cross clan. As one of the lucky pilots who broke through to the rank of expert pilot during the Battle of Purgatory, Venerable Florence became the standard bearer of the younger generation of Crossers. His recent breakthrough represented the most solid sign yet that the Cross clan was on the rise again. No longer were the Crossers bleeding expert pilots left and right. The emergence of a new one showed that the clan that they belonged to had regained its vitality and possessed hope of reaching or perhaps even exceeding its previous height. The only problem at the moment was that Venerable Florence had yet to receive his expert mech. Though Professor Benedict promised to design an expert striker mech for the newly promoted demigod, the senior devoted most of his time on furthering the Mars project. It was understandable that the new expert pilot was not in a good mood these days. His expression looked sour as he crossed his arms. This better be worth it. Our mech designers have worked almost 1.5 years on this expert mech design. I get why it is so powerful, but do we truly need to set everything aside just to finish our Patriarch's expert mech a little earlier? Venerable Linda and Venerable Amaris experienced the same frustration to an extent. While they still retained their respective expert mechs, their machines were horribly outdated and could not keep up with the more powerful and expensive expert mechs that were common in the Red Ocean. Even so, they were old enough to know what was truly important. Waiting our turn is exactly what we need to do, Florence. Venerable Linda admonished. The three of us may be powerful compared to ordinary mech pilots, but we cannot protect and dominate our clan by ourselves. If we want to increase our standing and reputation in the Red Ocean, we need a leader who can command absolute respect from others. Patriarch Reginald is the main reason why the Larkinsons and many outsiders value our existence, but once they grow stronger, we can't be sure anymore whether that will stay the case. Florence let out a sigh. I can see that, but investing all of that time and resources on a single super expert mech looks like a huge gamble to me. I have heard that the development of the Mars project was anything but smooth. What if it won't match our expectations? Quote. We'll see what happens when that time comes. The cross-clan bet so big on the Mars project and Patriarch Reginald's future breakthrough that it could not back away from this ambitious plan. Therefore, the Crosser expert pilots eagerly awaited for the test to commence. Minutes before the Mech designers were ready to test the scale model, a Mech designer entered the observation room. The other Patriarch had decided to drop by the Crosser expert pilots for one reason or another. Good afternoon, pilots. Are you looking forward to the upcoming test? We are, Venerable Linda said as she and the other expert pilots schooled their expressions. Can you tell us what you and your fellow Mech designers are about to accomplish? Vase smirked. That will be a surprise. I am sure you will love it, though. It's a risky test, but I think it is a worthwhile one to conduct. Miss Sarah Voikin was the one who came up with the idea. She wanted to find a way to put serious pressure on the scale model's implementation of a miniature version of the Abassi's armor. It is extremely important for us to know whether the shrunken version of the Mars project can resist serious blows. It sounds as if you are about to put the scale model through the ringer. You can say that. Come, the test is about to start. Patriarch Reginald is just about to interface with the scale model by remote. Another minute passed by until a change finally occurred. Every nearby expert pilot looked sharper as they noticed a powerful will and consciousness emerging from the miniature Mars project. Compared to interfacing with an actual expert mech, the process and the results of doing the same on a scale model were substantially different. It's weaker. Reginald's resonance strength is much weaker. Venerable Amaro's cross observed. That is natural. A150 scale model is too small and limited to maximize the resonance between it and its pilot. There are too many imperfections and compromises that ultimately makes it less optimal for expert pilots to resonate with this realistic toy. Will the coming test even have any meaning if the performance between a scale model and a real mech is so far apart? Oh, this is definitely a useful test. We can't measure everything we'd like, but we can certainly give everyone a demonstration of the power of our design. Several minutes passed by as Patriarch Reginald tested his control over the scale model. Once it became clear that nothing was amiss concerning the operation of the miniature Mars project, a massive door slid open to reveal a mech. A full-sized mech. Is that the Redax of your Larkinson clan? Venerable Florence Cross asked. Yup. Vase grinned. The Redax is the work of Miss Tiffy Coslone. Although it is not our most impressive mech, we believe it can serve as an adequate sparring partner to the scale model of the Mars project. Are you serious? That's a real mech out there. It's 50 times larger than the scale model. Normally, your concerns would be warranted, Venerable Florence, but we are not talking about an average test machine this time. The Mars project is so powerful that my colleagues and I have a decent level of expectation that it will prevail in this battle scenario. The Redax piloted by an avatar mech pilot did not remain still for long. As soon as the control room transmitted the signal, the Redax strode forward and quickly built up a formidable amount of momentum as it raised its signature weapon. The avatar mech pilot did not hold anything back. Even though the scale model was extremely expensive, there was no actual person in its tiny cockpit, so the Redax showed no scruples towards the small machine. Where is the scale model's resonance shield? For a variety of different technical issues, the scale model cannot deploy a resonance shield. Don't worry, the machine's armor is not flimsy even at this diminished size and scale. Strangely enough, the scale model of the Mars project did not attempt to dodge or evade the blow. Instead, it held out its tiny transphasic axe in a guard position and attempted to meet the incoming blow. Clang! The sound and force of the impact did not disappoint. Since the Redax was dedicated to wielding just a single weapon, it was able to employ its red-bladed axe with great force and precision. Yet even as it managed to overpower the scale model's feeble attempt to block the incoming attack, the huge and much more massive axe actually collided head-on against the tiny frame of the scale model without making any further progress. What? How can this be? This is impossible. Every Crosser expert pilot looked completely astonished by the fact that a machine that was 50 times smaller was actually able to repel a full-powered blow of an offensive melee mech. Sure, the Redax was nowhere near as strong as a real expert mech, but Venerable Linda and the Crossers intuitively understood that when the differences in scale became so big that the scale model shouldn't have been able to fend off the blow so well. The downscaled mech was not only around 50 times lighter, but the machine's armor plating was also around 50% thinner. How can this toy stay in place when a full-sized mech had put all of its force and weight behind this blow? Venerable Amari's Cross puzzlingly asked. Even if the Mars project's fancy new armor system is as indestructible as I heard, the mech should still bounce backwards. However, from what I can see, it hadn't even moved a single centimeter from its place. Vase smirked. That is indeed a counterintuitive result, but that is one of the less obvious benefits of transphasic mechs. They can anchor themselves in a location in space, thereby making it seem as if they are standing on invisible soil. If they are already standing on solid ground, then the anchoring function can make them unmovable. As you can see, the scale model did not disappoint us in this regard. Patriarch Reginald is taking action with his mini-mech. Now that the Redax had its turn, the scale model went on the offensive this time. The tiny mech flew upwards and completely evaded the Redax's follow-up swing in order to strike its tiny axe at one of the shoulders of the Axeman mech. Slice. The diminutive size of the scale model and its weapon did not hinder Patriarch Reginald from dealing effective damage against the Redax. The man even enjoyed himself as he piloted the scale model in a circle around its prey. He essentially treated this testing session as a practice session for disabling warships. Much like an actual warship, the Redax found itself completely unable to fend off and resist the attacks of a much smaller machine. It was suffering cut after cut as the mini-Mars project did not allow its diminutive size get in the way of its mission. What the shrunken transphasic mech lacked in force and strength, it made up for it with insane penetration. The scale model significantly expended a lot more energy than before in order to make sure it would be able to sustain its energy-intensive attacks. The Mars project isn't able to deal a killer blow, Linda observed. Its axe doesn't go deep enough. Patriarch Reginald noticed that as well and quickly grew more frustrated as the Redax bore more wounds. Let me try this, then. The expert pilot tried to resonate with the scale model and its weapon. Reginald succeeded in summoning up a formidable amount of strength through his efforts. Soon, the scale model's axe began to glow in an ominous red shade. Swing. With just a single attack, the scale model managed to reach deeper into the Redax's frame than before. The mech engine is gone. It has lost its ability to move its limbs. The three Crosser expert pilots looked flabbergasted at this time. They expected the duel between the scale model of the Mars project and the Redax to proceed much longer. They never expected the battle to end so soon. Was this test useful at all? Venerable Amari's Cross asked with a frown. This duel did not last as long as I thought. Vase chuckled. He. Don't worry, Linda, this is just the appetizer. We just needed to collect an initial batch of data in order to form a baseline for our modeling and calculation work. The real fight is about to commence. As the immobile frame of the Redax was brought away, another mech stepped forward this time. It's an expert mech, an iconic, golden expert mech that featured defined muscles and an even more defined codpiece had appeared at the entrance. Seaman, ready for duty. Venerable Vincent called. I'm going to enjoy smashing Reginald into the dirt. This will probably be the only time I can do this to him. I will definitely savor every second of this beatdown. The expert brawler mech slammed its smart metal fists against each other as emphasis. Chapter 4112 Disproportionate Power. In the initial test, the scale model of the Mars project displayed absolute superiority against a full-sized regular mech. The Redax had been unable to penetrate the scale model's deceptively thin armor. What is even more absurd was that the Axeman mech failed to displace the scale model despite all of the force and weight exerting on a machine that was 50 times smaller. The Crosser expert mech pilots were still stuck with trying to make sense of how that could be possible. Even Venerable Linda Cross, who was able to alter the force of her blows, could not wrap her mind around an expert mech that could negate so much incoming force. Vase had already moved on, though. Though the brief bout between the Redax and the scale model generated a lot of interesting data points that were just waiting to be analyzed, it was not the main show. This was because the recently completed Seaman had entered the testing chamber. Reginald won't be able to bully a weaker mech this time. Vase smirked. While Venerable Vincent is not as strong as Patriarch Reginald, the difference in scale should more than even up the odds. Despite Vincent's bravado, the Larkinson expert pilot did not underestimate his current opponent. As funny as it looked to confront an expert mech that was so small that the Seaman looked like a juggernaut in comparison, the resonance strengths of their respective expert pilots were too far apart. Vincent's resonance strength was still measured in the single digits while Reginald's resonance strength was already nearing the absolute limit that expert pilots could reach. As the two disproportionately sized machines squared off against each other, their pilots already began to clash their domains against each other. Neither side wished to take a step back in this invisible confrontation. Both Vincent and Reginald concentrated their willpower and tried to resonate with their machines as much as possible. The golden corona surrounding the Sea-Man was larger but more diffused. The red corona surrounding the scale model was smaller but more concentrated. The physical characteristics of both machines had a profound influence on how much they were able to channel the strength of their pilots. While Patriarch Reginald was undoubtedly a stronger expert pilot, the remote connection along with the limited size of the scale model severely weakened the resonance he could achieve. It was like trying to transmit a signal through an area with heavy interference while relying on a low-tech communication device. The circumstances were so adverse that Patriarch Reginald simply couldn't perform at his best. The question now is whether those factors are enough to curtail his ability to win this little bout. This was an extremely lopsided matchup. No one could make a solid prediction on who would win. Would a weak expert pilot paired with a formidable expert mech be able to show that size mattered, or would a strong expert pilot paired with a miniature mech be able to prove that the qualities of the controller mattered more? Vase and the others were extremely curious to see which one would gain the advantage this time. It's starting. Upon receiving a silent signal, both mechs began to move against each other at once. This time, the miniature Mars model did not straightforwardly resort to its tiny axe in order to overpower its opponent in a melee duel. The Sea-Man excelled in melee combat, so Reginald recognized that it was always a better idea to soften up his opponent from a safer distance. Thus, as soon as the Mars project jumped into the air and flew backwards, the expert hybrid mech made use of the Arceus system to fire a torrent of transphasic positron beams that also happened to be empowered by true resonance. All of these conditions ensured that the energy beams inflicted a devastating amount of damage against the Sea-Man's resonance shield. Damn, how powerful is the full version of the Mars project? Vincent shouted as he became distressed by how much more difficult it became to maintain his resonance shield. These energy beams are supposed to be tiny. Although the miniature implementation of the Arceus system was not straightforwardly 50 times weaker, the tiny integrated weapon systems were undoubtedly unable to inflict as much damage as their full-sized cousins. Even so, the concentrated beams pressured the much larger machine to such an extent that Venerable Vincent was completely jarred. This is nonsense. How can those tiny guns possibly deal so much damage? It's as if I'm being attacked by a regiment of artillery mechs. Although Vincent was exaggerating to a certain extent, the Sea-Man's resonance shield was truly losing integrity at a distressing rate. The only way for him to stop this decline was to go on the offensive and get into point-blank range of the scale model. However, despite the fairly limited size of the shielded testing chamber, the scale model constantly remained ahead of the larger mech as it circled around the fighting space. The Sea-Man was barely able to get closer to the scale model. Damn, what have those mech designers done with the Mars project's flight system? It's so powerful. The scale model's flight system might be smaller, but the rest of its construction was smaller and lighter as well. This produced a circumstance where the scale model did not actually lose that much speed. Dozens of seconds passed as the Mars project unscrupulously fired its formidable arsenal of integrated energy weapons at the pursuing machine. Soon enough, the Sea-Man's resonance shield broke as the combined power of the scale model's true resonance as well as its transphasic properties proved to be too much. Many observers felt mixed when they saw this happen. What broke this time was not a regular energy shield. It was a genuine resonance shield that was generated by an expert pilot and an expert mech. While it was true that Vincent's resonance strength was not that impressive at this time, the ease in which a machine that resembled a toy could strip the most important defenses of an expert mech was appalling. If this is what our Patriarch can do with a mini-mech that he is piloting from a distance, how much more powerful will he be when he pilots the real thing? Venerable Florence Cross wondered. Venerable Linda Cross on the other hand grew happy at the sight. Do you see why our clan invested so much time, effort and resources into developing the Mars project? This is but a hint of the true power that our clan is about to obtain. If any of them had any doubts about the stupendous amount of funding and resources put into this extravagant design project, the individuals completely cleared them away. Vase paid attention to other factors while the high-intensity duel continued to unfold before his eyes. He had worked on the Arceus system for so long that he was highly familiar with the properties of both its full-sized and its downsized version. He knew that if the scale model was already capable of stripping the Sea-Man's resonance shield in so little time, the full version of the Mars project could easily do the same to 10 times as many expert mechs. No low or mid-tier expert mech could survive getting attacked by the Mars project for long. The ranged threat posed by this powerful machine exceeded that of the Amaranto. Even high-tier expert mechs such as the Dwarven Gatecrasher or the Planet Clan's Air and Tear would fall into a heavy disadvantage as their defenses wore out a lot faster than that of Venerable Reginald's new battle partner. Vase returned his focus to the ongoing engagement. The Seaman may have lost its resonance shield, but its innovative TESMAS was currently energized in order to provide transphasic defenses to the beleaguered expert brawler mech. While the other expert pilots looked surprised at how well the Seaman's smart armor system was holding up against the persistent ranged attacks of the scale model, Vase did not look surprised in the slightest. As a transphasic defensive system, TESMAS possessed the right means to negate or at least mitigate the transphasic properties of the incoming energy beams. This confirms that the best way to fend off a transphasic attack is to rely on a transphasic means of defense. Vase murmured to himself while TESMAS was not as phase water intensive as the Mars Project's Abbassi's armor. With 5 kilograms of phase water, the smart armor was more than capable of neutralizing the most troublesome part about the Arceus system's energy attacks. When Venerable Vincent noticed how the physical armor of his expert mech was holding up against the puny positron beams, he became a lot more optimistic about this fight. Haha, that's right, my TESMAS is better than my resonance shield. I can take whatever you can dish out as long as I have enough juice. Although the Seaman was consuming a large amount of energy in order to keep its TESMAS in its energized state, the defensive boost was so profound that Vincent fully regained his confidence. The Seaman seemed to fly a little faster than before after that. It was as if Vincent's eagerness to close the distance literally caused his expert mech to fly faster for no reason. As such, the distance between the two mismatched machines had closed to a point where the Seaman could finally pose a significant threat against the scale model. Take my stretchy fists, Vincent roared. A pair of arms launched forward and stretched so that they became increasingly longer and thinner. Even though the fists grew smaller in the end, they were still more than large enough to land a pair of heavy blows on the scale model. Bang, bang. The miniature version of the Mars Project remained unaffected due to its resonance shield, but its tiny scale meant that this protective cover quickly deteriorated after suffering another set of blows. Soon enough, Patriarch Reginald was unable to count on this layer of projection. You're mine now, Vincent crowed as his Seaman launched another pair of stretchy fists at the scale model. Clang, clang. However, as soon as the smart metal fist smacked against the miniature mech's exterior, they bounced away as if they had hit an unbreakable wall. When the Seaman launched another set of attacks, the same result happened without any deviations. The Abbassi's armor was much stronger than TESMAS. Even if the former was shrunk by 50 times this time, the fists formed out of the latter could not immediately overpower the scale model. Venerable Vincent wasn't happy with this result, but that didn't mean he gave up. He knew that any form of defense would succumb as long as he continued his offensive. Take this, then. The Seaman continually stretched its arms in order to punch at a higher frequency. While the scale model had never stopped firing back with its Arceus system, it was clear that its progress was not so great after bumping into the protective properties of TESMAS. Patriarch Reginald decided that it was time to switch gears. The scale model ceased to fire its powerful arsenal of transphasic energy weapons and readied its miniature axe and shotgun. The miniature mech subsequently proceeded to turn around so that it could get as close to the Seaman as possible. Vincent grinned at the sight. Welcome to Papa, Reginald. You're mine as soon as you enter my range. He quickly commanded his Seaman to retract its stretchy limbs and prepare to fight a buzzing fly. Yet before the expert brawler mech could launch a jab at the incoming scale model, the opposing machine let loose with a shotgun that fired a special transphasic slug that happened to slam into the head of the Seaman. Ah! Venerable Vincent cried out in pain as the simple attack actually cracked the non-TESMAS plating of the head of the Seaman. The scale model's shotgun fired repeatedly at the Seaman at different components from different angles. Even though the shots weren't particularly large or heavy, their transphasic properties dealt surprisingly effective damage against the Seaman's TESMAS, thereby rapidly weakening the integrity of Venerable Vincent's armor coverage. Even as the miniature Mars project softened up the expert brawler mech at just outside the latter's optimal range, Patriarch Reginald also commanded his expert mech to swoop forward and land a nasty axe blow against the Seaman's vulnerabilities. In contrast, Vincent's lack of skill relative to his experienced opponent meant that his tactics always failed while his opponent's moves consistently outplayed his own. This isn't fair, the Larkinson expert mech pilot complained. How am I supposed to compete against you when you are twice as old? Chapter 4113 Piloting Mentality. The battle turned lopsided as soon as the two opponents fought at close range. Though it didn't look obvious at the start, the duel between the full-sized Sea-Man and the pint-sized Mars project was unfair from the beginning. The handicap of piloting a much smaller machine did not diminish Patriarch Reginald's skill and experience in the slightest. While Reginald had to spend enough time with the scale model in order to become accustomed to its quirks and properties, once he got the hang of piloting such a tiny machine from a distance, he turned it into a terror that could not be caught. After fighting against the Sea-Man for a time, Reginald discovered that Vincent's expert mech was not that agile and quick to turn around. If this was the case, then it became a lot easier to torment the Sea-Man. The scale model just had to circle around the larger machine and attack at angles where the ungainly mech was unprepared to defend against. Stop attacking my back. Although Venerable Vincent tried to use the arms and then the other limbs of his Sea-Man to smack the buzzing miniature mech, his predictable and foreseeable attacks consistently failed to hit the mark. Patriarch Reginald was simply too good at dodging the Sea-Man's attacks, especially now that he had grasped his opponent's rhythm. The horrendous amount of skill, intuition and experience that Reginald displayed during this duel completely overwhelmed Venerable Vincent to the point where his willpower began to lose ground. In the end, before the Sea-Man reached a threshold of damage that would signify a loss according to the rules, Vincent had already lost the fight on a mental level. Alright, that's the end of this duel. Please retreat from each other before you inflict serious damage that is costly to repair. The two expert pilots immediately commanded their mechs to separate from each other while ceasing any offensive acts. In fact, it didn't matter what Vincent did as his actions were irrelevant at this point. Patriarch Reginald and his miniature mech had schooled the Larkinson expert pilot so much that it was impossible for the Sea-Man to have any hope of damaging its opponent at that stage. A lot of people became happy with the results of this testing session. Ha ha ha, this is great. This is exactly what we needed to observe in order to finalize the design of the Mars project. Professor Benedict gleefully said, as his passion project, he had invested so much of himself into this expert hybrid mech design. To see his work validated in this way was everything he could have hoped for during this phase of the design project. Not only did he confirm that many of his design solutions were sound or even excellent, he also spotted many new details that he had overlooked when the Mars project did not exist in such a real form. The tests conducted on both the standalone components and the scale model uncovered many unknown interactions and variables that Professor Benedict and the other mech designers missed before. As long as the senior followed up on these details and made whatever changes he deemed necessary, then he would become a lot more assured in turning the Mars project into a critical success. This scale model's performance exceeded my expectations, Gloriana murmured as she collected her own gains from this pivotal testing session. I never imagined that something so small could be so powerful. That is because you never met anyone who would be willing to invest so much money and resources into building these scale models in the first place. Sarah remarked as she stood behind a nearby workstation. The Cross clan did what was necessary in order to make sure its flagship project won't crash and burn. You have a point. Although the scale model performed well by all accounts, the mech designers had all caught a few dubious areas that might still remain in the original design. If this was the case, then Professor Benedict and the other participating mech designers needed to examine them further and decide whether to develop new solutions that addressed the matter in question. Fortunately, the issues weren't that big, so it shouldn't take too much time to tweak the mech design and smooth it even further. While Vase had spotted his own share of issues and questionable points about the scale model's performance, he was more interested in how the pilots of the two mechs were doing after this duel. He bid farewell to the Crosser expert pilots and left the observation room to head over to the area where the Sea-Man and Vincent were both commiserating in their utter defeat. As both Vincent and his battle partner derived their strength from their courage and bravery, the rather stagnant and depressing aura emanating from the expert mech frame was quite concerning. Vase moved forward until he stood at a respectful distance in front of one of his latest works. "Are you doing okay, Vincent?" I'll be fine." The expert pilot spoke through the speakers of his mech. "Just give me a few days. I really hope that I would have been able to reduce the gap between myself and Patriarch Reginald. There is no problem with setting the Cross Patriarch as a goal, but don't get ahead of yourself, Vincent. Reginald is an expert pilot that is sitting right against the threshold of ace pilot. Did you truly think you could have beaten him in the earlier duel? He wasn't piloting a real expert mech this time. He was merely piloting a toy of a mech. A scale model is not a toy. Vase firmly corrected Vincent. The scale model that we adapted from the original design is a dangerous war machine that can partially allow Patriarch Reginald to unleash his destructive potential in a smaller package. While it is true that the scale model is not as powerful as the real deal, in my opinion the strength of the expert pilot is just as important as the mech. A strong pilot can partially compensate for the weakness of the mech by relying on pure skill. Besides, the scale model may be weak relative to the real version, but it is absolutely not inferior to other expert mechs like yours. It is just that good. Vase actually saw a bit of promise in these remote-controlled miniature mechs. If not for the fact that it was possible to cut the connection between pilot and mech, they would have been a lot more ubiquitous. Of course, the fact that a similar expert pilot with a full-sized mech could easily crush the miniature machine also played a major role in depressing the popularity of these smaller machines. I am not going to let this beatdown pass, Vincent eventually said as he picked himself up from his cloud of defeat. I will train harder and work together with my C-Man to come up with newer and better tactics. Patriarch Reginald won't be able to push me over so easily next time. That sounds like a better goal. Keep improving, keep growing. It is not impossible for you to catch up to Reginald, Vase told Vincent in an encouraging tone. After he finished sounding out Vincent, Vase said goodbye and moved over to the chamber where the controller cockpit had been installed. Even though the test had already ended for a time, Patriarch Reginald was still immersed in the magical experience of piloting a miniaturized version of his future expert mech. The might and power of the scale model impressed him so much that he developed an even greater desire to pilot the finished product. Vase, Reginald, how soon? It's hard to say, Vase tersely replied. We will need to squash a lot of bugs and perform a lot of tweaks to get the Mars project just right. I would say that it is around 95% complete. If we fabricate it right away, you can immediately enjoy its power. It is just that we can still do better. Finishing that remaining 5% will make a substantial difference in the quality and battle performance of your expert mech. If I have to give an estimate, then I would say it will probably take another month to truly finalize your promised machine. Patriarch Reginald relaxed. That is good, I can wait for another month. If what I piloted just before is a preview of the 95% that you talked about, then the 100% will surely be greater. There is just one issue, yes. Maybe it is the remote control interface that is creating interference, but I couldn't help but notice that the scale model doesn't possess as much of the living traits that make your mechs so loved. That is true. That is a deliberate choice on my part. Why, I have my reasons, Vase said without elaborating any further. Let me just say that I have a special package planned for the living aspect of the Mars project. It will go a step beyond the other implementations of living mechs that I have developed throughout the years. I am still working on it, but it will absolutely surprise you once I unveil it with the completion of the design project. Patriarch Reginald stared deeply at Vase. The former was familiar enough with the latter to know that the leader of the Larkinson clan was definitely thinking about realizing another radical innovation. Unlike other people, Reginald trusted Vase's work. The older man wouldn't have made so many concessions to get Vase and his crew of fellow journeymen to work on the Mars project if this wasn't true. I hope your work will not detract from the Mars project. On the contrary, Reginald, my work will complement your new expert mech. I can promise you that. It will elevate it to a new height and might even redefine the meaning of living mechs. You will have a true battle partner who you can trust to support you on and off the battlefield. That was all Vase was willing to say to the Cross Patriarch. He was afraid that Reginald would reject the idea once more became known. Perhaps it might not be the most ethical choice to withhold critical information about a product from his client, but Vase didn't care. The Mars project was the most powerful expert mech he had worked on up to this point and served as a unique platform where he could test and implement his most ambitious tech and design solutions. Vase spoke a bit more with Reginald about the piloting experience of the scale model. The expert pilot had plenty of things to say, and some of his inferences were quite sharp and insightful. Will you be able to turn it into a masterwork when it comes time to fabricate my expert mech? Patriarch Reginald asked as he paid close attention to Vase. I cannot say. You should approach Professor Benedict or my wife with this question. They are much more concerned about this matter. That is not to say that I am not thinking about this at all, but there is only so much I can do to help turn this expert mech into a special machine. You should talk to Gloriana. She has developed a potential new solution that might eventually provide you with what you need. The sea man you have fought earlier already bears her crucial innovation. Did you notice anything special when you fought against it? Earlier, not particularly. Reginald shook his head. The sea man is rather decent, but the pilot is too weak. Vincent is a good kid, but he is at least half a century too young if he thinks he can outwit me and outfight me in a contest between mechs. That is what I told him as well, but whether it will sink into him is another matter. That is the problem with him. Vincent needs to believe he is strong in order to put out his best effort. Don't I know it? Vase sighed. Why else do you think I allowed him to keep the sea man's idiotic codpiece? Chapter 4114 Visual Flair, it's done. Professor Benedict Cortez announced in front of all of the mech designers who contributed to the most important design project of the Cross clan. Everyone who had gathered in the main design hall of the primary Cross lab felt a mixture of emotions. They felt relieved now that they no longer had to wrestle with the advanced science and the extremely complicated design challenges of this high-end expert mech design project. They felt proud for being able to do their part in delivering an expert mech design that was more powerful, more advanced and more transformative than any other design the Cross clan had ever handled. They felt nervous because their work was not truly complete. Sure, the design of the highly ambitious Mars project was complete in form and function, but it only existed in a virtual form. So long as the Mars project only consisted of a large amount of documents and design schematics, it wasn't truly real as far as anyone was concerned. The only remaining challenge to this project was to fabricate the mech and realize the vision that Professor Benedict and every other participating mech designer and component developer had worked on for 18 months straight. The 5 mech designers who stood at the front of the crowd experienced more accomplishment than anyone else. They were the leading designers and contributors to the mech design. It was through their efforts that the Mars project was able to contain all of the new technologies and integrate them in a cohesive and synergistic fashion. They also felt more pressure than most due to the heavy expectations that everyone set for the upcoming fabrication of the Mars project. None of the 5 mech designers forgot that Patriarch Reginald insisted on obtaining a masterwork version of his fantastic new expert mech design. While the mech designers all believed that the Mars project was powerful, innovative and sound enough to be worthy of becoming a masterwork, the difficulty of fabricating all of the high-end systems was not small. Professor Benedict and Gloriana already had a taste of the challenges ahead of them when they fabricated the partial and complete scale models of the Mars project. This precious experience had given them a clearer picture of what they needed to pay attention to and what they needed to improve in order to get ready for the crucial fabrication run. Both of them looked at each other for a moment before they wordlessly formed a common understanding. We shall begin with fabricating the new expert mech in 2 weeks. Professor Benedict declared. While we can technically start right away as we have already prepared all of the necessary raw materials and production equipment in advance, there are plenty of actions that we can undertake to gain more assurances. Vase inwardly nodded in agreement. 2 weeks was a good buffer period. Benedict and the Larkinson mech designers could devote much of their time on familiarizing themselves with the production equipment and studying additional articles on how to handle difficult materials such as phase water. Most importantly, the mech designers would also be able to calm their restless spirits and make proper psychological preparations for the responsibility invested into them. Vase and all of the other mech designers were keenly aware that this was not just another completed project. This was an opportunity for them to change the course of history of their clan and alliance in their favor. Since the future of the Cross clan and the Golden Skull alliance was at stake, it was logical to be extra thorough and make additional preparations. However, this could easily become detrimental when everyone made so many excessive preparations that their mentalities changed too much. It would be hard to maintain their original enthusiasm and mood if the time between the completion of the mech design and the attempt to fabricate the mech grew too long. 2 weeks was relatively short, but the mech designers could still make good use of this available time. Vase anticipated that everyone would still retain the right condition to embark on the fabrication project in a good mood. Professor. Vase turned to the lead designer of the project. Since the fabrication run is so important to your clan, do you want to turn it into a spectacle? It might be nice for your men if they can witness the making of the most important expert mech with their own eyes. The older man frowned a bit before shaking his head. It is not necessary. There are too many security risks involved with fabricating the mech in front of an audience. The Mars project will be the trump card of the Cross clan for many years if not decades. While it is foreseeable that we will parade the Mars project in public in future events, showing off the finished product is different from letting people see how the internals are put together. There are too many sensitive secrets that can give opposing champions a major advantage if they prepare targeted strategies towards our expert mech. I see. That is indeed the most prudent choice. The Mars project was not like the Sea-Man. The latter mech was just one of the many expert mechs that the Larkinson army had in its collection. While the Sea-Man was definitely on the more expensive side, the Larkinsons did not put all of its eggs into a single basket. The cross-clan's attitude towards the Mars project was different in this regard. The clan valued martial strength above all else, and no mech pilot was stronger than its patriarch. Therefore, equipping him with the most powerful expert mech of the Golden Skull Alliance was seen as a comprehensive upgrade of the entire clan. It was of utmost importance to ensure that Patriarch Reginald and his new expert mech remained as unbeatable as possible. As Vase turned back to the projection of the completed mech design, he could fully see that the mech was not only designed to achieve absolute superiority on the battlefield, but also appear natural while accomplishing this result. Professor Benedict and Vase had both worked extensively on designing the exterior of the mech. It had been quite difficult at first for the two of them to agree on a single cohesive visual design of the Mars project. Vase possessed an artistic flair that he had exercised many times on all of his mech designs. He wanted his mechs to stand out and look unique amidst a crowd of other machines. Benedict, on the other hand, did not place that much additional value on the look of his mech designs. His design philosophy always centered around function over form. The piloting experience of the mech and the impact it made on other people was secondary to attaining the highest possible performance parameters. In theory, that meant that the senior shouldn't care too much how Vase wanted to turn the Mars project into a mech that exemplified might and power from its appearance alone. In practice, Benedict became just as bad as Gloriana at times whenever Vase wanted to make a bolder and more extravagant addition to the visual look of the Mars project. No, I will not allow you to engrave this surface. According to the preliminary calculations that I have performed, the aerodynamics of the Mars project will deteriorate to a point where the mech will lose 0.03% of its flight speed under standard atmospheric conditions. You are crazy if you think I will allow you to shape your shoulders into eagle heads. The additional mass and structure that you intend to add to the design will change the total mass and its distribution to such an extent that our design will slightly deviate from the most optimal center of mass. No capes. Remarks like these frequently hindered Vase from implementing his full vision onto the Mars project. What was worse was that Professor Benedict made plenty of objections but did not offer any constructive suggestions of his own. If he had his way, then the Mars project would look plainer and duller than what it deserved. Fortunately, this was not the first time that Vase worked with a collaborator who possessed a radically different attitude towards the visual design of a mech. He already accrued a decent amount of experience with that when he worked with Professor Tigan Voikin on the Pacifier project. Just as with the rapidly growing law enforcement mech model, Vase and Professor Benedict eventually found a middle ground and formed a compromise on the look of the Mars project. Vase opted to apply a more streamlined and restrained version of his original vision and turned the Mars project into a high-end mech that looked like a futuristic version of a metallic god. Inspired by its codename, Vase tried to realize a visual concept that could loosely be described as a futuristic war god. It started with the head of the Mars project. Vase applied a remarkably human-looking face on the sculpt front of the head design. The top of the head resembled a helmet and featured a prominent vertical crest. Similar to one of his earliest designs, Vase applied a projector inside the crest that caused it to project an energetic red crest out of the C-shaped construction. The best part about this projected crest was that Patriarch Reginald could alter it into any form or color as he liked. That was also the reason why Vase was able to secure this addition despite how it altered the performance of the mech. The client liked it so much that Professor Benedict had no choice but to tolerate its existence. The rest of the Mars project also looked fairly ostentatious. Its iconic Abassis armor caused the exterior of the mech to be covered in a large number of small circular shapes. Vase rolled with this feature and generally shaped the mech in a way that made it seem as if it was wearing chainmail. With great difficulty, he managed to add a short skirt at the waist as well as more defined shoulder plating in order to give the Mars project a more soldierly appearance. It was a pity that he failed to convince Professor Benedict to add a real cape to the Mars project, but with Patriarch Reginald's support he managed to add an acceptable alternative to the mech. He borrowed a page from yet another one of his old designs and added a projector to the back that allowed the expert mech to project an insubstantial cape to the back. There was no purpose to this cape other than to make the Mars project look more heroic, but Patriarch Reginald absolutely loved how much gravitas it added to his future expert mech. The projector was relatively small and it did not take much energy or other requirements to support its operation, so Professor Benedict reluctantly agreed with its placement. The rest of the Mars project also looked a bit better due to the additions that Vase and the others had made. The most important part to the mech designers was the addition of their signature looks, albeit in smaller and more subtler forms than usual. Since the Mars project first and foremost belonged to the Cross clan, it was not appropriate for the Larkinson mech designers to leave a large footprint behind on the exterior of the expert mech. Vess's third eye and Gloriana's hexagon were smaller and placed in an inconspicuous place below the helmet of the helmet. Juliet's red six-sided wings had shrunken as well and were difficult to distinguish on the surface of the red coat Pulsar V1 transphasic flight system. Sarah's brown coating was only applied to the feet of the Mars project instead of the entire underlegs. Only Professor Benedict was allowed to prominently apply his signature look on his pride and joy. He placed a black infinity symbol on the upper left side of the chest of the Mars project. Its addition did not detract too much from the prominent white cross that marked the front of the entire expert mech's torso. Chapter 4115 Dreaming of Accolades. The 2 weeks that followed after completing the Mars project was a tense and uncertain period. Vase and the other Larkinson mech designers were not completely free to devote all of their time on preparing for the most challenging fabrication attempt of their lives up to this point. The design department already embarked on another design round. Many of the mech design projects were meant to refresh a lot of older Larkinson mech designs, as Vase found it important to ensure his works kept up with the times. Vase, Gloriana, Juliet and Sarah put down much of the design work that the foursome were supposed to handle in the next 3 weeks. They accepted the delays and disruptions in the design schedule because they all found it important to put themselves in the best possible condition for their upcoming fabrication run. While it was true that the Mars project mainly benefited the Cross clan, the Larkinson clan also had a stake in the outcome of this expensive endeavor. Aside from strengthening the entire Golden Skull Alliance to a large degree, Vase and Gloriana also cared about the consequences to their professional reputation. The completed Mars project has a large chance of becoming the mech of the year in Davut. Gloriana told her husband one day as they both took the chance to absorb additional knowledge at the Genesis lab. Unless there are ace mechs under development that we don't know about, the Mars project is most definitely the most powerful mech that will emerge from Davut this year. Vase looked up from his terminal and turned to his wife. Why are you mentioning this? Do you want to win some sort of prize or something? Why not? We certainly deserve it considering all of the challenges we have overcome and all of the innovative design solutions we came up with to realize such a powerful mech design. Though I admit that Professor Benedict deserves most of the credit of delivering an excellent expert mech design, our contributions matter as well. Without us, the Cross clan would have never been able to turn the Mars project into a living mech and a god body, among other additions. We deserve recognition for our work. Vase adopted a skeptical expression. I don't disagree with you, but the Cross clan isn't eager to show off its Mars project too much. If you want our contribution to be recognized, then the Crossers must be willing to show off the completed Mars project in public exhibitions. They must also demonstrate its excellence by holding a live demonstration session. That will doubtlessly expose crucial details about its performance that might give their future enemies an advantage. Gloriana looked rather sour. I don't think Patriarch Reginald will mind that all that much. Only the weak are most keen on hiding their own secrets. Didn't we take the initiative to put the Sea-Man on public relations tours because we aren't as afraid of exposing our strength as before? I can imagine that Patriarch Reginald will also be eager to increase his reputation and the reputation of his clan. Maybe you're right, but I'm not too sure about that. In my talks with the Crossers, I never got the impression that Patriarch Reginald is willing to compromise the security of his clan in order to gain more recognition. The Red Ocean is filled with sharks that are much more powerful than us. It is still prudent to maintain a lower profile and continue to go about our day without attracting excessive attention from the wrong crowd. His wife did not look convinced. That may be true to the Cross clan in its current state, but that may change in the coming weeks. If our greatest hopes come true, the Crossers may once again be led by an ace pilot once again. Do you know how many saints are based in Davut? 7. Gloriana revealed the answer. Several different major power blocks reigning over Davut have managed to bring over 7 ace pilots as far as we know. There may be 2 or 3 more that the pioneers have kept up their sleeves, but there shouldn't be too many of them since it is difficult to hide the measures needed to keep an ace mech and ace pilot up to strength. That sounded about right. Ace pilots were extremely rare to begin with. Most of them rose up from the military branches of the various states of the Milky Way. They were extremely noble and principled, which meant that it was impossible to bribe them or persuade them to abandon their original missions. There were only a limited number of circumstances where pioneers were able to convince the powerful servants of their respective states to emigrate to the new frontier. The groups that were able to do so were either affiliated with governments or had committed to serving the people that the ace pilots swore to protect. In any case, all of these conditions meant that the number of ace pilots in the Red Ocean was quite low. While it was rather remarkable that 7 were openly present in a single star system, that was because Davut was the hub of the entire surrounding star region. This put the possible breakthrough of Patriarch Reginald Cross in a much more special light. The Cross clan and the Golden Skull Alliance would carry much more weight in Davut and the local region. The biggest benefit of Reginald's successful breakthrough was that the Golden Skull Alliance would no longer be treated as upstarts. Although the explosive rise of the Living Mech Corporation's business operations had already elevated the status of the Larkinson clan to a degree, it had also attracted a lot of unwelcome attention from rival companies and those who felt threatened by the rise of the Larkinsons. If one of the core allies of the Larkinson clan happened to produce the 8 publicly known ace pilot of Davut, then Vase would no longer have to worry about encroaching upon the core interests of rival parties. This was because the Golden Skull Alliance finally possessed the capital to stand up to the major players. Perhaps the Larkinsons and Crossers might not be able to match the numbers or the industries of the groups that founded the settlements in Davut, but the existence of an ace pilot presented a major deterrence against anyone who harbor ill intentions. It did not even matter if the Mars project was still an expert mech at that point. Its design was so extravagant that it could already be described as a half-step ace mech. However, all of this sounded like wishful dreaming to Vase. It was anything but guaranteed that he and his fellow mech designers would be able to deliver a masterwork mech and that the resulting product would trigger Patriarch Reginald's breakthrough. There were far too many events that had to go exactly right in order to produce this rare and precious outcome. Gloriana, let's not put the cart before the horse. We should focus on completing our work to the best of our abilities before we think about earning any accolades. Let's talk about this after we have put this fabrication behind us, okay? We'll succeed, she stated with a burning desire behind her tone. I'm sure of it. We spent so much time and invested so many resources in this design project. It has to succeed. I would like to see that happen as well. They continued with their preparations and did everything they could to maximize their chances. Vase chiefly occupied himself with studying the properties of various materials, many of which he had never come across or worked directly with before. Although Professor Benedict took responsibility for handling the most troublesome materials and components, there were still plenty more difficult areas of the Mars project that Vase had to take care of himself. The Arceus system was particularly a focal point to him. No one in the design team possessed a deeper understanding of its design and implementation than him. He possessed the vision and the comprehension to make sure it was applied in the most exquisite manner to the completed mech. It's a pity that it's not a Luminaire crystal weapon system. Vase sighed for the umpteenth time. Working on a high-end energy weapon system like this one had opened up his perspective of what was possible in this field. Humanity's development of more conventional laser beam weapons and positron beam weapons still remained vigorous as the demand for them remained high. Vase even recognized that it was quite hard for Luminaire crystal weapons to compete against the most powerful and sophisticated implementations of energy weapons at the top end of the mech industry. Although conventional energy weapons lacked the special qualities that made Luminaire crystal weapons so versatile and quirky, the absolute firepower that human products were able to produce was more important than any other specification. Maybe that will change in the future. It wouldn't come from him most likely. Vase did not specialize in energy weapons and only treated this field as a minor at best. Time went by as Vase and the other relevant mech designers slowly completed their additional preparations and completed their psychological preparations. Each of them were ready. That became clear as soon as they gathered in the workshop of the primary Cross lab. Before they were able to enter the facility that was located deep inside the Cross production complex, they had to go through numerous extensive security checks. Wow, Vase remarked as he was being scanned for any bombs or other dangerous materials. It looks as if your clan is preparing to repel an invasion. We are, the Cross security officer replied. We do not know whether anyone wants to stop us from regaining our former status, but it is better to make sure we are ready for anything. We are on a full war footing for the entire duration of your fabrication run. Our clan will not allow anyone to disturb your work. The Crossers had completely closed down the complex and mobilized as many mechs and soldiers as they were allowed in Davut. The neighbors occupying the adjacent plots in Industrial District 2 must be feeling a lot more nervous at the moment. Any fight that might ensue in the vicinity could easily spill over to other factories and facilities. The risk to public safety was so great that the local planetary guard had taken note as well. A squad of law enforcement mechs had decided to patrol the surrounding blocks to deter any would-be troublemakers. When Vase and his fellow Larkinsons finally entered the secure workshop hall, they were greeted by the most important members of the Cross clan. Professor Benedict was in the process of inspecting the expensive batch of phase water that the Crossers had taken out of the vault. Patriarch Reginald and the other 3 Crosser expert pilots had gathered to discuss security arrangements. While Gloriana and Juliet went off to perform their usual ritual, Vase walked up to the senior mech designer who he had worked closely with for more than a year. "Hey, are you in a good position to fabricate our long-awaited expert mech?" "I am more ready, Vase. This is the most significant work of my life as a senior." The older man replied in a solemn and serious tone. "It may be the last mech that I will make at my rank. The Mars will be the mech that represents the culmination of my tumultuous career as a mech designer and the progress that I have made with my design philosophy. It is the most powerful expert mech that I have worked on, but also one that possesses an unparalleled degree of efficiency relative to its power level. The Mars will either go down in history as the magnum opus that will spark a new wave of innovation or a giant missed opportunity that might haunt me for the rest of my life." The expert mech already bore its final name. Every mech designer already treated it as a war god in form and function, so they could think of nothing better than to adopt the codename as the label in which their work would be known to the public. Chapter 4116. Much at stake. In truth, everyone involved in the fabrication run had already completed the necessary preparations a day ago. They checked all of the production equipment and verified that the materials were all up to standard. Once the mech designers made sure that nothing had changed, they finally chose to turn the Mars from a dream that had been in the making for 18 months into a reality that could spark the rise of the Cross clan. As Patriarch Reginald stood before the 5 individuals that had combined their expertise to develop one of the most unique and special expert mechs in Davut, he looked both proud and expectant. His willpower already imposed itself on the mech designers who would decide his future. Reginald was intensely focused on what was about to take place. It would be surprising if he was not excited at this time. The man visibly increased the pressure on Professor Benedict. As the lead designer of the Mars project, the man with a less than clean past saw this expert mech as the key to put a firm end to his past as a lost and struggling senior mech designer. As long as his magma vein system and his other design implementations turned the end product into an expert mech beyond comparison in Davut, he would gain the validation and the recognition he needed to realize his design philosophy and take the step that had eluded him for several decades. "We are ready, Reginald." The older mech designer spoke. "I know you are." The Cross Patriarch smiled in a failed attempt to lighten up the mood. "You have told me often enough how much you have invested in my expert mech. I hope my trust in you is not misplaced. You will find that entrusting me with the responsibility to lead the development of your most important mech is the best decision that you have made in your life." Those were big words. The mech designer had pushed himself into a corner by making this boast. He could not afford to do anything else but deliver the work that Reginald truly wanted to obtain. It was good that the former Skull Architect was no stranger to taking bold risks and working under pressure. The Cross Patriarch turned his attention to the guest designers. Vase and Gloriana both looked eager and ready to turn their respective visions into reality. Juliet and Sarah were a little more nervous due to their relatively lower experience. "Are the 4 of you ready as well?" "That goes without saying," Vase replied in a light-hearted tone. Whether he truly felt as relaxed as he sounded was a mystery. "We worked 1.5 years on this blasted design. It's time we proved that we did not spend all of that time in vain. The Mars is an expert mech of unsurpassed power and tech. It fully deserves to stand on the same level as the Minerva in terms of quality of construction." The Minerva was still the latest standard when it came to masterwork mechs in the Golden Skull Alliance. It was the most recent masterwork mech that Vase and Company had produced, and it was one that attained its coveted state without the use of gems or other forms of external aid. It would be a grand miscarriage of justice if the Minerva was able to become a masterwork mech while its big brother failed to reach this threshold. Mars. Patriarch Reginald uttered the name as he would the name of a lover. It is a simple and fitting name for my mech. When I looked it up on the galactic net, I found myself identifying what this ancient god has stood for. It is strange how the circumstances of ancient people who lived many millennia ago still echo the circumstances we live in today. We must unleash unsurpassed rage and fury on the battlefield in order to create lasting peace. That was indeed a large reason why the Mars bore this name. Vase and the others hoped that its awesome power and might would form the deterrent needed to prevent the Golden Skull Alliance from being targeted by malicious parties. Don't worry, Reginald, Gloriana spoke up. With our innovations, we will definitely ensure that the Mars will become more than just an expert mech. It will literally be a god in the form of mech. When you finally get to pilot your new machine, the Mars will not only be a large metallic body that you can control in order to fight your opponents. It will be the divine seat that will play an essential role in your elevation to godhood. The powerful expert pilot liked what he heard. Ha 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 ha, that is exactly what I wish to attain. I truly hope that you can deliver the Mars that you have described into my hands at the end of this week. You and your Larkinsons will become our eternal friends if you can succeed. The group exchanged a few more words until Professor Benedict deemed that it was time for them to start. Mao, Gloriana had already summoned Alexandria from her mind. Her companion spirit looked more than confident that she could play a pivotal role in the following days. Begin. As soon as Professor Benedict issued this command, everyone moved to their respective stations. While Benedict assumed control of the Cross clan's high-quality superfab that was comparable in functionality to the Larkinson clan's AP Vex model, the other mech designers took control of various other machines. The fabrication of the Abassi's armor, the Pulsar V1, the Arceus system and more were highly complex jobs that were better left to specialized production equipment. This way, each of them were immediately able to begin work without needing to wait in line. They had all familiarized themselves with the production machines. They even conducted a few virtual practice sessions in order to make sure they knew how to perform all of the difficult production steps. Mao. In the meantime, Alexandria performed her job and formed a design network between each of the 5 mech designers. None of them were new to this phenomenon anymore. Even Professor Benedict had selectively opened up his mind during the times where he helped the Larkinsons fabricate a couple of expert mechs. The only newcomer to the design network was Patriarch Reginald himself. As Alexandria initially tried to establish a connection, her spiritual bond failed to reach the expert pilot. Mao, Reginald's force of will was too strong and thick compared to other expert pilots. As a demigod whose resonance strength had surpassed 60 lavares according to the latest measurement, the Cross Patriarch was much further removed from regular humans than most of his kind. You need to lower your guard and accept the connection. Vase paused his work and told the powerful expert pilot. It will be uncomfortable at first, but as long as you are willing to share your thoughts and feelings to us, we will gain the information we need to attune your expert mech to you. This is but a small price to pay for a better result. Though it was against his nature to bear so much of himself to other people, Reginald did not believe he had much to hide in the first place. It was clearly in his interest to cooperate if he wanted to obtain the mech of his dreams, so he reluctantly tried to lower his formidable guard. As the air around him grew stiller and less volatile, Alexandria tried again and succeeded in forming a successful connection. As soon as Patriarch Reginald joined the design network, his overpowering will and desires affected everyone else. Mao, Alexandria clearly struggled to hold back the tide and regulate the transmissions so that Vase and the other mech designers did not get distracted. Fortunately, none of the participating mech designers were weak in mind. Having tempered themselves over the course of solving the most difficult challenges of the Mars project, they adequately tolerated the additional pressure that Reginald's overpowering influence added to the mix. Everyone became entranced by the new perspectives and influences that Reginald's entry into the design network had sparked. For example, Reginald became more closely connected to Benedict than ever before. While both of them did not bear everything that took place in their minds to others, what they exposed on their own initiative was enough to give others a deeper understanding. Reginald was impressed by how much fight there was in Professor Benedict. The senior mech designer was far from an ordinary nerd due to his turbulent life experiences. He had traits that were commonly found in warriors, and he treated this fabrication run as a battle that he had to win at all costs. The Cross Patriarch also gained a whole new appreciation of Gloriana's ambitious vision and intentions for his expert mech. Her god-body concept was so intricate and beyond the norm that it looked truly possible for her efforts to produce a mech that could be described as divine. Of course, Reginald did not understand any of the actual science and engineering involved in her work, and he did not make any attempt to learn anything related to such. He was more interested in the result than the process. What Reginald gained from Vase was a much more thorough understanding and appreciation of living mechs and design spirits. He found it surprising how different Vase approached mechs. The patriarch of the Larkinson clan truly felt as if he was creating a new life as opposed to putting together a simple machine. Juliet Stamaros and Sarah Voikin also offered different perspectives on mech design and how they viewed the Mars. The expert mech design played a huge role for their development as well due to how powerful and extravagant it turned out. They were both proud to leave their stamp on this pivotal machine. Another factor that impressed Reginald was how youthful and vigorous the Larkinson mech designers were compared to Professor Benedict. The latter possessed the mindset and the attitude of an experienced professor who had gone through many storms. This caused Benedict to come across as weary and tired in some sense. This made the presence of the four rather youthful Larkinson mech designers a lot more valuable. They were much more optimistic about their work and they were also a lot more fearless and daring in what they could accomplish. The combination between new and old produced a wonderful synergy where both sides gained what they needed from each other. With the addition of Patriarch Reginald, who provided everyone with a powerful motivating influence, every mech designer became significantly more engaged in their work. Yet as work proceeded at a pace in the following hour, everyone involved felt as if there was something missing. Vase slowly frowned as he realized that one of the conditions that he hoped would appear during this session had yet to emerge. Serendipity has not graced us, it seems. Professor Benedict, who endured most of the pressure, did not enter into an inspired state. Regardless of his preparations and regardless of how extensively he committed himself to the Mars project, his mentality remained as calm and controlled as ever. Maybe too calm and controlled. While he was definitely passionate about his work, he found it difficult to channel it without losing control entirely. Benedict. Vase spoke up from his station. Do you want to? The senior nodded almost immediately. Do it, Vase. That was fast. Vase had already discussed this option to Reginald beforehand, and the design network already exposed the consequences of this action, so there was nothing to discuss about. Vase shrugged and paused his current work so that he could leave his station and move over to the superfab. He pulled out a glowing hammer from his tool belt and raised it over Professor Benedict's head. For his part, Reginald made sure to temporarily deactivate his shield generator and his other defenses to prevent any accidents. Are you ready? Vase carefully asked. Hit me. I have grown curious about what I will experience under this state for a long time. Here goes nothing, then. Whack. As soon as the hammerhead tapped the senior's head, an air of frenzied enlightenment immediately exuded from his body. Chapter 4117. Anton Mendoza, Mr. Anton Mendoza, an official female bureaucrat, said as she sat behind a wooden desk. I see you have graduated from your high school with high grades, with a particular distinction in math and physics-related subjects. That is commendable, but that is only the minimum requirement to become eligible to study at our great institution. In order to determine your suitability to study at our fine halls, I would like to ask a few questions to you. Is that agreeable to you, young man? A high school graduate wearing a cheap but serviceable business suit nodded. I am at your service, madam. Good. Let us begin by allowing you to explain why we should enroll you into our mech design program. The pressure on the student was already considerable. Anton could answer the open-ended question in many different ways, but which one would allow him to raise his impression the most? This was the most important interview of his life. For years, he had sacrificed his time to study everything he could about the sciences. He did this just to be able to reach this desk of this specific university. Now was the time for him to prove that he did not spend all of his time in vain. I can be a useful addition to your school because I am a good learner. Anton replied, I may not have broken any records at my previous school, but that is solely because the students who scored higher than me on the exams had the benefit of cognitive augmentations. I applied myself in ways that allowed me to catch up to my richer classmates with nothing but my own baseline human ingenuity. If I gain the opportunity to receive similar augmentations, I am confident I can reach the top of my classes once I start my studies at the Martin Hildebrand College of Mech Design. I am pleased you are confident in your own abilities, but that does not particularly make you stand out among your peers. The woman stated in a factual tone. You are the 14th applicant that has reached my desk today and I have hundreds more to interview by the end of the week. Many bright men and women who have grown up under similar circumstances such as yourself have presented the same message. What makes you different? There were many Mech universities in the Friday Coalition. Plenty of good ones could be found in the Vermeer group. While Anton Mendoza dreamed of attending the most famous and the most prestigious Mech universities of his state, not every student could succeed in getting through. The high tuition costs and the long and sometimes bizarre enrollment criteria stopped a lot of hopeful students from getting through their pearly gates. As a high school graduate who already experienced the disparity between himself and those with richer backgrounds, Anton possessed a lot of self-knowledge about his chances. The Friday Coalition may be a large and powerful second-rate state in the Komodo star sector, but the gulf between rich and poor was still as wide in any other region in the galaxy. Rather than wasting his time by applying to the institutions where he wouldn't be able to succeed, he chose to knock on the doors of one that offered the greatest opportunities for someone like himself. The Martin Hildebrand College of Mech Design had close connections with the Vermeer Group's military establishment. Founded and indirectly run by the Blue Cavalry, the institution received a lot of government support and quickly rose up in the upper-middle ranks of Mech Design universities in the Vermeer Group. Though its graduates weren't known for achieving high rates of commercial success in the Mech market, many of the alumni went on to become solid performers in the many companies and organizations that went on to supply the Blue Cavalry with military Mech designs. It was due to Martin Hildebrand's military background that it was able to offer generous scholarships, loans and subsidies to its less affluent student base. This presented a problem to Anton because the competition was high. Martin Hildebrand was not particularly large and rejected a huge list of applicants every year. The young man took a deep breath. I want to pursue a dream that can benefit the soldiers of the Blue Cavalry. From the moment I decided to become a Mech designer, I studied the problems that Mechs persistently struggled with. I found that efficiency was one of the most enduring topics that came up. This was a problem that resonated with me. As someone who wasn't able to afford the best clothes or obtain access to the best learning resources, I had to be more mindful of how I spent my time and money. The school official nodded. The remarks your teachers have left behind in your record have commended your diligence. In order to achieve the grades that I earned up until now, I planned my time and budgeted my spending down to the last coalition credit. The habits and instincts that I have developed have guided my approach to tech. Maybe it is too early for me to make this claim, but I believe that I am in an excellent position to apply my life lessons to my design approach and ultimately help the Blue Cavalry's mechs be more efficient. The woman looked a little more intrigued at this point. It is not common to hear that you have already decided the direction of your work should you succeed in becoming a mech designer. I should caution you that you have not come in touch with true mech design as of yet. You do not possess the greater knowledge and perspective of what is possible and where you can apply yourself. Many high school graduates have set their sights on one goal only to change it to another in the middle of their studies. That has led to numerous missed opportunities as they have missed out on electives that could have furthered their progress in their new specialties. I will never do that. Anton shook his head. For my entire life, I have endured deprivation and lack of opportunities. My options were few to begin with, so I learned to appreciate the ones that were available to me even if they did not sound exciting at first. I have come to enjoy these simple subjects. Even if I had more opportunities later on, I stuck to my choices because I am already happy and am not willing to waste the time I put in so far. I know what I want to pursue and I know my position in life. Pursuing greater efficiency in all things is the sole area that I am good at accomplishing, so I see no reason to deviate from this trajectory. While the school official did not show any obvious reaction to his answer this time, Anton guessed that he may have hit the mark. He had racked his brains to figure out how to get accepted in Martin Hildebrand. After conducting a lot of research, he developed a guess on what sort of applicants the Mech Design School most liked to accept. He speculated that Martin Hildebrand probably kept an eye out on diligent, solid Mech Design students who were stable and free from controversy. The school did not especially prioritize geniuses and prodigies as they were usually arrogant, flamboyant or volatile. While those personality traits were often correlated with radical and successful innovations, these divas weren't a suitable fit for an institution that was educating mech designers for the Blue Cavalry. Therefore, Anton tried his best to present himself as a modest kid with relatively modest ambitions. By showing a determination to follow a course that he had planned and reasoned beforehand, he wished to demonstrate that he possessed many of the traits that the Blue Cavalry liked to see in the mech designer under its retainer. The interview proceeded as the woman asked a dozen more questions. Many of them were open-ended and vague, thereby forcing Anton to use his judgment to supply the answer that would raise his score. There were a few instances where he felt he was close to digging himself in a pit, but he endured the situations as best as possible and continued on as if nothing was wrong. As the school official gained a more comprehensive understanding of Anton Mendoza that couldn't be obtained by reading through documents, the woman asked one final question. What will you do if Martin Hildebrand has decided not to enroll you for the upcoming academic year? She asked as her eyes gazed closely in his direction. Though Anton did not expect to hear this question, he thought quickly. He could think of two possible ways he could answer this question. He could show his commitment by telling her that he would wait another year before applying again, convinced he was the right mech design student for the right mech design school. He could also show his pragmatism by explaining to her that he would simply apply to another mech university with lower standards. Which one should he choose? As a few seconds passed by, the school official began to show more and more impatience, so he went for the truth. I would thank Martin Hildebrand for reviewing my application and proceed to apply at another institution. He replied in a firm and unquestionable tone. While I would be disappointed if you did not decide to accept me despite my beliefs that I would be right for your school, I am accustomed to disappointment. Mech designers must recognize that they cannot always get what they want in their mech designs, so I too recognize that I cannot always have what I want when I do not control my own circumstances. That is a realistic outlook on life. The woman eventually replied, while I found your mature and honest answer commendable, mech designers are more special than other engineers because they do not accept the limits that reality imposes upon their work. If you take everything too seriously and accept every part of reality as a given, then how will you be able to push yourself to break the limits that are preventing existing mechs from becoming even greater and more powerful than before? Did Anton give the wrong answer this time? Uncertainty racked his mind as he guessed whether he had disqualified himself in front of the woman who would decide his entry into his chosen school. The admission interview ended shortly after that. The woman dismissed him with a curt message and told him to wait for a message in 2 weeks. The days he spent after that were some of the most agonizing ones of his life. He sleeplessly rolled around in bed. He prepared applications for other mech design universities. He spoke to former classmates and virtual friends to evaluate his answers. He studied the mechs of the Blue Cavalry that might or might not be within his reach in the future. Exactly 2 weeks after the admission interview, young Anton received an official letter in his virtual inbox. He immediately activated his comm and opened it up to read the most crucial sentence of the letter. Opening square bracket ... The Martin Hildebrand College of Mech Design has accepted your application to enter into our first-year Mech Design Bachelor program, yes. Anton normally kept himself under careful control, but this time his emotions grew so strong that he could not hold his surging emotions back. I'm in. Getting into Martin Hildebrand meant that he managed to get ahead of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of rival students who sought to do the same. He knew that as long as he worked as diligently and earnestly as before, he would definitely be able to make it through and graduate with decently good grades. That was enough for him to receive an invitation from the Blue Cavalry to work at one of its many design institutions. From there, he would not only be able to earn a good salary, he would also be able to rise higher by taking advantage of the generous learning and promotion opportunities offered by the military. To poor adolescents like Anton Mendoza who had no hopes of becoming an independent mech designer, working for the state was the best way to become successful in their lives. Chapter 4118. Slow and steady. Young Anton Mendoza's life and professional career truly took off when he was accepted into the Martin Hildebrand College of Mech Design. Joined by tens of thousands of other fortunate enrollees, he began to take to his new studies with gusto and enthusiasm. Since Martin Hildebrand was affiliated with the Blue Cavalry, Anton's courses were geared towards the needs of the military. This meant that the school culture and the classes emphasized the virtues of obedience, following orders, completing the mission and doing what you were told without any fuss. Even among the fellow students whose backgrounds were similar to his own, Anton already stood out by how effortlessly he adapted to the regimented life of a student at Martin Hildebrand. No matter how much his study load increased and no matter how he found himself with too little time to keep up with all of his classes, he tried his best to perform up to expectations. I can't let my grades fall before the threshold, he vowed to himself. The threshold he referred to was the point where he proved himself to be a good enough student to receive one of the most coveted rewards from his school, namely a free chance to obtain a cranial implant or gene mod template. He didn't know how he managed to do it, but Anton barely managed to score high enough to fall within this category. I did it. I can finally upgrade my baseline human cognition. The first surgery succeeded and he recovered quickly enough to tackle his studies at a considerably faster rate than before. Even as his subjects rapidly grew more complex, Anton was able to work hard enough and make use of his constant improvements to score one reward after another. From additional augmentations to entering into a more elite track, he slowly proved his worth by continuing to stick to his original study direction and trying to embody the concept of efficiency in everything. In the meantime, many other students either stalled or dropped out. Martin Hildebrand was not soft in this regard as it no longer welcomed those that could not keep up with its demanding study program. If the students weren't even capable of living up to expectations in the campus, then the chances were high that they would just drag down their colleagues and the soldiers who depended on their work once they worked for the Blue Cavalry. Anton understood this truth early on and had never stopped shaping himself into the perfect military mech designer, even opting to forego relationships entirely. "I'm sorry, Marissa," Anton politely said in front of a fellow classmate who had sent subtle signals for him during the last 3 months. "I do not have the time to attend the latest theater show that is taking place downtown." "That's fine, Anton, we can." The man immediately raised his palm. "Let me make this clear right away. I am not interested in dating you. A woman will only detract from the time it takes to complete my homework assignments and read the supplemental textbooks and articles that enrich my understanding of my current courses." Marissa looked wide-eyed at Anton. If dating you would allow me to earn higher grades and achieve a better understanding of mechs, then I would go out with you within a heartbeat." Anton factually replied, "Unfortunately, you are in a lower track than me and possess no special understanding of mechs that I might appreciate. As such, spending any more time with you than necessary is out of the question." It was with great pride and satisfaction as he stood in the midst of a large crowd of blue-robed graduates and accepted the diploma that he had worked so hard for in the past few years. "I did it," he whispered to himself. "I did it by being as efficient with my time as possible." His accomplishment only committed him even further on this philosophy towards life. There was no place for relationships and fun in his life. If he wanted to become a master mech designer and reach the apex of what he could achieve in the Vermeer Group, then he had to be more single-minded and dedicated to his purpose than anyone else. He continued to do well after graduation. By then, he had already set himself far apart from the poor high schooler and possessed so many career prospects that poverty was long a relic from his past. Though opportunities to design mechs by himself were few, Anton Mendoza enjoyed the projects and work assignments that he was able to sink his teeth into. He especially valued the moments where he was able to receive feedback and lessons from older and more experienced mech designers. His superiors in the design institution that he worked for had followed the same trajectory as Anton. A few even shared the same alma mater. This allowed him to feel more at home and gain more favor from his predecessors. Years went by as Anton steadily managed to make a name for himself within his group. Though he did not shoot up like a rocket, his diligent attitude, his consistent results and his continuous improvement became recognized by the same circle. He developed his own mech designs in his free time, and while the opportunities to turn them into a reality were few, he still managed to make enough progress in his design philosophy to break through to journeyman when he reached 48 years old. While that was anything but a record, his fellow mech designers valued his steadiness and his thorough foundation. Many things changed after he became a high-ranking mech designer. He received more tutoring and was able to express his design abilities in much more significant ways. Of course, he always reminded himself that he was just a single cog in a very large machine. He did not grow arrogant for being one of the few mech designers who were able to make this critical leap and continued to work diligently to deepen his efficiency specialization. Decades went by like this. As his competences steadily grew, so did his responsibilities. His age advanced to the point where he was able to earn a lot of respect due to that. Even though he saw many of his fellow colleagues breaking through to senior while they were younger, Anton never showed any impatience, certain that his time would come eventually. He broke through to senior when he was 86 years old. Finally, it was then that he truly started to approach the big leagues of the Vermeer Group's mech design community. His identity changed substantially and he was entrusted with a lot more serious design projects and work assignments. Although master mech designers always took charge of the most important projects, each military mech design spawned at least a dozen and sometimes over 100 different variants. It would be a waste of time for those masters to devote so much time on designing so many marginally different variants. This was where design teams led by seniors came in. People like Professor Anton Mendoza possessed enough experience and expertise to develop adequate variants based on existing solutions. Their rank meant that they were just good enough to solve any of the new problems that might emerge as a result of changing numerous variables. For a long time, Professor Anton developed one variant after another, using each and every project as an opportunity to explore and improve his efficiency-oriented solutions. The energy transmission systems and the overall efficiency of the variants that he developed increasingly stood out over time. It did not take long for his superiors to recognize his value and allow him to lead the design of a select few original mechs. That was probably the most enjoyable period of his life. Though Professor Anton never made any radical accomplishments in his projects, he believed that it was only a matter of time before he achieved greater success. That outlook towards life gradually changed after he came into contact with a young but budding journeyman mech designer that joined his design team for a number of interconnected projects. Different from the other journeymen that looked up to Anton due to his age and merit, the woman was not afraid to criticize and question his words and decisions. "I am sorry, Professor Mendoza, but your design solution is not the right way to go. I can easily spot two flaws that can be addressed in order to make the mech be able to move a few percentage points faster." Anton gazed at the woman that was exercising her right to provide feedback. Though the culture in the design institution was not that strict towards asking questions and providing criticism, the bold tone the woman adopted somehow grated on him for some reason. "Miss Olson, I am aware that you are new here, but I would like to remind you not to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel if you are not completely certain about your suggestions. I am not doubting myself. I am completely sure your design is not as optimal as it could be," Carmen Olson claimed. "If you believe you can do better, then please step forward and show me how you would optimize this solution," she schooled him that day. Anton and the rest of the design team he was in charge of looked with increasingly more astonishment as Carmen Olson presented her brilliant solution. By wiping away his rather conservative and boring design implementation and replacing it with a more radical but ingenious solution, she presented her vision on how they should actually design this mech. Professor Anton could not have conceived of such a way to improve the performance of the mech. The fact that he was unfamiliar with these methods and that he never imagined that a problem could be solved in this fashion was a substantial shock to his system. "Where did you learn this method?" he tentatively asked. "I did not learn it from anyone," Carmen Olson said with bright eyes. "I came up with it on my own a few years ago when I was working on a similar energy transmission problem. I thought your specialty lay in mechanics and mech engine design. That is true, but that doesn't stop me from applying the same creativity to other fields of mech design. I must caution you that your solution hasn't been tested yet. Your method is much more extreme than what I am accustomed to seeing. It may very well lead to a fatal error in the mech design." "It won't fail," Carmen confidently stated. "Even if it does, that does not mean we should give up on my suggestion. Instead of settling for a decent solution like yours, we should continue to explore mine until we can make it work. That is the only way to deliver a stronger mech design to our soldiers." When they tested Carmen's solution, it turned out that she was right to be confident. Her implementation was not only stable and beneficial, but they managed to squeeze even more performance out of it after subsequent rounds of optimization. The rest of the time when Carmen worked under Anton proceeded like this. Whenever the confident journeyman saw something wrong, she did not let anyone stop her from doing better. The way she continued to pull out one innovative and self-invented solution after another increasingly made Anton question his own approach towards his career. One day, he took her aside and asked a question that was gnawing at his mind for many weeks. "How can you keep coming up with these fantastic if unusual design solutions?" he asked. "It is not that complicated, Professor," Carmen responded. "I can say a lot to you about this, but I think it comes down to one key factor. You have always abided by existing structures and never sought to break out of them. That may be fine when you are a low-ranking mech designer, but I don't think that is enough to make any further progress. My goal has been to advance to master from the start. If I want to make that happen, then I can never be satisfied with my current pace. Have you not considered the possibility that you will end up making mistakes that can lead to serious setbacks?" The female journeyman crossed her arms. "I have, Professor, but I have accepted that as part of what a mech designer must endure. Frankly speaking, your approach towards mech design is so dull and lacking in initiative that I can never imagine that you will be able to realize your design philosophy. From what I know about this subject, Conformity is one of the last traits that you should possess if you want to break the rules and accomplish the impossible. Her remarks went too far. She was not only being way too personal, she also sought to lecture a mech designer who was older and far more experienced than her. How could she possibly know what was better when she hadn't worked on as many design projects? Mark my words, Professor. I will advance to senior at a younger age than you, and I will exceed all of your work and accomplishments within a decade. I have long grown frustrated at your plodding pace and your conservative attitude towards mech designs. I have decided to make it my mission to prove you wrong. As time went by and Carmen Olsen moved on to other workplaces, she did exactly what she said. Professor Anton watched on from a distance as the journeyman not only bloomed into a senior, but started to earn much more recognition and accolades from the mech industry due to her consistent innovations, some of which earned the appreciation of masters. In contrast, Professor Anton's standing within the Vermeer group had remained the same as ever. Though he was also making progress, none of these methods and design solutions seemed to earn as much recognition as that of his former subordinate. It was at this point that Anton started to question his whole life and career. Am I truly being too careful for my own good? He never paid much attention to the career progressions of his colleagues before, but that had changed now that he was doubting his own path. He began to read the biographies of various masters and star designers, and soon learned that Professor Carmen Olsen may have been right. No mech designer advanced to master by taking it slow and steady. It turned out that each of them were rule breakers in one way or another. It was the only possibility for them to break the laws of physics and introduce a brand new possibility in the field of mech design. Chapter 4119 Beyond Normality. Professor Anton Mendoza became paralyzed for more than a year. The realization that he had been following the wrong path and worked towards a dead end in mech design was a substantial blow to his life as well as his design philosophy. It became so bad that he was forced to take a break from his duties. His conflicting thoughts simply left him unable to deliver adequate work because he constantly questioned his usual design solutions. What previously looked fine and serviceable suddenly became inadequate and not sufficient in his warped perspective. It left him feeling so incompetent that he wasted hours and hours of work time to refine his solutions or come up with other methods to present a better possibility. While his delays would have been mildly acceptable if he was able to deliver measurably superior results like what Carmen Olsen had done, the problem was that Anton failed to improve the performance of any of the designs he was responsible for during that time. Stop what you are doing and go home to rethink your design philosophy and approach towards mech designs. A master mech designer spoke to the once reliable Anton in a tired voice. You must take a good look at yourself and your work and discover how you want to go forward. Do not return until you are able to meet our requirements again. The time he spent, at home, was one of the most miserable periods of his life. He felt as if he was spending entire days in a dark and dim room. Sometimes, he opened up his desk terminal and played with the design interface, only to shake his head and discard whatever he had been doodling into the garbage bin. This can't work. Why can't I make anything work? Ask him to design a regular implementation, and he would be able to deliver one in time with minimal problems. Ask him to design an element of a mech that was supposed to perform at least 3% better than normal, and he would become completely lost. Professor Anton Mendoza discovered to his dismay that his long pattern of pursuing greater efficiency through developing stable and incremental design improvements left him unable to develop greater innovations. When he looked back on his entire body of work as a mech designer, he recognized that every instance of improvement amounted to gradual evolutions over prior generations. While that served him well up to this point, he was unable to spark any substantial revolutions in his design approach that could allow him to make substantial leaps forward. The fact that Professor Carmen Olsen had exercised her design abilities to a greater degree and became proficient at pulling out one revolutionary design solution after another was a testament to her superior if risky approach. It is no wonder she has not only caught up, but also surpassed my level in mech design recently. Professor Anton gasped. This realization was a major blow to his ego and psyche, one that sent his mentality to a dark pit that he seemed helpless to climb out of. For months he spent his time in a fugue where he became disgusted by his prior work and wished that he had taken a more bold approach. When it seemed that he couldn't dig himself out of this dark and bottomless abyss, his friends and colleagues from work became increasingly more concerned about him and forcibly pulled him out of his house. You can't hole yourself up in your bedroom and eat nutrient packs all day. You need to take a sabbatical, Professor Anton. Come, let us take you on a tour throughout the Friday Coalition. You should see what the mechs of the Gage dynasty and the Kansu clan are like. Maybe you will find the answer that you need from their machines. Professor Anton proceeded to travel around for 3 whole years. Though his friends and colleagues couldn't accompany him all the way, there were plenty of other mech designers from different locales who were more than willing to tour him around for a fee. Although he never found his light after a single encounter with a different mech, he slowly pulled himself out of his malaise as he observed one mech after another. He slowly reacquainted himself with his original love and appreciation for mechs. By looking at them from the perspective of an enthusiast rather than a professional, Anton slowly regained his motivation and drive for his work. It was only near the end of his tour as he happened to attend a public parade organized by the Carnegie Group that he encountered the spark he needed to reignite his passion and drive for mech design. An expert rifleman mech flew around in the air and unleashed one resonance-empowered shot after another at a high-quality practice bot. As a senior mech designer, Professor Anton happened to recognize the weapon model. He knew that the gun shouldn't be powerful enough to punch through the practice bot's armor. Even if the expert rifleman mech was able to add extra power to its shots, the energy still shouldn't be sufficient to inflict heavy damage. What happened completely proved him wrong. The practice bot's sturdy and high-quality armor plating offered almost no resistance as the energy beam pierced from one end to the other end of the machine. By the time the expert mech shot the bot full of holes, Professor Anton sat frozen at his seat for many more minutes. This single demonstration made a profound impression on his views. As he finally ended his tour and returned to the territories of the Vermeer Group, he finally found a viable way forward. I can't break the rules on my own. I don't have an innovator's mindset, Professor Anton frankly admitted to himself. Decades of adopting the same approach to his studies and work had fixed him onto a path that left him with limited options. However, it was still necessary for him to make the jump if he ever wanted to make himself worthy enough to break through to master. Then, if I cannot do it myself, then I will do it with the help of another. His solution: work with expert pilots. These were the only individuals that he could have access to that were able to distort the laws of nature just by experiencing strong thoughts and emotions. Everything about them was a walking contradiction of science. Although the MTA no doubt conducted a lot of studies on the metaphysical powers and properties of expert pilots, to a simple senior like Anton Mendoza they were beyond the reach of conventional science. And that is exactly what I need to give my work the push it needs. When he finally returned to work, he did so with a solid direction in mind. He almost immediately applied to work on expert mech design projects. Though his superiors weren't comfortable with granting his request right away, Professor Anton followed his old methods once again. He returned to his old duties and performed his job with no complaints. He presented reliable results and did everything to meet everyone's expectations. At a certain point, he not only rehabilitated his reputation, but also accrued enough merits to assist with the design of a low-tier expert mech. My hard work has paid off. He sighed in relief. That started a string of projects where Professor Anton applied himself to the expert mech design projects as best as possible. He spent more hours behind the design terminal than others. He took on all of the crappy, tedious and most time-consuming assignments. He studied additional knowledge on how to design expert mechs and what to pay attention to in order to accomplish better results. He spoke to every expert pilot that he could gain access to in order to understand their mentalities and how they were able to do the impossible. Although opportunities to participate in expert mech designs were few and far in between, he did not give up and tried to earn high evaluations from his peers and supervisors in the few instances he got lucky. Eventually, he was entrusted with more responsibility and was allowed to make a more substantial contribution to a ranged expert mech design. The resulting expert mech of the Blue Cavalry bore his signature efficient energy transmission systems, allowing it to expend significantly more power in practice sessions or retain more energy at the end. His work apparently satisfied his superiors to the point where he finally received the opportunity to lead an expert mech design project a year later. Of course, he was only tasked with designing a relatively basic and affordable low-tier expert mech for an expert pilot that had only recently broken through. The name's Leif Stixon, the expert pilot of the Vermeer Group, introduced himself in a rather relaxed tone. "So you're the senior who's in charge of my new expert mech?" Professor Anton smiled as he tried his best to hold in his excitement. "That is correct, Venerable Stixon. You don't look like much. I was really looking forward to having a master design my first expert mech. Our masters are currently preoccupied with other vital design and research projects. While I cannot promise you that my work will be as good as theirs, I have prior experience with working on expert mech designs. You are in good hands, Venerable Stixon. Since Venerable Stixon was a rifleman mech specialist, Professor Anton felt right at home. Due to the rather low budget and limited resources of the design project, there was not much room for experimentation or innovation, which imposed a lot of constraints on Anton. If he was his old self, then he would have abided by these restrictions and tried his best to optimize the mech design within the boundaries set by reality. However, the Professor Anton Mendoza of today was completely different from the senior mech designer who bore the same name a few years ago. Although his work up until his point looked almost identical, his true ambitions were no longer as modest as before. This will be the turning point of my career, he claimed as his eyes burned with passion. This will be the mech design that will help me break through my current limits. As he began to conduct his work and led his design team, his work did not appear to be unusual at first. He deliberately came up with a boring and limited draft designed to keep everyone comfortable and to reassure everything was fine. He did what was expected of him and provided conventional design solutions that seemingly led the expert rifleman mech design in a steady and stable direction. What no one knew was that Professor Anton secretly spent time on a parallel expert rifleman mech design that was substantially different from the proper version. The newer and less familiar design incorporated riskier and more radical design solutions, some of which Professor Anton had been working on for more than a year. Although he wasn't quite sure whether his new and improved design work could pass muster, he felt good about what he was doing. There was only one problem. It doesn't go far enough. Anton banged his fist against his desk in frustration. My latest work is more than an evolution, but far from reaching the point of a revolution. What am I missing? Why can't I push the efficiency of my design even further? Although he had great confidence that his more unusual version of the expert mech would be able to achieve better results, the differences were still within the range of normality. Normality is not what I am trying to accomplish. My goal has always been to break through the boundaries that everyone has taken for granted. He became more frustrated and angry with himself as considered his deviating work to be a failed attempt to reinvent himself. He tried to tweak his work over and over before he finally recognized that this was not the right approach. I need to go further, he concluded with bleary, red-shot eyes. My expert mech isn't exceptional enough at this point. I have to break more rules. His thoughts became increasingly more frenzied as he brainstormed for more solutions. If he let go of the rules and boundaries that had constrained his work before, what more could he accomplish with his design philosophy? Chapter 4120 Master Rexon, no. Absolutely not. This is out of the question, Anton. Why not, Master Rexon? Professor Anton became more agitated as his immediate supervisor shot down his experimental proposal. I know it sounds risky, but we don't have to apply the results of my experiment to the expert mech if they fail to meet our demands. What is the harm in trying this out? I won't delay the progress of the design project at all. I will conduct all of the work and experimentation in my free time in any lab or facility that is available. Please grant me the opportunity to explore this idea. The performance boost that I can provide to expert mechs might reach as much as 5 to 10% if I succeed. Think about it. Our blue cavalry would definitely be able to increase its standing relative to the sundered phalanx. Master Rexon did not look amused. The older man remained completely unmoved by the proposal from a senior who had otherwise performed exemplary after returning from his sabbatical. Have you forgotten that you are working in the service of the Blue Cavalry and the state? Have you mistaken your identity to that of an independent entrepreneur? You are a public servant, not a maverick who can decide upon his own actions. The Blue Cavalry expects you to deliver a basic expert mech for Venerable Stixon within budget within a timely manner. The higher-ups are not asking for anything more than that, and most certainly will not embrace this harebrained scheme of yours that will not only waste everyone's time, but also cause your simple project to balloon to the point where it most certainly exceeds the strict budget and time constraints that we have imposed. Professor Anton grew frustrated. Why couldn't Master Rexon understand the great potential of his plan? He had worked days on this proposal. He had racked his brains for every possible lead he could find in order to potentially increase the efficiency and the performance of his expert mech design project by as much as 10%. Please reconsider, sir, Anton pleaded as he grew desperate. How can we keep up with the competition from the other coalition partners and the Hexers if we do not put more effort into innovating our expert mechs? We should not let go of any opportunity to gain an advantage over our opponent. If you can just allow me to work more closely with Venerable Stixon and attempt to develop a revolutionary new method to increase the degree of symbiosis between the expert pilot and his expert mech, we can." Master Rexon visibly grew annoyed. "Stop. I will not tolerate this nonsense from you any further. Listen to yourself. Do you know how irrational you sound? Your proposal is filled with vague promises and unscientific terminology. If you want us to take your ideas seriously, then at least make an effort to sound serious. This is anything but what we would consider sound. No supervisor in his right mind would allow such a ramshackle experiment to proceed under his nose, and I will certainly not stand for this reckless adventurism." But Master Rexon did not even allow Professor Anton to get another word out. He resolutely swiped the air with his palm as if he was cutting off his subordinate's entire chance to speak. "I will hear no further of this, Anton. You are out of line. There is a time and place for research and development. Wait until you have built up more experience and hammered out your theories so that they are no longer based on spurious assumptions that you have grasped from thin air." Professor Anton's theories were not based on thin air. Although he hadn't been able to prove all of his assumptions, he was convinced that his chain of logic was sound. Why couldn't a master mech designer recognize the truth? You are not the first mech designer who proposed to empower an expert mech by searching for a method to transfer the psionic qualities of an expert pilot to the machine in question. Master Rexon calmly spoke as he adopted a lecturing tone. "It is an idea that is regularly put forward by mech designers who think they can empower a mech with psionic properties. Are you aware of the results that they have obtained through their efforts?" "No, Master. I tried to search the archives for any prior research, but neither our internal databases nor the MTA's own libraries have provided me with relevant information. There are reasons for that. First, the experiments have never come close to succeeding. They have all ended in failure. The greatest variable to them is the damage that they have wrought. At best, they wasted a large amount of money and time. At worst, their pseudoscientific approaches have produced actual harm to the expert pilots that they pretend to serve. That is the exact opposite of what mech designers such as ourselves stand for, and it is for good reason that the entirety of the mech industry has suppressed these inane research proposals." The message was clear. Professor Anton would not be able to explore his fantastic train of thought because his research direction was effectively declared taboo. "May I ask if there are any secret research labs that—" Master Rexon contemptuously let out a snort. "Give it up, Anton. The only source of expert pilots in the Vermeer group is the Blue Cavalry, and it will never embrace any experimental procedures that expose their assets to unnecessary and excessive risks. While I am not aware of every secret research lab operating within our borders, I can assure you that even the most shady of them will not entertain your idea." "Why not, Master?" "First, they simply won't do it. Second, even if there is the tiniest possibility that they are interested in this research direction, they would never entrust any of it to you. Your specialization is related to energy transmission systems and internal architecture. There is nothing in your record that gives anyone confidence that you are competent enough to succeed in this undertaking. You are a highly orthodox mech designer, and that makes you excellent in your current position. Experiments like these are normally performed by colleagues who possess more flexible minds and are more accustomed to thinking outside the box. You are not such a mech designer." Professor Anton would have retorted that he had begun to move in this direction as well. His submitted research proposal was proof of that. Unfortunately, Master Rexon was so rigid that he was not even willing to open any back doors to Professor Anton. The friendship and respect that they built up over the course of many completed projects meant nothing in the end. The senior mech designer left the office with a profound sense of disappointment. He was more passionate and enthused about his daring research proposal than he was with any of his prior projects. What struck him the most was how betrayed he felt by the master who guided him and taught him during all of these years. "How could you? I trusted you, Master." Although Master Rexon was totally correct to squash any attempts to deviate from the mission and the requirements set by the Blue Cavalry, Professor Anton couldn't care less about that for the moment. Didn't Master Rexon realize his design philosophy by breaking a few rules at the time? Why isn't he willing to give me any slack? Professor Anton's mood took a nosedive in the following days. His work efficiency dropped as he became consumed by dark thoughts. As he looked out at the familiar design lab and the familiar mech designers who he led and worked alongside with for months and years, he no longer felt any pride in belonging in this place. There was an invisible disconnect between him and his colleagues. He felt as if he was the only human in a gathering of aliens. "I don't belong here anymore," he realized. It became a struggle to conclude the design project for Venerable Stixon. No matter how much Professor Anton tried to rid himself of his distracting thoughts, he could not rid his mind of the experiment that he could have performed if his supervisor was a bit more generous towards his proposal. Fortunately, the project had already reached an advanced stage. Professor Anton hardly needed to provide any essential input to the mech design. His subordinates had made adjustments and began to perform the necessary tasks by dedication among themselves. Venerable Stixon eventually got the expert mech he needed, but not necessarily the one he wanted or deserved. That made Professor Anton feel incredibly sour. The increasingly more ambitious senior eventually recovered a semblance of his mood after this period. He still felt alienated from his workplace and his fellow mech designers as he increasingly thought he belonged in a different design lab. As a year went by without any major incidents, Professor Anton began to grow more concerned. The interval between his last expert mech design project and the next one was growing increasingly larger. Though Anton did not mind working on regular mech design projects, he felt that the only way for him to make meaningful progress was to sink his teeth into another expert mech design. When he continually saw that the incoming orders for expert mech designs went to the other design teams and departments of the institution he was working for, he finally couldn't take it any longer. He barged into Master Rexon's office and demanded an explanation. "Do you want to know the reason why I have not assigned any expert mech design projects to you as of late? Look no further in a mirror to understand why I have grown reluctant to hand you this responsibility." The master waved his hand, causing a projection to appear that played back the security footage of the office. Professor Anton could clearly see an agitated and emotional senior mech designer storming inside the office before giving the man behind the desk a highly charged demand to receive the next assignment centered around an expert mech design. "What is wrong with this?" Anton puzzlingly asked. "I am only trying to obtain my due. I have repeatedly told you that designing expert mechs is my current aim. My progression depends on it. I have contributed so much to our institution over the years. With the merits that I have built up, I should have long been eligible to receive another chance." The expression on Master Rexon's face was damning. "You are emotionally compromised. If you cannot even recognize anything wrong in the footage, then the problem is clearly worse than I expected. Do you not realize how unprofessional you are behaving at the moment? I am sorry, my friend, but for the sake of your sanity and your future, I must ask you to restrain yourself and drop your unhelpful line of research. Go back to the drawing board and come up with a more proper and less controversial research topic. As long as your new idea is not excessive, I am willing to grant you allowances so that you can spend your time in a more productive fashion." Suffice to say, Professor Anton did not leave the office in a good mood. Though he had always felt out of place in the institution, it was only now that he was willing to acknowledge that everyone around him had turned into hindrances that prevented him from attaining his true goal. "If I cannot obtain what I need from this institution, then I clearly have to look elsewhere." Though he continued to show up on work when he was supposed to, he was already looking for another channel to conduct his desired research projects. For a time, nothing happened. Professor Anton's progress was slow as he did not exactly know where to look. He trawled through the galactic net and attended different conventions and symposiums in order to obliquely ask the mech designers he met if they knew of any opportunities. It was during one of those professional symposiums that a fellow mech designer finally granted him a lead. Chapter 4121 Director Trinsale Professor Anton Mendoza followed up on the dubious-sounding lead that a fellow senior had provided to him and traveled to a rural star system that was situated on the border of the Vermeer Group. Although he did not feel completely safe and comfortable traveling to such a dubious place by himself, he was unwilling to bring any escorts. First, the person who provided him with this tip had warned him not to attract too much attention. Second, involving other people would increase the risk that Master Rexon would learn about what Anton was doing. For this reason, Anton assumed a disguise and permanently wore an all-black vac-suit over a thick coat. Throughout the duration of this trip, though his choice of outfits was anything but usual, it hardly mattered as he hitched a ride on a routine cargo hauler and used self-built jammers and interference devices to hide his movements. The planet he landed upon looked like a typical agrarian planet. The relatively modest population of the planet was largely self-sufficient, though there were scant signs of more advanced tech and elaborate facilities. With only farming and mining as the major exports of the star system, the only serious traffic that flowed between this place and the rest of the Vermeer Group were cargo haulers like the one he just rode. To Professor Anton, This looked exactly where someone would want to bury a secret design lab. He shook his head and discreetly moved out into the countryside. Amidst the farmland and the hilly terrain, he reached the coordinates that his contact had provided to him and waited to be received. It took half an hour before movement took place. A stealth shuttle had actually managed to sneak up behind his back. "Are you the senior?" A soldier wearing a suit of combat armor without marking asked. "Yes." "Hop inside, then." Professor Anton entered the stealth shuttle without asking any further questions and allowed himself to be strapped into the reinforced seat without any complaint. He settled down for an increasingly longer wait as the stealth shuttle engaged its systems and flew to an unknown destination. It soon became clear to him that he wasn't being brought to a hidden underground site. Although the shuttle was extremely well designed and well constructed, the crew responsible for maintaining it had made a few mistakes that caused the interior to subtly vibrate at a certain frequency. This was inconsequential to the shuttle's ability to remain in stealth, but Professor Anton knew enough about how the shuttle worked that he was able to ascertain that it was ascending into orbit. It appeared his actual destination may be hidden inside a secret moon base or asteroid base. Whatever the case, his hosts were clearly unwilling to expose anything further. The shuttle continued on its silent journey until it had finally reached its destination. Out, he emerged in a small hangar bay that looked like a typical underground base on a quiet planet. It did not feature any of the typical signs that it was situated in space, which was quite clever. Professor Anton wasn't interested in figuring out the coordinates of this secret base. He only had a single goal in mind, and if that required him to work together with a shady outfit, then so be it. At least he had a better chance of obtaining what he needed in this secret base than back in his old workplace. As his guide brought him deeper into the base, Professor Anton quickly noticed that his surroundings were off in another way. The metal walls were made out of alloys that he did not recognize, but could vaguely tell were much harder and tougher than usual. Once he finally reached a large but empty metal chamber, another figure actually teleported in front of his view. He was immediately taken aback. Teleportation technology was a form of high technology that was prohibitively expensive to second-rate states. Anton did not believe that anyone from the Friday Coalition would be willing to install such a device in an obscure research lab when it wasn't necessary. The fact that the people in charge exposed this tech to Anton on their own initiative gave him a lot of ideas. "Professor Anton Mendoza, welcome," the man in a modern pin-striped suit greeted. "I am sure you have questions. Let me clarify them one by one. You may call me Director Trinsale. I am in charge here. We have tracked you for several months now. We have observed with increasingly more interest from the moment you began to inquire about engaging in less than conventional research. The fact that Anton's behavior triggered a few flags should not be surprising. It was hard to hide anything in this day and age. However, with the precautions he took, he shouldn't have been able to give himself away so soon and attract so much attention right away. There were only a few organizations that he knew of who possessed all of the capabilities shown so far. Are you part of the Mech Trade Association? We are, Director Trinsale admitted with a smile. It is quite clever for you to come to the right conclusion so easily. We are not supposed to be here, so forgive me if I decline to divulge our exact identities and affiliations. All you need to know is that we operate beyond the rules and boundaries of any regional group or state. The laws and regulations of the Vermeer Group and the Friday Coalition do not apply within these halls. The news did not generate concern in Professor Anton. Instead, he became a lot more reassured. A secret research base that did not respect the local rules might be exactly what he needed to proceed with his research. Director Trinsale began to explain a few basic details even as they sat down on a set of chairs that materialized out of nowhere. The casual display of advanced technology completely impressed Anton. You may be wondering why our association has bothered to establish this hidden site. The director spoke. While it is true that we can gain much greater access to what we need in any of our sector headquarters or our strongholds in the galactic center, the risk of exposure is far greater as well. It would be highly inconvenient if our actions become exposed to rival factions. Hence the need to set up a research base in an out-of-the-way location. That made sense to Professor Anton. He had been wondering why the high and mighty MTA would be willing to make contact with him. It turned out that one of its factions thought that a state on the edge of human space was a good place to hide all kinds of sensitive activities. Though this realization put the research base in a darker light, that only spurred his confidence that he was in the right place further. Can you allow me to conduct the experiment that I have been trying to get off the ground? Anton impatiently asked. We can. The director straightforwardly replied. We have obtained the original research proposal that you have submitted and found that it is worthy of exploration. Though there are many mech designers who believe it is not wise to pursue this research direction any further, we do not share the same opinion. Progress must be made in order to strengthen the position of mechs in human society. Though your proposal has generated a great amount of uncertainty, that only makes it more important for us to conduct an actual experiment. Only by generating real empirical data will you be able to prove or disprove that your attempt to strengthen an expert mech is viable. Professor Anton felt incredibly relieved now that he finally met a group that was willing to facilitate his research. He felt an instant sense of belonging with this secret MTA research operation. When can I start? Not so fast, Professor. I did not say that you can proceed right away. While we are able to provide you with the funding, resources and facilities needed to conduct your research, we cannot provide you with the most crucial requirement of all. Nothing will happen if you cannot resolve this fundamental issue. And what is that, Director? You need to persuade an expert pilot to come and participate in your experiment. Director Trinsale answered. We cannot do this on your behalf as we must abide by our own rules. Only you, a citizen of the Vermeer Group, must convince an expert pilot in the service of the Blue Cavalry to volunteer in a study that might allow us to discover a new way to increase the performance of expert mechs. Though Professor Anton initially looked confused, he eventually accepted this tangled construction. I will try my best to gain the cooperation of an expert pilot, but that is not enough for me to proceed with my experiment. I do not have the authority or connections to arrange a transfer of personnel. People couldn't take expert pilots away from their assigned posts. Even if expert pilots took vacations or the like, they would definitely be followed by an entourage and a security detail. However, Director Trinsale dismissively waved his arm. That shall not be a problem. We have enough means to discreetly transfer away an expert pilot as long as he or she is not too prominent within the Blue Cavalry. We possess at least that much pull. I see. Remember, Professor Mendoza, we can take care of everything else, but you must be the person to gain the full consent and agreement of an expert pilot to cooperate with your experiment. This is your research and your research alone. You will bear sole responsibility for all of your gains and losses. That was a strange remark and one that quickly caused the senior to grow suspicious. What do you and your fellow mechers gain out of facilitating my research? Why, it is quite simple, Professor. We are interested in all forms of research related to mechs. Any innovation that can increase the performance of mechs is worth pursuing. Money, wealth and even power is immaterial to research results. Our association exists to further the development of mechs, and our arrangements conform exactly to our mission. Though Professor Anton gradually realized that he was being pulled into a murky vortex, he did not reject Director Trinsale's offer and demands. No matter what the mechers were truly after, Anton's goals did not conflict with theirs. Since they both possessed a basis of cooperation, he formally agreed to all of the terms and conditions and proceeded to set up his research project while he stayed inside the secret base. It was easy enough to put everything together with the generous assistance provided by the MTA. He was able to secure the right facilities and he could even obtain the resources he needed to fabricate brand new expert mechs of his own design. He just lacked the most crucial element of all, which was the expert pilot. Fortunately, Anton was not completely clueless on how to address this crucial shortcoming. He had worked with several expert pilots over the years. Over the course of working on their expert mechs, he became familiar with the personalities and the preferences of the different personalities. Professor Anton recalled that one of them was actually quite disappointed that he wouldn't be able to obtain a stronger mech that carried a lot of small but radical improvements. Even expert pilots were able to dream. Which of them wouldn't want to obtain a stronger and more capable machine? The basic ones that the Blue Cavalry commissioned to every new expert pilot were simply too barebones to generate much enthusiasm. For this reason, Anton made contact with the expert pilot by relying on a secret communication channel that the MTA had established for his convenience. Professor, I remember you. Why did you call me? Is there anything wrong with my expert mech? Not exactly, Venerable Stixon. You see, I have an interesting offer for you. Chapter 4122 The Ultimate Sacrifice. Anton had spoken to the right target. After making his offer clear, Venerable Stixon immediately nodded. Count me in. I love my place in the Blue Cavalry and all, but I have long grown tired of this basic expert mech. It is nowhere near as powerful and exciting as the ones piloted by my more experienced peers. I don't have the patience to wait a decade before I am eligible for an upgrade. It was easy to reel a new expert pilot into Anton's scheme. Although expert pilots were treated as heroes and champions by the rank and file, the Vermeer group as a whole did not care too much for them at first. Those that had recently broken through were too weak and still had a lot to go before they could turn into true powerhouses. Since the Vermeer group had limited funding and resources at its disposal, it had to be able to spend them as efficiently as possible. It made a lot of sense not to invest too much in providing brand new expert pilots with powerful expert mechs because the absolute increase in performance was not that much. It made much more sense to concentrate all of those resources on a smaller group of proven expert pilots. Their formidable resonance strength allowed them to deliver much greater performance with the same amount of investment. While all of this made perfect sense, the reality did not make Venerable Stixon happy. This was why he did not have to think too long at all before agreeing with Professor Anton Mendoza's offer. The two were already acquainted with each other. In Venerable Stixon's experience, mech designers were always helpful towards him. He did not have any doubts about Professor Anton's sincerity. Expert pilots were decisive people by nature. They rarely hesitated or procrastinated over their decisions. As long as they wanted to do something, they would go ahead without any second guessing. They were also quite sharp about judging other people's character. Venerable Stixon's intuition did not warn him that Professor Anton meant any ill will. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The senior mech designer was being incredibly earnest about trying to help him obtain a stronger expert mech. A whirlwind of activity took place after that. Professor Anton did not know how Director Trinsale and his subordinates managed to pull it off, but they successfully arranged a series of events that caused Venerable Stixon to be reassigned from his current posting in the Blue Cavalry to a secret research group that was supposedly set up by an obscure branch of the Vermeer group. No one was able to identify the exact research group or government branch that authorized all of this. Most people lacked the authority to read the classified information. Those that did had no reason to pay attention to such a small dossier. No matter what, the manipulation allowed Venerable Stixon to shake his minders and reach the same rural star system at the edge of the Vermeer group's territories without incident. Professor Anton, it's good to see you again. You did good work with my expert mech even if it did not reach its full potential. The two men embraced each other for a moment. Although the other people in the secret base were complete strangers to them, that didn't matter because they trusted each other. Now that Anton managed to obtain the final and most important element he needed in order to proceed, he immediately initiated his research. Several months passed by as he worked intensely on the problems that lay ahead. Many times, he had to involve Venerable Stixon by scanning his body, taking out tissue samples and performing other examinations. Many of these procedures were rather tedious, but they were all necessary in order to make essential progress. Soon, the big day had come. With the help of his research findings, Anton managed to fabricate an expert mech that incorporated numerous tissue samples taken from the expert pilot. In theory, Venerable Stixon should recognize the new expert mech as his own body, thereby empowering it in a way that was different than before. Yet when Stixon finally interfaced with the mech for the first time, the initial performance results were hardly any different than before. Other than a minor performance boost which could be chalked up to Venerable Stixon's greater mood, the expert mech functionally did not become any stronger. Professor Anton frantically conducted additional experiments where he adjusted the variables and tweaked the design of the new expert mech. The data did not improve. Though Anton strongly believed he was on the right track, he was still missing an essential element that prevented his work from displaying its true potential. What am I missing? Eventually, he had to account for himself in front of Director Trinsale. While I am glad to see that your research has not produced any catastrophic consequences, I am not as pleased with the lack of results. We invested in you in order to see whether you can make a difference. A negative research result is still a useful piece of information. Anton lamely replied, at least you know what doesn't work. That hardly justifies the resources we put at your disposal and the strings we pulled to bring over Venerable Stixon. Tell me, Professor, do you have any solid ideas on how to remedy your current problem? Or do we have to shutter this project of yours? To shut down his research project when he was still grasping for an answer was intolerable to Professor Anton. No, do not pull the plug so soon. He shouted, I still have a way. The reason why we failed to achieve any results so far is because the measures I took to enhance the expert mech were too tame. I should have realized that it takes more than a couple of blood samples and tissue samples to affect a mech that weighs so many tons. Give me another chance. I am certain I can produce a successful result in my next attempt. I just need your help again. Director Trinsale looked quite intrigued. I was of the opinion that what you have attempted is the extent of your idea. Not quite. I did not go far enough. You see, I feel I can go much further. The only problem is that I cannot proceed without satisfying a set of stringent conditions. Tell me what you need. Professor Anton reluctantly did so. While he previously withheld these thoughts for fear of obtaining a negative response, at this point he had nothing to lose. Surprisingly enough, Director Trinsale did not react negatively to Anton's most extreme proposal yet. The Mecher actually looked interested rather than disgusted. I can see why you held back this idea. It is quite something. However, if your theories are truly correct, then this is the best opportunity to achieve a positive result. I approve, but only if you can satisfy the additional requirement. Leave it to me, Director. It took several more months to satisfy the additional conditions. It took another couple of weeks for the new guest to arrive at the secret research base. Venerable Zaman, you have arrived. It is an honor to meet with you. I cannot thank you enough for the sacrifice that you are prepared to make. The old and aging expert pilot smiled at the eager-sounding senior. The Vermeer Group is my life. I owe everything to it. I have always regretted that I cannot serve it anymore after I failed to achieve a breakthrough before I was forced to retire. I refuse to go out with a whimper. Rather than letting my body rot away in my home, I would rather give myself up entirely and help my fellow comrades one last time. Both Anton and Stixon became incredibly impressed by the powerful will and conviction that radiated from Venerable Zaman's mind. The retired expert pilot's body might be in shambles, but the man's willpower was still formidable. Unfortunately, the Vermeer Group and the Blue Cavalry deemed it uneconomical to extend the life of its experienced expert pilots. The cost was simply too great. It was much harder to prolong the life of a high-ranking mech pilot in general, so this service was only reserved for ace pilots and those that showed true potential in breaking through. With Venerable Zaman's full cooperation, Professor Anton was able to move forward again. Venerable Stixon kept the aging expert pilot company while Anton made the right preparations. Once everything was ready, the three had gathered in the experimental chamber where the expert mech stood dormant in the middle. So this is it, huh? Venerable Zaman uttered. It doesn't look as impressive as I thought. I am sorry, sir. Professor Anton said, the expert mech may not look like much, but it is the research result that will truly make a difference. As long as I am able to prove that this concept works, I will be able to apply my research to many mechs of the Blue Cavalry. That will result in the greatest benefit to the Vermeer Group. Ah, you are correct. Let us proceed then, the aged expert pilot said before his expression turned complicated. I am not accustomed to looking forward to my own demise, but I feel surprisingly eager this time. How strange. We will try to make it as painless as possible, Venerable Zaman. We will simply put you into a sleep where you will never wake up. Anton gently explained. They put Venerable Zaman into a medical pod which subsequently sedated the expert pilot. Then, the pod injected additional chemicals that slowly suppressed the man's body activity until it grew entirely still. Anton and Stixon both saluted the old soldier for making the ultimate sacrifice in the name of science. Hours later, Professor Anton solemnly lifted a clean and sterile skull with his hands. Even though it was made out of reinforced bone, he could still feel the echo of Venerable Zaman's will from the organic remains. Venerable Stixon looked fascinated at the skull. It's as if he is still alive. How is this possible? His brain and all are entirely gone. How? In the industry, we call this the X factor. Professor Anton grinned as he became more and more impressed at the ingredient he held in his hands. It is a difficult phenomenon to describe, but suffice to say it will be the key to allowing your expert mech to surpass its limits and reach an unheard of level of efficiency. Professor Anton quickly processed the remaining biological remains and proceeded to integrate them into the existing expert mech. As he finally stepped back from his work, he already felt that the machine that he had created with his own efforts had changed in a subtle manner. Now it was time to test his work for real. Venerable Stixon understood. As the young and still living expert pilot entered the cockpit and began to activate his expert mech yet again, Professor Anton closely paid attention to the data feeds. As the expert mech completed the boot-up procedure and achieved resonance with Venerable Stixon, Professor Anton watched on with increasing trepidation as the numbers slowed down as they reached their previous maximums. Once they reached this crucial line, Anton held back his breath as the performance of his skull mech did not rise any further. Then, a couple of the numbers jumped beyond their previous states. Yes, Professor Anton erupted in jubilation. It worked. Although not all of the performance parameters had risen after integrating Venerable Zaman's remains in the expert mech, the differences were already a good sign. As certain parameters continued to rise for reasons that eluded Professor Anton, the entire secret base suddenly shook, causing him to wobble on his feet. What? The base shook again, then another time, then 2 more times in quick succession. For a moment, Anton became bewildered. He wanted so badly to get back to studying the incoming data, but the constant shaking prevented him from devoting himself to his task. What was strange was that alarms had yet to sound throughout these disturbances. Not a single base employee had come and informed him of what was taking place. As the shaking grew increasingly heavier and more violent, Anton was completely forced to put down his ongoing work. He just managed to put on an emergency hazard suit that was stowed inside a hidden compartment of the observation room before the wall that led through the testing chamber abruptly exploded. Venerable Stixon's expert mech immediately pulled out its rifle and adopted a defensive posture as half a dozen blue-coated mechs barged into space. The blue cavalry had arrived. What is the meaning of this? Professor Anton broadcasted towards the mechs on an open channel. Why have you intruded into this base and interrupted a vital and delicate experiment? One of the mechs began to project the body of a familiar-looking mech designer. Anton, Master Rexon greeted as he looked around the testing chamber. Do you have any idea of what you have done? I completed my research project. The senior claimed as he waved his hand at the nearby data panels. Look at these readings. I succeeded, Master. The improved expert mech that I have built is already performing 8% better than normal. Master Rexon grew angry. You fool. The performance gains that you have made is not related to the purported enhancements that you have made to the expert mech. They are solely derived from the placebo effect. Venerable Stixon, the expert pilot who you managed to deceive and fool into conducting this heinous experiment, thinks his expert mech has become stronger, therefore he resonates better with it than usual. That is why only the parameters that are most closely related to resonance have improved. If you look more closely at all of the precious data of yours, then you will see that the parameters that are not as affected by the pilot have remained virtually unchanged. Anton's eyes grew wide as he made the same conclusion as Master Rexon. Compared to his initial explanation, the one provided by his former mentor and superior was much more logical. Why are you here? The senior asked as he grew increasingly more lost and confused. I thought, the Mechers, did you think this secret research base was built by the MTA? Director Trindale said, you were fooled. Master Rexon flatly stated, this base and its people, who conveniently disappeared before we could apprehend them by the way, has nothing to do with the Mechers. Do you know who is truly responsible for constructing this base and deceiving you into working on your forbidden research project under their noses? Who? The members of the Gage dynasty. What? It is true. Our intelligence services have determined that the ones responsible for turning you into a war criminal and spurring you to slay one of our most honored expert pilots are nothing but agents of a rival coalition partner. What is worse is that a portion of your deeds have leaked onto the galactic net. If Professor Anton hadn't taken enough hits already, the revelations that his controversial actions spilled into the public eye was devastating. His world broke entirely at that point. He dropped to his knees as he lost the strength to keep himself up. No, this can't be. I was convinced it was all true. It had to be the Mechers. Maybe they bailed out on me and cast the blame on the Gagers in order to preserve their reputation. That has to be the case. Master Rexon, you should readily be able to confirm this. Just study this base and all of these advanced facilities. There should be teleporters and first-class alloys and, we noticed that just before our mechs punched through them as if they were made out of paper. They are all illusions. They are ultra-realistic physical projections that present a false reality. You have been lied to, Anton. You have been lied to all this time. For a moment, utter silence reigned as Professor Anton's mind blanked out. It was as if his brain had become stuck due to the rapid influx of all of the conflicting and shocking input. The senior slowly raised his helmeted head and gazed towards his precious skull mech. The thought that everything that he had done was ultimately in vain and that his expert mech hadn't grown any stronger due to the honorable sacrifice of a retired expert pilot became too much for him to bear. As total and utter desolation descended upon his fragile mind, he did the only thing he could at this point. He laughed. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Chapter 4123 Damage Control Truth and Lies tangled together in a web that pushed Professor Anton Mendoza into an untenable position. When his former mentor and superior tore out the veil that had been clouding Anton's vision for the entire time, the latter did not know what to believe anymore. Did the Gage dynasty truly set up an elaborate scheme to entrap him and ruin his career for the sole purpose of tarnishing the Vermeer Group? Was the MTA truly not involved in this entire sordid affair, or had it actually used its considerable resources to fool the Fredamen into blaming themselves? Was Director Trinsale actually a real mecher who was tasked with conducting secret research, or was he a fictional personality who did not show up in any records? Professor Anton simply couldn't judge what was going on anymore. He realized that he never knew the truth in the first place. Ha ha ha, I was so stupid and naive, ha 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 ha. A normal senior mech designer was incredibly smart and observant. It shouldn't have been so easy to fool a person who made a living by spotting and solving countless complex engineering problems. However, every mech designer was only proficient in a number of fields of engineering. A rather sheltered mech designer who had only ever accrued experience by working in one design institution after another without interacting too much with outsiders was not that proficient in social engineering. What compounded Professor Anton's naivety was that he had recently become obsessed with his radical design methods and solutions. He became so tunnel-visioned on finding a means to revolutionize his design philosophy and bring it one step closer to realization that he did not bother to question his assumptions anymore. I became just as single-minded as expert pilots, he reflected on himself. I made so many mistakes and oversights that I deserved to get hoodwinked. He did not question the shady location and providence of the secret base. He did not question the identity or the many dubious claims made by Director Trinsale. He did not bother to gain a second opinion or share his burden with anyone who was equipped to verify the truth. He did not bother to think why the MTA would want to support his research in particular instead of leaving it up to their own people. He did not question why the MTA was completely fine with his proposal to kill an expert pilot just to use the old soldier's bones as a raw material for an expert mech. There were so many doubtful instances that alarm bells should have rung in Anton's mind a long time ago. It was a pity that his insistence on finding a breakthrough had blinded him to the point where he only saw the roses and not the decaying bodies that fertilized the beautiful flowers. The power of obsession could turn even the smartest mech designer into a gullible fool. It is over, Anton. The large projection of Master Rexon said. The agents of the Gage dynasty did not only leak your attempt to murder an expert pilot in order to conduct an insane experiment related to an expert mech, but they also blamed you for the deaths of thousands of other people. What? Anton briefly shook himself out of his spiral of dissent. That is not true. I admit that I have compelled Venerable Zaman to sacrifice his life for the greater good of the Blue Cavalry, but I would never have been so depraved to slaughter thousands in order to further my own research. The mech industry would have never tolerated my actions if that was the case. Master Rexon stared at the suited senior who was kneeling in despair at the moment. For what it is worth, I believe you. I know you well enough that you do not have the heart to go that far. However, it is difficult to refute the lies espoused by the Gagers. Look at this, Anton. A new projection appeared that displayed a literal mountain of bones and rotting flesh. Skulls piled up like pyramids while other bones were strewn about as if they were dumped into the place without any thought. The piles of shredded and decomposing flesh looked even worse. It was as if hundreds if not thousands of people had literally been torn apart in order to pick out the choicest pieces of meat. What shocked Professor Anton as well as Venerable Stixon so much was the lack of humanity depicted in the projected view. The way that the perpetrator callously killed and used the bodily remains of innocent victims stood in stark contrast to how Professor Anton displayed utter respect towards Venerable Zaman's own biological remains. That is not mine. I am not responsible for these murders. I believe you, Anton, but do you know where we found these bodies? Where? 700 meters away from your current position. Master Rexon answered. For many months, you were working and conducting your research in the same asteroid base that also served as a human abattoir. Whether you were responsible for these atrocities or not, it is a fact that local citizens from this star system and neighboring star systems have been kidnapped before subsequently slain on this site. Due to the agitation of the agents of the Gage dynasty, the public and the relatives of the deceased will not be able to accept any other explanation than what is already spread in public. And what explanation is that, Master? The prevailing story is that the victims, your victims, have lost their lives due to an unhinged senior's irrational quest to empower mechs through the power of human sacrifice. Professor Anton lowered his head. He could deny all he wanted, but with how extensively Director Trinsale, or the actual mastermind, pushed him into this pit, there was probably no way for him to profess his innocence. Not that it mattered. The fact that he had guilt-tripped an expert pilot into voluntary death was true and undeniable. This crime alone was enough to push him into eternal damnation. The Blue Cavalry could never tolerate such a heinous event even if Anton's research succeeded in bearing fruit. This was because its expert pilots and their many adherents in the service would revolt if they were ever expected to sacrifice their lives just to make an expert mech a little more powerful. Although the expert pilots in the service of the Blue Cavalry were quite loyal to the Vermeer group, there were some lines that simply shouldn't be crossed. Professor Anton should have realized this as well, and he would have if he was in a more sober mood during the past few years. It was a pity that his obsession had clouded even that bit of common sense. Whether this is a trap or not is immaterial at this point. Master Rexon spoke. At this point, we must satisfy the victims and provide an acceptable explanation to the public. As the chief culprit of this tragedy, your head must serve as that explanation. Professor Anton Mendoza, will you surrender into the Blue Cavalry's custody and cooperate with our investigators? While we cannot undo the damage, we can make sure we learn as much from this incident as we can. The more you can assist in our inquiry, the more you can prevent future mech designers from falling into the same trap. Anton's heart had sunk until it had almost turned black. However, there was enough duty and loyalty left inside of him that he was willing to do this much to help the Vermeer group. He knew it wasn't nearly enough to atone for his crimes and acts of negligence, but it was the only way he could still go forward while retaining the last remaining shreds of his honor. As he began to raise his head and speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up, another party suddenly stopped him from giving his answer. No, stop. The modified expert mech suddenly moved to put its frame between the observation room and the Blue Cavalry mechs. Professor Anton is innocent. He doesn't deserve to be treated like this. All he ever wanted to do was help. Master Rexon's projection shook a bit. General Abertion Blake has already ordered you to stand down and await detention, Venerable Stixon. I will not stand by and let a good friend and an innocent mech designer bear the blame for someone else's crimes. The expert pilot insisted. Venerable Zaman did not give his life to us in vain. Professor Anton's work truly succeeded. I can feel it. He is innocent. The air suddenly grew tense as the skull mech began to resonate at an increasing intensity. Professor Anton looked up in alarm. Venerable Stixon, I know you're right, Anton. Maybe your attempt hasn't worked out as well as we hoped this time, but I am sure you can vindicate Venerable Zaman's trust in your work. We just have to keep working in order to complete your current project. This did not sit well with Master Rexon and the Blue Cavalry. As the Master was about to issue a sterner warning, Venerable Stixon was no longer willing to wait for the opposition to call in further reinforcements. Expert pilots were decisive people. Once they made a decision, they often acted upon it without entertaining any second thoughts. They were also quite good at reading other people's intentions. When Venerable Stixon saw that Master Rexon was determined to put a total end to this entire affair in one way or another, the young and impulsive expert pilot could not hold himself back any longer. Follow me, Professor. I will carve a way out for you. He roared even as his expert mech exploded into action. The skull mech raised its rifle and began to fire a rapid sequence of resonance-empowered positron beams at the Blue Cavalry mechs within its line of sight. Mech after mech collapsed onto the floor as the powerful positron beams seared straight through their armor and inflicted crippling damage onto their internals. The regular mechs had no chance against a genuine expert mech. Not under these circumstances and with so few numbers. Stop, Venerable Stixon. You are committing treason, Master Rexon yelled just before his projection cut away. It was a pity that Venerable Stixon remained unmoved to these pleas. I will not allow any further injustice to take place under my nose. The expert pilot followed his own heart and conviction and proceeded to fight for a way out of the secret base. Under Stixon's frantic urging, Anton bewilderingly entered the skull mech's cockpit. There, he watched on as the rogue expert mech proceeded to shoot down any opposing mech and scare away any groups of infantry that sought to stop the escape of the chief suspect. Stixon tried his best not to kill any Fredaman in his escape attempt. All of the damage he inflicted onto the opposing mechs merely disabled their systems without ever placing their cockpits at risk. Without any expert mechs or overwhelming numbers on their side, the Blue Cavalry units simply found it impossible to stop Venerable Stixon from doing what he wanted. Eventually, the rogue expert pilot and the fugitive senior managed to make their escape. That journey was one of the most chaotic periods of Anton's life. He could not even explain how he was able to outrun his pursuers and evade capture for so long. All he knew was that he could never return to the Friday Coalition for the rest of his life. Anton spoke to Master Rexon one last time over the comm. It was when he had just crossed the border of civilized space and became secure in the fact that his pursuers were unlikely to catch up at this point. Master, you shouldn't have called me, Anton. Rexon sighed. Now I will be put under another round of investigation. Do you know how much your escape has exacerbated this debacle? I am sorry, Master. Don't apologize anymore. You have made your way into lawless space. The rules of survival are much different over there. If you want to stay alive, then you must adapt to a more brutal game. Never show weakness. Project strength in any way you can. The infamy that you have built up will serve you well in that. Play into the madness that has led the public to believe you have ruthlessly cut down thousands of people in your quest to design a better mech. Let the pirates of the frontier know that Reno Jimenez, otherwise known as the Skull Architect, is the most murderous mech designer in their midst. What? Anton looked astonished. My name is not, it is now. Master Rexon insisted. The spooks of the Gage dynasty may have successfully provoked a scandal that has inflicted significant damage to our Vermeer group's social cohesion, but we have done our best to limit the damage. We could not afford to drag in the Blue Cavalry and our expert pilots into this cesspit. We especially could not afford to tarnish the reputation of your alma mater. No matter what, the dignity of Martin Hildebrand and its backers must remain spotless. Hence the reason why the culprit of the brutal murders is Professor Reno Jimenez, a failing mech designer who originated from an average mech design university. Have I made myself clear? Yes, sir, good man. For what it is worth, I wish I would have intervened sooner. I should not have denied you so often. I at least needed to keep a closer eye on you when you started showing deviating behavior. If I did, I could have guided you to a healthier course of action. The fugitive mech designer became emotional to the point where he began to tear up. I would have liked that as well. This was the last time that the Skull Architect used his original name. Professor Anton Mendoza became a forgotten person in the Vermeer group. Though not all of his traces could be scrubbed, the government did its best to minimize any mention of him. The name disappeared on many databases and many people who knew him personally received strict orders to never talk about Anton Mendoza again. Since the condemned mech designer largely spent his time in a closed circle and had very few interactions with other parties, it was easy for the Vermeer group to make the alumni from Martin Hildebrand disappear. In time, the scandal itself became forgotten as time and other events began to dominate people's attention. The few people that were still obsessed over the incident finally let go once the Komodo War commenced in earnest. Compared to a tragedy that affected a couple of thousands lives at most, a war that directly affected the lives of trillions of Fredamen and Hexers and decided the future of even more people was much more significant. The Skull Architect never forgot, though. The traumas he experienced from this life-changing sequence of events haunted him up until this day. Chapter 4124. Long years. The attempt to impart an expert mech with extraordinary properties had been the downfall of Professor Anton Mendoza's career. Even as he moved on under several different guises, the earnest mech designer from the Vermeer group was never able to let go of his original research project. It was the mental scar that tortured his mind whenever his thoughts turned to an attempt to realize his design philosophy and advance to master. Perhaps it functioned as a mental block that sabotaged any effort he made to move past the bottleneck that was the source of his frustration and his drastic change in circumstances. It did not seem to matter what identity he used and what badge he put on his output. Professor Anton Mendoza, who patriotically worked on behalf of the Blue Cavalry, failed to achieve a breakthrough. Professor Reno Jimenez, who quickly inspired dread and fear as the infamous Skull Architect, failed to achieve a breakthrough. Now in his third guise, Professor Benedict Cortez, who had become the second leader of the Rising Cross clan, was determined to break the pattern. Mere instances after Vessa's hammer of brilliance struck the senior mech designer's head, Professor Benedict experienced the greatest sense of enlightenment that he had ever experienced in almost 150 years of life. As Anton Mendoza, he accumulated a lot of knowledge and gained a lot of experience with working on many different military-grade mechs. He also learned a lot by holding regular exchanges and receiving many helpful lessons from the expansive community of Vermeer Group mech designers. As the Skull Architect, he became a lot more radical in his conduct and his research experiments. The incompetent pirates that botched everything he asked of them and the awful logistical circumstances that hindered him from gaining the resources he needed were but a few of the reasons why he became so unscrupulous towards his work. The constant frustrations and setbacks had encouraged him to resort to increasingly more extreme and desperate methods in order to make any progress. Though most of the research projects he conducted during the decades he spent in the Ferris Star region had failed for one reason or another, that did not mean he learned nothing throughout the process. Much of what he learned during this chaotic and dangerous period of his life were derived from empirical data generated by practical experimentation. This actually served to fill up a gap that he had neglected for a long time. The Skull Architect gained a better feel and understanding for mechs. He also became more knowledgeable about what worked and what definitely did not work. It was a pity that he had never come close to a viable solution to the critical problem that prevented his most important research project from succeeding. Even though he obtained many different skulls and integrated them into mechs in various different ways, none of them had ever produced any results that were at least similar to the ones he obtained when he created his first skull mech. That did not deter him, though. He continued to soldier on and persisted on his research, hoping that his accumulation combined with a successful experiment might prove to be enough for him to break past his bottleneck eventually. At the present day, Professor Benedict Cortez only possessed faint hope that the Mars project would actually be able to give him the spark that he had been looking for in the second half of his life. Although he spoke a little optimistically about his chances to the others, he knew quite well that relying on the magma vein system alone was not enough for him to realize his design philosophy. The magma vein system was at best a system that optimized the use of energy and the way it was transmitted to different parts of mechs. There was nothing overly special or extraordinary about it. Reaching a few percentage points closer to 100% efficiency was still within the realm of conventional technology. The biggest requirement was the use of quality materials that produced less waste than cheaper materials. What little ingenuity he put into the magma vein system might make it difficult for other mech designers to imitate his work, but it was not adequate enough to serve as the basis of a breakthrough technology. Secretly, he had always kept his original research project in his mind, even up to this day. He had put too much blood, sweat and tears in it to give up on his original idea. While he recognized that he had become affected by the sunk cost fallacy, he could not bring himself to step away from the research that had caused him to become a fugitive and lose almost everything he worked for in the first half of his life. Unfortunately, wanting something to happen was not enough to make it come true. Failed result after failed result continued to pile up while successes were few and far in between. It was only after he came into contact with Vase Larkinson that he began to see renewed hope in achieving further progress. Much to his amazement, the X factor that the Skull Architect painstakingly sought to impart in his mechs had become standard issue to the products developed by this young but talented mech designer. His daring and his unorthodox approach to mech design reminded him a lot of Carmen Olsen, who had since advanced to master, just as she boasted in front of him all of those decades ago. While Vase Larkinson's design philosophy and its applications were only tangibly related to his own ambitious goal, the Skull Architect nonetheless believed that he could leverage the younger mech designer's expertise to his own advantage. What the man's wife managed to accomplish recently further vindicated his belief. Gloriana Woden had worked much more extensively with Vase and got rewarded by it by developing her new god body concept, a method that could potentially empower and increase the quality of an expert mech by directly leveraging metaphysical input. It was Gloriana's innovative solution that most recently occupied Professor Benedict's mind when he thought about his old research project. He was not jealous of her and did not think her method was encroaching upon his own. The main crux of Gloriana's god body was that it was entirely dependent on external sources of energy to further the evolution of a mech. That was not quite what Professor Benedict had in mind. Despite all of the differences between his own ideas and that of the younger Larkinson mech designer, the exposure to different works continually inspired him and prompted him to revisit his old problems from a new angle. This process had been taking place for several years now as he continually became confronted by one new innovative design application after another from the Larkinsons. He just never found a way to tie it all together and produce a work that successfully applied what he learned in a new and innovative fashion. Until now, he had worked as a mech designer for over a century. Everything he learned and everything he became exposed to had continually piled up in his mind. Some of what he absorbed had turned into useful knowledge while many other materials turned dormant, as Professor Benedict never found a good use for them after all this time. Yet now that a powerful external force known as Vulcan descended into his mind with his consent, a different perspective that was filled with a lot of foreign knowledge, much of which he never learned, began to sort through his knowledge accumulation. This was the first time that Vulcan fully gained access to the mind of a formidable senior mech designer. Previously, the design spirit only descended upon the minds of artisans who did not have anything to do with mechs or journeymen who were on the same level as Vase. Professor Benedict possessed far more depth and insights on mechs than any of those people. Though Vulcan had to spend a lot more time and struggled increasingly to understand the more advanced and abstruse knowledge that Professor Benedict had mastered, the vast exposure already produced certain results. Vulcan's second perspective allowed him to tie unrelated pieces of knowledge together that previously did not appear to be related to each other. This took place on a large scale as Professor Benedict directly benefited from the formidable intellect and wisdom of a design spirit who professed to be the god of mechs among other domains. Not only that, but Vulcan also lent a tiny portion of his own considerable expertise to Professor Benedict, giving him the keys that had prevented him from forming many useful realizations throughout the years. As a result, Professor Benedict became flooded with insights, many of which were rather small and limited in scale, but a few of them were far more significant than usual. Due to all of this mental activity, the so-called false inspired state that the hammer of brilliance was meant to induce on people quickly turned into a greater phenomenon. Vase took a step back in astonishment as he could feel from Professor Benedict's body as well as his connection through the design network in Vulcan that the effect he produced was far greater than he anticipated. The value that Vulcan could bring to people differed by how much data, information and knowledge that they had gathered over the years. To relatively young journeymen like Vase and his fellow Larkinson mech designers, the benefits were relatively useful but fairly limited. After all, they had only worked as professional mech designers for a decade at most. What they learned before that point was merely basic scientific knowledge that could hardly form the basis of any meaningful breakthroughs. A senior as old and experienced as Professor Benedict was substantially different. He had lived almost 4 times as long as Vase, and spent a much greater proportion of his life pushing the limits of known science. He accumulated a dreadful amount of advanced and experimental data and knowledge. Though only a fraction of it was truly useful and relevant to his attempt to progress his design philosophy further, Vulcan helped the senior make countless new and useful associations in a short amount of time. In fact, Professor Benedict's mind would have overheated by now if not for the fact that Vulcan was helping him process all of these new connections. Soon enough, Professor Benedict's inspiration began to expand even further. Vase and the other Larkinson mech designers found to their surprise that the senior was actually beginning to draw from portions of their expertise as well. The additional knowledge that mech designers who approached mechs from radically different directions enriched Benedict even further to the point where he could finally summon up the courage to present a real solution to his problem. So it was like this all along. Mechs possess so many more possibilities than I thought. True inspiration struck Professor Benedict as he rapidly formed a new design solution that he was determined to apply to the Mars project despite the fact that it was not a part of the original design. He turned towards the Larkinson mech designers with burning eyes. Let us elevate the Mars to a new height. Professor Benedict had become so determined all of a sudden that Vase and the others didn't have the will or desire to resist. The older mech designer then proceeded to turn to Patriarch Reginald Cross. I will need your cooperation as well. You will have it, Professor. The leader of the Cross clan replied. Since Patriarch Reginald was connected to the design network as well, he could clearly learn that Professor Benedict had bold ideas in mind. Though the expert pilot did not possess the expertise to judge whether Benedict's spontaneous new plan was any good, Reginald had a good feeling about what was about to occur. Soon enough, Professor Benedict forcefully took charge of the fabrication effort and proceeded to inject his supercharged energy into the work process. Chapter 4125 made Professor Benedict Cortez had long put a lot of hopes on the Mars project. Every expert mech design project was of great significance to him. The ones he worked on in the first half of his life had given him his first exposure to the possibilities that expert pilots as well as resonating exotics introduced. Though he hadn't been able to work on any further expert mechs when he was exiled beyond the reaches of civilized space, he always had them in his mind. Now that he had become the head designer of the Cross clan, he finally regained the chance to work on expert mech design projects once again. His first actual work on them was when he assisted the Larkinsons in developing their new expert mechs such as the Sea-Man and the Blade Chaser Mark II. As much as he enjoyed the opportunity to work on those expert mechs, they were ultimately the works of the Larkinson mech designers. His own contributions were limited to a few areas that the journeyman could not accomplish due to their lack of exposure to the greater secrets of expert mechs. It was only when he was allowed to lead the Mars project that he could truly impart his vision in a powerful expert mech design. He took full advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to put his stamp onto the Mars design. While people such as Vase and Gloriana added their own unique touches to the Mars project, their influence was relatively limited. No matter what, Professor Benedict Cortez held a firm grip on the regime and the direction of the Mars design. This was the most powerful mech he had worked at this point in his turbulent career, and it might very well be the best opportunity for him to achieve a substantive breakthrough in his design philosophy. While those hopes remained rather faint in the past, it was different now that he literally became struck by inspiration. As his mind and spirit became completely energized, he looked at his design and his work in a much more comprehending perspective than before. The fog that had obscured his work and theories for so long had become unable to block his vision any further. The original design needs to change. Follow my lead and assist me as best possible, Professor Benedict instructed the Larkinson mech designers. Through the power of Alexandria's active design network, Vase, Gloriana, Juliet and Sarah thoroughly understood what the senior needed from them. Doubts and misunderstandings were few and far in between, as the instant sharing of ideas at a much greater fidelity than could be accomplished through other forms of communication prevailed over the course of their cooperation. Hours passed by as the mech designers all operated the various machines and fabricated the parts that they were originally tasked with producing. The only differences so far was that Professor Benedict slightly altered the design or specifications of a few of those parts on the spot. For what purpose, neither Vase nor any of the other journeymen exactly knew. This was because Professor Benedict did not expose his full theories and intentions to them, not because the senior was possessive of his ideas, but because they were too profound and advanced for the Larkinsons to understand at their stage. This way, Vase and the others were able to perform their work with greater direction, but not to the point where they became distracted and overwhelmed by Professor Benedict's brand new ideas and solutions. As the mech designers all kept churning out part after part, the leader of the fabrication run operated the Cross-Clan's first-class superfab in a careful and controlled manner. His responsibility had always been the greatest in the original fabrication plan, but with the new changes that he intended to introduce, he played an even greater role than before. He knew quite well that it was taboo in his profession to spontaneously alter major aspects of a mech design in the process of fabricating a copy, but he couldn't help himself this time. Just like all of those years ago when he was obsessed with making his initial skull mech work, Professor Benedict had completely fallen back into his bad habits and became struck by a case of tunnel vision once again. The difference this time was that he was much more knowledgeable and confident than before. Whereas in the past he was driven to obsession by overly optimistic assumptions and spurious proof, this time he possessed a much more solid theoretical base. With Vulcan's active assistance and insights, Professor Benedict had become completely enlightened in a way that had eluded him in the past. It was this abundance of knowledge and understanding that confidently spurred him into making one modification after another. As he did so, he generated so much enthusiasm and anticipation that his overflowing optimism infected the other mech designers in the design network. The Larkinson mech designers all performed a bit better, as well as their morale rose and began to share some of Professor Benedict's hopes and dreams. Even as Gloriana and the other mech designers took their scheduled breaks at times, Professor Benedict did not stop at all. He was on a roll, and he did not want to lose his momentum and miss the inspiration that was affecting and empowering his entire mood at the moment. Day and night, he worked to diligently fabricate the parts needed to assemble the Mars, while at the same time applying new and more refined design solutions to the current design. It was one of the most productive and most enjoyable times he had ever experienced in his life. It was during these crucial hours and days that he fully reconnected to his original love and passion for mechs. He not only recalled his old regrets, but also harkened back to his forgotten dreams and the many projects that he had abandoned over the course of his career. He reflected on those failures and missed opportunities, all the while putting enough concentration in his actual work to maintain his schedule. Though his journey as a mech designer was far from smooth and could never be compared to the relatively straightforward trajectory of Master Carmen Olsen, Professor Benedict was still proud of his work. Both his good results and bad results had shaped him and his design philosophy until he was the man he was today. He had matured enormously over the years, and the time he spent in completely different environments had not only broadened his perspective, but rapidly raised his adaptability, thereby ultimately turning him into a more resilient mech designer. All of the good mechs and bad mechs he had encountered over the course of his life provided further inspiration and guidance to him. The ones developed by Vase and the Larkinson clan especially stood out due to how they pursued completely different tangents to empower the machines even further. He also recalled his recent works. The mechs he designed for the Cross clan in the past few years were not that exciting, but that was not their purpose. His mechs were all designed along the same way he developed mechs for the Blue Cavalry in the past. Since the Cross clan was highly militaristic, his products fit well with his new clients. The Crossers did not have any unusual needs and were more than happy to pilot robust, military-grade mechs that could fight for longer periods of time and did not get exhausted too soon. Yet, as efficient and reliable as his contemporary designs may seem, their energy efficiency rates were still a bit more limited than he would have liked. The amount of energy put into their reserves did not equal the amount of energy they translated into useful results. Actions such as moving a mech forward or firing an energy weapon caused the machine to lose a significant amount of energy in every step of the way. That lost energy mostly turned into heat that subsequently went to waste. It had always been his dream to achieve 100% efficiency. If that was not possible, then he was more than willing to settle with 95 or 90% efficiency. Unfortunately, those were dream numbers as far as the rest of the mech industry was concerned. There were times where Professor Benedict felt tempted to give up on his original ambition. It was impossible to achieve these insane levels of efficiency unless he designed a mech that was only good in this aspect using the most expensive technologies and materials available to humanity. Yet after thinking about how many sacrifices had been made for him to attain this progress, he could not bear the thought of abandoning his original intentions. Now, as he and his other fellow mech designers completed the first major phase of the fabrication run, he was ready to put his incredible new design solution to the test. "Let us prepare to assemble the mech," he spoke. The mech designers first inspected the parts that they had just produced. Each of them were quite exquisite. None of them exhibited any obvious deviations or flaws that could tarnish the completed work. This allowed them to proceed with the assembly without any further delays. The mech designers largely followed the original plan as they each focused on building up the mech while handling the parts they produced themselves as much as possible. Professor Benedict again played a huge role in this as much of the core and guts of the mechs were made by him. He placed each of these parts into the frame with purpose. The closer the Mars came to completion, the closer he came to completing his ambitious new plan. What was special this time was that he also asked Patriarch Reginald Cross to assist more actively in the assembly of his imminent expert mech. "What can I do, Benedict?" the expert pilot curiously asked. "I need you to stand close to the expert mech and resonate with it," Benedict requested. "You do know that the Mars isn't complete, right? How can I interface with it when it can't even power up at this time?" "That is the thing, Reginald. You don't have to. You're a high-tier expert pilot. You should be able to establish a connection and prime your expert mech without needing to interface it in a conventional manner. The Mars is already designed to resonate with you in mind. It will respond to you even if it is in an incomplete state. Will that create disruptions to the assembly process?" Patriarch Reginald asked with concern. "No, it may produce changes, but that is exactly what I am trying to accomplish. We will do our best to adapt to the circumstances. Please proceed, Reginald." The expert pilot reluctantly did as he was asked and began to prime his mech with the ascribed method. Surprisingly enough, Reginald was actually able to form a rudimentary form of resonance with the Mars even though it was only half complete at this stage. Although it was a major hazard to bring an expert pilot so close to a machine that was being actively constructed, Professor Benedict was determined to complete the Mars while it was constantly resonating with Patriarch Reginald in advance. The Larkinson mech designers were completely clueless what this extra step was supposed to accomplish. Even Vase, who knew the most about spiritual engineering, wasn't entirely clear what was going on either. Fortunately, it did not take too long to complete the highly anticipated fabrication process. As almost every part was put into place, it became clear that one of Professor Benedict's modifications had purposefully left a conspicuous gap in the interior of the expert mech. Professor Benedict left open the chest of the mech so that he could add a special component to the Mars that had not been present in the original design. He had to ask an assistant to retrieve the special part from one of his personal storage vaults in advance. When he finally picked up the metal lockbox that he had stashed to the side, he opened it up and retrieved the key that he had long preserved in the event he saw a chance to fulfill his dream. He carefully reached out with arms and reverently picked up a clean and well-preserved skull. Vase, who had been watching from the side, became shocked by its appearance. That skull, even from a distance, he could feel the strength and will that still clung to the macabre object. "Hello Stixon, my old friend," Professor Benedict emotionally whispered. "I've come to talk to you again." The powerful willpower that constantly radiated from the human skull seemed to respond to Benedict, though that might be an illusion. Nevertheless, the skull was the key to realizing the vision that Benedict had planted in his brain a long time ago. After more than half a century of wandering through restless dreams by himself, he had finally reached the light that was at the end of the tunnel. Professor Benedict began to float above the workshop floor while holding the skull of his old friend. He flew to the open cavity within the chest of the mech and entered inside it without any incident. Everyone else fell silent as Professor Benedict made his move. When the senior reached the surface of the power reactor, he devotedly affixed the human skull into place. He adjusted several parts so that his latest addition was well protected. Once he retreated and lowered himself to the floor, he proceeded to finalize the Mars by himself. As soon as he put the final piece into place, the completed Mars began to glow and transform before their very own eyes. Numerous different interactions took place at once. Not only had the Mars activated its god body, but it was also undergoing a more profound transformation. "Masterwork," Gloriana enthusiastically called. "Professor Benedict did it, he did it. The Mars has become a masterwork." In fact, the Mars was more than just a masterwork. Everything that Benedict and everyone else put into the expert mech design was of such great magnitude that it had shot far beyond the threshold of a masterwork mech. Its quality climbed up well into the second rung of the craftsmanship ladder, making it even more powerful and exquisite than before. At the same time, Patriarch Reginald had never stopped. With his current activity, he continually touched the side of the leg of his new expert mech and actively resonated with the dormant machine, causing it to gain an increasingly brighter glow. Professor Benedict became so awash with emotions that he finally could not maintain his control any longer. A tear leaked from his eye as his knees lost strength. He knelt as if he was bowing and praying in tribute to the glowing god that he had made. "Mars," he whispered in the workshop hall that had descended into utter silence. No one spoke for minutes even as the Mars transformed into an unprecedented mech. Chapter 4126 A New Bridge to Vase. What unfolded before his eyes was unprecedented. It was not strange for him to see a mech exceed the masterwork threshold these days. However, this time was special. Vase and the rest of his fellow Larkinsons weren't responsible for this feat this time. Though they had put more effort into this design than many of their other mechs, they never considered it to be theirs alone. Despite turning into a living mech that contained all of the strongest elements of their respective design philosophies, the Mars did not belong to the Larkinson clan. It was designed to become the new flagship mech of the Cross clan. Now that Vase and everyone else present in the workshop of the primary Cross lab could see the expert mech in its final and complete form, they truly felt it had become a fantastic representative of a clan that was on the rise. The mech exuded power and might beyond any expert mech that Vase had seen in person. Not even the Gatecrasher, which Vase previously considered as the most impressive high-tier expert mech that he had witnessed in action, could compare against an extravagant machine that could rightfully be called a half-step ace mech. As the lengthy and extensive masterwork transformation continued to change and alter the frame of the Mars for the better, Vase and the others became completely enthralled by the improvements that emerged. New insights and realizations spawned in their minds that had never graced them before. Part of this was because the Mars was such a complex, powerful and high-end expert mech. Not even the Sea-Man with its TESMAS could come close to the technological sophistication of the expert hybrid mech. The collision and interplay with all kinds of brand new products of high technology such as the Abassis armor, the Pulsar V1, the Arceus system and so on generated an enormous amount of technical realizations that the mech designers simply couldn't catch them all with their limited processing capacity. They could only record the transformations with their implants and the workshop's excellent sensors and repeatedly review the footage at a later date to grasp the insights that eluded during this time. Even then, they were destined not to comprehend everything that took place within the Mars as much of the advanced systems were outside of their areas of expertise. For example, while Vase was able to understand the intricacies concerning the Arceus system fairly well considering that he had worked on it for more than a year straight, he understood almost nothing about what was going on with the highly prized Abbasi's armor. It was okay, though. Vase did not have any desire to bite more than he could chew. The huge amount of insights he derived from the Arceus system already enhanced his overall understanding of energy weapon systems by a large margin. However, that wasn't the most interesting part about the transformation of the Mars. What truly captured his imagination was how Professor Benedict's extraordinary efforts affected the spiritual design of the Mars. While Vase did not fully understand what the senior had done with the skull of an expert pilot, it appeared that integrating it into the power reactor of the expert mech produced an extraordinary series of reactions that produced a remarkable new addition to the machine. Through his spiritual senses, he could see that the skull had become much more than just a hidden ornament. Through the special design elements that Professor Benedict had spontaneously added to the mech design in an act of inspiration, the skull had actually turned into a bridge between the material and the imaginary realm. Vase had to double-check and triple-check his observations in order to verify what he was seeing. An actual bridge, the implications and the uses of such a bridge were enormous. He couldn't even begin to describe the brilliance of this mechanism and what kind of effects it could produce. Vase could fully believe that this was an innovation that was worthy for a senior mech designer to advance to master mech designer. He could hardly imagine a case where Professor Benedict's dream would be denied because this invention was insufficient. As Vase observed the effects of the skull even further, he could see that it not only served as a bridge between different realms, but also acted as an energy converter of sorts. The object drew loose spiritual energy from the imaginary realm and then proceeded to convert it into another, more mysterious form of energy that subsequently spread throughout the power reactor and the components that corresponded to the magma vein system. Vase wasn't able to determine the exact effects of this interaction, but he could see that it was constantly taking place no matter whether the mech was dormant or active. Though he wasn't able to make any precise judgments on these new phenomena due to how new and unprecedented they were, he could make a guess or two. He highly suspected that the Mars had become even more inexhaustible than before. It would take a very long time before the Mars bottomed out its energy reserves. This had incredibly scary implications. As a powerful hybrid mech, the Mars was by nature a war machine whose firepower and impact on the battlefield scaled with the amount of energy it had at its disposal. An expert hybrid mech that only possessed a fourth of the energy reserves of another machine would find itself much more limited in how much it could impact an ongoing battle. Therefore, if Professor Benedict's latest innovation could directly or indirectly increase the total amount of energy that the Mars could convert into useful work by just 10 or 15%, the implication was that the mech would effectively perform 10% better in many different situations. Against more powerful enemies, the Mars could engage its weapons and employ its defensive and mobility systems at higher power levels without worrying about running out in mid-battle. Against weaker opponents, the Mars could liberally utilize its Arceus system to annihilate even greater swarms of cannon fodder. No matter what, with more energy at its disposal, Patriarch Reginald's new expert mech would definitely become an even scarier presence on the battlefield. This isn't even the only implication of the new addition. What interested Vase even more was how the existence of the bridge actually fed into the rest of the spiritual design of the Mars. A new and maybe unintentional form of synergy had emerged inside the expert mech. Part of the spiritual energy that the Mars drew from the imaginary realm did not convert into other forms of energy. Instead, they channeled directly into the more spiritual elements of the Mars and everything else that was attached to it. This included facets of Gloriana's god body and Vess's structured living spiritual foundation. To put it into more simple terms, Professor Benedict's invention directly boosted the specialties imparted by Vase and Gloriana. Though Vase was concerned how this unanticipated change affected his own elaborate design arrangements of the Mars, he was overall quite happy with this addition. More energy translated into greater power and development. The living aspects of the Mars would become even stronger than he initially intended, which meant that the expert mech would definitely be able to display even more extraordinary abilities in battle. Of course, Vase still needed to verify the exact effects during the crucial testing sessions that would commence after the completion of this pivotal mech. Though the mech designers had made extensive calculations and predictions on the performance of the Mars, its masterwork transformation as well as Professor Benedict's drastic changes largely turned all of that data obsolete. Vase and the others had to rebuild all of their datasets from the ground up. There was no way that they could predict how the Mars actually behaved once it was finally being put to use. The only certainty that they possessed was that the expert mech was definitely a lot more powerful than before. Soon, the masterwork transformation had run its course. The Mars seemed to settle into its new and improved state, though it was still thrumming and glowing with activity. Part of it was because of the skull that was constantly injecting the Mech with energy. Another part of it was because Patriarch Reginald had never ceased to resonate with his new expert Mech. Despite how cumbersome it must be to resonate with an expert Mech outside of a man-machine connection, Patriarch Reginald was too impressed and enthused by his new high-end machine to stop. He had already grown addicted to the Mars. All of this had too many implications for Vase to keep track of. He particularly took note of how the expert pilot and expert Mech already started to familiarize with each other in advance. Vase turned his gaze to Professor Benedict. The senior had risen to his feet by now. The former skull architect definitely gained the most from this fabrication run. The older man was so preoccupied by all of the revelations he had obtained from his latest work of brilliance that his mind had remained in flux even though Vulcan's influence had long faded away. Vase could not precisely tell what was going on with Professor Benedict. He cautiously stepped forward and reached the man's side. I have yet to realize my design philosophy. Benedict whispered back as most of his concentration remained preoccupied with all of the insights that captivated his imagination. I have come closer, though. I am closer to breaking past the bottleneck than I have ever been in the last 50 years of my life. Don't look disappointed. This is a fantastic step forward for me. The first attempt is always the most difficult for mech designers such as us. Today, I have managed to implement a reality-defying innovation. If you ask me to apply the same solution to another mech or expert mech, I will be unable to oblige your request because I cannot replicate it at the moment. Oh, Vase immediately grew a little disappointed. It would have been nice if Professor Benedict could help the Larkinsons upgrade their existing roster expert mechs. Who wouldn't want to add an extra power up to their expert mechs? Of course, Vase had yet to think about where he could obtain the necessary skulls to serve as bridges between the two realms. As I have said, I have already completed the first step of my breakthrough process. Professor Benedict clarified to the younger mech designer. What I need to do in the next couple of years is to study my new innovation and deconstruct it so I can thoroughly understand how it works. Once I have done that, I can devise a systematic method that can be applied in a more universal manner, not just by myself, but also by other mech designers such as you and your wife. As long as I have accomplished these feats, I believe that my advancement to the rank of master will not take long to come into fruition. Congratulations, Professor. If Professor Benedict could truly complete this profound and important leap, the Cross Clan and the Golden Skull Alliance would definitely rise to a greater level of power, wealth, prominence and importance. More than that, Vase would gain easy access to a genuine master mech designer who he maintained a close and intimate relationship with. The bond between the two went beyond mutual interests. Years of shared struggles and cooperation had turned them into comrades in arms as well as personal friends. The practical value of such a bond could not be overstated. While Vase had already acquainted himself with numerous impressive mech designers such as Master Willix and Master Dervidian, neither of the two were on his side. His importance to them were purely based on interests and nothing more, which made them inherently unreliable in situations where Vase most needed their assistance. Rather than relying for help from these aloof MTA master who were concerned with much more different matters, Vase would rather lean on a master mech designer who would not hesitate to bail him out if he had fallen into trouble. Chapter 4127 Energy Bridges. I am sure you have questions. Professor Benedict spoke after a while. Vase sure did. He had questions. A lot of questions. Though it was probably unreasonable for him to gain answers to all of his questions, he would be happy if Benedict was able to clarify even a small part of his actions. It was too hard for Vase to appreciate the Mars if he was unable to grasp the new additions to its design. What exactly did you do to empower the Mars beyond our original plan? It is difficult to explain. Benedict replied. In fact, you can essentially divide my novel contributions into two different categories. First, as you are no doubt able to observe, the skull of the expert pilot that I have integrated into the Mars has created a channel that draws metaphysical energy from, at least one other dimension. I call it the imaginary realm. The senior mech designer smiled. That is as good of a name as any. I have learned of its existence many years ago, but it was only after I started to become exposed to your work that I have been able to engage with it more extensively. I have long been obsessed in learning how the skull is able to sustain its special activity and qualities without any apparent energy source. After persistent studies, I have been able to learn that an extension of it is connected to a different dimension. What I have succeeded in doing is to leverage this channel to a greater degree so that it actively siphons a greater rate of energy from this imaginary realm than was previously the case. It sounded fairly simple, but it was anything but easy. With Vess's background in spiritual engineering, he could follow the description easily enough, but when it came to replicating Professor Benedict's essential feat, there was no way he could imitate this implementation. Even if Vase managed to get his hands on the skull of an expert pilot, he wouldn't know where to begin if he wanted to turn it into a spiritual energy bridge. This was a brand new form of spiritual engineering that was based on different principles and design solutions. Perhaps Vase would only be able to master this design solution once Professor Benedict realized his design philosophy and turned his energy bridge into a systematic method. Vase found it quite confounding how a mech designer who largely specialized in the physical aspects of a mech had been able to come up with such a brilliant feat of spiritual engineering. In fact, Professor Benedict only barely learned a few basic principles on spiritual engineering after getting exposed to Vess's work. What the older man had done after that was to make use of his own formidable specialty in energy systems and transmission systems to hack the spiritually active skull and turn it into a brand new energy source. It was this hack that Vase was interested in the most, but as Professor Benedict continued to elaborate about his method, it became clear that the younger of the two did not possess the required technological understanding to comprehend the essence of the new method. "This is exactly what I need to work on," Professor Benedict remarked as he observed Vess's confusion. "Universality is an important requirement for mech designers. We are not only tasked with designing or producing mechs. We also serve an important role in facilitating the universal development of mech technology. If we only focus on inventing complicated new design solutions without making any attempt to standardize them, then our contributions will end as soon as we die or disappear from the scene. That does not constitute true progress in the mech industry." This was one of Vess's biggest shortcomings as a mech designer. While much of his inability to transfer his methods to others was due to his insistence on retaining his competitive advantage, it did not help that many of his design solutions were based on spiritual engineering, which was inherently difficult for other people to get into due to their weak perceptions. Vase would have a long task ahead of him once he advanced to senior and started to plan his own journey to master. They talked a bit more about Professor Benedict's newly dubbed metaphysical energy bridge. The two had plenty to talk about even if they did not stray too much into the technical details of the brilliant new hybrid tech. "There's a big problem with your energy bridge implementation. The fact that it is based on the skull of a human expert pilot will definitely generate a lot of controversy to say the least. If people find out that you have utilized the remains of an honored soldier for something as banal as powering up a mech, then there was no way the Cross clan would be able to maintain its standing in human society." Professor Benedict appeared to be well aware of how problematic it could be if his actions got exposed. His expression turned heavy as he partially reflected on his past. "You do not need to remind me, Vase. I am incredibly aware of the problems that might ensue. I would like to ask you and everyone else in the workshop to maintain silence and not divulge any word of the skull. You can count on our discretion." The only people inside the workshop aside from the mech designers were the expert pilots and guards hailing from the Cross clan. Each of them were utterly loyal and would not leak out a single word. "What about the future?" Vase pressed. "If your energy bridge solution is inescapably reliant to the skulls of high-ranking mech pilots, I am highly skeptical the MTA will welcome you in the ranks of masters. The whole point of masters was to spread and publicize their newly developed universal design solutions to the mech industry as a whole. Yet doing so for the energy bridge in its current incarnation would definitely generate a public relations nightmare of epic proportions. Even the most radical factions of the MTA would not want to be associated with any tech that hinted at human sacrifice. This was a taboo that went against the basic principles of human dignity. That is the thing, Vase. My new method does not necessarily have to be based on the skulls of expert pilots." Professor Benedict smirked. "The skull that I have previously used is a relic that I have studied and taken care of for many years. I am extremely familiar with its properties and nuances. Due to this, my chances of establishing a metaphysical energy bridge was the highest if I utilized this particular skull. I am not obliged to utilize the skulls of other expert pilots in future mechs. What I truly require are physical mediums that possess an active connection to an energy-rich dimension. Do you understand what I mean?" Vase widened his eyes. It did not take long for him to understand Benedict's unspoken message. Do you mean that any extraordinary object will do? Can you utilize totems like my hammer, for example? No. Benedict shook his head. There are requirements that are difficult to satisfy. In my estimation, skulls are by far the most effective base materials for my energy bridges. While it is likely true that the skulls of expert pilots will produce the greatest results, I believe I can formulate alternative solutions that are based on the skulls of less controversial life forms such as aliens and exo-beasts. The skulls of phase whales are particularly interesting to me. I would love to obtain a shard of their massive bones. That sounded a lot better to Vase. If Patriarch Benedict became known for utilizing the skulls of non-human life forms, then no one would care about the ethics of his new invention. In fact, as soon as other mech designers were able to master this new enhancement method, they would probably hunt down as many spiritually active beasts and aliens as possible. Your clan can play a useful role in this research, Professor Benedict remarked. I never thought highly of your clan's attempt to enter the biotech industry in the past. Now, I realize how much foresight you displayed when you chose to invest in your Larkinson Biotech Institute. I have heard that you are hosting hundreds of mutated beasts that possess remarkable abilities. If you can grant me access to their bodies, I can make great progress in converting my energy bridge technology in a more palatable form. You will have our full support in this matter. Vase immediately promised. Don't expect too much from us, though. The majority of mutated beasts in our possession are rather weak and underdeveloped. We haven't done much with them so far because we are waiting for them to grow stronger. It might take a long time before they reach your standard. That is not a major issue. At worst, the energy bridge that I can form out of their skulls will be weaker. They should still be useful enough to upgrade your expert mechs, though it is up to you whether you wish to wait until I have developed better energy bridges. Vase decided to leave that discussion for another time. Can you convert anything else aside from the skulls of different creatures into an energy bridge? The senior paused in thought. I think it is definitely possible, Vase. The skulls of special organisms are hardly optimized for this specific job. If I can study them further and understand the mechanisms that are relevant to my energy bridges, I can theoretically develop a brand new physical medium that is much more efficient at this task. However, I do not believe I can accomplish this in the short term. This will be one of the many major research projects that I will have to embark upon once I have established myself as a master mech designer. This was an incredibly exciting research project. Vase became more envious of masters for their ability to research profound possibilities that could truly push the boundaries of human technology to a significant degree. As Vase continued to learn more about Professor Benedict's innovations, he began to grow more interested at what the skull was doing to the mech it was attached to. Why was it channeling energy to the magma vein system? Professor Benedict chuckled. That is the second major innovation that I have introduced to the Mars. My original ambition is much greater than what I have managed to accomplish here. Do you know what I was trying to accomplish? Make a mech more energy efficient. Vase answered. That is correct, but not precise enough. Imagine a mech that utilizes 100% of its energy reserves into useful and effective actions such as firing a gun or flying to a specific destination. Wouldn't that be stronger than a mech that wastes at least a portion of its energy into waste energy? That would definitely be a powerful mech. The cost and effort to make it perfectly efficient is too prohibitive, though, if it is even possible. What if I tell you that I was not just aiming for perfect efficiency? What if I tell you that I was trying to attain an even greater result than that? Have you ever dreamt of a mech that was able to achieve hyper-efficiency rather than perfect efficiency? Vase looked shocked at the older mech designer. Trying to attain 100% efficiency was already impossible enough. Trying to go beyond that was so ludicrous that only the most delusional mech designers would ever think about realizing such an insane condition. You're talking about attaining negative entropy in a mech. Simply put, a mech with negative entropy essentially generated more energy than it expended as it got used. This sounded like an extremely silly notion, but Professor Benedict treated it as a serious possibility. For now, I will have to settle for turning the Mars into a mech that has attained extreme efficiency. Perhaps in the future I will be able to make my ultimate dream come true and succeed in developing a mech that is hyper-efficient. That might even trigger my advancement to star designer. You never know. Despite how casual Benedict sounded at the moment, there was no denying that he had fully set his sights to the future. What he had accomplished today was just the start of his new career. Chapter 4128 The New Value of Skulls. All this talk about energy bridges and negative entropy was quite exhaustive. Professor Benedict did not attempt to hide any of his theories and methods, which showed that his mentality had at least partially morphed into that of a master mech designer. Though Professor Benedict couldn't say when he would be able to complete his transition to master, it would not be long before he truly entered the upper echelon of the mech industry. Vase had heard so much about the world inhabited by master mech designers and star designers. They closed themselves off to anyone lower than them because their work and considerations were far too distant from the mech designers who busied themselves with much more mundane concerns. A lot of masters were quite tight-lipped about what exactly they were hiding from the rest of the mech industry. Though Vase was curious about learning the truth, he was not impatient enough to break the rules. He figured there was no harm in waiting until he became one himself before he became initiated in the circle of top designers. Vase was incredibly fascinated by the few details that Professor Benedict did divulge about the life of a master. It was evident that those who had attained this rank needed to think far beyond their own interests and that of their organizations. To be honest, I have the option of joining many new organizations once I have become a master. Benedict revealed. Few ever do, but the option is still there. If we ever grow disillusioned by our states and no longer maintain any interests in maintaining our original loyalties, we can join other gatherings that do not support a specific state or group, but try to benefit humanity as a whole. That sounds similar to how star designers become detached from their original states. Indeed, the higher you climb, the greater your responsibilities. It is also harder for masters and star designers to maintain strong attachments to the ordinary squabbles and power struggles of ordinary states and groups. These conflicts are beneath them. After all, they have become gods in a sense. Why should they care about the mundane concerns of mortals? It is difficult to prevent these psychological changes from taking place. Vase frowned. It would be extremely bad if Professor Benedict adopted this high-minded attitude. There are also those who reject or at least delay this transition. Professor Benedict smiled. Terrans and Rubarthan mech designers are particularly attached to their states. Compared to a weak and insignificant state such as the Friday Coalition, a first-rate superstate is much more capable of steering the future direction of human civilization. I see. What about you? What are your intentions? Professor Benedict let out a contemptuous snort. I have no desire to join the company of the most elite mech designers. They have done nothing for me. Why should I devote myself to their cause? There are mech designers who think that they have become so powerful that they consider themselves beyond impunity. That encourages them to do whatever is necessary to achieve their goals and the goals of their new association, often to the detriment of other people. Vase could think about a couple of individuals who met this description. The polymath and Master Dervidian come to mind. They were so above ordinary concerns that they believed that no one could take them to account anymore. Well, I have spoken enough about this subject. I need to invest my time in studying what I have done and ensure that the Mars is still a sound machine. When will we be able to put it to the test? I cannot say. Professor Benedict replied. It will take longer than I originally thought to organize a testing session. The Davut system is far too populated to maintain the confidentiality of the Mars. We will need to relocate to a quieter star system in order to perform the necessary tests. That will take time. Vase thought about another matter. The MTA will doubtlessly want to witness the tests as well. I can imagine that the mechers are highly interested in a masterwork expert mech that has incorporated so many new technological advancements. They also need to give us another masterwork certificate. Neither of the two had any illusions that the MTA was in the dark about what had taken place inside the workshop. The MTA would come calling eventually, so Professor Benedict might as well extend them invitations ahead of time. The MTA will doubtlessly have questions, especially regarding the use of a certain skull. Yes, that too. Will you get into trouble because of that? Vase asked in concern. No, it won't be a problem. I have an arrangement with the MTA. Are you sure, Benedict? You truly do not need to be concerned. Though I am not yet a master, I am certain that the MTA possesses more than enough vision to recognize my current state. As I have stated earlier, masters have certain allowances that lesser people do not have. This is the privilege of power. Besides, just like you, I have associated myself with a faction. The crowd that I have befriended will most certainly mediate any potential conflicts due to my value as a master. It was at this point that Vase recalled that Professor Benedict had cozied up to the Unbound Humanity faction. Of all of the major political divisions of the Mech Trade Association, the Unbounders were definitely among the most extreme and controversial among them. It still surprised Vase that Professor Benedict would want anything to do with these extremists. After all, the Unbounders essentially wanted to get rid of most if not all of the taboos that the Big Two imposed on humanity. Professor Benedict's choice of company was none of Vess's business, though. Since the older man was confident enough that the Unbounders would cover his back, then there was no cause for concern. The mech designers eventually began to wrap up the fabrication run. They removed the waste products and stowed away the unused materials. They performed cursory examinations of the new expert mechs and its volatile systems to verify they remained stable and inert. They collected the data from all of the sensors and production equipment so that they could understand the fabrication process to a greater degree. They also took great care in moving the completed expert mech to a high-security vault that the Crossers had especially built for the Mars. Patriarch Reginald looked extremely reluctant to part ways with the expert mech. If he had his way, he would remain attached to his new masterwork mech on a permanent basis. Take a break, Reginald. The Mars will not be going anywhere. It will be ready for you to pilot when we have prepared a suitable time and location for you to go loose. The testing sessions for the Mars would be at least 10 times more elaborate than the ones conducted by the Larkinson clan as of late. Mechs such as the Seaman were nowhere near as powerful or versatile as the Mars. The latter was truly an expert mech that was built to fight and win the toughest wars. If the Crossers wanted to gain a good understanding of what the Mars was actually capable of, then they needed to acquire thousands of practice bots at the minimum. The new expert mech possessed so many different weapon systems that a single rotation would probably be enough to destroy 100 machines. After making a few appointments with Professor Benedict, Vase and the Larkinsons eventually departed from the cross-production complex and returned to their familiar cat nest. Each of them had made a massive amount of gains today. They were far too restless to go to bed, so they headed over to the Genesis lab and recorded as much of their thoughts and insights as possible. They also swapped plenty of their thoughts to each other. I've noticed that Professor Benedict's energy bridge is actually fostering the growth of the god body. Gloriana remarked. Oh, her husband raised his eyebrow. It is probably unintentional. His main goal was to supply extraordinary energy to the magma vein system, but what is important here is that the components that make up this special energy transmission system are all marked with tiny divine markers. Oh, you're right, that is quite a helpful coincidence. Gloriana looked uncertain. Maybe, maybe not. It depends on how much energy my divine markers are able to capture. It may be that only a fraction of the energy is diverted to them. That means that the Mars will not be able to evolve its god body much faster than usual. However, if Professor Benedict can install an energy bridge to an expert mech without the magma vein system, the machine will develop its god body a lot faster. That was because there was little else that could suck up all of the juice produced by the energy bridge. This was an extremely practical way to make use of Benedict's new solutions. They could readily apply it to the latest generation of Larkinson expert mechs such as the Seaman since they already incorporated Gloriana's signature god body tech. As for the older expert mechs, Vase would have to figure something out for them. There were bound to be other uses for the energy bridge. It was important for Vase to note that the Mars only bore the first generation of this new tech. While it was doubtlessly a lot more powerful than what Benedict could reproduce in the short term due to the lack of a powerful material, he would definitely be able to supply much more powerful energy bridges 2 or 3 generations in the future. Of course, that was way too far away. For now, Vase and everyone else would have to make do with weaker energy bridges that could only provide a trickle of energy at best. Our clan will have to step up our efforts in cultivating more mutated beasts. Vase thoughtfully said. Professor Benedict will definitely have to experiment with the skulls of a lot of remarkable creatures if he wants to rid himself of his dependence on the skulls of high-ranking mech pilots. Exobeast skulls are different from the skulls of expert pilots, correct? Gloriana asked. That is correct. Expert pilots are truly special. No one else aside from swordmasters are able to amplify their willpower to such a powerful degree. That is what makes these soldiers and warriors so unique. This is also why I think the general implementation of energy bridges will ultimately be a little underwhelming. In fact, the public version of energy bridges might not even be powerful enough to attract the interest of other mech designers. Unless they developed special applications where an energy bridge could supply them with a rare form of energy, most peers would simply brush it off as one of many useless inventions. This was not uncommon in the mech industry. A huge number of mech designers in human space advanced to master every year. While each of their accomplishments were no doubt worthy of celebration, that did not mean that their inventions were relevant to every mech design. Some were widely applicable while others were so specific that only a tiny subset of mechs could derive any value from them. Even then, it was difficult for mech designers to recognize these possibilities. Gloriana's expression suddenly turned sly. Say, don't we have a few skulls left in storage? What do you mean, honey? What did you do with the remains of Venerable Ganso and Venerable Foster? He couldn't immediately recall what he had done with the bodies of those notable enemies. He stopped caring about their mortal coils once he had harvested their spiritualities. He suddenly froze. Oh, I remember now. Didn't we give them a burial in space? Gloriana looked mortified. What a waste. We could have used them to empower our expert pilots. Why did you throw their bodies away so soon? They were soldiers. They deserved to be treated with dignity. Peef. Dignity. Gloriana contemptuously spat. Weren't you the one who scooped out their spirits so that you could use them in other applications? That was because I already recognized the use of their spiritualities back then. Their bones were completely worthless to me. We all thought that it would be best to bury them in space to give closure to our conflict. Even when they used to be our archenemies. Now that you mention it, maybe we let them off too lightly. Chapter 4129 Conte Avarice. The completion of the Mars was a massive occasion for the Cross clan. In fact, its emergence not only had massive implications for the Cross clan, but also affected the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance. The news that Professor Benedict Cortez might be able to advance to the rank of Master Mech Designer was a massive bombshell to everyone. Up until now, Vase was the most prominent mech designer in the Alliance. It was hard to get around him and his design philosophy because his living mechs and his glows were just too iconic and useful. The arrival of a master would not only put a lot of the spotlight back onto the Cross clan, but also raise the comprehensive strength and prestige of the entire Alliance. It made a huge difference whether an organization or a power block was able to retain a master mech designer or not. The ability to employ one was one of the many important criteria that other players paid attention to when evaluating the strength and value of different groups. However, as much as the arrival of a master mech designer could do much to make the public take the Golden Skull Alliance more seriously, there was another prospect that could benefit everyone even more. The potential chance that Patriarch Reginald Cross would finally be able to follow in the footsteps of his late father could change everything. The protection of an ace pilot was long regarded as one of the qualifiers to join the ranks of the big shots of the new frontier. Due to their insanely high battle effectiveness, an ace pilot paired with a powerful ace mech was able to fight against alien warships and gain an advantage if the disparity in firepower wasn't too great. With the onset of transphasic mechs, that advantage became even more obvious. In a time where the use of warships by private parties was still prohibited, the presence of a powerful ace pilot was often seen as a guarantee of safety in the age of mechs. This was because most groups simply couldn't compete against those who enjoyed the protection of a saint. Ace mechs were practically invincible even when they squared off against tens of thousands of regular mechs at a time. This effectively meant that they could win any conventional battle against conventional mech armies. It was no longer a matter of numbers or firepower. The absolute disparity in power was simply too great for small and medium players to overcome. Morale was also a serious issue. Many mech pilots weren't even willing to fight against an ace mech head-on, so they would either perform far below their usual strength or outright mutiny against their own organization if they felt that their lives were being thrown away. Even organizations that were powerful enough to retain ace pilots themselves would not easily put their top strategic assets at risk. Ace pilots and ace mechs were the equivalent of weapons of mass destruction in the modern era. Their greatest value lay in their deterrence, their ability to prevent others from acting in a hostile manner. A fight was inherently dangerous and chaotic. Anything could happen on the battlefield. The Cross clan knew that quite well when the late St. Hemington Cross lost his life not by confronting an enemy in honorable combat, but by getting backstabbed by his erstwhile allies. Rather than exposing their precious ace pilots to those risks, it was much safer and better for everyone involved to keep an ace pilot in reserve. Even if the powerful warrior did not step onto the battlefield, he or she already served a useful purpose. In short, the chances that the Golden Skull Alliance would get attacked would become much lower once Patriarch Reginald broke through. This would almost fully guarantee all of their safety in the coming years. Unless they took part in a conflict that was too big for the deterrence to remain effective, everyone in the Alliance would probably have to worry less about provoking any new enemies in the coming decade. Right now, the chance that the cross-patriarch might be able to overcome the bottleneck that has confounded thousands of other expert pilots was quite high. Reginald's circumstances were much better than the majority of his peers. He was over 70 years old, which meant he was just past his prime, but still in a good condition. His body was heavily augmented, which meant that he was not as weak and feeble as others at this age. He possessed over 50 years of combat experience. Not only did he grow up and fight in a star sector that glorified mech combat, he also fought a lot of major battles during the Cross-Clan's flight from Majestic Teal and over the course of the initial Grand Expedition. His resonance strength had steadily grown throughout all of the training and fighting. He did not stagnate like a few other expert pilots, which showed that his willpower had remained strong and vigorous throughout the years. Now that his resonance strength reached 60 laveres, he was well within reach of breaking through. It was not necessary for his resonance strength to reach the extreme limit of 67 laveres to undergo his second apotheosis. He just needed a greater push in order to overcome the dreaded bottleneck. There was good reason for people to believe that the Mars could serve as that powerful push. It was already a known phenomenon that expert pilots tended to get awfully excited when they received a new expert mech, especially if it was substantially more powerful than normal. It was also a known phenomenon that masterwork expert mechs were much more helpful in spurring on the growth and facilitating the breakthroughs of their respective pilots. Now that the Mars abundantly satisfied both of these factors, even the Mech Trade Association recognized the potential implications. It came as a considerable surprise to Vase when the MTA was not only willing to lend a hand, but also dispatch a considerably sized starship to assist in security, monitoring and analysis-related tasks. Security was particularly a concern to the Golden Skull Alliance. Since Davut only hosted 7 known ace pilots, the arrival of another one would definitely threaten a lot of established interests. The chance that rivals would march out in strength in order to crush the Mars or the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance was not trivial. However, once the MTA signaled its interest in this matter, those threats instantly faded away. The mechers are greedy bastards most of the time, but I can't deny that they can be useful in certain moments. Vase remarked over a communication channel when he heard the news. Professor Benedict smiled. It's not just them feeling generous this time. A large part of the reason why the MTA has taken an elevated interest in our situation is because the breakthrough of an ace pilot is of much greater significance than the breakthrough of expert pilots. Although it was rare to come across expert pilots on an individual basis, there were still many of them on a statistical basis. Ace pilots were much rarer, and thus more valuable, both to the states or organizations that retained them as well as the MTA. Each ace pilot was a potential god pilot in the making. Being able to reach their current rank was already a legendary feat in itself. Compared to every other mech pilot, saints were much closer to bridging the final gap to godhood. While this was the most common reason why the mechers paid so much attention to ace pilots, Vase knew that there was probably a murkier reason why they valued half-gods so much. The horrible revelations from Prosperous Hill V came to mind. Skulls weren't the only valuable resource that people could harvest from the bodies of high-ranking mech pilots. The closer a person transcended their mortality, the more valuable their remains tended to be. This applied to every organic life form, not just humans. Thus, when the Golden Skull Alliance traveled to an empty star system with half of its combined fleet, the arrival of an MTA warship caused Vase to entertain mixed feelings. He had an illusion that the arriving mechers weren't just here to observe and assist in the coming testing sessions. Instead, they were also here to size up Patriarch Reginald's evolved brain in order to estimate how many old and decrepit bastards might be able to gain another century of life. Vase wasn't stupid enough to mention any of these thoughts to anyone. He played stupid and genuinely prepared to welcome the new arrivals. What a big ship! The new arrival was not as big as the Paracelsus Optimus, but she was still an impressive vessel for different reasons. The Paracelsus Optimus was an all-in-one battle carrier that was part of the EMTA's 307th Pacification Fleet, whatever that meant. The Conte Avarice was a so-called logistics cruiser that was part of the EMTA's 765th Assault Fleet. The differences in the names of their fleets mattered a lot. While the pacification fleet was largely preoccupied with cleanup duty, the assault fleet was primarily engaged in barging into alien territory and breaking apart the defenses of any indigenous forces. As a result, the 765th Assault Fleet had seen a lot of action ever since the Big Two stepped up its invasion of the Red Ocean. The aggressive nature of this fleet was reflected in the Conte Avarice. The logistics cruiser did not resemble a typical vessel that was dedicated to repairing mechs and other war material in the field. Her armor belt was thick and she also boasted a respectable collection of primary and secondary armaments. In order to facilitate her repair and transportation functions, her hull was relatively wide and fat, causing the logistic cruisers to look a lot more bloated. As a result, her mobility was relatively disappointing compared to other MTA warships. Still, the Conte Avarice was definitely intimidating on her own. The fact that the MTA found it worthwhile enough to dispatch such a large warship to this star system showed how much it cared about Patriarch Reginald's potential breakthrough. Vase, Gloriana, Juliet and Sarah all received an invitation to meet with the leading MTA dignitary aboard the flagship of the Cross clan. The four Larkinsons adorned their best dress uniforms before boarding a shuttle that ferried them over to the Hemington Cross. Once there, they stood next to Professor Benedict Cortez as they all waited for the delegation from the MTA. The senior of the Cross clan looked much different from before. He had lost a portion of his guardedness and exuded a lot more confidence and satisfaction. Now that his road to master was both straight and clear, Benedict had finally succeeded in overcoming his greatest heartache and obsession. "You look really good, Benedict," Vase said in appreciation. "Your uniform suits you well." "Thank you, Vase. I can finally wear this outfit with pride." The dress uniform that was marked in the Cross clan's colors of white and pale blue no longer seemed incongruous to the Mech designer. The older man's sense of belonging towards the Crossers had clearly grown. As Vase and Benedict continued to chat for a time, the space in front of them suddenly buzzed. The MTA delegation teleported over without a hitch. Among the dozens of the personnel dispatched by the Conte Avarice, one of them clearly stood out from the rest. Vase could easily spot a master mech designer through their spiritual presences alone. The woman was a new one that he had yet to meet before. "Master Amphi Helicos, it is good to meet you in person," Professor Benedict said as he made a light bow in greeting. "You have exceeded our expectations." "Good. I cannot claim all of the credit, Master. My colleagues from the Larkinson clan have played a vital role in the development of the Mars." The woman whose presence carried a lot of invisible weight briefly swept her view across the Larkinson journeyman. "The next generations of mech designers have become more and more impressive over time. The survivalists and the transhumanists have staked a powerful claim on you. A shame, I would have pulled you into our gathering myself if I learned about you sooner." What could Vase say towards that? He settled for maintaining a polite expression. "I look forward to hearing your evaluation of my latest work." "Oh, I will certainly provide you with that and more." Though the master looked like an old woman that had seen a lot of years, it was clear she was a driven leader. She exuded a lot more decisiveness and proactivity compared to Master Willix. Chapter 4130 Master Amphi Helicos. When Vase quietly looked up the master's name on the galactic net, he found out that Master Amphi Helicos was quite an impressive figure within the MTA. She was over 360 years old, which meant she had grown up during the early days of the Age of Mechs. Though humanity's recovery was already in full swing at that time, the scars of the Age of Conquest were still raw as well. Most people from those generations tended to develop a strong dislike against the excesses of the past. The reckless genetic modification of humans along with the unrestricted use of warships and weapons of mass destruction became almost universally reviled for multiple reasons. As a result, people such as Master Barnard Solas Voikin overwhelmingly aligned themselves with groups that advocated for peace, order and the preservation of humanity. Someone as old as Master Amphi Helicos should have become a fellow compatriot of the Voikin Patriarch, but instead she threw her lot in with a group that held the opposite ideals. Though Vase wasn't able to find much about Master Amphi's background on the galactic net, Professor Benedict had filled him in on the important woman political stance when they brought the MTA delegation to the hangar bay where the Mars was stored. While Master Amphi and her expansive team of mech designers and engineers pored over the newly built Masterwork Expert mech, Vase soon understood why Master Amphi acted so familiar with Benedict. "She's an unbounder," Vase softly gasped. "That is correct. Don't look so strange. The members of the Unbound Humanity faction are not much different from people such as you and I. They are still passionate about mechs, but they believe that humanity should follow a different direction from the prevailing consensus." "Is she dangerous?" "You don't need to worry about that, Vase. She is on our side. Master Amphi may hold aggressive ideas, but none of them are directed towards us, at least specifically." That did not sound good to Vase. "What do you mean by that, exactly?" Professor Benedict sighed. She is part of a faction that believes in removing most of the oversight that the Big Two maintain over human society. The Unbounders believe that the artificial rules and restrictions have limited our potential as a race and crippled our strength relative to other civilizations. Therefore, even if revoking all of the taboos and many other rules will result in much more violent wars between the states, the followers of this ideology eventually believe the humans that are able to survive at the end will be the strongest and most worthwhile additions to humanity. Although it was easy to talk about rescinding rules, the consequences of doing so were anything but abstract. An enormous amount of human suffering will ensue if the Unbounders have their way. Vase responded, I don't like to agree with the preservers, but I think they are correct in assuming that humanity is made up of beasts. It only takes a few rabid animals to trigger mass genocide. Benedict sighed. The Unbounders do not necessarily believe we will repeat the mistakes of the past, especially now that we are more aware of what might happen. They insist that the retention of weak states that have grown so weak that they are unable to resist alien forces is a worse development than the alternatives. Rather than allowing large parts of humanity to continue to degenerate into sheep, they want to change the rules of the game so that we can become wolves again. That was what most of humanity was like during the Age of Conquest. The rhetoric all sounded nice and all, but the consequences couldn't be foreseen. What Vase found insidious about this stance was that a part of him felt that it made a lot of sense. A lot of human states and groups had indeed degenerated into a weaker version of humanity in the past. The Big Two was directly to blame for this. Their overreaction towards humanity's abuses in the past had prompted them to create a giant cage around human space where they kept all of the so-called space peasants under a controlled regime. Just like animals in a zoo, a huge number of space peasants would not be able to survive the transition if they were ever dumped back into the wild. Whether the original policies of the Big Two did more harm than good to human civilization was not important to Vase. What mattered was that they lived in a reality where the overwhelming proportion of humans were unable to possess any agency in a future dictated by the Unbounders. Vase frowned. What's your take on this, then? The senior mech designer made a wry smile. I cannot reveal too much to you, but let me just say a future where the MTA and CFA maintain a strong hold over every human does not sound like a utopia to me. The Unbounders are one of the few groups of mechers who support initiatives to weaken the power and influence of the MTA. They are very courageous in that regard, but they are also regarded as rebels and contrarians as a consequence. Given my history, I feel most at home when I am in their company. A man who used to be chummy with pirates and went by the moniker of the Skull Architect would certainly feel that way. I understand, Vase replied. You didn't have much choice to begin with, I guess. It is not just that. The Unbounders have genuinely provided me with vital support in a situation where my value was not entirely clear to them. They believe that I am an excellent representative of their ideals, as strange as that may sound. These Unbounders certainly sounded like wackos. Vase hoped that Master Amphi Helicos wouldn't pull him into any of her faction's crazy initiatives. Vase and his fellow mech designers quietly waited at the side while the MTA delegation conducted their thorough examination. From what it looked like, the Mars presented so many new and interesting applications and combinations that the mechers would probably be busy for a longer time than usual. The Mars had reached a degree of power and technical complexity that the mechers were taking it a lot more seriously than any other second-class expert mech. The MTA hadn't shown nearly as much enthusiasm towards the Minerva. Fortunately, Master Amphi Helicos did not get lost in studying the Mars entirely. She pulled herself out of her fascination and slowly floated over to the group of waiting mech designers. Your mech bears a great amount of interesting tech, she told Professor Benedict. Some of them are highly technological in nature while others are less conventional in their principles. The fusion of the two into a coherent mech frame produces many interesting reactions. I have examined more expert mechs than I can count, many of which are much more powerful than your Mars due to their first-class nature, but few of them are as daring and filled with unconventional innovations as yours. Bravo! The Mars presents a fantastic case study to us. We have decided to reward you with 5 million MTA merits for your contribution. Thank you for your recognition. Professor Benedict bowed in thanks. I shall endeavor to do better next time. I look forward to seeing you succeed. Your latest innovation is brilliant and has many interesting uses, but it is a pity that you have not standardized it as of yet. You can look forward to receiving many rewards once you have completed this step. That would be the point where Professor Benedict likely advanced to master. After chatting with Benedict for a few more minutes, the old woman finally turned to the Larkinsons. Surprisingly enough, she did not settle her eyes on Vase, but rather paid special attention to Gloriana. I am told that you are responsible for the special phenomenon that is slowly but constantly affecting the entire frame of the Mars. That is correct, Master. Gloriana eagerly chirped. Master Amphi directed a generous smile towards the young mother. Your method of empowerment is one of the most exotic that I have witnessed in the last 5 decades. It reminds me of a particular piece of alien tech that I have encountered in the past. If you are willing, I can introduce you to that tech. We can make comparisons and learn what you have in common with the aliens and what you can learn from their own technological framework. I would love to do that, Master. I have very little to compare my god body tech. If I can gain inspiration or ready-made solutions from other examples, I can make my next implementation much more effective. After she displayed her interest in Gloriana's latest obsession, the Master finally deigned to tell the Larkinsons their rewards. My staff and I have each recognized your contributions to your latest masterwork, Expert Mech. Each of you will receive another masterwork certificate as well as 750,000 MTA merits into your accounts. Do you have any questions or objections? Vase tried his best to maintain a neutral expression. To be honest, he was a little dissatisfied. Why did Professor Benedict obtain 5 million MTA merits while he only received a fraction of that amount? Sure, Professor Benedict had definitely carried them all during the fabrication run this time, but the Mars would never have become such a fantastic mech without the help of the Larkinson clan. Aside from all of the unique elements that Vase and Gloriana added to the expert mech design, it was also the hammer of brilliance that was chiefly responsible for putting Professor Benedict into a huge inspired state. If Master Amphi truly wanted to be fair, then she should have granted all of the MTA merits meant for Professor Benedict to the Larkinsons. Of course, Vase did not voice any of these thoughts. It was not only difficult for others to accept this explanation, but he did not have any backing at the moment. Master Amphi and Professor Benedict were part of the same faction, so it was natural for the former to favor the latter. When will you begin your initial test? Master Amphi tasked after she was done with the official announcements. We can begin as soon as you and your men complete your inspection. Professor Benedict replied, we have completed all of our preparations in advance. Considering what might happen once Patriarch Reginald cross-pilots the Mars for the first time, we have prepared a long and elaborate session that is designed to give the combination plenty of opportunities to test their newfound might. We would like to assist in the process. In what way, Master? We think it may be useful for the Mars to spar against a handful of our mechs. Your cooperation would be appreciated. Normally, it was ludicrous to pit any second-class mech against one of the MTA's own machines. Although reasonably powerful second-class expert mechs such as the Everchanger were able to close the gap to a degree, Vase did not think his own work was able to get the better in such a bout. The Mars was much different. However, Vase believed it stood a decent chance of defeating a first-class multi-purpose mech even if Patriarch Reginald had yet to advance to ace pilot. Of course, the range in power between different first-class multi-purpose mechs was incredibly big. There were probably top machines that were so overwhelmingly powerful that they could probably overpower the Mars by relying on brute force. The only way the Mars would be able to stand a chance against these elite first-class mechs was if Reginald succeeded in becoming a saint. This was why everyone held so much anticipation towards this initial testing session. Compared to earning another bag of MTA merits, gaining an ace pilot was the real reward as far as everyone in the Golden Skull Alliance was concerned. We shall expedite our inspection as much as possible so that we can begin within this day. Master Amphi promised. Even she sounded excited. Chapter 4131. A strong mech. The mechers still took a fair amount of time to complete their comprehensive examination of the Mars. On the one hand, Vase felt happy that the people who appreciated mechs the most were so fascinated by his latest collaborative work. On the other hand, he grew annoyed that it would take more time for the Mars to deploy for the first time. That was not to say that Vase and the others did nothing throughout the inspection. Master Amphi Helicos regularly called them up in order to provide technical answers about their design choices or their latest innovations. The questions made it clear that the mechers were genuinely interested in several different aspects of the Mars. Once Master Amphi finally satisfied her extensive curiosity, she finally permitted the Cross clan to proceed with the test. It was as if the mechers were in charge of this session. Are you ready, Reginald? I have always been ready. The powerful expert pilot seemed to have come awake at the news. The Cross Patriarch had been conserving his energy for the entire day. I knew my time would eventually. No one can deny me from my new expert mech. The Mars was an enviously strong machine. It featured the latest tech in more phase water than most organizations had in their possession. All of the wealth and power put into its frame had produced a combination that also happened to turn into a masterwork mech. Given all of these attractions, Vase found it admirable that Patriarch Reginald displayed enough control to hold back his desire to pilot his new machine right away. The man's formidable force of will became more active as he rose to his feet. He looked up at his waiting expert mech with an intense stare. Vase had the illusion that the two were already resonating with each other despite being separated by a moderate distance. As Reginald's suited form began to lift from the hangar bay floor, Vase issued a warning. "Ah, I almost forgot. When you interface with the Mars, be careful. While it is already obvious that the mech is different from the ones we made before, it is a little more special in that it already has a developed personality." "I know," Reginald gruffly said, "I designed the Mars to be a more adversarial partner to you. Don't expect it to roll over for you. It will not only challenge you, but resist you if you cannot come to a consensus with it. Don't get taken by surprise by this. I hope you can find a way to cooperate with your new mech." HMPH. Understood. Reginald continued his approach until he reached the opening of the cockpit. He took one last look at the exterior of his pride and joy and admired its aggressive, martial appearance up close. The fiery red coating, the streamlined martial motifs and the crested helmet that was capable of projecting a red plume all turned the Mars into a facsimile of its mythological namesake. The expert pilot knew that as long as he entered the cockpit, he would gain his greatest chance of getting closer to becoming the war god that he had always fantasized about. "Father," Reginald gently held the thick cross that was hanging from his neck. "From today onwards, I will no longer look up to you again. If you were still alive, I would force you to start looking up to me after this day has passed." After issuing this extremely arrogant-sounding declaration, Reginald decisively entered the cockpit and took his seat. Meanwhile, Vase had retreated to one of the observation rooms aboard the Hemington Cross. Professor Benedict and the other mech designers were already standing behind their workstations. Each of them had received the news as well. "Is everything ready?" Vase asked. Benedict nodded. "Everything should be in place. I have received word from your clan that their expert mechs are deploying into space within a minute." "Good, though we aren't in a hurry to conduct live combat tests." "Our expert mechs don't need to be in a hurry. The pilots just want to see the Mars in person," Gloriana remarked. "Can you blame them for wanting to take a closer look?" No one in the Golden Skull Alliance was more curious about the performance of the Cross Clan's flagship mech than the ones who would be fighting alongside it in the future. The Larkinson expert pilots were all proud of their own mechs. Who could blame them? Each of them were works of art and many of them happened to be masterworks. However, their stars would soon be eclipsed by an even greater celestial body from now onwards. There was no way that any of the Larkinson expert mechs could surpass the Mars on any front, at least with their current designs. Due to the need to leave a few expert mechs behind in Davut, the Larkinsons eventually deployed their first 7 ones into the field this time. This meant that the Sea-Man was conspicuously absent, saving Venerable Vincent from suffering another awful bruise to his ego. In any case, a lineup that consisted of the Dark Zephyr, the Amaranto, the Riot, the First Sword, the Shield of Samar, the Everchanger and most interestingly the Minerva was a powerful force on any battlefield. Each of their expert pilots had seen combat and many of them had made notable gains even after the expeditionary fleet had settled in Davut. Yet none of them were able to get close to Patriarch Reginald in terms of resonance strength, combat experience and many other factors. The gap between them was still as wide as ever, and it might turn even into a greater gulf after today. "Let's just hope Reginald will allow us to retain our dignity this time," Venerable Joshua hoped. Back inside the Hemington Cross, a pair of Crossers mechs carefully towed the dormant Mars out of the hangar bay and into open space. The initial activation of any expert mech could be an explosive event, and many people expected the Mars to produce an even greater spectacle this time. As such, everyone patiently waited until the towing mechs brought the Mars far enough away to avoid accidentally harming any nearby mechs and starships. Once the mech designers confirmed that everything was still in order, Patriarch Reginald finally received the green light to start. He closed his eyes and thought back on all of the struggle and effort that took him this far. In the end, he could not stop thinking about his father. The prospect of finally being able to catch up to St. Hemmington Cross with the help of arguably the most powerful second-class expert mech in the region, if not the new frontier in its entirety, had finally given him the mental backbone to stop looking up to his greatest mentor, teacher, parent and role model. An invisible restriction seemed to fade from his spirit. It was as if Reginald had finally shaken off a set of shackles that had bound him in place for many years. He felt incredibly free and light at the moment. His mind was on the cusp of floating away, but this was not the time for him to indulge in this strange sensation. It was time to start. Reginald decisively pushed the button, causing the cockpit and subsequently the entire expert mechs to come to life in earnest. A powerful red corona immediately surrounded the Mars as Patriarch Reginald achieved immediate resonance with his expert mech. The Mars was like a waking volcano. In a matter of seconds, it turned from a dormant machine into a force of nature as its activation allowed Patriarch Reginald to channel his formidable strength through its frame. Not only that, but the Mars was finally able to establish a proper man-machine connection with the expert pilot. As soon as the two were able to communicate, a bit of tension emerged as the Mars did not immediately bend in front of Patriarch Reginald's formidable will and vice versa. "I am in control here," Reginald said as he tried to dominate his new expert mech. Surprisingly enough, the Mars was able to speak please, like, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel right from the onset. "That may be true in the past, but I am different from every previous machine you have piloted. I am the Mars, a war god in the form of a mech. I am not a horse for you to ride as you wish, but a partner that you shall listen to in battle." That seemed to trigger Patriarch Reginald. He immediately became emotional, causing his resonance bond with the Mars to roil. "No one tells me what to do anymore. I am stronger than you, Mars. You should be the one to bend to my will instead of the other way around." If the Mars could let out an exasperated breath, it would. "I am not asking you to submit to me, Reginald. I am asking you to acknowledge me as an equal partner." Though the Mars sounded quite reasonable for demanding a partnership that characterized almost every mech pilot's relationship with a living mech, it was too bad that Reginald was too insistent on having his way. "No matter what you say, I will not accept any compromise. You will kneel before me or I will destroy every shred of you. Now bend before my will." The Mars was shocked at Reginald's uncompromising attitude. The expert pilot never displayed such stubbornness during their prior passive resonance sessions. It was as if the Cross Patriarch transformed into an entirely different beast when he entered the cockpit. Outside observers grew increasingly more concerned as the Mars began to exhibit strange activity. Vase frowned as he observed the increasingly more severe signs of stress from the incoming telemetry. The patterns matched those of a problematic interfacing attempt. The chances were likely that the expert pilot and the expert mech weren't getting along. "What did you do, Vase?" Gloriana accusingly asked as she turned her head. "This is your fault, right?" "What?" Vase looked stumped. "I don't know what's going on. Why are you blaming me all of a sudden?" Patriarch Reginald is having difficulty coming to terms with the Mars. "There is no reason why that would happen unless you messed with it. What did you do that could create such a conflict?" Vase thought back on the adversarial personality he had imparted to the Mars. "Well, maybe it is because I powered up the Mars by blending its spiritual foundation with bits of Venerable Ganso and Venerable Foster. I knew it. Did you ever stop to think whether it was a good idea to transplant elements of two of our most stubborn and intractable enemies into a friendly mech?" Now that she pointed it out, it did sound like a bad idea in hindsight. As Vase tried to account for himself, the struggle between Patriarch Reginald and his expert mech continued to rage with no immediate end in sight. The true resonance generated by the two began to wobble as they continued to remain opposed towards each other. Just when it seemed that the opposing personalities would begin to produce anti-synergy, one of them suddenly exploded in strength. Patriarch Reginald Cross was so affronted by his expert mech's continued defiance that his patience had run at an end. "I will never suffer humiliation again, especially not due to my own mech." An explosion of light, power and force instantly engulfed the entire space around the Mars. It was unlike anything that the observers had ever seen. For a moment, Vase and many others thought as if an enemy saboteur had secretly triggered a superbomb near the Mars. It was only a few seconds later that they realized that the massive explosion was not triggered by setting off a warhead, but because a transcendent human had forcefully burst his way into the next rank of his profession. Everyone in the fleet became utterly shocked and fascinated by the continuing outpouring of power. There was only one possible explanation for why the Mars was able to channel power that vastly exceeded what any of its high-tech systems could release. Patriarch Reginald Cross has become a saint. Vase stated the obvious. Chapter 4132 Fusion of power. What was it like for an expert pilot to undergo a second true apotheosis? Few humans were able to answer this question. Unlike expert pilots who could emerge from any significant gathering of mech pilots, ace pilots were much scarcer. States with populations of trillions of people might have no more than just a handful of ace pilots in their service. This was how scarce they tended to be. The circumstances that could foster an ace pilot were so harsh that it was practically unheard of for third-rate states to be able to produce one in their midst. While no one had ever fully figured out all of the variables that needed to be favorable in order to produce an ace pilot, the mech community did manage to formulate a few widely recognized rules. First, in order for an expert pilot to advance to ace pilot, they needed to be close to the threshold. Only high-tier expert pilots as defined by their peak resonance strengths had a chance, however faint, of bridging the enormous gap. Second, expert pilots needed to be physically fit and healthy. Body augmentations could either help or hinder them depending on their nature. What was important was that the expert pilot felt good under his or her own skin. Any sense of discordancy or alienation could ruin the pilot's chances of advancing any further. Third, an expert pilot needed to be tested and experienced in battle. Practice and training could only do so much. True soldiers and warriors needed to be tempered in actual battle. While there were pilots who were able to undergo their first apotheosis by luck and happenstance without ever entering an actual battlefield, no such exceptions existed for ace pilots. Fourth, a good expert mech was indispensable. The expert mech did not necessarily have to be as insanely powerful and extravagant as the Mars, but it at least needed to possess enough power and capacity to channel the strength of a high-tier expert pilot with plenty of room to spare. There were conflicting theories about whether it was important if the expert mech needed to exceed an objective standard of performance or whether the expert pilot merely had to think that way. The former assumption was objective while the latter was more subjective. Whatever the case, either demand stopped most third-rate states from facilitating the growth of their high-tier expert pilots because their ability to afford the best materials and the most expensive components were much more limited. However, there was one notable wildcard, which was the existence of masterwork expert mechs. No matter the quality of these machines, as long as their performance was at least decent, expert pilots were as much as 1,000 times more likely to advance to the rank of ace pilot if they were lucky enough that their customized machines reached this level of quality. They were also exceedingly rare as the vast majority of masters were unable to consistently pump them out. That was also what made the Mars such a great accomplishment in the mech industry and why Professor Benedict deserved a lot of recognition for his feat. Most people considered the aforementioned demands to be the most basic and essential conditions to make a second major breakthrough possible. States and organizations that could not fulfill all of these four essential demands had no business thinking about producing ace pilots in their midst. They probably still had trouble generating enough expert pilots most likely. Even if these groups were able to satisfy all of those conditions, developing ace pilots was anything but assured. This was because every expert pilot needed to go on a long and extensive mental evolution. Studies on this subject failed to present a systematic method to develop this aspect, which meant that many expert pilots had to rely on themselves to grope their way forward. What certain insiders did know was that expert pilots needed to develop a more powerful motivation to pursue greater strength. In order to push themselves past the bottleneck that blocked their way forward, they needed to build up a powerful impetus that could forcefully breach their mental barrier and allow their willpower to undergo a comprehensive transformation. Just as ordinary mech pilots needed to find a cause or conviction to fight for, expert pilots needed to go a step further. They often had to fulfill a more concrete mission or meet a specific requirement in order to achieve their major breakthrough. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Patriarch Reginald not only met all of the other requirements, but also satisfied the requirements that he needed to conquer in order to prove himself worthy to reach the next stage of his extraordinary profession. The result was a phenomenon that was almost unique and that few people had the privilege to witness in person. Every member of the Cross clan as well as the Larkinson clan and the Glory Seekers in the current fleet watched on with awe and joy as the most powerful among them had attained a legendary status. The Cross clan has arisen anew. Reginald is just like his father. A saint. We are led by a saint again. The status of ace pilot was supreme in nearly every corner of human space, but the Crossers possessed a particularly special regard for these extraordinary mech pilots. As former Garliners who still retained large parts of the culture of their former state, the Crossers not only saw high-ranking mech pilots as champions, but also warlords who possessed the absolute right to lead them on and off the battlefield. As Vase briefly took his gaze away from the control panel to observe the reaction of the various Crosser staffers who manned the other workstations, he could hardly find any difference between their worshipful gazes and the intense fanaticism displayed by the most extreme Hexer and Ilvanan believers. While the Crossers were largely secular in their outlook towards life, the way they venerated their patriarch to an even greater degree than before made it seem as if they were worshipping a living god. Maybe that isn't too far from the truth. Vase quipped to himself. The power that Patriarch Reginald Cross unleashed upon the moment of his second apotheosis was absolutely awe-inspiring. Anything in the vicinity would have been blasted to pieces if Reginald did not make any attempts to control his outburst. The power of this outburst was comparable to that of a serious attack from a genuine ace mech like the Olympus Mons, if not more. What was even more impressive was that Patriarch Reginald, or Saint Reginald depending on which title he found more important, did not lose control over his power again. Unlike expert pilots who were often a bit too weak and unfamiliar to be able to control their new and overflowing power, ace pilots were much more mature and proficient in controlling their own strength. Their willpower was also insanely strong, and Patriarch Reginald was no exception in this regard. In fact, as his sizable and energetic Saint Kingdom slowly took shape around the Mars, it looked as if he was particularly insistent on maintaining control over his own mech and power expression. All of the power exuded from the Mars was far from what is customary of an expert mech. The high-tier expert mech that Vase had witnessed, such as Venerable Damira Planet's Aranter or Venerable Orthox de Massey's Gatecrasher, were both powerful in their own sense, but the Mars vastly exceeded these machines in terms of might. And this was before the Mars even properly exercised its capabilities in combat. As Vase glanced towards his control panel and other projected displays, he quickly realized that not every piece of data was reliable anymore. The Mars was undergoing so many extraordinary processes that it had trouble measuring and recording accurate data. There was at least one meter that happened to be working in good condition, though. Professor Benedict had put a lot of effort into installing a stronger and more high-end resonance meter into the Mars in order to account for exactly this kind of situation. If this meter is truly accurate, then Reginald resonance strength has skyrocketed to 134 lavares. Sure, this might not sound impressive if this measurement was compared to the resonance strengths of the top ace pilots of humanity that capped at 1545 lavares. However, compared to Patriarch Reginald's previous record of 60 lavares, this was a drastic jump in strength. The lavare scale was not linear. A jump of 74 lavares represented an exponential or qualitative leap in effective power and combat ability. From what Vase had learned from other sources, the increase in power that Reginald experienced was rather exaggerated. Most high-tier expert pilots continue to develop their strength in various ways even if they are hindered by their bottlenecks. Professor Benedict explained as he continued to examine the various data feeds in the central projection that showed off the ongoing spectacle centered around the Mars. When they finally overcome their bottlenecks by making up for their greatest weaknesses, they will quickly make up for lost time and catch up to the state they should have reached if they weren't blocked by their mental shortcomings. Patriarch Reginald was almost just as talented as his late father. He developed quickly as an expert pilot and only slowed down when he approached the limits of this rank. Now that he got over this mountain that was previously insurmountable to him, there were no more obstacles that could prevent him from developing his resonance strength for a long time. Reginald shouldn't have to worry about any bottlenecks until he pushes onto the barrier that separates him from advancing to the rank of God Pilot. That is true, but there is a major difference in strength between strong and weak saints. Professor Benedict cautioned. Reginald has only become junior ace pilot just now. He still has many years to go before his resonance strength exceeds 800 lavares. At that point, he will be considered a senior ace pilot and someone who can truly guard an entire state. There were no true qualitative differences between junior ace pilots and senior ace pilots. The mech community decided to create an artificial divide between them in order to better differentiate the strength of younger and less experienced saints to their older and more developed counterparts. In general, a junior ace pilot stood no chance of defeating a senior ace pilot, but this was only a guideline, not a hard rule. What this meant was that the Cross clan was still a distance away from attaining greater impunity. It would take quite a few decades if not a century for Saint Reginald Cross to truly be the bulwark of his clan. Saint Hemington Cross never managed to become a senior ace pilot, Vase recalled. The late clan leader's presence was still enormous in the Cross clan, but Reginald had a good chance of surpassing his father this time. The Mars is moving. Vase stopped thinking about the future and turned his attention back to the present. Now that Patriarch Reginald had regained control over himself, he was still filled with energy and was eager to vent it all out in a massive, extended spurt. Engage the target dummies, Professor Reginald ordered. The Cross clan had already deployed several swarms of drones and battle bots into space. Now, these automatons simultaneously woke up from standby and began to engage the Mars without displaying any fear or hesitation towards the prospect of fighting against an ace pilot. Many of the bots happened to be armed with ranged weapons. Upon receiving a specific order, they began to fire their laser or kinetic guns with deadly force. Unmanned combat machines or not, when several thousand of them fired their weapons at once, not even an expert mech would feel comfortable in the face of so much absolute firepower. However, as the formidable amount of automated machines unleashed their lethal volleys, none of their shots ever came close to harming the Mars. Even before the energy beams and kinetic rounds struck the Abbasi's armor, they stopped hundreds of meters away from the expert mech. Patriarch Reginald's new Saint Kingdom had effortlessly blocked them from advancing any further. Though Vase already knew what to expect from it, seeing it in action was still a wondrous moment. This is the power produced by the fusion of technology and willpower. Chapter 4133 Initial Weapons Test. Patriarch Reginald did not appear to be in a hurry to wipe out the bots that unloaded enough firepower to threaten a capital ship. The volume of fire was incredible. Even if the drones and battle bots weren't particularly strong on an individual basis, their numbers exceeded that of a full mech regiment at the moment. This meant that the new Saint already displayed the ability to effortlessly resist the firepower of a full-ranged mech regiment. It did not even look as if Patriarch Reginald was breaking a sweat during the ongoing bombardment. His Saint Kingdom or domain field remained remarkably stable. No matter how many mosquitoes attempted to pierce this large spherical energy field, if Reginald did not want their attacks to pass through his zone, he could impose his will onto reality and make it happen. Amazing, Gloriana uttered. This is the most distinguishing difference between venerables and saints. It is not surprising to regard the former as preparatory ace pilots. An expert pilot was highly limited in their ability to distort reality by leveraging his force of will. They heavily relied on their mechs to amplify their strength exertion through resonance, and they only managed to do so reluctantly and in a limited fashion. Ace pilots on the other hand possessed an abundance of power and control. Their domain fields were not only larger versions of resonance shields, but they also marked a territory as the exclusive property of the ace pilot. These characteristics had caused the mech community to refer to these extraordinary energy fields as Saint Kingdoms. Every saint was a ruler of his own domain. In general, there were two effective ways to overcome the insane defenses of a Saint Kingdom. An opponent could rely on another ace pilot to compete against an opposing one on an equal basis. If ace pilots were hard to come by, then the only other way to overcome a Saint Kingdom was by relying on massed firepower. The latter was the more common if stupidest means of breaking open an ace pilot's defenses. Right now, 2 whole minutes had gone by and the Saint Kingdom around the Mars still didn't show any signs of destabilizing. This is ridiculous, Vase gasped. I get that Patriarch Reginald is really strong now, but the Mars is still an expert mech. Professor Benedict did not look surprised, though. You know just as well as I that the Mars already straddles the line between expert mechs and ace mechs. Most of the tech and the materials that we have invested into it already meets the standard of an ace mech. The greatest shortcoming of the Mars at the moment is that it is lacking in ace mech grade resonating materials. The ones that we have put into our mech are mainly attuned to the strength of expert pilots. There were different ways to categorize resonating materials. One of the most important ones was to determine which kind of high-ranking mech pilot could best leverage their extraordinary properties. The majority of resonating materials were expert mech grade. That meant that they were effectively utilized by expert pilots as long as they were compatible with the specific materials. There was a higher grade of resonating materials that were not so easy to make use of. Expert pilots who attempted to resonate with them would find that they were trying to squeeze water from a stone. Even if they were compatible, the difficulty of resonating with ace mech grade resonating materials was too great at their stages. This was also the main reason why Professor Benedict did not choose to integrate any ace mech grade resonating materials into the current iteration of the Mars. It did not matter if Patriarch Reginald's chances of breaking through were high. He would not have been able to resonate with the Mars to begin with when he activated the mech for the first time. None of these considerations applied anymore. The current reality was that Reginald had advanced to ace pilot. This meant that the current configuration of the Mars had already fallen behind the times. You'll need to replace the old resonating materials with ones that are suitable for ace pilots, right? That is correct, Vase. This will be an incredibly difficult technical process. First, I need to obtain the right materials, but they are much rarer and they are also far more demanding as a rule. Trying to integrate them into the Mars without ruining its configuration or breaking its masterwork state will be one of the most difficult upgrade projects that I will be embarking upon in my career as a mech designer. Do you need any assistance? Ha ha ha. No. Professor Benedict firmly shook his head. These matters are far beyond your level. In fact, many of them go over my head as well. Only an exceedingly small proportion of mech designers possess the qualifications to develop ace mechs. Will you be able to accomplish all of this by yourself, then? Not a chance in hell, but who says that I will be alone? I have already formed an arrangement with the Unbounders. While it will still take years to elevate the Mars into a proper ace mech, I will get it done. Eventually, without the help of Vase and his fellow colleagues, it seemed. That was a pity. He would have liked to take part in this interesting endeavor. Meanwhile, the new saint apparently had enough of testing the strength of his new domain field. After letting the bots expend their firepower towards the Mars without any clear results, the Mars finally began to make its first offensive move. Vase completely threw every other consideration aside and leaned closer in order to observe the powerful expert mech closely. The Mars is priming the Arceus system. 10 powerful integrated energy weapon modules charged up at once. With 2 on the wrists, 3 in the chest, 2 on the lower legs and 2 at the sides of the head, the Mars had more than enough weapons to unleash devastation. Different from the Olympus Mons, which was primarily geared towards melee combat, the Mars was a hybrid mech that excelled at throwing up massive firepower from a distance. This meant that its threat radius was extremely wide. As long as any opponent was within its line of sight, they turned into eligible targets to the Mars. Once the Arceus system had charged up and locked onto the various targets, all 10 integrated energy weapons fired at once. Each of the sophisticated weapon mounts possessed the ability to split their beams. Patriarch Reginald took extensive advantage of this feature to split the firepower of each of his energy weapons so that they fired at least 10 lesser laser beams at different targets. In other words, the Mars effective fired over 100 resonance-empowered laser beams at once. Each of them soared through space at the speed of light and hit their targets with unerring accuracy. Despite the fact that each beam only possessed a fraction of the firepower of the originating weapon, the high base power of the Arceus system along with its transphasic and resonating properties meant that the shots already surpassed the power of that of a typical ranged expert mech. Vase and many other observers were completely astounded by this amazing sight. Some of the bots that got struck were high-quality machines that were clad with premium armor. Yet even then the incoming beams managed to pierce through their frames entirely, devastating every armor plate or vital internal component in and around the path of the deadly lasers. Although the more knowledgeable among them already understood that the Mars was theoretically able to achieve this outcome, seeing it happen in reality was still a major shock. It might not be a big deal to destroy over 100 bots with a single salvo this time, but on an actual battlefield the Mars would likely be able to achieve the same result when fighting against actual mechs. The Mars only needs a single moment in order to put 100 combat machines out of action. What if it fires its weapons repeatedly? Patriarch Reginald was evidently curious to know the answer as well, because he was far from done with testing the Arceus system. The integrated energy weapons charged again before they fired an identical salvo, this time aiming at 100 different targets. Every bot in the Arceus system's sights went down without exception. The accuracy displayed by the Mars was also impressive in itself. Part of that came from the superhuman skill of an ace pilot. Another part of it came from the excellent sensor and targeting systems of the high-tier expert mech. When both of these elements were excellent, it would be hard for light mechs to evade the expert hybrid mech's attacks. The Mars fired again and again. Though it took a few seconds for it to be able to engage its Arceus system again, the consistency and reliability of the transphasic energy system was commendable. It was not easy to output so much firepower without straining the expert mech's more delicate components. However, the exceedingly powerful Arceus system as well as the incredible efficiency and tolerances of the magma vein system ensured that the Mars could fire its weapons like this for a long time. Salvo after salvo tore out entire chunks of the bot swarm. The volume of fire that was pouring in the direction of the Mars visibly weakened at a rapid rate. Once the final set of resonance-empowered transphasic laser beams took out the pathetic-looking bots that remained, none of the swarms that the Cross clan had procured at great cost remained intact. A lot of people turned speechless due to the sheer amount of awe they felt at this overwhelming display of superiority. It was nearly impossible for a mech force to rely on quantity to overcome an ace mech. Even if the Mars was not able to output so much fire at once, it could easily leverage its superior mobility and defensive power to circle around and whittle down the enemy cannon fodder over time. Either way, the advancement of Patriarch Reginald completely turned the Mars into a beast on the battlefield. One that was capable of defeating entire mech forces by itself. If the Mars in its expert mech configuration is already this powerful, how much more dominant will it be once it becomes an ace mech? Vase shuddered at the thought. The performance of the expert hybrid mech's resonance parameters would receive a major boost, allowing it to distort reality much more extensively than was currently the case. Paired with the fact that Reginald would definitely be growing his unleashed resonance strength at a steady rate, the Mars was destined to become an unfathomably strong ace mech in a few years. Professor Benedict grinned. Now that we have seen how well the Mars fares against a tide of mechs, let us see how well its Arceus system can defeat an enemy starship. The Cross clan would never volunteer an actual starship for target practice. That was far too wasteful. In order to provide the Mars with an approximate target, the Crossers instead decided to conduct the test in the vicinity of an asteroid belt. There were plenty of chunky targets in range that could withstand a heavy amount of punishment before breaking. Now, the Mars had set its sights on one of them. There was an asteroid with a high metallic content that happened to be several kilometers thick. Even if its material composition was not as tough as that of a typical warship, its mass and thickness were still difficult for other weapons to drill through. However, the Mars only charged its central chest weapon. It was the largest weapon module of the Arceus system and was designed for just these occasions. This time, Patriarch Reginald pulled out all of the stops. He did not order the chest weapon to split its output, but instead wanted it to remain whole and concentrated. After charging and empowering it with multiple forms of energy, the chest weapon finally outputted a dazzlingly bright red energy that struck the target asteroid and burned straight through its rocky interior as if it was made out of paper. Though the massively empowered beam took its time to melt through all of the material, it eventually escaped right out of the opposite side of the asteroid before striking another one floating further into the distance. Imagine if that was a starship. Chapter 4134 Superior Performance. Everything about the Mars lived up to its promise. It performed like a veritable war god like its namesake, and that was when it was still technically an expert mech. Everyone who had the privilege to witness it demonstrate its awesome power in this nameless star system felt incomparably insignificant in front of such a powerful war machine. The Mars is like a warship but with only 1/100th of the footprint. Gloriana aptly contextualized the insanely powerful expert mech's performance in combination with its new ace pilot. If we were testing the performance of a battlecruiser at the moment, I don't think any of us would feel surprised at the power that the vessel is able to demonstrate. We humans are already hardwired to expect superior performance from physically imposing objects. This is also why we tend to fear the phase whales the most out of all of the native races of the Red Ocean. She made a good point. Everyone indeed developed a general sense of power by looking at the size of a war asset. The dimensions of a mech or warship turned into a shorthand measurement of their combat effectiveness. Of course, size was hardly the sole factor that determined their power. Their tech played an important role as well, hence why people started to divide these assets into 3 different power levels. On paper, the Mars was classified as a second-class high-tier expert mech. This created the suggestion that it would not perform that much better than the Balvo's Rage. Yet there were multiple factors that turned the Mars into a completely different beast than its predecessor machine. The insane tech put into the Mars was one reason. Patriarch Reginald's incredibly breakthrough was another reason. Together, they produced an incongruous result that completely caused a lot of people's minds to crash as they found it difficult to come to terms with the current performance of the Mars. Equating it to a warship was a useful way to contextualize the Mars, but the fact that the two were closer in performance than was apparent on the surface also signified how insane it was to possess this combination of expert mech and expert pilot. As the Mars continued to explore the limits of its firepower by readily engaging its Arceus system at different asteroids, the firepower but more notably its endurance truly matched that of a warship that was armed with main cannons that were larger than the frames of entire mechs. Warships were already strong to begin with. By leveraging the advantage of scale to the utmost, These vessels overpowered their opposition by relying on brute force. The Mars was different. It was smaller and more maneuverable at shorter ranges. It was also a lot smaller and therefore a lot harder to pin down at range. This provided it with significant advantages if it was ever confronted by a hostile warship. Even if the Cross clan had yet to equip it with a mini-drive, the inherent advantages of the Mech already enabled it to maneuver around an actual warship with ease. This would allow the Mars to escape the firing angles of the most devastating naval weapon systems. This was an unreasonable tactic that essentially made it impossible for a warship to defeat the Mars at close range. Even from a distance, it would be incredibly difficult for the warship to land a lot of hits on a small, fast and maneuverable target. All of this meant that Professor Benedict successfully attained his goal of developing a mech that was powerful enough to fight against alien warships and powerful exo-beasts. The Cross Clan and the Golden Skull Alliance possessed a lot more options against those types of enemies from now on. It was no longer the case that their entire forces were unable to fight against these native threats. Alright, that is enough for the Arceus system. It is already beginning to reach its limits after firing so many times. Professor Benedict said, as much as the Arceus system was designed to support extended operation, the intensity in which its weapon systems fired in the past few minutes was a little too much. Everything possessed limits, and even a super expensive transphasic energy weapon system was no exception. The Mars subsequently tested out its other capabilities. Though it was lacking its shoulder-mounted missile launchers at the moment, it still possessed another ranged solution in the form of its custom shotgun. Not only was it equipped with a dimensional ammunition drum, the weapon was also capable of firing a variety of different shotgun rounds. This time, the Cross Clan decided to fill its ammo drum with a mixture of cheap and expensive rounds. The Mars rapidly flew closer to a nearby asteroid and pointed its weapon straight at the surface. A silent explosion erupted from the muzzle as it spat out an extremely powerful transphasic slug. Though the velocity of the projectile was incomparable to that of an energy beam, the transphasic round partially phased through the solid matter of the asteroid while at the same transferring a huge amount of kinetic energy along the way. The result of this was that the transphasic round was able to penetrate well into the interior of the asteroid without wasting too much of its destructive potential at the outer surface of the target. Let's see how much damage a non-transphasic shotgun slug can do in comparison. The slug created such a giant crater in the asteroid that it was as if it was a planet that had undergone a mass extinction event. If the target was a starship, then the non-transphasic round is not effective at taking down the targeted vessel. Sarah Voikin observed, the key to taking out starships in the most effective manner is to disable or destroy their vital systems. Dealing damage to their hulls is not useful in comparison. The only thing that will do is make it easier for follow-up attacks to penetrate into the interior. In other words, a transphasic round was drastically more effective at taking out large targets than a non-transphasic round. How much phase water did it take to produce that transphasic round? Vase critically asked. Let's not talk about that. Unless the crossers were able to recover the fractured and broken remains of the transphasic slug, firing this expensive projectile was no different throwing a precious drop of phase water out of the airlock. Fortunately, there was no rule that stated that the crossers had to keep supplying the hungry shotgun with transphasic ammunition. As the Mars kept firing the weapon, it began to blast out in many different ways. One shot released a conventional hail of pellets that rapidly spread out and dug in lots of tiny holes on the surface of an asteroid. Another shot impaled a target with metal nails that reacted with each other and generated a current. The next shot bombarded the target with incendiary pellets that rapidly grew hot and erupted into flames. The performance of each of these projectiles were stronger than usual as Patriarch Reginald was able to enhance their power through resonance. However, the shotgun wielded by the Mars was only moderately more powerful than the shotgun of the Balvo's Rage. This showed that aside from the difference in ammunition capacity, the shotgun paired with the newer Expert Mech was heavily reliant on the quality of its rounds to deal damage. It was much more economical to rely on the Arceus system to destroy the opposition. Energy was cheap and could be generated by tons of cheap and efficient sources. It did not cost a fortune just to fire the energy weapons a couple of times. Vase shrugged. It's okay. The shotgun is an extra option against powerful targets. The Arceus system was designed to be the main weapon system of the Mars. It was integrated into the Expert Mech and was not designed to be removable. Everything else was extra as far as he was concerned. Once Reginald had his fill with testing out the new shotgun, his Expert Mech began to pull out its new standard melee weapon, which happened to be a transphasic axe. After he resonated with the one-handed weapon, the Mars charged at an asteroid and launched a devastating-looking chop. While the attack did not produce an exaggerated result such as slicing a kilometers-thick asteroid in half, the energy released by the strike managed to pierce right through and penetrate over 100 meters beyond the surface. The penetrative capabilities of the transphasic axe was incredible, and fully proved why certain people started to believe that phase water technology would become a new qualifier in high-end mech combat. It was a pity that the initial testing session did not leave any room to test how the Mars was able to handle the whale-cutting saber, but that could be done at a later time. Let us get the other essential tests out of the way first. The next few minutes were relatively boring as the Mars proceeded to flex its defensive and mobility capabilities. First, the crossers bombarded the Mars while Reginald purposely withdrew his Saint Kingdom. Though this removed an essential defensive layer from the expert hybrid mech, its Abassi's armor was more than capable of picking up the slack. No matter whether the frame of the mech was struck by energy beams, solid projectiles or exploding missiles, it remained completely impervious throughout this entire sequence. In fact, the mech did not even suffer any visual marks as most of the damage hit an invisible spatial barrier that wrapped just above the surface of the expert mech. So long as it was powered by resonance, the Abassi's armor would always be able to display an unreasonable amount of defensive power. Let us see the performance of the shield generator as well. Even though the Mars incorporated a high-quality compact shield generator, its defensive power was the worst out of all of the options. That was because Professor Benedict did not choose to integrate the mech with a larger defensive module. Still, the shield generator could still be handy in emergencies, so it was not a useless feature. Let's see how fast it can move. The Pulsar V1 flight system stole the show this time. It already provided the Mars with speed comparable to that of the Gatecrasher in its base form. When it began to activate its transphasic mode, the Mars accelerated up to 200% faster in any direction, which made people have the illusion that they were looking at an expert light mech instead of a heavier machine. The only downside to this mode was that the Mars began to devour energy at a scary rate. This meant that it was not that wise for the expert mech to accelerate at its maximum rate while at the same time output a lot of energy beams with its Arceus system. The Mars is not designed for hit-and-run attacks, Juliet remarked. It is meant to enter within effective range of any target before relying on maximum firepower to neutralize the threat. The Mars was an assault-oriented machine that was effective at pretty much any place on the battlefield, but would feel most at home at short to medium ranges. With high defenses and a stupendous amount of firepower, it was most ideal at fighting against powerful opponents head-on. The Mars was not a sly skirmisher like the Dark Zephyr or a glass cannon like the Amaranto. The mech was named after a war god because it was truly designed to embody one in the form of a mech. Vase and the other mech designers were more than satisfied with the demonstrated performance of their work. They couldn't have asked for any better, and there were plenty of areas where the expert mech exceeded their expectations. Soon enough, the initial testing session was approaching its end. Only one test remained on the agenda. It's time for the exciting part, at least, that was our original intent. At this stage, the Larkinson expert mechs were supposed to come forth and test how well the Mars was able to fight against a bunch of expert mechs. Vase previously maintained faint hope that his clan's champions would be able to earn at least some respect before they tapped out of the sparring session. That hope had faded after witnessing the full might of the Mars with a newly advanced ace pilot. There was no way that this was anywhere close to a fair fight. Do you think our expert mechs will last more than a minute against the Mars? Gloriana asked. They better. Chapter 4135 Willpower Disparity. What should have been the most exciting part of the testing session instead turned into an execution. At least that was what it looked like. While the Crossers all maintained their excitement and their enthusiasm at the explosive performance of their new ace pilot and expert mech, the mood amongst the Larkinsons was completely different. Sure, the Larkinsons were initially happy when they saw that the strongest mech pilot of their allies had reached an unprecedented level of strength. Even though it was a pity that Reginald was not a Larkinson, he was still a solid ally and friend of their clan. Then they realized that their proudest expert mechs were about to test their mettle against the very same ace pilot. As much as they celebrated Reginald's successful advancement, they could vaguely tell that his power was far more than what the Larkinson expert pilots could compete against. They only had to recall the awful time when the Olympus Mons piloted by Saint Yulamerka easily crushed the best efforts of the Larkinson champions to land a single blow onto the Dwarven ace mech. Even if Reginald had only advanced a short time ago, and even if the Mars was technically still an expert mech, did not provide much solace to the Larkinsons. The power of this transphasic expert mech was too exaggerated. As one of the first high-end expert mechs in the Red Ocean that featured an extravagant collection of transphasic mech parts, the Mars was most likely the strongest second-class expert mech in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. As for the Larkinson expert mechs, while each of them possessed numerous unique features that allowed them to punch above their weight, there was only so much ingenuity could do to compensate for an absolute power gap. Vase was not optimistic about the coming display at all, but he did not have any ideas for calling off the test. First, he and his fellow mech designers needed to gather essential data on how the Mars performed against more extraordinary opponents. Second, his own expert pilots needed to be taught a lesson. A solid defeat would most definitely cause them to feel more pressure again. Once they realized their own inadequacies, they would surely do their best to close the gap to Patriarch Reginald as much as possible. Third, he and Gloriana needed to see precisely how bad the gap was between their old work and the Mars. They had already decided to upgrade the first generation of Larkinson expert mechs with high-end Heartland-level components. From the incredible performance of the Mars, it already became clear to him that they also seriously needed to consider the decision to integrate transphasic components in their old work. How much they needed to prioritize this matter depended on how this coming confrontation unfolded. He opened a communication channel to the pilot of the Minerva. "You're in charge, Casella. I won't tell you what to do, but I need as much data as possible. The longer you last and the more varied the actions you undertake, the more useful data that you will generate. Try your best not to fight too monotonously or get beaten too quickly." Commander Casella Ingvar made a sour expression. "We will try our best, sir, but frankly speaking, most of this battle is out of our hands. We are at Patriarch Reginald's mercy. I am sure he is curious to see how much of an advantage he possesses against our expert mechs." Though Professor Benedict had already instructed Reginald to prolong the battle, who knew how much the newly ascended saint would listen? Now that he had obtained power beyond almost every person in the galaxy, Patriarch Reginald must definitely have grown a lot more conceited than before. His father already exhibited this personality flaw. The chances were great that the son was barely any better in this regard. Vase just hoped that Reginald would be able to hold himself back long enough to conclude this fruitful testing session in a productive manner. "Our expert mechs are going hot." Casella had already issued her first orders. She had immediately split her forces into two groups. The Amaranto mounted against the shield of Samar. The expert rifleman mech used the shoulder of the expert heavy space knight as a support for its formidable Luminaire crystal rifle. Venerable Davia Stark did not hold back in the slightest. She not only charged her instrument of vengeance rifle at full power, but also activated the overcharge resonating ability, which temporarily tripled the output of the Amaranto's power reactor. If that wasn't enough, she also resonated with the illustrious one, allowing her to activate the passing light ability, which had proven to bypass resonance shields in the past. Activating all of these abilities at once and at full power was extremely strenuous to Venerable Stark. She had to resonate with multiple different entities in a different manner at the same time. This compelled the middle-aged woman to split her concentration, making so that she had less attention to spare on her own defenses. Fortunately, the shield of Samar provided more than adequate cover to the Amaranto, allowing the latter to invest itself fully into its next attack. It's rare to see the Amaranto fire a maximum power shot. Vase looked interested as he rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. In truth, there was one more way to empower the Amaranto's next attack further. However, that required Vase to manually resonate with his masterwork mech and transfer Blinky so that the Amaranto's next attack would be empowered with Worklaw energy. While Vase was incredibly curious whether an attack of this magnitude was enough to threaten the Mars, he did not choose to employ it this time. Not only was the MTA watching these proceedings like a hawk, Vase would feel enormously drained and tired after he made this move. He would have to spend weeks to recover to his peak, which meant he wouldn't be able to rely on this trump card during this entire time. Maybe I should have a little more faith in Venerable Stark and the Amaranto. Vase hummed. When the Amaranto finally let loose, its instrument of vengeance spat out a thick and bright light beam that instantly soared toward the Mars and struck against the exterior of the Saint Kingdom. At first, the beam seemed to pierce through this insanely strong defensive bubble, but then it stopped after traversing just a dozen meters. "That's it?" Vase bewilderingly asked. He knew the power of the Amaranto's full-powered shots quite well. Its power not only came from its custom luminaire crystal rifle, but also came from the various enhancements that only this specific combination of expert mech, design spirit and expert pilot could produce. Yet despite pooling all of their power together, the Amaranto failed to make substantial progress in overcoming the new expert hybrid mech's first layer of defense. The other two Larkinson ranged expert mechs added their firepower to the mix as well. The Everchanger's Vitalis rifle along with the Minerva's Irvin rifle not only shot in unison, but also targeted the part of the domain field that had just been pierced by the instrument of vengeance. Yet despite striking the exact same spot at very similar angles, the Patriarch Reginald's Saint Kingdom continued to hold strong. This level of performance was almost consistent with that of the Olympus Mons. This was yet another illustration of the notion that the power of an ace mech was largely derived from the ace pilot. The latter weighed substantially more than the former. This explained why a half-step ace mech like the Mars was still able to project a formidable domain field despite not containing any ace mech-grade resonating exotics. For their part, the Larkinsons did not give up on their effort. The Amaranto, the Everchanger and the Minerva continued to launch persistent attacks, trying out many different attack methods. They cycled through different luminaire attack phase crystals to see which beam type posed the greatest threat against Reginald's Saint Kingdom. None of them seemed to be particularly effective, though. Laser beams and positron beams simply winked out as Reginald straightforwardly willed the photons and particles out of existence once the energy entered his Saint Kingdom. Slicer beams disappeared even faster as they weren't as spread out over a wider area. Reginald did not even bother to stop the disruptor beams from striking the Mars. While they were supposed to behave similar to EMP attacks by disrupting any electrical systems, the Cross-Clan's flagship project was too well shielded, well defended and well constructed for it to be vulnerable to these attacks. The only beam types that worked a little better were kinetic beams and light beams. The former was made up of kinetic force, which meant that Reginald needed to suppress it through brute force. The latter were specifically effective against all manner of extraordinary phenomenon. The Larkinson expert mechs with ranged weapons eventually settled on light beams as their primary mode of attacks. The expert pilots could all observe how Reginald's Saint Kingdom needed to put substantially more effort into stopping the light beams from corroding its integrity. Yet despite the best efforts of Venerable Stark and company, their ranged attacks lacked the punch to overcome this insanely powerful barrier. It's not enough. Sarah Voikin shook her head at the sight. Domain fields are an expression of an ace pilot's ability to control the surrounding space using their mental power or willpower. It is well known that ace pilots, even newer ones, are able to impose so much control over the reality around them that they can warp and manipulate any form of mass and energy in their reach as long as they are piloting decent mechs. It is apparent that the Mars in its current incarnation provides more than enough amplification for Patriarch Reginald to effectively control matter and energy at a strong enough level to snuff out any relatively weak attacks. In other words, unless the expert mechs were able to consistently launch attacks that were at least as powerful as the Amaranto's full-powered shots, they wouldn't be able to whittle down the physical integrity of the Mars in the slightest. All the attacks were doing so far was exhausting Reginald's force of will over time, which was quite futile because the ace pilot had plenty of mental capacity to spare after his explosive breakthrough. Ace pilots were much greater than expert pilots in every single aspect. Their endurance was no longer comparable to that of expert pilots now that they had overcome their second major bottleneck. Vase had long been proud of the extreme firepower that he managed to bestow upon the Amaranto. But it was surprising how access to new technology along with entering a more dangerous region could change his attitude. While he felt it was acceptable if the Everchanger and the Minerva weren't able to overcome this challenge, the lack of threat from the Amaranto towards the Mars was a significant letdown. The Amaranto was supposed to be his answer against singularly powerful individual threats. If it wasn't able to threaten the Mars when it was in its peak form, then how could Vase rely on it to take on other powerful threats in the future? I definitely need to upgrade her rifle in a future design round. Vase vowed to himself. At this moment, he suspected that not even 10 expert rifleman mechs identical to the Amaranto was able to pose a serious threat to the Mars. Their collective firepower still wasn't great enough to overcome the incredible defensive threshold of Patriarch Reginald's Saint Kingdom. Our melee mechs are about to close in on the Mars. Vase perked up a bit when he saw that the other Larkinson expert mechs were about to go into action. Yet when the Dark Zephyr approached first by virtue of its speed and entered the bubble that denoted Reginald's domain field, the expert light skirmisher abruptly slowed down to the point it was frozen into place. Even its powerful resonance shield that provided the mech with essential protection against outside influences collapsed like a bubble. The disparity in willpower is too great, Professor Benedict calmly pointed out. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson is still a low-tier expert pilot. No matter how many tricks he can pull off in battle, when it comes to a straightforward contest of resonance strength, he has no chance of resisting. This was why the mech community often thought that it would be suicide for expert mechs to fight against ace mechs at closer ranges. As long as the former entered the Saint Kingdoms of the latter, they directly subjected themselves to the whims of the opposing ace pilot. This is pure willpower suppression. Chapter 4136 Battlefield Domination. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson did not feel good at the moment. Though he may act a bit careless at times, he wasn't a stupid expert pilot. He trained diligently and also studied plenty of books in order to increase his understanding of other mechs. Light skirmishers generally fared badly against hybrid mechs. The latter were usually armed with a multitude of ranged weapons. Although these guns weren't particularly powerful, their quantity meant that they could output a lot of shots at a target. If enough of this rain of fire struck a light skirmisher, the latter machine would definitely get into trouble due to its light armor and low damage tolerance. It spoke a lot that the Mars did not even engage any of its weapon systems against the approaching Dark Zephyr. This left the expert light skirmisher free to move close enough to enter the range of Patriarch Reginald's Saint Kingdom. It was only at that point that Tusa realized why so many people advocated against this action. An expert pilot trying to approach an ace pilot was no different from a mouse creeping up to a cat. Tusa felt completely suppressed when he entered Reginald's domain field. This went beyond technology. Even if his Dark Zephyr was stronger, it hardly wouldn't have made a difference. No enemy expert pilot could ever make him feel so utterly helpless and without power. It's not only that, there was more to Reginald's willpower expression than straightforward suppression. The man's unique upbringing, battles and other harsh experiences had shaped him into a warrior that pursued both glory and victory in battle. This not only shaped his prototypical domain back when he was an expert pilot, but also affected its traits now that he had advanced to ace pilot. This was what made Saint Kingdoms so special and compelling. The unique traits of ace pilots were much more obvious after experiencing so much growth and evolution. There were some Saint Kingdoms that embodied fire. Any mech that entered these fields would spontaneously grow hotter and overheat even if they weren't running any intensive systems. There were other Saint Kingdoms that centered around controlling time. They could literally freeze time in an area so that every incoming projectile or energy beam froze as soon as they entered into range. Weirder and more unusual Saint Kingdoms also existed. There was one that enhanced the performance of every friendly expert mech. There was another one that rapidly drained the energy reserves of opposing mechs. There was even a Saint Kingdom that could convert enemies into allies. The one that Patriarch Reginald acquired wasn't as perverted as that, but it was still hard to deal with by opponents who entered into his range. Tusa gritted his teeth as he and the Dark Zephyr tried their best to resist the overwhelming mental pressure exerted by Reginald's powerful presence. Yet all the expert pilot could do was to make sure he did not bow his head and admit his inferiority in front of Reginald. "I won't submit." Patriarch Reginald's Saint Kingdom centered around battlefield domination. The ace pilot considered himself to be a leader, a champion and a warlord in the same vein as his late father. As such, he developed an obsession of achieving martial superiority on the battlefield. Though Reginald wasn't interested in the finer points of rulership and governance, what he truly valued was to become the strongest and most powerful warrior in any battle. He not only wanted to become the top dog, but let everyone know it, especially his foes. This strong and persistent desire turned into an obsession that shaped his Saint Kingdom into one that not only acted on the minds of living mech pilots such as Venerable Tusa, but also acted upon both mechs and attacks. No matter whether they were alive or not, Reginald demanded the submission of all of them. The fact that he did not even let off light photons was a testament to his need for recognition. As the other expert mechs entered the Saint Kingdom shortly afterwards, they too became directly exposed to the same effect. The riot with its unusually chaotic resonance shield fared a bit better against the pressure. The mech was not only thicker and more powerful than the Dark Zephyr, it also happened to have a defensive design spirit in the form of xianxia. Xianxia was able to provide a decent amount of help in allowing the riot to maintain control, but the design spirit's influence only extended up to a point. As Reginald actively noticed the riot's increased resistance, he concentrated more and more of his formidable willpower onto the expert spearman mech. Eventually, the riot lost control as well as its resonance shield broke apart after being subjected to the overwhelming power of an ace pilot. Ah! Venerable Orphan roared in frustration. Goddammit, Riot, move. The Mars is just over there. At least get close enough so that I can land a single hit. This is embarrassing. While the riot got stalled due to Reginald's active efforts, the first sword was able to move forward, much to everyone's surprise. Part of it was due to the protection granted by its design spirit. xianxia shared a special relationship with both Orphan and Dice, so she was able to provide more assistance to their expert mechs. However, this was not enough for the first sword to maintain control under this extreme pressure. The true reason for the first sword's continued resistance was due to the special qualities of the expert pilot. Just like Keddy's, Venerable Dice was a sword maiden who had trained her entire life to overcome enemies that were stronger and more intimidating than herself. Dice excelled as a hunter and got more excited when she confronted more formidable opponents. Though an ace pilot was well above her ability to defeat, she did not want to suffer defeat so easily. If I can't pass this test, how can I ever protect my fellow sisters in future battles? Venerable Dice's protective desires along with her thirst to challenge the most powerful opponents on the battlefield combined into a form of resistance that was a bit more effective against the mental suppression that Reginald exerted from his Mars. However, once the ace pilot directed more and more of his formidable will towards the first sword, the expert swordsman mech slowed down its advance. Venerable Dice might be strong enough to prevent total paralysis, but her expert mech was not as resistant. By forcibly freezing the first sword in place, Reginald effectively took the expert mech out of action. Right now, none of the Larkinson expert mechs demonstrated any effectiveness towards the Mars. Though Reginald's Saint Kingdom became easier to destabilize now that he was forced to split his concentration and willpower to support numerous simultaneous actions, his recent advancement had strengthened him so much that he was still able to support this Herculean effort. Ace pilots are too unreasonable, Vase bitterly said, though he already foresaw that this result could happen. To see how an ace pilot was completely able to dominate the champions of his clan was like rubbing salt in a wound. Vase already intended to invest fairly big in the upcoming upgrade projects for his older expert mechs, but now it became truly obvious how much he needed to put in a lot more money and resources to bring the expert mechs closer to parity. Benedict, can you tell the new saint to give our expert pilots a break? Vase asked. Although it is nice to observe this interaction, we aren't collecting any further data at this point. I will pass on the word. Soon enough, Saint Reginald slowly retracted his Saint Kingdom. Though it had suffered a lot of repeated attacks, it was far from reaching its limit. Come on, Venerable Orphan suddenly roared over the communication channel. Stop moping about and put up a fight. The Mars should be a lot more beatable now that we don't have to resist a Saint Kingdom anymore. The Larkinson expert pilots all regained a bit of morale and began to assault the Mars in earnest. They followed Casella's original plan and used a combination of ranged suppression and hit-and-run attacks in order to grind down the defenses of their formidable opponent. At first, this routine proceeded decently enough. While the Mars was far from defenseless at close range, the three Larkinson expert melee mechs brilliantly coordinated their maneuvers and always attacked the Mars from three different directions. This way, Patriarch Reginald needed to choose which expert mech he wanted to block and repel. If not for the fact that the Abbasi's armor easily resisted every ranged and melee strike, this combat approach would have distressed any powerful opponent. What kind of nonsense is this? Venerable Orphan complained as the riot's spear bounced away from the exposed rear of the Mars. Even the flight system is protected by its own phasic shield. How much tech and power did the mech designers manage to cram into this unreal machine? Even though all of the Larkinson expert mechs aside from the Shield of Samar were in the process of pounding the Mars with attacks, the machine covered with a state-of-the-art transphasic armor system easily withstood all of the energy and forces that would have crushed any other expert mech at this point. No matter whether the Larkinson expert mechs concentrated all of their attacks on a single point or dispersed them across the frame of their target, none of their efforts succeeded in inducing any stress on the Abbasi's armor. The brand new high-tier expert mech remained as spotless as ever. The Larkinson expert pilots tried out almost every solution in their arsenal. For example, Venerable Joshua resonated with Helena and imparted the Everchanger's next ranged attacks with death energy, only for the gray energy beams to splash harmlessly across the red dotted surface of the Mars. Venerable Dice also channeled her most powerful and penetrating sword techniques as the first sword swung its masterwork mech sword. Yet no matter how much first sword struck the Mars with its sharp sword, the war god in the form of a mech did not display even a single scratch. The transphasic defenses of the Cross clan's new flagship mech was simply too strong. It was not for nothing that Professor Benedict and the Cross clan resolutely invested 11 whole kilograms of phase water in order to equip the Mars with a full application of Abasi's armor. The Mars had no weak points. Every single part of the expert mech was as resilient as the shield of an expert heavy mech, if not more. Compared to a much larger and more massive machine like the shield of Samar, the Mars was a much more convincing defensive powerhouse. This was rather ironic as the Mars was actually an offensive mech. After letting the Larkinson expert mechs hit its Abasi's armor without achieving any significant results, Patriarch Reginald finally decided that it was time for him to reciprocate the attacks. The Mars did not utilize its shotgun nor any of its other powerful and unusual attack methods. It simply employed two different weapons to fend off against two types of opponents. First, the Mars employed its transphasic axe to overpower the melee mechs that sought to attack it up close. Second, the Mars warmed up its Arceus system and fired its liberal amount of integrated energy weapons at the distant ranged mechs. The transphasic and resonance-empowered attacks hit hard. The shield of Samar lost its formidable resonance shield after suffering repeated attacks from the Arceus system. Though its massive unending alloy tower shield was not as easy to overcome, its surface rapidly heated up as a multitude of powerful energy attacks pounded against its surface. What was worse was that the transphasic nature of the incoming attacks also bypassed a portion of the armor. Other expert mechs fared much worse against these powerful energy attacks. The Minerva was forced to hide behind against the Everchanger, which in itself had switched over to a brand new design spirit in order to take a bit of the edge off the incoming energy beams. Venerable Joshua found that while xianxia and the Phase King were both capable of bolstering the Everchanger's resistance against transphasic attacks, the absolute gap in power between the two mechs was simply too great. How is it able to turn so fast? If that wasn't ridiculous enough, even the Dark Zephyr wasn't able to gain any advantage at close range. The Mars was not only capable of chopping the thinly armored expert light skirmisher in half with a single heavy swing, it was also able to rotate and accelerate at a much more accelerated pace than normal. By activating the Pulsar V1 flight system's transphasic mode, the Mars moved almost as quickly as the Dark Zephyr. This not only allowed the Mars to catch up on expert light mechs, but also enabled it to maneuver around other melee mechs only to strike them at unblockable angles. Suffice to say, the sparring session did not last much longer at this point. By the time the Mars slowly powered down its active systems despite not having reached the limits of its endurance, each and every Larkinson expert mech looked completely listless. Perhaps the expert mechs still had plenty of fight left in them, but their expert pilots were thoroughly convinced they could do nothing against their horrifyingly powerful opponent. The Cross clan's new superstar and his fantastic masterwork mech were simply too dominant in battle. Chapter 4137 Option of Last Resort. Every Larkinson expert pilot exited their cockpits and left the hangar bay with bitter expressions. Each of them were accustomed to pulling out miracles on the battlefield. It was a significant letdown to know that they could do nothing at all to suppress or repel Patriarch Reginald Cross and the Mars in a serious battle. Sure, the Larkinsons may have withheld a few tricks such as battle formations, but it was doubtful that those solutions could have overcome the absolute gap in power as well. The Mars was for all intents and purposes an ace mech level combat asset as far as everyone was concerned. Though the expert mech technically did not contain the full set of components that corresponded to ace mechs, its extraordinarily powerful pilot was more than strong enough to close the gap. As such, the Cross clan had gained an absolute advantage over the Larkinson clan in terms of martial strength. It did not matter if the latter outnumbered the former in terms of expert mechs and ordinary mechs. The presence of a single ace pilot was enough to completely skew the results of any battle. This was a gap that the Larkinsons could not close for a long time. After all, in order to obtain an asset that could compete fairly against Patriarch Reginald and the Mars, the Larkinson clan first needed to cultivate its own ace pilot. As the Larkinson expert pilots all exchanged morose glances with each other, it became clear that none of them would be closing the gap anytime soon. They first needed to become mid-tier expert pilots and then high-tier expert pilots before they could think about making this life-changing step. Depending on their talent, training and whether they had access to a masterwork expert mech, this growth process could take decades. That was a lot of time the Larkinsons would spend without enjoying the protection of an ace pilot of their own. While the clan was fairly good at producing new expert pilots, each of them had to start from the beginning, so they were no help at all in any top-level combat scenarios. The only faint source of hope was Venerable Davia Stark, who had developed much more than her peers. The problem was that she was technically a guest pilot who did not commit to serving the Larkinson clan on a permanent basis. So even if she was actually a mid-tier expert pilot, she wouldn't stick around to protect the Larkinsons forever. However, her head start did make it so that she was the most likely expert pilot among them to advance to ace pilot first. This meant that the Larkinsons would still have to rely on Venerable Stark to protect the clan for the remainder of the time she was fighting alongside her current compatriots. Venerable Joshua clenched his fist. Though it was not unjust for him to be unable to threaten the Patriarch Reginald in the slightest, he still felt inadequate after their bout. I need to do more to catch up. I can't take everything for granted anymore. The Larkinson clan enjoyed so many successes as of late that he had unconsciously lowered his training intensity. Though he was still fairly earnest in his desire to grow stronger, he had spent more time with Kedis ever since she had given birth. Joshua valued his identity as a father quite a lot. As someone who cherished life in all forms, to be able to raise his own child provided him with a sense of joy that was indescribable. Although his mentality underwent a lot of changes after he started to embody the role of a father, his skills improved slower than he liked. I need to step up my training and figure out more ways to defeat strong opponents. Joshua decided. Now that he thought about it, he always relied on others to cover this area. Part of it was because Joshua wasn't particularly good at dueling. He was an all-rounder as a pilot and his Everchanger did not possess any pronounced strengths. Another part of it was because he never saw the need to excel in this aspect. However, the traumatic encounter against the Mars told him that he would definitely regret it if he did not do something about this shortcoming. What if Patriarch Reginald Cross wasn't available to stop the enemy's most powerful champion? What if Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice already had their hands full with stopping other champions? There weren't a lot of Larkinson expert mechs left that could fend off these sort of peak threats. At this time, Venerable Joshua truly wanted to step up and become closer to a fearless warrior like Patriarch Reginald. From the surging combativeness that emanated from the other Larkinson expert pilots, Joshua clearly wasn't alone in his new resolve. Back in the observation room, Vase and the others wrapped up all of the data from the initial testing session and already began to draw preliminary conclusions from what they witnessed. Defense is the strongest side of the Mars, at least for now. Sarah Voikin stated first. Reginald's Saint Kingdom combined with the Abbasi's armor are so intractable that not even a warship should be able to overpower these defensive measures in an instant. Professor Benedict did not quite agree. That is only relative to weaker and more mundane threats, young lady. The Mars is ultimately an offensive mech. In order to ensure that it packs a sufficient punch, we did not do our utmost in maximizing its defensive power. Against a genuine ace mech, the Mars will have to play on a much more even ground. At the very least, Reginald's Saint Kingdom will probably get neutralized by the opposing ace pilot's Saint Kingdom. An area could not accommodate two kings. If different ace pilots tried to lay claim to the same area of space, they would inevitably collide with each other, causing them to cancel out each other's domain fields. This was why Saint Kingdoms weren't prioritized any further. They might be extremely useful in helping ace mechs fight against warships and weaker mechs, but it took other measures in order for them to defeat opponents of the same kind. How does the Abbasi's armor fare in comparison to other ace mechs? Vase curiously asked. From what I have been told, it is more than adequate enough to keep up in battles against other ace mechs. Professor Benedict reassured everyone. Although there are ace mechs that possess even more exotic defensive solutions, few of them enjoy transphasic armor systems at the moment. The Mars will not find itself wanting because of inadequate defenses. That provided everyone with a bit of relief. They already wanted to count on the Mars to block any enemy ace mechs if they showed up in the future. The mech designers swapped more opinions and insights. Each of them had plenty to say about the Mars. Most of their opinions were positive, but not everything was perfect about the high-tier expert mech. Gloriana pointed out a particularly concerning weak point. The endurance of the Mars is pretty remarkable, but a large proportion of its performance is directly reliant on the health and state of its pilot. What this means is that the Mars will fight a lot better if Patriarch Reginald is in a good mood, but if he is injured or in the wrong mind state, then his mech will not be able to perform up to our expectations. There's more. Vase added. Even if Reginald is in a good mood, there are a lot of aspects of the Mars that directly rely on true resonance in order to deliver the best possible performance. The domain field, the Abbasi's armor, the transphasic axe and every other resonating exotic that we put into the design are all highly effective as long as Patriarch Reginald has willpower to spare. While we don't have to worry about the Mars running on fumes as long as we end up in an ordinary fight, if the battle happens to drag on for many hours or if one enemy group arrives after another, pilot exhaustion will become a real concern. This was a pretty major issue. When expert pilots and ace pilots strained their minds and will to the point where they ran themselves ragged, then there was no easy way for them to restore their willpower in a short amount of time. Only a good sleep and an extended rest would allow them to restore their reserves. This could take as much as an entire day if not more depending on many factors. There were no stimulants or medicines that could hasten the recovery of their extraordinary willpower. This was unlike mechs that normally only had to swap out their depleted energy cells for fresh ones in order to get ready for another round of fighting. Therefore, it was quite realistic for a situation to occur where the Mars was still able to fight for many hours, but because Patriarch Reginald had already repelled one wave of enemies with difficulty, could not deploy again as a second wave of enemy was about to descend upon the Golden Skull Alliance. This shows that we cannot offload all of our responsibilities to Patriarch Reginald and the Mars. Professor Benedict eventually concluded, we need to offload as many of them to our other assets as possible. We shouldn't employ the Mars against enemies that can easily be wiped out by our regular mech forces. You mean we should treat the Mars as a trump card? More of an option of last resort. If possible, we should keep Reginald and his powerful mech in reserve. It would be best if the Mars does not fight at all. Regular threats should be dealt with by our regular mech units. More potent threats should be handled by our expert mechs and other special solutions. We should only bring out the Mars when we encounter an enemy that we cannot solve with the aforementioned means. This was the best arrangement, all considered. The Mars could easily crush weaker opponents, but why bother with letting that happen? The Larkinsons and the Cross clan possessed plenty of formidable mech units. Their other mech pilots needed the practice as well. Keeping the Mars in reserve also ensured that the Golden Skull Alliance would have a fully charged weapon of mass destruction at its fingertips at any point during a hostile encounter. It would be a tragedy if the Mars wasted much of its power resisting against regular opponents only for a hostile ace mech to show up at a later point. We can discuss our strategies and doctrines at a later date. Vase said, leave this job to our generals and military personnel. We should focus on our real jobs. Are there any shortcomings of the Mars that we should address, either in the short term or in the medium term? The Mars was about to undergo a years-long upgrade process, but that did not mean it would get dismantled right away. Professor Benedict and his Unbounder buddies would merely spend a lot of time puzzling over a revised design. Once they successfully completed the upgraded design, would they truly take the precious machine apart? Therefore, there was still room to make relatively minor tweaks that ensured the Golden Skull Alliance would enjoy the strongest possible protection for the coming years. We have yet to equip the Mars with a mini drive. Juliet Stamaros pointed out. The high-tier expert mech would become a lot more effective in spaceborne battles if it is equipped with this module. How easy is it for us to get our hands on a mini drive? Professor Benedict's expression turned angry. It depends on how much phase water you are willing to pay to the few companies that manufacture mini drives. If you are willing to pay the prevailing market price of double the phase water needed to fabricate a mini drive, then these high-tech firms will eagerly oblige us. If you try to negotiate with them, they will put you on a waiting list that is so long that it will take decades before we can get our turn. Haven't you tried to acquire any of those companies? It is not as easy as you think. The senior shook his head. The profitability of these companies are so high that their market valuations are high as well. The cost to purchase them is astronomical. Besides, many of them are already owned by first-class groups with extremely powerful backgrounds. We won't be able to get our foot in the door. This was a major problem. The Mars wasn't the only mech that was slated to be equipped with an optional mini drive. The Sea-Man along with many other expert mechs were awaiting their own modules as well. Chapter 4138 The State of the Colonies. So how powerful is the Mars exactly? We don't know. You don't know. Tristan Wesseling raised his eyebrow. Perla Minator, the diplomatic attaché that might also be a spy, shrugged her shoulders. We weren't able to observe or obtain any records of those initial testing sessions. What little intelligence we have been able to learn over the years is that the Mars not only showed dominant performance in ordinary scenarios, but was also able to compete against the MTA's own mechs. What? Truly? Tristan looked shocked. Although it wasn't unheard of for second-class ace mechs to be able to give the MTA's standard mechs a run for their money, the Mars was technically an expert mech at the time. For it to be able to compete against the MTA's own machines was an impressive technical accomplishment. Wait, how exactly did the Mars fare against the mechs of the MTA? Tristan frowned. Was it able to fight on even ground against just a single MTA mech, or did it manage to pressure an entire squad? The latter case was unlikely, but it was still within the realm of possibility. We don't know, and that has made it difficult for us to estimate the actual combat power of the Mars at that point in time. Miss Manator said, "What is important is that the Mars had already reached a level of power that completely ruled out the possibility of defeating the Larkinson clan on a military front. If there was a faint window of opportunity in the past, the breakthrough of Patriarch Reginald Cross closed it up. Even if Vase Larkinson occasionally exited the stronghold of Davu to visit less defended star systems from time to time, he did not forget to drag along his pals from the Cross clan. From what he learned of the Friday Coalition's colonization effort in the Red Ocean, the price of organizing an attack on the Golden Skull Alliance was simply too great. The colonies set up by the Fredaman enjoyed a slow start due to the devastation of the Komodo War. The citizens and leaders of the Friday Coalition understandably invested most of their attention and resources in the conquest and rebuilding of their expanded holdings in the Komodo Star sector. While this was undoubtedly the correct decision, this prevented the state from channeling too much funding, resources, starships, mechs and manpower to the new frontier. The colonial Fredaman already experienced enough difficulties in fending off the Hexers in exile. How could it possibly spare the tens of thousands of mechs and dozens of expert mechs to launch a second deep strike against the Golden Skull Alliance? Their first disastrous attempt already showed how bad of an idea it was to attack a military alliance that seemed to be able to pull out one trump card after another. So have you truly ruled out a military solution against the Larkinson clan? Tristan critically asked. I can't say. I am just a foot soldier. Miss Manator replied. However, let me note that our enemy is not the Cross clan or even the entire Larkinson clan. Our greatest overarching threat in the Red Ocean is the mech designer known as Vase Larkinson. We will be happy if he is removed off board, but since that is not possible with our current means, we will have to form a compromise with the man. The way she sounded implied that while the Friday Coalition had decisively ruled out any chance of defeating the Larkinson clan on the battlefield, its agencies had never given up the opportunity to assassinate their key target. Tristan felt conflicted about this. From what he knew about Vase, the man never took the initiative to provoke a conflict. Though he made a number of bad choices and eventually stood on the opposite side, Vase was the victim in this vendetta. On the other hand, Vase had done more damage to the Friday Coalition than any other mech designer. Though he was avidly not a Hexer, he was married to one. Not only that, he actively supplied the Hex army with extremely troublesome mech models that riled up their radical soldiers. Mechs such as the Valkyrie Redeemer not only delayed the Hex army's defeat, but also led to the deaths of billions more Fredaman soldiers and civilians who got caught up in the violence. Was it fair to ascribe all of those deaths and tragedies before the feat of Vase Larkinson? Not really. Tristan was a mech designer himself. He also understood the helplessness of mech designers who were unable to control the actions of their own customers. However, the Hexer mechs designed by Vase were hardly ordinary market products. They were commissioned products that were expressly designed to empower the Hexers so that they could kill more Fredaman. It was not wrong to designate Vase as the greatest individual threat and risk factor towards his state. Tristan had the illusion that the fate of the Fredaman colonial states was in his hands. If I fail, will our colonies in the new frontier get wiped off the map? Perla Manator shrugged again. I truly can't say. We are working on multiple initiatives to even the odds and give our colonies a better chance of survival. Personally speaking, I don't think that any of the initiatives are likely to succeed. You can think of it as buying 100 lottery tickets. We are hoping that one of them will win the jackpot, though the chances of that happening still aren't great. Tristan looked troubled. So I'm just a lottery ticket to our state. His handler for this mission chuckled. I would say that you are the super deluxe lottery ticket. The best way for us to melt the contradiction between the Larkinson Patriarch and our state is to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with him directly. You are the Fredaman that is most likely able to talk with him under amicable circumstances. That is good enough for us to pin our hopes on your efforts. You certainly aren't making it easier for me to bear this heavy responsibility. Well, tough luck, Tristan, because you can't avoid it. We find it important that you realize the stakes of this attempted negotiation. If you are able to get into a talk with him, we don't want you to fall for his notorious charm and allow him to take over the initiative. He is not called the Devil Tongue for nothing, though that particular moniker is not that well known in the Red Ocean. The two fell into a heavy silence. Tristan looked up the information on the Larkinson clan and its extensive network of allies and business partners and found it difficult to imagine that Vase would take him seriously. The Friday Coalition might be big shots in its native star sector, but out here in the new frontier there were many rising powers that held more sway. We need a lot of leverage, Tristan emphasized. The Larkinsons are doing fantastic on the mech market. Their most powerful military ally has gained a powerful ace pilot whose ace mech is probably done at this time. Their ties with the Hexers are still close due to his wife along with the Glory Seekers acting as bridges. Vase has nothing to fear from our state and he knows it. We can't employ coercive means to extract concessions. We don't intend to do so at all, Miss Manator quickly said. Given his emotional decision-making pattern, the risk of provoking a backlash is too great. We will solely give you a list of incentives that you may offer to him in order to secure a deal. We have noticed that appealing to his greed and desires has consistently worked for parties that have gone on to become his partners. Where is this list you are talking about? We are still working on finalizing it. Miss Manator pressed her lips. The list is highly political, as you can imagine. Every coalition partner has a different idea on what concessions we should prepare to give to a single individual. Tristan hadn't heard of this yet, though in hindsight he shouldn't have been surprised. Oh, can you tell me what the different coalition partners think about this initiative? Officially, I cannot divulge anything of the sort. I am not even eligible to hear any details at my level. However, I do not want you going in blind. I think it is better if you understand our side of the equation to a greater extent as well. This caused Tristan to develop a different impression of Perla Manator. He initially thought that she was just a typical diplomat or spook who treated this as a typical mission. Now, he began to develop other thoughts. What do you think I should know? Well, let's start with the divided structure of our state. Our coalition is not really united, which I am sure you already know. Oh, I know quite well, Tristan said. He had dealt with plenty of that during and after the Komodo War. The competition between the different coalition partners had only intensified after the Hexers ceased to be a threat in the Komodo Star sector. Well, let me state right away that all of that ugliness has affected us as well. For example, the Gage dynasty is the most reluctant about negotiating with the Larkinson Patriarch. Tristan snorted. Figures. The Gage dynasty was always arrogant before the Komodo War. Now that Gagers had not only retained most of their strength after the devastating conflict back home, they have become insufferably pushy against the other Fredamen. As you say, the Gage dynasty has become more powerful because it indeed suffered less than many other coalition partners. This not only allowed the Gagers to invest more resources in their own colonies, but also encouraged them to push less hard for reconciliation. Wait, what? Yes, I'm not kidding, Tristan. The Gage dynasty thinks that it possesses the power to safeguard its colonies in this dwarf galaxy. It sounds like there is more to that story than what you just said. You would be correct, Miss Manator nodded. We believe the Gagers are secretly hoping that the conflict against the Hexers would last for a while. You see, the aggressive Hexer raiders that have been harassing our colonies are not stupid. If they have a choice between raiding a lightly defended colony and a heavily defended colony, they would choose the former in most of the cases. Tristan understood the implication, which means that the colonies of our weaker coalition partners suffer many more attacks. Exactly. Let us review how the coalition partners fared in the Komodo War, shall we? First, you have the pair of weaklings. The Puffer clan and the Vanguard group were anemic before the war had even begun. Their lack of military strength and contributions during the Great Conflict has left them with the smallest shares of the spoils, which is fair but does not help them catch up to the other coalition partners. The journeyman mech designer turned sympathetic towards these bottom groups. The Puffers and the Vanguarders should be the ones who are most desperate to reconcile with Vase. They probably have the weakest colonies in the Red Ocean. Correct. The Hexers have already inflicted heavy damage onto their settlements, causing the Puffers and Vanguarders to fall even further behind in this colonial race. What about the next two coalition partners? Miss Manator grimaced. Their colonies are in bad shape as well. The Carnegie Group and the Vermeer Group both suffered untold devastation in its core territories during the Komodo War as the Hex army left a trail of devastation during the initial invasion. Though the two coalition partners received a lot of compensation for the damages that they have suffered, they are obliged to invest most of their resources in rebuilding their old cities and infrastructure. The citizens of the two coalition partners would not be able to accept any decision to divert a huge amount of funding and resources to a handful of distant colonies that are hundreds of thousands of light years away. That's understandable. Tristan fully understood this sentiment. He was a citizen of the Carnegie Group and wanted his people to be able to rebuild their old homes and businesses after the war. However, ever since he traveled to this dwarf galaxy, he understood the strategic importance of maintaining colonies in this neighborhood. It would be too short-sighted to neglect the settlements that offered the folks back home easier access to phase water and other valuable trade goods. Chapter 4139 Fractured from Within. I take it the Carnegies and the Vermeers aren't faring too well either, correct? Yes, their colonies are suffering just as many attacks as the ones founded by the Puffers and the Vanguarders. You can say that the settlements of all four coalition partners are easy marks to the Hexers. That did not sit well with Tristan. The four weakest coalition partners didn't deserve to get beat up so much. They suffered many injustices over the years and could never do anything about their grievances because of their lacking military might. What about the remaining two coalition partners? Miss Minator adopted a wry expression. What do you think? The Gage dynasty and the Kansu clan have retained most of their strength after the Komodo War, and were therefore able to dispatch more mechs and starships to the Red Ocean. Their colonies are the strongest on a comparable basis, and that has made the Hexers leave them alone for the most part. The longer the Hexers continue with their harassment campaign, the greater the disparity between the top two and the bottom four will grow. Therefore, as far as the Gagers and the Kansus are concerned, they are not so eager for the Hexers to stop their bullying actions. This stance was completely contrary to what the Friday Coalition stood for. The Union of Partners might not hold that many common ideals, but every Fredaman should have been united in their common goal of resisting the Hexer people. For the arrogant Gagers and Kansus to not only do anything to lend a hand to their weaker partners, but also make convenient use of the Hexers as proxy raiders went too far. Aren't they afraid that their colonies would collapse next once the Hexers are done with the weaker ones? That's the thing, Tristan. The two are highly confident that they can use this buffer period to rapidly build up their colonies into strongholds. They actually have a decent chance at doing so, as the Gagers and the Kansus are the only groups to build up their strength. Everyone else is constantly engaged in so many fights and skirmishers that they are suffering from constant attrition. The scheme of the Gage dynasty and the Kansu clan were so obvious now that Tristan obtained the full story. The two just wanted to hole up in their hills and look down as their old enemies and their unqualified partners tore each other apart. Once this conflict proceeded long enough, everyone would suffer so much damage that the mech forces that the Gagers and the Kansus had painstakingly built up could easily sweep the depleted obstacles that remained in the new frontier. Of course, what the two strongest coalition partners wanted to see the most was the Hexers wiping out every Carnegie, Vermeer, Puffer and Vanguard colony by their own power. This would save the Gagers and the Kansus from doing the dirty deed themselves. All they had to do was to avenge the fallen, and roll up the Hexers, as the rabid women had exhausted their forces after fighting in so many battles. The Gage dynasty and the Kansu clan will have the last laugh at this rate. The implications and ripple effects of his mission became even more convoluted than before. It wasn't enough for Tristan to decide the future of the Friday Coalition's colonial ambitions in the Red Ocean. His negotiations could also alter the balance of power between the different coalition partners that made up his state. As Tristan struggled to understand his vastly expanded responsibilities, Perla Minator moved to his side and softly patted his shoulder. I can understand that you would rather not undertake this important duty in the first place, but if you think about it carefully, would you rather be the person to control the outcome of the negotiations, or do you want to leave this vital responsibility to another Fredaman? Quote. Perla smirked. Let me tell you that the Gage dynasty would have loved to push forth their own representative in order to control the proceeding, but everyone correctly recognized how this would have resulted in another disaster. Because of Lady Aisling Curver. Primarily, yes, it doesn't help that the Gage dynasty has also been the strongest proponent to launching the original deep strike operation against the Golden Skull Alliance. Ha 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 ha, Tristan couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Let me get this straight. Years ago, Vase became one of the Gage dynasty's most wanted enemies. The Gagers wanted to kill or capture him so badly that they even agreed to deploy an expensive deep strike fleet carrier. Yet now that the Hexers have become a convenient source of pressure towards the weaker coalition partners, the Gaugers don't want to reconcile so quickly. Though Tristan had long been exposed to the internal division of the Friday coalition, he and his fellow Fredamen always assumed it was a fact of life. The rivalry and infighting between the coalition partners hadn't been that bad when the state was in a time of peace. Very little events took place that encouraged the Gage dynasty and the others to plot against their fellow brothers. All of that changed in a short amount of time. The outbreak of the Komodo War as well as the coincidental opening of the Red Ocean caused so many changes and opened up so many new opportunities that the strongest coalition partners recognized that there was a great chance to widen the distance from the weaker partners even further. The greed of the Gage dynasty and to a lesser extent the Kansu clan had grown so rapacious that they invested most of their attention on plotting the downfall of their close compatriots instead of their common enemy. Was this what the Friday coalition had descended into these days? Had the Komodo War and its uneven outcome towards the different coalition partners corrupted his state to such an extent that it was creeping towards self-destruction? Tristan's eyes suddenly sharpened. He scooted a bit away from Perla Minator and regarded her in a different light than before. Who do you work for, woman? What do you mean, dear Tristan? Don't treat me like a fool. I may have been a sheltered mech designer once, but I've dealt with way too many schemes when I took part in the rebuilding operations back in our home star sector. You may look like an agent of the Friday coalition on the surface, but from the way you've been manipulating me all this time makes me think you are partial towards just a part of our state. The diplomatic attaché did not look ashamed at all for getting exposed. She hadn't been trying that hard to hide her true loyalties in the first place, so perhaps this was all a carefully staged routine. Clever, clever. You do not disappoint me in this regard, Mr. Wesseling. Your ability to read other people and discern their true motivations will be essential in the times to come. There are way more people paying attention to our initiative than you think. Perhaps other people will approach you in the future who will speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on behalf of other interest groups. You can talk to whoever you want, but don't lose sight of your true loyalties. And what are my true loyalties, exactly? Tristan cynically asked. Evidently, it is no longer enough to describe myself as an envoy of the Friday coalition when it is already fracturing from within. Miss Minator crossed her arms. Since you're so curious, I will let you know who I am truly speaking for. I'm a citizen of the Vermeer group, and I feel it is my duty to guard the interests of my fellow comrades from my home. Isn't it taboo for people who work in state-level branches such as you to put your own coalition partner ahead of the other 5 ones? We're no longer stuck in the past, Tristan. We live in a post-Komodo War era where the hexadric hegemony no longer poses a common and existential threat to our home state. Without this sword of Damocles hanging over our heads, our greatest threats are no longer the lunatic women from afar, but the brothers in arms that used to cover our backs. While there are many Fredamen who are slow to accept this new reality, I am not one of them. I am a child of Vermeer first and a citizen of the Friday coalition second. I see. Her unabashed description of her true allegiance put Tristan in a difficult spot. He had this mission and traveled all the way to the Davut system on the assumption that he would be undertaking a role for the good of his entire state. It was only now that he realized that the coalition had become so splintered that it was impossible for him to satisfy every coalition partner at the same time. If he was able to accomplish anything in a future talk with his old friend Vase, he was keenly aware that he needed to make hard choices about which concessions he favored. No decision could be separated from the taint of factional politics. A straightforward promise of withdrawal from the Hexers was no longer universally good. To the entire Friday coalition, there were selfish people within the state that were more than happy to continue to allow their former archenemies to continue their harassment campaign. Tristan let out a deep breath as he pressed his fingers against his forehead. For an instant, he felt incredibly tired by this nonsense. It did not help that he never enjoyed a proper break since the outbreak of the Komodo War. The closest thing to a vacation that he enjoyed was the lengthy transit to the Krakatoa Middle Zone, but all of that traveling around did not grant him enough rest to deal with these complexities with a fresh and sober mind. Okay, Vermeer woman, now that you have informed me whose side you are on, what do you want me to do? Tristan asked with a hint of impatience. There is no reason for you to be on guard against me. Our coalition partners are both on the same boat. Both of their territories suffered a lot of damage from the Hex army's invasion. The Fortune Legion and the Blue Cavalry both bore the brunt of the Hexer offensive as well. That has turned both of our coalition partners into the Gage dynasty and Kansu clan's new punching bags. So what you're saying is that what is good for Vermeer is also good for Carnegie, is that right? Correct. Miss Manater confirmed. We happen to enjoy an important advantage in this initiative. Patriarch Vase Larkinson might not think highly of the Friday Coalition, but of all of the coalition partners, his regard towards the Vermeer Group and the Carnegie Group should be the highest. We were the first to expose and introduce the novice mech designer that he was back then to the world of true mech design. Without the opportunities we extended to him at the Limar Institute of Technology, he would have never been able to step up his career at such an early stage. We hope that he still retains enough pleasant memories of that important time in youth to grant us extra allowances. Tristan's expression turned skeptical. I would say that you are being overly optimistic about your expectations. Will Vase truly allow his nostalgia override his justified sense of animosity towards our state? I am not sure that he understands the Friday Coalition well enough to understand that we are more of a collection of 6 squabbling siblings than a single united family. If he does not understand, then it is your job to make him understand. Besides, I am sure that he has enough advisors on his side to enlighten him on the deplorable relations within our state. What is the point of all of this, Miss Manater? He asked. It sounds to me that you are trying to get me to achieve a different goal than what is part of my original mission briefing. The woman smiled. You are correct in that, but let's not get into a hurry. There is another dimension to this complicated situation that you will need to learn. And what is that? The Patriarch's Children. Chapter 4140 Organic Basketball. Aurelia Woden Larkinson was the happiest and luckiest little girl on Davut. It wasn't only her that felt this way. Her parents regularly reinforced this picture to her as they hugged her and kissed her every day. Her other playmates conveyed this thought as well. When they saw how well Vase and Gloriana treated their little daughter, they grew jealous and wondered why they didn't have the fortune of being born into the royal family of the Larkinson clan. There was not much Aurelia could do about that. She even had to push a few little boys and girls away from her because they grew too jealous of her fortune. How was it her fault that she had such a fantastic mom and dad? Fortunately for Aurelia, Gloriana paid great care in choosing her friends and playmates. Many of them were children of high-status people who had little reason to grow jealous at the unofficial princess of the Larkinson clan. Among the many little friends she made, she only considered one of them to be her closest life and death companion. Clixie, meow tilde, the little girl giggled as the calico cat padded up to her and pressed her furry head forward. A strong bond of love and warmth had already formed between them a long time ago. Aurelia never questioned how this could come into being. To her, developing such a strong bond was as natural as breathing. The spiritual bond not only allowed Aurelia to share a portion of her thoughts and emotions to her cat friend, but also enabled her to be aware of Clixie's location at all times. The Rubarthan sentinel cat was never too far away from her, though. Clixie took on her protective duties seriously and rarely wandered off, unlike Lucky. Hee. Aurelia giggled as she became drowned by fur. Now that Gloriana had essentially discarded Clixie, the cat became determined to never encourage the daughter to do the same. Fortunately, the strong bond between them gave Clixie a lot of assurances that Aurelia would not follow in her mother's footsteps. Their mutual love and trust was both genuine and strong. Chase, Clixie, chase. One of their favorite games was letting Clixie chase after stuff. Instead of throwing out a toy ball or other convenient object, Aurelia ejected an even better target. Mana. As soon as the small but fluffy white translucent kitten emerged from Aurelia's head, the companion spirit immediately flew away. After experiencing a substantial amount of growth, Mana was no longer as small and weak as before. She no longer needed to sleep most of the time and possessed more than enough energy to manifest outside for longer periods of time. Mew mew mew, meow meow. Mana's flight speed wasn't all that impressive compared to the older and more mature spiritual cats, but she was still fast enough to give Clixie a substantial workout. Aurelia giggled and clapped as her other self led Clixie on an exciting chase. Since they were sitting in the expansive backyard of the royal mansion, there were plenty of benches, bushes, trees and other interesting obstacles to give the Rubarthan sentinel cat a substantial workout. Clixie displayed a remarkable degree of agility and reaction speed as she skillfully navigated the familiar terrain. However, she couldn't quite catch up to the vigorous spiritual kitten who was able to use her intangible nature to her advantage by phasing right through anything in her way. Mew 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 tilde. Mana even had time to look back and tease her pursuer. Meow. Clixie's patience only extended up to a point. Now that Mana had the temerity to mock her, the older cat began to take out the big guns. Clixie's body abruptly shone in gold before she made a powerful leap that rapidly closed the distance between the two. Mana became so shocked that she attempted to juke to the side. It was a pity that it was too late. Mew. Clixie finally managed to trap Mana in her paws. As the Rubarthan sentinel cat landed back on the ground, she lowered her body and began to give Mana a completely unnecessary bath. Mew, mew, mew. Clixie, stop it, your tongue feels so funny. Meow meow tilde. The relationship between Aurelia and her cat was quite odd. Though Clixie saw Aurelia as a friend as well as a protection target, the furry animal completely treated Mana as her own kitten. It didn't matter that they were two substantially different life forms. To Clixie, a cat was a cat. Her developing spiritual power easily enabled her to touch and interact with spiritual entities. As Aurelia continued to play and cuddle with Clixie, she suddenly stopped and turned her head. She could already sense the approach of her parents from afar. Just as with Clixie, Aurelia had already formed spiritual bonds with her mom and dad as well. Mama, Papa. Lucky floated in first. The gem cat flew to Aurelia's side and gently brushed his side against her leg before closing in on Clixie and Mana. Meow meow, meow, mew, mew. As the cats all kept each other company, Vase and Gloriana strode into the idyllic yard with an extra passenger in their midst. Gloriana held a baby in her arms. Her second daughter was already a few months old at this time and already bore a small tuft of red hair on her delicate head. Wah! As soon as they came closer, the youngest daughter happily reached out to her big sister. Despite her extremely young age, the tiny baby was already able to recognize Aurelia from a distance. The new but deepening spiritual bond between the two helped a lot with that. Both daughters of Vase and Gloriana had already developed a high degree of trust and dependency on these bonds. As Gloriana settled down on a chair, Aurelia walked up and climbed on her mother's lap. Andraste. Mawaa. Andraste. Quadruple A. Their mother happily watched on as Aurelia planted a gentle kiss on Andraste's forehead before she attempted to embrace her younger sister. Upon their second child's birth, Vase and Gloriana had agreed to call her Andraste. They considered many different names before this point. Since their second-born daughter received a package that was geared towards growing designer babies into future mech pilots, soldiers or athletes, Vase initially set his mind on calling his newest baby Victoria. Though the name was fairly common and frequently used throughout human space, Vase did not feel too bothered by that. There may be a huge number of people who carried the same name, but he was confident that Victoria Larkinson would eventually be able to make enough accomplishments to make herself stand out from her namesakes. Unfortunately, Gloriana completely resisted his initial suggestion back when she was still pregnant. No, absolutely not. Our strong and legendary daughter deserves to carry a more imposing name. What's wrong with Victoria? This is a great name for a future winner. Gloriana looked at Vase as if he was stupid. Our new baby deserves a more sophisticated name than that. I will not have her bear a name that only an uncreative parent could think of. It's too lazy. Then what do you suggest, honey? Vase asked with a frown. How about Artemisia? No, that name is a bit too complicated. It's uncommon, I will grant you that, but I can't imagine giving our daughter such an unwieldy name. If you aren't satisfied with Artemisia, then what of Morrigan? That's a villain's name, Gloriana. Do you want our daughter to grow up into a mass murderer who would not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of millions of innocent civilians in order to fuel her own lust for power? Because that is exactly what you get if you stick her with such a loaded name. Gloriana looked even more stupefied at her husband. That is the most idiotic reason to reject a name that I have ever heard. Morrigan is not an evil name. It is a dignified name that's suitable for a future queen on the battlefield. Let us consider other alternatives. They entertained a lot of options before they eventually settled on Gloriana's latest suggestion. No more indecisiveness. We will settle for Andraste or we will settle for my initial choice. Though Vase was not entirely comfortable with the mythological allusions of this particular name, he was quite charmed by this suggestion. Andraste was a relatively sophisticated name while also being fairly short and succinct. What was even better was that it was highly uncommon in human society, which made it easier for their second daughter to make a name for herself. Of course, these considerations were so far in the future. For now, Andraste Woden Larkinson was just a cute red-headed baby that already showed a hint of accelerated physical development. As a designer baby that had been derived from wuxia and Seneca's formula K356666EKT, Andraste was born as a remarkably healthy baby from the start. Her body cells and her bones were not only supple and pliable, but also happened to be tougher and easier to regenerate. As the initial months passed by, Andraste drank more nutrient solution and grew a little faster than Aurelia when she was younger. Of course, Andraste's growth deviated quite significantly from the trajectory calculated by the biotech experts working for wuxia and Seneca. This was due to the upgrades that numerous entities bestowed upon Andraste back when she was an unborn baby. Vase had enhanced her tiny spirituality in advance and implanted her spirit with a companion spirit seed. The superior mother had descended and transformed her granddaughter, so that Andraste was able to absorb spiritual energy to fuel her body's growth in various aspects. Gaia had also made an appearance in order to shower the lucky baby with an extra life blessing. It took quite a bit of effort for Vase to get Gaia to help. The unfathomably powerful design spirit did not exactly agree to be at the Larkinson clan's beck and call. Vase actually had to make a concession to his own design spirit before Gaia deigned to provide her blessing. It was worth it though, as Gaia's beneficial influence not only optimized Andraste's growth, but also bolstered the baby's physical health beyond what the geneticists and other medical experts of wuxia and Uneca could accomplish. All of this ensured that Andraste became one of the healthiest and most resilient baby girls of her age. Vase could even drop Andraste to the ground and attempt to bounce her body like an organic basketball without causing too much harm to his baby's body. That was how absurd her physical state had grown. Of course, he would never do such a thing to his precious daughter. He had only ever carried her with the gentlest embrace that he could manage. As little Andraste thoroughly enjoyed the pampering from her older sister and her mother, Vase felt an intense feeling of satisfaction. The only concern he held for his daughter was whether she would be able to develop the right genetic aptitude to be able to interface with a mech. She was literally born for this purpose. If it turned out that she was as talentless in this aspect as Vase, then that would be such a crushing disappointment that it would be difficult to console her after learning the truth. Could he do something about this? Was there a way for him to develop a method to ensure his daughter would be able to choose this option if she really wanted to pilot mechs in the future? As much as he had broken many rules and defied many impossibilities in the past, he had no confidence in his ability to overcome this particular issue. That was because genetic aptitude was not a spiritual phenomenon, but a purely biological phenomenon. The brains of humans simply had to be wired in a very specific way that did not occur too often. Though Andraste had better chances of developing a good genetic aptitude than normal due to her Larkinson bloodline and her designer baby genes, objectively the chances were greater that she would end up as a norm like the vast majority of people. Vase didn't want to rely on hope to see whether Andraste would be able to become a mech pilot or not. He had to find another solution, one that could guarantee his desired outcome. Where can I find this solution, though? That was a good question. Chapter 4141 Black Kitty. One of the more interesting aspects about Andraste was her companion spirit. Just like Aurelia, Andraste's other half was a spiritual kitten as well. Yika, can you go outside so I can take a look at you? I need to inspect your growth stage and see whether you have developed in a healthy direction. Woo, little Andraste, who was wearing a cute yellow onesie, stared up at her father with no sign of comprehension at all. She was still far too young to understand human speech. Even if she was a bit older, she still wouldn't have understood what Vase was trying to convey. Though Andraste was a designer baby whose genes imparted greater intelligence and learning capabilities to her, her overall design direction was different from that of her older sister. Aurelia had been bioengineered to become an excellent and charismatic leader. Her brain development heavily leaned towards increasing her social skills and other related skills. One of the side effects of this biased cognitive development was that the firstborn daughter was able to talk and communicate substantially earlier than other babies. Of course, activating her spirituality extremely early in her life also helped a lot. The speed in which she became self-aware was frighteningly quick. Though Andraste also enjoyed a lot of cognitive enhancements, hers was biased towards mech piloting and combat, with only a little bit dedicated towards command and overall intelligence enhancements. Part of this already became quite evident in how much faster Andraste was able to gain control over her own body and limbs. Ordinary babies spent many months in a body that was too weak and feeble to move in a coherent manner. Though designer babies were a lot better in this regard, it was too reckless to speed up this development too much. Only an abnormal kid like Andraste was able to crawl with her own limbs at a time when she should barely be able to roll around her plump little in her crib. Look, Vase, isn't she adorable? She's so talented. Gloriana cheered as she tracked her little girl's antics. I don't think she can keep that up. Her body and limbs are still too underdeveloped. Vase was right. Andraste only crawled around for a couple of minutes before she took another nap on the spot. In any case, getting Andraste to show her companion spirit when she was asleep was easier said than done. Fortunately, Vase possessed several means to get Andraste's other self to appear. Blinky silently exited from his head and dove into his daughter. Soon enough, Blinky reappeared while lifting out a black kitten that was hanging from his maw. The cute black short-hair kitten looked so soft and adorable that Vase had to resist the urge to embrace Andraste's companion spirit. Interesting. The appearance of a companion spirit said a lot about the person, especially if Vase did not decide it in advance. The reason why Mana appeared so white was because Aurelia developed a bias towards Lufa early on in her life. His firstborn daughter could have grown her companion spirits in many different directions. Mana could have embraced another pure influence such as Goldie or the Solemn Guardian. Aside from that, the spiritual kitten also had the option of embracing a mix of influences and developing brand new powers. In the end, Mana embraced purity and turned into a powerful protector against negative spiritual influences. The white kitten also started to develop other interesting powers, but it was too soon to know what the growing companion spirit could do for the time being. Mana is a good companion for someone who spends a lot of time with other people. Vase smiled. As for Andraste, her companion spirit was already predisposed towards combat. Just as with his firstborn daughter, Vase inserted 6 carefully selected ingredients into Andraste's companion spirit seed. The selection was different in order to fit Andraste's own proclivities. Each of the ingredients were useful in multiple applications, but he made sure that they were all relevant in combat. The first key ingredient came from himself, as usual. If Yaika embraced life, then Andraste could potentially develop into a mech pilot similar to Venerable Joshua. The second ingredient came from the Phase King. The power of phase water and spatial manipulation was quite evident to everyone in the Red Ocean. If Yaika was able to embrace this aspect of herself, then Andraste would definitely be able to perform brilliantly if she ever had the chance of piloting a transphasic mech. The third ingredient came from Helena. The power of death was one of the most lethal expressions of spiritual power that he had ever witnessed. Seeing and hearing how Helena was able to bypass many forms of defenses and sap the life out of enemies was awe-inspiring. A mech pilot or any sort of warrior that was able to control the power of death would definitely become a feared presence in any fight. The Handmaidens of Death and all of the other Hexer expert pilots who had broken through while piloting any of his Valkyrie mechs could attest to that. Their ability to kill weaker individuals was especially horrifying. The fourth ingredient came from xianxia. Though the defense-oriented design spirit had lost a lot of shine after the emergence of more powerful and exotic spiritual entities, that did not mean that the former sacred god was weak. Vase would have loved it if Andraste's companion spirit embraced xianxia. Of course, he would have preferred it if his daughter did not develop an extreme personality shift like Venerable Janzi. The fifth ingredient came from the Illustrious One. While Vase had a few concerns about the Luminaire design spirit's alien influences, there was no better choice if Andraste ever wanted to excel in ranged combat in the future. There was much about Luminaire crystal technology that still remained untapped. If Vase ever managed to uncover additional useful tech and applications, his daughter would be able to make great use of them if her companion spirit ever leaned towards the Illustrious One. The sixth ingredient came from Zygra. By now, the former crown cat had taken on traits that came from his father Wrinkle. This caused the aggressive design spirit to become even more useful in mech combat. It would have been nice if Andraste was able to inherit a portion of her grandfather's strength. If her companion spirit turned into a ferocious tiger that was capable of corroding enemy machines, she would gain a powerful advantage in any melee duels. Vase expected Andraste's companion spirit to take her sweet time to choose an initial direction. Yet what did he see before his eyes? A black cat that already exuded the power of death. This was despite the fact that the Larkinsons had never exposed Andraste to any threats. Vase didn't know why Yaika, the name that he bestowed on the black kitten, turned so dark so soon. Did I accidentally kill any people lately? Definitely not. He had not engaged in any funny business ever since he settled on Davut. The cat nest where his daughters spent most of their time was no battlefield or executioner's ground either. So how come Andraste developed such an early affinity towards death? Out of all of the possible evolutionary directions that Yika could follow, why did she take after Helena? He truly couldn't explain why this happened. He seriously suspected that his initial implementation of the companion spirit seed was seriously flawed. Perhaps he had overlooked a glitch or a flaw that caused his companion spirit seeds to lock in an initial evolution direction far in advance. I'll have to pay attention to this next time I impart a kid with a companion spirit seed. Gloriana wanted to have 6 children in total, and so far she only fulfilled a third of that quota. With 4 more kids to go, Vase had to make sure his subsequent kids received more say in how they wanted to develop themselves in the future. Put Yika back, Blinky. The purple spiritual cat briefly dove into Andraste's head and put the tiny infantile companion spirit back where she belonged. Vase spent the next few minutes staring at his adorable daughter as she dozed off with absolutely no concern. As he recalled how much effort he and Gloriana put into setting their second daughter up to be a fantastic mech pilot, he grew more concerned. Leaving aside the question whether Andraste would be able to develop the right genetic aptitude to become a mech pilot, Vase might not be happy if she did end up possessing the correct talent. Due to the MTA's persistent efforts into shaping human culture and perception towards mechs, there were many parents who thought it would be great if their kids were able to pilot mechs. In the age of mechs, there was no legitimate war weapon other than mechs in most parts of human society. With warships ruled out as permissible options, the only way for states and groups of people to defend themselves and fight for their interests was by fielding lots of mechs. Given the importance of converting potentates into trained and motivated mech pilots, a lot of states had done a good job at instilling the right values as well as incentives to encourage many parents into sending their potentate offspring to any available mech academies. Cultivating enough eligible manpower was a vital priority to a state. Although there might not be enough mechs to give every trained mech pilot a job, it was enough to have them in reserve in case a war broke out in the future. The depletion of the pool of available mech pilots was one of the most common reasons why states lost wars. While there were certainly risks to turning kids into soldiers who would one day fight on the battlefield, the incentives were quite abundant. Aside from raising the status of both the future mech pilots and the families that produced them, the salaries and other compensation measures were highly attractive. Average mech pilots already earned several times the amount of a well-educated civilian in most states. Elite mech pilots enjoyed drastically higher remuneration than those sums. So long as these mech pilots managed to survive their tours, they could easily retire in comfort and use their accumulated wealth to invest in a business or buy a big mansion. Even if they died, their families and heirs would receive rich compensation. This had always been the custom in most states. After all, if the soldiers didn't feel they were being treated fairly by their employers, there was no way to motivate them to fight earnestly on the battlefield. Maintaining the support and morale of their own mech pilots was a vital necessity to any state or group. The Larkinson clan was no different in this regard. As someone who grew up in the Larkinson family, Vase knew how vital it was to make his own troops feel valued. He had personally ensured that the mech pilots in the clan received even more generous compensation packages than was the norm. Yet what about Andraste? While all of this is good enough to encourage most of the mech pilots in our clan to make use of their talents and fight on my behalf, do I really need to send my daughter to the battlefield as well? Vase was different from the rank-and-file members of the clan. Though every Larkinson received generous treatment, they always desired more. Serving in the Larkinson army was a good way to earn more. Precious rewards such as valuable augmentations quickly. My little girl doesn't have to go through all of that. Vase realized, I can just buy her make what she needs. Despite the irrelevance of the existing incentive structure for him and his daughter, a strong part of him still wanted to help his daughter become a successful mech pilot. Why did he feel this way? Why would he actively want to push his baby girl to risk her life on the battlefield when there were easily thousands of clansmen who were more than willing to take on this burden? Chapter 4142 Genetic Aptitude Angst. It did not take long for Vase to come up with an answer why he was so willing to raise his second daughter into a mech pilot. Our family needs to be able to defend itself. Vase understood that there was a lot more to life than piloting mechs. He had accomplished vastly more as a mech designer than if he retained the ability to pilot mechs and went on to serve in the mech corps. If he truly lived such an ordinary trajectory, then he would have likely turned into one of many Larkinson mech pilots who blindly risked his life for a state that did not care for him and his family. There would have been no opportunity for him to earn increasingly greater sums of money. He wouldn't have been able to build an entire clan from scratch that vastly exceeded the power and wealth of the Larkinson family either. He was made to be a mech designer. Yet despite how much Vase valued his identity as a mech designer, that did not change the uncomfortable fact that he was ultimately a non-combatant. His ability to affect the battlefield was limited to preparing the mechs and organizing his clan beforehand. Once a battle started, there was little he could do to tilt the outcome in his favor. Sometimes even that was not enough, as evidenced by the painful deaths his clan suffered over the years. All of the battles that Vase took part in had emphasized the need to control as much military might as possible. It took a lot of trouble and effort for him to build up his clan and his own mech army. The avatars of myth, the living sentinels and all of the other mech legions that were at his disposal today might be under his beck and call, but if it came down to it, relying on others to safeguard his interests was not as good as taking care of business himself. This was why Vase envied Patriarch Reginald Cross. The Cross Patriarch might not know a thing about running a business or designing a mech, but he didn't need to learn all of that complicated stuff. He only needed to be stronger than anyone else to get his way. He could fight anyone who wanted to take his stuff, and he could attract a lot of mech pilots and other qualified manpower by virtue of his strength. Ever since Patriarch Reginald broke through, the status of the Cross clan had risen like a rocket. No longer was the Larkinson clan the only group in the Golden Skull Alliance that mattered. A clan that was led by a genuine ace pilot often had boundless prospects, especially in a dangerous region like the Red Ocean, where martial strength was even more essential to survival than in a more peaceful locale like the Milky Way. If times are good, then mech designers and other civilians can play an important role. If times are bad, then the only people that can ensure everyone's survival are soldiers. This was ultimately the reason why Vase wanted to raise at least one powerful mech pilot within his own little family. Aurelia was the eldest sister and a natural fit to become a leader. As long as she was willing to follow the trajectory that her parents had prepared for her, the firstborn daughter was in a great position to become the future leader of the Larkinson clan. This would ensure that the leadership of his own organization would remain within his sphere of influence even if he no longer attended to its affairs. The only reason why Vase remained a patriarch to begin with was because he did not want another leader to hijack his own clan from under his nose. There weren't many people he could trust with ultimate power over the clan, but his own offspring were definitely different. Yet relying on authority and respect was not enough to ensure that his lineage remained dominant inside and outside his clan. He needed to provide himself and Aurelia a more solid backing. If he could raise Andraste into a powerful mech pilot or greater, then his lineage would have the military power to ensure their dominance for centuries. Those that did not respect his design and business accomplishments would most certainly acknowledge Andraste's martial prowess. Those that did what Vase could do for the mech community would not hold any crooked ideas with a supremely powerful daughter at his side. In short, there were too many upsides to nurturing Andraste into a future expert pilot or ace pilot. Even if she did not develop the right genetic aptitude in the end, then there were always other chances. With 4 more children on the way, Vase did not believe that none of them would have the fortune of developing a good genetic aptitude. Still, Andraste possessed so many favorable conditions in this area that it would be a horrendous waste if she was unable to pilot a mech. As a father, he could not bear the thought of letting her down once she became 10 years old. There should definitely be a way to raise a kid's genetic aptitude. I don't believe the Mech Trade Association is as helpless as everyone thinks. How can such a powerful organization that was completely dedicated to mechs achieve no results at all in this vital research direction? Perhaps Vase wouldn't have been qualified to hear about this possibility in the past, but his status was much different in the present day. He had done too much for the Mech Trade Association already. Not only did he provide the mechers with a transcendence glow that could artificially induce mech pilots into breaking through, he also invented a spiritual training program that could do the same job in a different way. Not only that, but his future potential was also great. For example, the aforementioned spiritual training program could potentially provide high-ranking mech pilots the option to conduct simulation training that could fully reproduce the actual performance of their powerful mechs. Vase and the T Institute were also researching more ways to empower and facilitate the growth of mech pilots. From spirit fruits to companion spirits, he promised to offer more to humanity in a decade than entire MTA research teams had contributed in centuries. Though it might sound a little conceited, Vase was convinced his status among the people in the known within the association surpassed that of many of their own master mech designers. This was evident in how openly the survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction favored him and pulled strings on his behalf. Though Vase did not have as many experiences in interacting with the MTA than many masters, he was pretty certain that getting in touch with the likes of Master Willix, Master Bowderin, Master Dravidian and the polymath herself did not happen to any ordinary journeyman. As Vase continued to worry about Andraste's potential chances of piloting a mech, he simply couldn't settle his unease. I deal with uncertainties every day. Why can't I settle down regarding this specific issue? He looked down at his cute and tiny red-headed daughter. His paternal instincts encouraged him to do everything possible to pave the way for Andraste to reach her potential and enjoy the most of what life had to offer. Not being able to interface with a mech would be devastating if her parents in her environment spent years on preparing her to become a mech pilot. This was also why most parents generally did not build up the expectations of their children so much. The crushing disappointment that most children felt after they tested their genetic aptitudes after their 10th birthday was too great for them to endure. Should Vase and Gloriana pretend that Andraste wasn't set up to become a mech pilot over the next decade? Perhaps this is better, but, as someone who interacted with many mech pilots and once dreamt of becoming one himself, he felt it was a huge pity if Andraste ultimately missed the opportunity of her lifetime. Do I truly have no power to affect my daughter's chances? Vase became so obsessed by this matter that he spent the next few days in a research frenzy. He first read a lot of academic literature on this subject matter. Even if most of the medical and neurological theories and jargon went right over his head, he managed to understand the broad conclusions of the studies. There is no systematic method to instill genetic aptitude onto people. In fact, the most predominant theory in the branch of neurological sciences was that almost every human was born with at least some viable form of genetic aptitude. The problem was that as these children grew up, they would get subjected to many different environmental variables. Their nutrition, their exposure to different temperatures, their sleeping patterns, their head injuries and so on all imposed a positive or negative effect on a child's genetic aptitude. Due to how quickly young children tended to grow, their genetic aptitudes swung so wildly that there was no point in measuring them at this stage. It was only before the onset of puberty that their brain development no longer swung so wildly in this particular aspect. If a kid possessed D-grade aptitude at the age of 10, then the chances were overwhelmingly great that this would be the aptitude that they would remain stuck with for the rest of their lives. One group of neurologists believed that achieving the best genetic aptitude was a matter of raising a child as well as possible. If the positive influences outweigh the negative ones, then a kid had a high likelihood of developing decent genetic aptitude. However, their theories were not convincing enough to other scientists. There were plenty of cases of children who grew up in poor and awful environments that nonetheless turned into highly talented potentates. The contradicting theories and empirical data provoked a huge fight within the academic community that still raged on to this day. Vase eventually sighed and shut down his terminal. This is useless. If the neurologists developed a secret formula that vastly increased the chances of developing the right genetic aptitude, then he was pretty sure that none of them were a part of the mainstream scientific community. The acrimonious fight between the different schools of thought made it clear that most of these self-professed experts possessed no actual clue about this subject matter. If conventional science can't provide any answers, then what about unconventional science? Vase decided to pay a visit to the Larkinson Biotech Institute and the T Institute in order to find out whether any of the scientists under his employ possessed any viable ideas. Unfortunately, there were few people within the two research institutions that possessed any expertise in genetic aptitude, and none of them possessed the guts or ambition to increase a child's chances of becoming a qualified potentate. What did you expect, Vase? Director Rania Woden Larkinson placed her hands on her hips. There's no way that we can embark on such a difficult research project. It is easier for our clan to develop a mini drive than to invent a method that can guarantee that our offspring will develop good genetic aptitudes. What you have been puzzling over has driven so many neurologists and other biotech researchers crazy that it has pretty much become a taboo to dive into this rabbit hole. It was far too difficult to produce any results in this field. If Vase invested millions of MTA credits into building a specialized research institute that solely dedicated its efforts to studying genetic aptitude, the likely outcome was that he would have wasted all of that money while gaining absolutely nothing in return. Vase didn't even have any hope that spiritual engineering might be able to handwave the problem away because there was no foundation for this kind of transformation. Stop dreaming, sir. Pesca Aduk, the recently appointed director of the T Institute, replied to Vase. Let me put it in terms that you can understand. Biology is equivalent to the hardware of a mech while spirituality is the software of a mech. Genetic aptitude is solely determined by the quality, configuration and condition of the hardware. While there are ways for software to affect hardware, the possibilities are relatively limited and I cannot see how this interaction can solve such a difficult problem. Damn, it was worth a try. Chapter 4143. Can L ask a question? Since not even the T Institute offered any practical solutions to the genetic aptitude problem, Vase finally gave up the faint hope that he could resolve it by himself. He lost much of the hubris that he built up after accomplishing so many successes as of late. Though it was arrogant for him to believe that he could do anything about this issue, he still experienced a hard smack to his face for daring to believe he could ascend a mountain that so many people failed to climb. He had little choice but to approach the MTA and hope that the Mechers had cooked up a solution. Out of all of the people in human space, there were none who were more invested in developing a solution than the ones who relied on mechs to make a living. Let's see whether the MTA is willing to divulge its true capabilities to me this time. Once Vase took the initiative to contact the association, he did not simply activate his comm and contact one of the MTA masters he was acquainted with. All he would accomplish was get into a conversation with an impatient secretary who would tell him that the master was too busy to entertain a mere journeyman. Vase sent a brief message that conveyed his request to hold a sensitive conversation with Master Dravidian. Once he received an approval, he had to take a shuttle ride to the local MTA branch headquarters that was based in Davut 7. Even though the facility was still new and rather understaffed, the Mechers had already taken into account that Davut would likely become a major trade hub and possibly the political heart of a future state. Therefore, the MTA invested in a major fortified compound that was located in the heart of the commercial district. The choice of location was quite deliberate. Instead of basing its headquarters in the elite and wealthy austere district, the MTA chose a more accessible location that emphasized its commercial nature. After all, the MTA was first and foremost a trade association, so why not establish a strong presence next to many commercial enterprises that were active in the mech industry? Despite the fact that the branch headquarters also served as a military base that protected Kotor City and the rest of Davut 7 against alien incursions, large parts of the compound was open to the public. Hundreds if not thousands of mech designers, mech pilots and workers employed by many different mech companies visited the MTA branch every day for various reasons. Vase just happened to be one of the many outsiders who dropped by in order to make use of one of the MTA's many services. A bot greeted him upon arrival and led him deeper into one of the large structures. He soon had to leave his bodyguards behind and go through several thorough security checks before he could get any further. He had no concerns that he would get in trouble at this stage. He already anticipated that he would be checked from top to bottom, so he left all of his more dangerous and unusual equipment at home. He didn't even dare to bring his hammer of brilliance for fear that the MTA would confiscate it because they treated it as an actual weapon. It took 20 minutes for Vase to finally get through this ordeal and enter an ultra-high security communication chamber. After reaching the center, he waited until the chamber's sophisticated communications system established a secure channel with Master Dravidian. As usual, the master looked as if he had been in the middle of an engaging research project. It must be quite annoying for him to take a break from his schedule in order to take a call. Mr. Larkinson, it has been some time since we have last spoken in person. Are you here to report your research progress? Yes, Vase answered, even if that wasn't his primary intention. I have achieved additional progress in two major projects. First, I have refined the mental simulation training system to the point where it can simulate all of our expert mechs at much greater accuracy than before. Our expert pilots have experienced fewer glitches and have become a lot more satisfied with what they can gain out of the simulation sessions. Though the fidelity of the improved simulation program is still not enough to fully portray battles between different expert mechs, it is only a matter of time before we can remedy this shortcoming. He wasn't stupid. If he immediately issued his request to Master Dravidian from the beginning, he would make a bad impression. It was better to show his value first and remind the master that he could provide more value over time. This was why he patiently spent the next half hour on explaining the ins and outs of the MSTS and what he had in store in the future. Vase didn't actually spend much time tinkering with the MSTS. He was far too swamped with design projects to debug and expand this complicated spiritual training program. Fortunately, Vulcan was more than competent enough to do all the work. The MSTS was mostly the incarnation's work to begin with, so there was no better spiritual entity that could improve this important training system. It was quite handy to have an incarnation of himself. No matter how hard Vulcan worked, Vase himself did not feel burdened at all. This was despite the fact that Vulcan was actually himself in another form. After Vase meticulously explained and exaggerated the gains he made with regards to his MSTS, he began to report on the progress he had made in various other research projects. The T Institute may not have been in operation for long, but with the help of the researchers that the Audiobooks had sent to staff its departments, the research groups already started to produce intermittent results. Though none of the gains sounded groundbreaking, they still showed that the T Institute had a lot of potential. As Vase continued to tell his audience about both his major and minor research gains, a part of him felt as if he was a subordinate reporting all of his actions to his immediate boss. He did not like this impression. Officially, Vase was only cooperating with the transhumanists. He did not agree to become their vassal or lackey. However, as long as he needed anything from the transhumanist faction, it was better for him to play nice with these mechers. There was little harm in divulging much of his research results. He figured the mecher had already bugged all of his labs and workshops, so they already had a good guess of what Vase and his research teams had accomplished as of late. Vase was also careful to hide his truly sensitive ideas and research initiatives. He had been working on numerous powerful applications that could provide his clan with a major advantage on the battlefield, but might cause a lot of disruption if exposed. Whether Master Dravidian knew about this or not did not matter. Vase had already been more forthcoming than most researchers in this position. Master Dravidian conveyed ample appreciation for the status update. I do not expect you to invent any groundbreaking new solutions every year. I am already satisfied that you have achieved notable progress in your existing research progress. Stagnation is death to innovators such as us. No matter how little you have accomplished in a given month or year, as long as you put in the effort, you will keep moving forward. I hope to hear that you have made more substantial progress in the next few years. I will try my best to meet your expectations, sir. Vase humbly replied as he deliberately adopted a lower posture. By the way, can I ask you a question to you? It is not related to my current research, but it is still a subject that is rather dear to my heart as of late. Master Dravidian immediately noticed that the topic that Vase wanted to bring up was of great importance. Since the older man was in a good mood, he was willing to indulge the young but brilliant mech designer. Ask your question, Mr. Larkinson. I will be honest. I have a baby daughter who we intend to raise into a mech pilot. Vase quickly but honestly conveyed his situation as a father who was concerned about the future of her daughter and potentially his future children. Though he understood that it was inappropriate to bring up a personal matter to someone as important as Master Dravidian, Vase had decided to be shameless and convey his selfish thoughts anyway. The master mech designer did not look that surprised after Vase had presented his case. He. The mecher chuckled. You are far from the only parent who feels this way. We even have a name for this condition. We call it genetic aptitude angst. I have heard thousands of similar requests from many different people who suffer from the same affliction. They all seem to believe that our faction is able to resolve their concerns. I cannot tell you how many times I have to disappoint them. Our technology, while advanced, has not progressed to the point where we have cracked the secret to genetic aptitude. Vase felt crushed. Though it may be possible that Master Dravidian wasn't being truthful or that he wasn't important enough to get in touch with this kind of secret, it was highly likely that he was speaking the truth. So the MTA truly cannot provide any help on this matter. Just as Vase thought about ending this call and give up on his quest to find a solution, the man on the other side of the communication channel suddenly activated a silent command. The secure communication chamber suddenly beeped out an alarm and began to activate additional systems. The air buzzed with energy as powerful localized jamming systems came to life. Vase also felt as if he had been kicked in the head as the strange interference forcibly neutralized his cranial implant, causing him to abruptly lose access to his digitized cognitive functions. More security measures came to life as additional signal blocking panels materialized into form. They reinforced the walls and made it even harder for outsiders to eavesdrop on the current conversation. Though Master Dravidian hadn't said anything as this transformation was taking place, Vase had a growing feeling that he was about to get his mind blown in the next few minutes. Now that the communication chamber became significantly more secure, a document projected in front of his face. What is this, Master? It is a non-disclosure agreement. Dravidian answered, I am aware that you have signed dozens of such agreements before, but this is different. I urge you to read through it carefully and decide whether it is worth the price to hear more. The more Master Dervidian made a big deal out of this affair, the more Vase wanted to sign the NDA on the spot. Of course, Vase did no such thing. He followed his instructions as a good boy and carefully read through the lengthy document even though much of the language was dense and almost indecipherable. There was not much new or different about the NDA. The only truly serious changes were related to leaks. The punishment for divulging any information that Vase was about to obtain in this conversation was severe. If he ever violated the NDA, then not just himself, but his entire family and organization would get wiped off the map. There was no ambiguity about the MTA's determination to punish Vase and suppress any leaks. No matter how far he ran away, the Mechers would never give up on the chase. This was clearly different from how the MTA usually acted around other fugitives such as the former Skull Architect. Given how much importance the MTA placed on this particular secret, how could Vase possibly say no to this offer? He never expected that issuing a long-shot request to an important figure of the transhumanist faction would actually get a positive response, and one of such great magnitude that it had its own special super NDA. Vase signed the contract as soon as he could feasibly do so. The projection quickly disappeared, leaving him filled with anticipation as he waited for the next step. It seems that you have made your choice, Master Dervidian said in a serious tone. Do not forget your commitment. What I am about to divulge is highly classified. Ordinarily, a Tier 6 galactic citizen and senior contributor of restricted technology such as yourself should not be qualified to come into contact with this secret, but we both know that your true standing within our faction is significantly higher than that. In light of the major contributions that you have made to us and the rest of the Mech community, I have made the executive decision to initiate you into the small circle of people who are aware of this possibility. Thank you, Master. I am honored by the trust and appreciation that you have given me. I will make sure to report additional research gains to you in our next communication session. Excellent. Dervidian smiled in a more personable manner before he turned serious again. Let me start with what I have said a moment earlier. I was not lying that our technology has not progressed to the point where we can impart genetic aptitude upon people. However, that does not necessarily mean that we have no solution to the problem. Vase grew confused. I don't understand. First you tell me you don't have the ability to address this issue. Then you tell me you do have a way of meeting this demand. That is not correct, Mr. Larkinson. Let me explain. Chapter 4144 The Power of. Before Master Dervidian unveiled the great secret to Vase, the transhumanist first started with a short recounting of the problem. Since mechs initially emerged as a viable combat weapon, many people have focused on one of its most serious limitations. Many studies have statistically determined that roughly 3.5% of all humans are capable of interfacing with a mech. Only roughly, Master. These studies are all flawed and cannot take every variable into account. Dervidian smiled. The actual figures can be considerably higher or lower. The 3.5% figure is only accurate on a fairly normal population group from a generic state that has not become embroiled in any major wars as of late. States that engage in frequent fighting can actually lose so many mech pilots that the proportion of living potentates relative to the total population can actually change. Ah, I understand. There are also cases where populations of prosperous but active states and organizations can actually produce more potentates than normal. Genes, training and specific environmental stimuli can increase the odds of children developing favorable genetic aptitudes. However, this is how far our science has come. We have made very little progress in determining the positive factors that can encourage a positive outcome. Centuries have gone by without any breakthroughs on this front. This fell in line with the academic literature that Vase had studied recently. The neurologists and other experts spent more time on guesswork and assumptions than on proven theories and frameworks. How far away is the MTA from achieving substantial progress, do you think? I am unable to provide an accurate estimate to you. Dervidian replied, this is not my field of specialty and I am not deeply versed in this matter. What I do know is that the many research teams that we have assigned to this research topic are not optimistic about their chances. It may take centuries at best and millennia at worst for them to discover or develop any meaningful progress. Believe me that this is truly the best that our association is able to manage. As you can imagine, there is no faction that is more invested in this problem than us. Many of the key members of those research teams belong to our circle. Vase already suspected as much, but this did not explain why Master Dervidian made it seem that the situation was not as bad as it looked. If all of those scientific endeavors have failed to yield any progress after all this time, then how are you able to address the genetic aptitude issue? Wait, if human technology can't provide the solution, then what about alien technology? Master Dervidian smirked when he heard this possible. That is a logical guess to make. It should not be a surprise that a mech designer that is fascinated with exotic and alien technology would think in this direction. Am I correct, Master? Dervidian sighed. The truth is that if human technology cannot provide us with the answer, we would have rather wished that an advanced alien race that is well versed in biotechnology such as the phase whale race can provide us with a viable alternative. At least in this case the solution is systematic and reproducible through independent means. If an alien device that can bestow compatible genetic aptitudes to individuals truly exist, then we would have stopped at nothing to reverse engineer this contraption and decipher its working principles. Alas, we have never stumbled upon such a wonder tool as far as I am aware of. Neither human nor alien ingenuity can avail us in this sense. If the alien technology that the MTA managed to get its hands on did not provide the answer that everyone was looking for, then what other alternatives were left? Vase thought of another possibility. Then, if technology can't do it, then what about nature? The power of nature and evolution is powerful in its own right. Whether it is the Milky Way or the Red Ocean, an endless variety of powerful exo-beasts and sentient alien races have emerged throughout history. A small proportion of them are naturally adept at biological growth and enhancement. Have you discovered a species that can improve or alter a human's neurology? It would be fantastic if that were the case. Dervidian shook his head. You are correct. Nature is both powerful and diverse. Our bio-researchers have derived countless brilliant lessons and applications by studying the unique properties of interesting organisms. However, the majority of alien life overwhelmingly consists of weak and trivial creatures. The amount of apex races and peak exo-beast races in both of the galaxies that we have settled in are very much finite. None of the ones we have encountered possess the power to do what we would like to see the most. I see. It would have been a lot more convenient if there was a convenient beast available. Vase remarked as he looked glum. Compared to technology, Vase loved to work with other living organisms the most. As long as they possessed spiritual potential, then he could convert them into design spirits, which made it a lot easier for him to bring them over to his camp. Even if the alien or beast in question did not possess spiritual potential, then that was okay, because he and his clan had many ways to control such creatures. In fact, it would be even better if the organism wasn't strong in spirit. This was because their unique and powerful abilities were entirely biological in nature. There was always a way for biotech researchers to extract, decipher and reproduce those exotic powers as long as there was enough support. Vase scratched his head. If neither technology or nature is the answer, then what is left? Perhaps the answer rests in a more extraordinary direction. That is an interesting train of thought. The MTA master smirked on the other side of the communication channel. Most people would have stopped looking further at that point. It takes someone who has become thoroughly exposed to the less explainable side of reality to expand their vision to this extent. The man's remark made Vase suspect that he was definitely getting closer to the truth. Suddenly, an awful possibility came to mind. Don't tell me the answer lies within a certain cult. Dervidian immediately denied this notion. Definitely not. The cultists of the Compact have a passionate hatred for mechs and mech pilots. They reject our cause and our method of fighting. As stupefying and exotic as their abilities may seem, their researchers have very little reason to waste their efforts on devising a method of raising one's genetic aptitude. They have no use for it and they do not want to develop any solution that will make their enemies stronger. There was strong animosity between the Big Two and the Five Scrolls Compact. They built up a lot of bad blood in the past and their ideologies were highly incompatible to each other. From a philosophical standpoint, the Five Scrolls Compact places a high importance on talent. Dervidian clarified for Vase. Many humans are not worth anything at all to the cultists. Ordinary people are pests and vermin in their eyes. The only people who are worth training and respecting are those that possess the talent and bloodline to become adept at their distinct power system. Those that cannot succeed in this aspect will either be discarded or be relegated to menial work. That sounded extremely harsh, but that fit exactly with what Vase knew of the Compact. There might be a lot of oddballs within the Compact, but those who dared to work together with the MTA would definitely become sinners to the rabid organization. Vase was out of answers at this point. He had thought of every possible solution that could artificially impart the right genetic aptitude to those who lacked this quality. "Can you tell me the true answer, now?" he asked. "I've exhausted every possibility that I could come up with. I can hardly imagine what else is left that can make you implement additional security precautions." Fortunately for Vase, Master Dervidian did not tease him any longer. "The answer may be a surprise to you. It is not what I expected either when I first learned about this explosive news. You should know that only a small circle of high-level personnel have received the privilege of learning this great secret. There are many reasons why we have not spread it out. The demand is too high while the supply is low. The solution that you are looking for also alludes to a greater phenomenon that is of extreme value and places the principles at the center of it in greater danger. This is why you needed to sign that NDA. The course of human history as well as the MTA's rise to power are at stake." Vase understood the unspoken message. The transhumanists valued him and his contributions so greatly that they were willing to bring him into their inner circle. This was the upside to sharing so much of his research and benefits to the MTA. Though it pained him a lot to give away a few of his trump cards and unique advantages, he knew it was vital to build up a good relationship with a dominant power that had the ability to crush him whenever it liked. Master Dervidian did not delay any further. Instead to explaining the answer to him head-on, he summoned a new projection that displayed a grainy recording. Vase frowned. He could hardly distinguish anything at first. Slowly but surely, he was able to distinguish a vague silhouette that somehow exuded a lot of power. However, the poor quality of the footage heavily interfered with his perception. Not even his instincts were able to tell him much about this obscured mech other than that it was really strong. A dozen seconds passed by until a change took place. A single child who was probably 10 to 12 years old floated into view. The little boy was dressed up in a suit that contained a lot of ceremonial elements. His expression was extremely respectful and maybe even worshipful towards the mech in the distance. Once the floating boy reached a set distance, he halted in place and began to prostrate while remaining suspended into place. Vase had the idea that the earnest-looking boy was speaking out words. Unfortunately, the awkward visual angle and horrendous recording quality prevented him from figuring out what was being said. A whole minute passed by as the boy came under a strange influence. Despite doing his best to maintain his composure, the kid could not control himself. He shook and failed to maintain his prostrating posture. Just as Vase thought that the kid would lose control entirely, the pressure had disappeared, giving the child a much-needed reprieve. After bowing even deeper while conveying his heartfelt gratitude, the boy slowly floated backwards before completely disappearing from sight. The strange recording ended at this time. "What do you think you have just witnessed, Mr. Larkinson?" Master Dervidian asked in a deceptively light tone. The footage that Vase just witnessed was pretty bad, so he could only derive a few clues out of the murky clip. First, the boy that approached and prostrated before the mech was clearly a kid that learned that he did not have the right genetic aptitude when he reached the age of 10. Whatever he did during the recording was most likely a procedure that could allow him to gain what he lacked due to his birth and circumstances. Seeing that the answer lay in the distant mech-like object that was obscured in mist and show, Vase tried to think what sort of machine could perform such a heaven-defying feat. Was it a biomech? No. Biomechs were products of science, and what just took place went far beyond that. Was it a high-ranking mech? That was a much better guess. Expert pilots were known to bend reality. However, Vase could hardly imagine any expert mech that could possess the power to precisely rearrange a fragile child's brain, neural system and other biological elements so that a norm suddenly gained the ability of a potentate. Is it an ace mech? Vase asked as he came up with his strongest guess to date. Not a lot of time had passed since he witnessed the completed Mars crush each and any opposition with the help of Patriarch Reginald's timely breakthrough. Though a lot of the impressive combat power displayed by the Mars was due to its extravagant parts and systems, the fact that it was piloted by an ace pilot as opposed to an expert pilot also played a large role. Vase had come away from the testing sessions with an extremely high appreciation of ace pilots. Their power level was on another level. Not only that, but their ability to affect reality also became a lot stronger. Depending on their domains and other factors, ace pilots were able to develop all kinds of distinct abilities in combat. Unfortunately for Vase, Master Dervidian shook his head yet again. Your guess is close, but it is not correct. Ace pilots are indeed powerful and capable of performing miracles when paired with powerful ace mechs. However, their unique abilities are largely biased towards combat. They also possess many other shortcomings. In short, they are not qualified to accomplish the feat that you have just witnessed. If ace pilots are not strong enough, then, Vase completely froze. There was only one answer left, but it was so high and so far away from him that he could not bring himself to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel out his definite guess. Your suspicions are correct, Mr. Larkinson. The party responsible for bestowing the child in the recording with the aptitude for piloting Mech is none other than a god pilot. When the power of science has failed us, we can find salvation in the power of the gods. Quote. Chapter 4145. A greater power. Vase truly needed a moment to come to terms with this answer. If the power of science was unable to solve a problem, then the power of gods may be able to provide a solution. Just this statement alone was enough to detonate the mech industry. Many mech designers started off by becoming strong believers that science and engineering could make anything possible. By learning and applying the tech that humanity mastered, mech designers steadily came up with stronger and more versatile mechs. Science and technology also offered a plethora of expanding possibilities to other engineers. Every generation, new and improved products came out that changed the lives of many people for the better. Human society was built on the foundation of technology. Almost everyone involved in any industry relied on millennia's worth of technological accumulation to further the progression of human civilization. Although humans as a race also clung to religion and superstition to this day, it was undeniable that science and technology had become a necessity to any human society. There was no way for people to live and compete against their rivals by rejecting the power of technology. This was the mainstream stance that had gripped most corners of human civilization. Everything that people relied upon to survive and enjoy a comfortable life was based on one combination of tech or another. Mechs, warships, terraforming and so on were the vital building blocks that allowed humanity to escape old Earth and spread across the stars. From the age of stars to the age of conquest, it looked as if humanity's future rose as brightly as the tech that it mastered. It was a pity that this meteoric rise abruptly came to an end. The age of mechs was a brand new era to humanity as a whole. The rise of the Big Two and the rules they introduced to the galaxy triggered many different changes. One of the more profound changes was the sly and gradual introduction of extraordinary elements into human society. The MTA began to expose and unveil the existence of high-ranking mech pilots and mech designers. Their powers seemed to be derived from technology, but those who looked further understood that technology and materials could only explain so much. If the public knew how much the MTA tried to push a form of psionic power to them from the beginning, a lot of people would have protested due to their unflinching belief that science and technology was the only truth in the cosmos. However, because the introduction of extraordinary elements proceeded on a gradual basis, more and more people who were born during the age of mechs slowly adjusted to the new normal established by the mech industry. As a result, the MTA succeeded in warping modern human civilization from a society that solely based its power on its mastery of technology to a society that still centered around technology but added a dash of metaphysical mystique on top. Most people seemed to accept this new addition to human civilization without asking where it originated. Not even members of the scientific community bothered to ask more on why the new extraordinary phenomena were solely limited to mech designers and mech pilots. This showed that science and technology still maintained their primacy in people's hearts. No matter the recent developments, most people ultimately believed that reality was made up of logical and consistent rules. The natural laws were universal and even the most unexplainable miracles could eventually be explained by scientific theories and lots of math. As a child of the age of mechs, Vase held the same stance. However, he couldn't deny that there were a lot of spiritual phenomena that could not be so easily explained. There were entities that were so powerful that they masqueraded as gods and got away with it for the most part. Vase never really took them seriously because he knew that they were merely energy life forms that happened to be a lot more powerful than most individuals. When the difference in power grew too great, it was all too easy for those at the bottom to deify the ones at the top. This was not a behavior pattern that was limited to those who professed themselves to be gods. There were many cases where high-profile leaders enjoyed such renown that their followers became indistinguishable from worshippers. These unflinching devotees may be simple rural residents, but they could also be highly educated and successful themselves. These lawyers, engineers, artisans and doctors were all knowledgeable and knew how to approach their professions with a systematic approach based on facts and logic. Yet as soon as they became charmed by a successful businessman or a charismatic politician, all of their praiseworthy logic and critical thinking disappeared for no explainable reason. Their intelligence literally degenerated as soon as they became gripped by the power of fanaticism. The truth behind the myth may not be that far away from public perception, but it was most definitely a lot more mixed and not always flattering. Yet because an entire group of people had given in to their less logical instincts, they became gripped by modern tribalism that caused them to behave no differently than cultists. Vase felt that this was a corrosive phenomenon in human society. It was highly inappropriate for people to develop the reflex of turning to worship and believing that a higher power might solve their problems. How would humanity be able to defeat its enemies and grow more powerful if more and more people stopped believing in their own potential? During the age of conquest, humanity bumped into many alien civilizations that had centered their society around religion and the worship of greater beings. Many of these alien societies happened to be among the most favorite targets of human conquerors. The reason: too many of these aliens spent too much time praying to their illusionary gods rather than trying to come up with better means to resist the invasion of human warfleets. Of course, there were still plenty of individuals among the aliens that showed a lot of initiative, but depending on how their societies were constructed, many of these bright and promising talents did not gain the power and influence that they deserved, but were instead ostracized and relegated to the margins of their flawed civilizations. All of these examples further pushed humankind towards embracing logic and science. Perhaps this was also an important reason why the MTA still maintained this principle even as it openly began to introduce the wonders of extraordinary mech designers and mech pilots to the public. Vase would have thought that the mechers would maintain their rationality and good sense when they worked with the more metaphysical aspects of reality. Even a brilliant researcher and innovator such as Master Terminio Dravidian should have been able to retain their scholarly demeanor. After all, the man had an excellent track record of reaching past the limits of known technology and inventing new ways to accomplish feats previously thought unfeasible. Yet what happened after Master Dravidian supplied the definitive answer was completely out of Ves's expectation. All sense of calm and rationality disappeared from the highly knowledgeable and highly accomplished MTA master. If not for the fact that Vase knew for certain that Master Dravidian was a core leader of the transhumanist faction who directly answered to some of the highest figures within the association, he would have mistaken the older man for a compact cultist. Right now, Vase had a hard time accepting the complete change in demeanor. Every master mech designer that Vase had met up until now were all passionate and eager to unlock the mysteries of reality. Despite the fact that they had developed their spiritualities to a formidable degree, their foundation as mech designers remained rooted in the sciences. Though their work had expanded in scope and complexity, many of their brilliant innovations were always based on systematic logic and solutions that were reproducible through technological means. Yet as soon as Master Dravidian started to talk about the awe-inspiring god pilot that had rearranged a child's neurology through the power of true resonance, he completely tarnished the image of a mech designer. God pilots are the living embodiment of how far humanity can transcend their humble beginning. Each and every living divine is a testament to our limitless potential and how we as a species can overcome every adversity and evolve into an existence that is powerful beyond measure. The transhumanist faction was founded around the ideal of evolving humankind to a higher state of existence. Though we are still far from uplifting every member of our race into more superior versions of ourselves, the few god pilots in existence are all role models that have presented us with numerous examples on how we should proceed. The Common Fleet Alliance are conservative old fools who are stuck in the past and uncaring of the weakness of the human race. All of our tech and materials are eventually external objects that can always be taken away from us. Only by evolving our bodies and minds will we be able to get rid of this vulnerability and rely on our own intrinsic power to defeat hostile alien races and stave off the threat of extinction. As you have seen in this classified footage, the title of God Pilot is not an empty illusion. Each and every mech pilot that has transcended to this exalted stage can no longer be described by theoretical models or mathematical formulas. Reality and the laws that govern it have become playthings as soon as they enter the vast and powerful domains of our god pilots. It is difficult to fully convey the transcendent majesty of god pilots in a single conversation. God pilots are beyond human in every other category including their forms. Unlike ace pilots, the divines possess limitless energy and are inexhaustible. No matter how poor and barren their environments, they can utilize their supreme willpower to generate energy from nothing, thereby allowing them to keep operating without ever running out. They can fight for months and years. God pilots are so far beyond the parameters of baseline humans that they are truly gods in definition. Their mentalities are firm and strong beyond measure, allowing them to process an enormous amount of input without growing tired, weary or exhausted. Their cognitive functions have improved to such an enormous degree that they can learn advanced sciences. They can even repair and apply simple modifications to their own god mechs. They are so close to perfection that treating them as mere mortal humans is a huge disservice. The existence of god pilots is a validation of the direction that we are moving towards. Science is great and powerful, but as long as we become too dependent on a single power base, we will develop vulnerabilities and lack the insight and ability to address problems that go beyond what technology can explain. On and on the older man kept talking. Master Dravidian became so completely overtaken by his admiration of the most transcendent pilots in existence that he no longer became prudent about holding back information. Vase was pretty sure that he wasn't supposed to learn this much about god pilots. He learned more about these supreme mech pilots in 5 minutes than he had in his entire life up until this meeting. Yet the strangest part about this situation was that Vase was hardly able to pierce the mystique surrounding god pilots. Everything that Master Dravidian said about these peerless soldiers and warriors did not actually help Vase understand how god pilots worked and how they were able to accomplish powerful and impossible feats. God pilots can do what our tech cannot do. Dravidian continued. Their powers are so beyond comprehension that most of our attempts at replicating their feats have simply failed. The reason for that is that they have become so formidable that they can skip every step of the way and simply obtain the end result in an instant. The example that I have just shown you is a good example of that. The process of turning a norm into a potentate is entirely omitted. The child simply transformed to a better version of himself in an instant. Throughout this entire sequence, the conservation of mass and energy is entirely ignored. This is so unexplainable that we can only admit that we are dealing with the power of a god. Quote. Chapter 4146 The Chosen Human. Do you have any questions, Mr. Larkinson? You appear confused at this moment. What could Vase say to all of this? He had become so overwhelmed by Master Dravidian's change in attitude and unflinching praise of god pilots that he felt as if he was speaking to the wrong person. Did he mistakenly call it a religious cult? Had the MTA pulled off a prank where they connected him to a doppelganger of the MTA master who had no compulsions about spouting nonsense? Vase even began to suspect that this was all an elaborate ruse. Perhaps the Mechers set up an elaborate and convincing test where they wished to see his reaction towards this sudden and unexpected shift away from science and rationality. Was this their way of determining whether he held sympathies towards the ideals and methodologies of the Five Scrolls Compact? If this was the case, then it was all the more important for Vase to retain his reason and good sense. No matter whether this was a ruse or not, it was extremely important for Vase to keep presenting himself as a mech designer rather than a deranged worshipper of god pilots. In order to minimize instances where he could possibly lose control over himself, he ignored the wider and more profound issues surrounding god pilots and focused on a more limited subject. Can you tell me the god pilot that was responsible for turning the boy in the footage into a potentate? Is this an ability that each god pilot possesses, or is it only limited to a single individual? Master Dravidian's look of devotion did not recede at all. Instead, he displayed even more reverence towards the god pilot that he was about to introduce. You have the great honor and privilege to witness our most important god pilot in action. While it is true that all god pilots are supremely powerful in their own right, their ability to express their might is largely based on their specializations. They are most adept at changing reality that they have grown familiar with for many years. That is not to say they can perform feats outside of their own preoccupations, but the difficulty is so high that it is not efficient for them to spend their time on broadening their powers. They can do much more by deepening their existing specialties and developing different and more powerful applications of their divine strength. Once Master Dravidian got that out of the way, he no longer tarried any further and introduced the identity of the god pilot in question. The god pilot that you have just witnessed is a visionary and a leader that is of great significance to us. He is none other than Divine Hussein Albedo, the chosen human. As soon as the MTA master spoke the god pilot's name and title, he looked as if he was about ready to bend to his knees and press his palms together. That was how high of a regard that Dravidian held towards this specific god pilot. To be fair, Vase couldn't blame the older man for displaying this conduct. Every god pilot known to the public was powerful and utterly exceptional. The public biographies surrounding these peerless soldiers might not contain every detail that had shaped their unique and remarkable journeys, but they contained enough content to give everyone a shallow impression of what they were about. Divine Hussein Albedo was one of the more notable among the group of pilots who had also attained the pinnacle of their shared profession. The only mech pilot to have ever attained S-grade genetic aptitude. Vase softly gasped. Even he couldn't maintain his composure anymore. The chosen human was just that impressive in the mech community. Ever since humans started to measure the genetic aptitudes of people, they adopted a uniform and standardized system of measurement. Vase had no idea how it exactly worked and how it defined the different grades, but everyone simply accepted that people could all be categorized by their letters. The conventional grading system ranged from A to F, though there were some experts that claimed that the bottom needed to be extended with G for whatever reason. In any case, every single human that was put through a measuring device, which was actually just a neural interface apparatus that slightly simulated the act of forming a man-machine connection with a mech, performed differently due to many different reasons. It was too complicated and convoluted to express a person's ability to interface with a mech. Through all of these complicated neurological factors, so the scientific community as well as the general public embraced the grading system that was used to this day. Of the two extremes, F or maybe G denoted zero chance of being able to interface with a mech. The vast majority of humans fell within this unfortunate category. Ending up with at least F-grade genetic aptitude was basically a declaration that piloting mechs was never an option for the individuals in questions. Since there were people who lacked the talent to pilot mechs, there were also people who possessed an abundance of this quality. A-grade genetic aptitudes were long considered to be the gold standard in the piloting profession. The brains as well as many other aspects of a mech pilot's body and mind adapted so well to forming man-machine connections with mechs that it was as if they were made for the purpose. Of the potentates that were lucky to develop such excellent conditions, they were further divided into three subcategories. Those who scored A- were maybe a bit further away from perfection, but for all practical purposes they were more than talented enough to rise with ease. The ones who attained a plain A grade were much fewer in number, but more desirable by every employer of mechs. Each of these talents were so unreasonable that they could advance to the rank of expert pilots with ease as long as they did not make any stupid mistakes. As for the extremely rare case that a potentate emerged with a genetic aptitude that scored A+, so many organizations would fight over this heaven-blessed talent that it was crazy. Not even the MTA was above competing against its lessers in order to attain these exceptionally talented mech pilots. From what Vase had learned, those whose genetic aptitudes reached A+ had pretty much reached the physical limitations of how high it could go. Their brains, nerves and other physiological parameters were as good as they could be. There was no further way for them to improve and thereby form a stronger and more comprehensive man-machine connection. It was no surprise that mech pilots' A+ genetic aptitudes not only possessed great assurances of advancing to the rank expert pilot, but also possessed much better chances of advancing to the rank of ace pilot. This was the primary reason why everyone scrambled to fight for these peerless mech pilots. The chance an ordinary mech pilot was able to advance to ace pilot was similar to the chance of winning a lottery. The chance that an A+ genetic aptitude mech pilot was able to accomplish the same feat was similar to the chance of winning a dice roll or a coin flip. There were no absolute guarantees that anyone with such excellent genetic aptitudes could undergo two major breakthroughs in their lifetimes, but those who had the luck of attaining A+ were definitely in the best position to race through the ranks. For a long time, the mech community assumed that A+ genetic aptitude was the upper limit of what was possible. That was until Hussein Albedo came into the picture. Several generations after the start of the age of mechs, no one suspected that a potentate could emerge that performed far better than the few lucky children that achieved grades as high as A-. In fact, the original testers of an ordinary third-rate state in the galactic heartland first thought the testing apparatus had glitched. It took extensive trials and examinations before the experts were able to determine that Hussein Albedo was able to establish a man-machine connection that was so much better than anything recorded in history that it surpassed the previous record. The talent exhibited by this young man cannot be categorized as A+ anymore. His genetic aptitude has attained a state above this. My recommendation is that we should expand the existing scale of genetic aptitude and introduce a new S grade to do justice to Mr. Albedo's unprecedented performance. The existence of Hussein Albedo was a miracle. No studies could explain how he was able to achieve such high performance. If A+ genetic aptitude mech pilots already reached 100% of what was possible in mech piloting, then Hussein Albedo actually broke through this limit and achieved 120% or even higher. The most remarkable fact about all of this was that Albedo was a pure baseline human. Many researchers had studied his DNA and traced his entire family tree all the way back to the age of stars and never found any hint of artificial tampering. The planet and city where he grew up in was ordinary and was not affected by any strange and energetic exotics. Eventually, everyone concluded that Hussein albedo was a product of coincidence. A coincidence that only occurred once an era. No potentate had ever reached S-grade genetic aptitude after albedo's explosive emergence, at least in public. The man rose quickly after that, though much of what he experienced after confirming his supreme talent was rather murky. Before envoys from the Terran Confederation or the Rubarth Empire could arrive, the MTA already recruited Hussein albedo and packed him off to a secure location where he could be trained according to the highest standards. After that, Hussein albedo slowly faded from public attention as he did not show up again. It was only a century later that his name became completely known throughout human space. This was because Hussein albedo successfully broke through a third time and became the newest as well as the youngest god pilot in human history. What? How did he ascend so quickly? He should be 75 years old at this time. I have never heard of a god pilot coming into shape so soon. Now that he had attained the highest rank known to the Mech community, Divine Hussein albedo no longer remained in hiding. He began to make more active use of his immense clout and influence to fight for certain causes. His advocacy of human supremacy combined with his unique and record-breaking talent had earned him the moniker of the Chosen Human. Many people were convinced that Hussein albedo was the protagonist of the era. His ridiculous talent as well as his insane strength in battle were so impressive that it was as if he had been blessed with the potential of their entire race. These days, the Chosen Human earned a lot of fame and admiration for his steadfast protection of humanity's borders. He consistently took up guard duty at the most contentious borders where human space directly pressed against the alien civilizations of the Milky Way that existed to this day. In the occasional but extremely dangerous border incursions that happened from time to time, the Chosen Human made a powerful impression upon those who were lucky enough to see him in action. One of his most remarkable powers was how well he was able to control biological organisms. Any alien or bio-construct that fell within his grasp simply melted apart as their very bodies disintegrated in Divine Hussein albedo's powerful presence. It was for this reason that the Chosen Human had long been considered to be a nemesis to every powerful astral beast or alien civilization that embraced biotechnology. Of course, Divine albedo was almost just as powerful against inorganic opponents. He just needed to invest a little more effort into crushing the warships fielded by the enemies of the human race. As Vase recalled everything he knew about the most talented human mech pilot in history, he suddenly made an explosive guess. As Divine albedo, tied to the transhumanist faction, His Holiness is more than that, Mr. Larkinson. He is the current leader of the transhumanists. Oh, Chapter 4147 Myths and Truths. What do you mean exactly when you say, His Holiness is your leader? Vase carefully asked. I mean exactly what I said. Divine Hussein albedo is our leader. Ever since he attained his current rank and took charge of our faction, he has set our rules, our vision, our principles, our goals and our research directions. The transhumanist faction that exists today is largely aligned with his views on what humanity must do in order to attain greater power and surpass any alien races that exist today and may emerge in the future. That is quite hands-on for a god pilot, Vase remarked. Master Dervidian understood why Vase sounded so dubious. Did you think that a faction as large and important as ours should be led by highly accomplished administrators and intellectuals such as star designers or galactic mech counselors? It would make more sense to me. Vase carefully said, mech pilots excel in battle, but they tend to be on the dogmatic and stubborn side when it comes to matters outside of the battlefield. Those traits generally aren't as desirable in politics or administration. There are very few if any states that allow their high-ranking mech pilots to rule over them. The few that do are often embroiled in turmoil. Expert pilots and ace pilots are deeply flawed beings. I am readily willing to admit that, Mr. Larkinson. They do not make for the best leaders because they are still in transition. They are much better off by focusing all of their time and energy in developing their skills, tempering their character and growing their resonance strength. However, your understanding of god pilots is insufficient. Did you not recall what I just said a moment earlier? Vase had to rewind his mind to the past, which was much more difficult now that the secure communication chamber forcibly repressed his cranial implant. Slowly but surely, he recalled a detail that he had brushed past because of the overflow of shocking information. Are you referring to the description that god pilots are much smarter than normal? Correct. Master Dervidian smiled. Expert pilots and ace pilots have largely earned a bad but deserved reputation for being brutes that only sees reality through absolutes. God pilots are similar in a sense, but that is tempered by their vastly increased intelligence and ability to absorb and accept information. There is a huge divide between ace pilots and God pilots that cannot be described in a short amount of time. You cannot simply extrapolate the abilities of an ace pilot to a higher level. There is one crucial factor that completely changes the way we think and perceive reality. It took a bit of time for Vase to understand the master's point, but when he recalled an important detail that he heard about God pilots, he suddenly became enlightened. Ah, is it because God pilots have essentially merged with their God mechs? Master Dervidian smiled. That is a clever deduction that you have made, Mr. Larkinson. Indeed, if you know this much, then I can tell you that the fusion between pilot and mech is truly complete. The form doesn't necessarily matter anymore. God pilots can appear as humans, mechs are more fantastical creatures, or into anything else. They are mostly energy life forms at that point. Energy life forms that can think like supercomputers. Yes, God pilots have fully integrated all of the power and capabilities of their God mechs. That includes the latter's logical thinking and incredibly high processing power. When you combine a human that is supremely powerful due to their extreme willpower with a machine that is the apex of what we can make in this form, you will end up with an amalgamation that combines the advantages of both while covering for each other's weaknesses. The product has become so strong that it is not without reason that they are called gods. Vase and many other people did not know what God pilots were like at all. They possessed more information about how expert pilots and ace pilots were like in general, and assumed that God pilots followed the same trajectory. It turned out that they were all wrong. Only insiders know the actual truth. The true fusion between God pilots and God mechs introduced so many massive changes to how the resulting products thought and behaved that they were truly an entirely different species. Wait, does this mean that God pilots can become mech designers as well? Dervidian chuckled. No, you do not have to be afraid that God pilots will take over our jobs. Though they can become excellent engineers and scientists if they wish, their course is already set. God pilots are unable to develop the psionic abilities that make our own profession special. This means that God pilots are unable to design their own God mechs. They still need the assistance of star designers to design and update their machines. This was a good balance. If God pilots became self-sufficient, then the status of mech designers within the mech community would doubtlessly drop. If mech designers became dominant, then mech pilots would probably be relegated to pure cannon fodder. Compared to those possible realities, it was much better for both of them if they achieved an equal balance. Both of them were dependent on each other and neither of them would be able to stand up to the CFA and other powerful forces if they tried to keep to themselves. Seeing how Master Dervidian not only knew so much about God pilots, but also spoke freely about this mythical subject, there was no way that Vase would waste this opportunity. This was probably the best chance for Vase to learn more about the most powerful group of mech pilots in existence. Who knew when Master Dervidian would be in such a generous and open mood next time? Is it normal then for God pilots to engage in politics or take a more active hand in leading organizations? Vase curiously asked. Every God pilot is unique and different from each other. The MTA master explained. Whether they choose to involve themselves in matters outside of their immediate combat duties is largely based on their goals and other motivations. Some choose to dedicate themselves solely to guarding essential human locations. Others have decided to train and educate as many mech pilots as possible. A proportion of God pilots have sought to spread their ideals through leading factions or other organizations. Our transhumanist faction is proud to be led by one whose consciousness is strongly biased towards human supremacy and evolution. Is that rare within the MTA? It is not particularly rare. There are many God pilots, and they all have their own beliefs and ideals. When they attain so much combat strength that they can wipe out any planet by themselves, they gain enough confidence to pursue the goals that they previously suppressed due to insufficient strength, status and influence. Ah, that makes sense. Vase understood now why God pilots weren't as detached as expert pilots and ace pilots. The latter two were powerful all right, but they were ultimately not prominent enough to defy the rules of powerful states or human civilization as a whole. It was only after they became God pilots that they possessed the right to speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on a civilization-wide scale. The high status of God pilots as well as their insanely high threat was enough to force a lot of other parties to compromise with these supreme beings. After all, if someone as powerful as God pilots continued to get denied, they always had the option of overturning the table and relying on force to push their ideals. By allowing them to exert their influence in a more proper manner by becoming a part of an official faction or organization, they at least had to abide by the rules of the game. How powerful are God pilots relative to star designers? Vase curiously asked. This was a controversial question that could provoke a lot of contentious arguments on the galactic net. Nobody knew what either professions were capable of, so their points were largely based on assumptions and speculation. Compared to anonymous speakers on the galactic net, Vase believed that someone as high-ranked and knowledgeable as Master Dravidian definitely possessed more accurate information. The older man smirked. It appeared that he was well aware of how many people wanted to know the same answer. There is no straightforward comparison between the two. Comparing them is no different from comparing apples and oranges. That said, the differences between the two are not as great as you think they are. When people reach their tier of power, they become capable of more than what they initially trained to do. Mech designers are no longer as harmless as before, and mech pilots are useful for far more purposes than fighting. Vase leaned forward. What do you mean by that, Master? Let me ask you a question, Mr. Larkinson. As a child, did you ever dream of becoming a mech pilot? Tell me honestly, Mr. Larkinson. I did hold this dream once. Vase plainly admitted. I no longer have any desire to do so. I can do much more as a mech designer than as a grunt on the battlefield. Master Dravidian chuckled. Then what I say is that while star designers nominally have no combat power on their own, they can develop their own equipment to compensate for that. Think about everything you heard about their design capabilities. Do you think it is possible for a star designer to develop a personal suit of armor that is equipped with the most powerful offensive, defensive, mobility and utility systems and wear it in order to fight mechs or warships? Vase widened his eyes. He never thought about this possibility before. You mean, there are star designers that have actually fought against enemies in this way? Correct. Star designers are high-profile individuals, Mr. Larkinson. They attract a lot of scrutiny, and there are many enemies who wish to eliminate them in order to weaken our association or humanity as a whole. It is essential for each and every star designer to be able to fight against mechs at the very least. With their knowledge, wealth and design capabilities, they can easily develop a personal war armor that will allow them to crush ordinary mechs with ease and compete against expert mechs on a fair basis. If they encounter anything stronger, then they can utilize their many means of escape to avoid getting caught. You cannot imagine how difficult it is to pin them down. What he just heard completely defied Ves's impression of star designers. It was well known that mech designers were nerds that possessed no talent or potential for combat. Aside from outliers such as Keddies, there was no expectation that mech designers could make any direct contribution in any battle. However, star designers were completely different. They were not only good at designing mechs, but could transplant many of their design principles and specialties to other products, including combat armor. Even if they did not resort to any special solutions, their insane wealth and abundant influence was enough for them to acquire the rarest and most expensive resources which they could build self-protection gear. The more Vase thought about it, the more he truly thought it was viable for star designers to fight against powerful mechs without piloting one themselves. He soon calmed down. Although it was nice to dream about being able to fight against mechs, it was a horrendous waste and a completely unnecessary risk for star designers to engage in such brutality. The few people who managed to make it all the way to star designer developed an extremely deep affinity and affection for mech design. Whatever desire they used to harbor about piloting mechs or at least being able to compete against them would have long melted away at that point. Star designers can never compete against god pilots on an individual basis. Master Dravidian added, the disparity in combat power is too great. The only case where star designers have any chance of doing so is to develop vast warfleets or fortifications and rely on brute force to deter god pilots. However, the cost is too great and any weakness can lead to instant defeat. In other words, god pilots were too unreasonable to fight against. Although producing them was insanely hard, once they reached this level of strength, they instantly crushed every other means of defeating them in open combat. They were rightfully considered to be the kings of the battlefield. Chapter 4148. Beyond the possible. Vase learned so much about god pilots during this insane conversation that he felt incredibly awed and inspired. He felt awed because god pilots were much more powerful and versatile than he thought. Though he always felt admiration towards their great strength and accomplishments, now that he learned the actual details, he understood a lot more why every major organization treated them so seriously. God pilots were seriously frightening. Not only that, they actually became a lot smarter as well. Combined with the fact that most of them pushed themselves insanely hard because they pursued a massive goal or agenda, they knew how to leverage their great power to good effect. If that wasn't enough, Master Dravidian also shared another revelation. Do you know why we value God pilots? Because they are insanely powerful in combat. That is true, but that is far from the only reason. Dravidian shook his head. It is true that their power is a sight to behold, but do not forget that there is only a small number of them in existence. Certainly, more will definitely join their ranks over time, but their rate of emergence is incomparable to the rate of how fast everyone else can produce warships. If a conflict ever broke out between our association and the CFA, the war would rapidly go against our favor. Can you tell me why, Mr. Larkinson? That is because the CFA have too many warships and most notably battleships. Vase answered, even if God pilots are powerful enough to defeat most warfleets, they can only be in so many places at a time. I don't suppose they can split themselves up and defend thousands of star systems at once, right? God pilots are capable of many feats, but what you have described is beyond them. I do not know of any divine that possesses the ability to clone themselves. Dravidian regretfully answered, since this is the case, the combat value of God pilots as a whole is actually quite limited. They are powerful enough to defend critical star systems and raid critical enemy bases, but their numbers are so small that their overall strategic value has a ceiling. The reality is that we have to rely more on ace pilots, large quantities of mech armies and warships to compete against the CFA. He made a good point. From what it sounded like, God pilots were truly invincible in any battle, especially if they grouped up and tackled major enemy concentrations at once. They could make any star system of the MTA unassailable and they could smash any defenses occupied by the enemy. However, it was well known that the CFA was less attached to fixed locations than the MTA. The fleeters actually possessed a similar mindset to Vase and concentrated all of their core personnel and assets into mobile warfleets. Their actual strongholds were their battleships and much of their production took place on immense factory ships. Since their warfleets were easily able to move around from place to place, it was probably incredibly difficult for God pilots to hunt them down and destroy them one after another. Vase looked at Master Dravidian. The older man essentially implied that God pilots, though supremely powerful in battle, were not that valued for their ability to turn the tide in any major war. If this was the case, then what other use did God pilots have? Did you forget the reason why we originally started this conversation? A light bulb switched on above Vess's head. You mean they possess special abilities that human technology cannot reproduce? Exactly. Master Dravidian adopted a devoted expression again. Divine Hussein Albedo is the only individual that is capable of imparting compatible genetic aptitude in a child that is not a potentate. This is only a fraction of his full capabilities, and he is only one among many. What do you think the other God pilots can achieve with their own impossible abilities? Vase thought about all of the famous and unique God pilots known to the public and quickly became dazzled by the possibilities. Divine Hussein Albedo had given Vase a good baseline of what other God pilots might be capable of. Feats that were previously thought impossible, such as creating energy and matter out of nothing and reversing time, may not be out of reach for these supreme warriors. No wonder that everyone insisted on referring to them as gods. Perhaps their lifelong vocations may have given you the impression that God pilots are only useful for their destructive potential, but in reality they can be fantastic engines of production. One of the most notable abilities they possess is that they can create impossible matter out of nothing. This is of vital importance to our association. Can you explain that further, Master? Think about all of the powerful mechs that we can develop. I have learned that you have recently completed a powerful second-class expert mech, so you have first-hand experience that much of its power is based on rare and potent exotics. Would you be able to design a mech that is just as strong if phase water was not available? No. Vase immediately shook his head. The Mars would have become a much more inferior expert mech if we did not pump kilogram after kilogram of phase water into the frame. What you have experienced with this design project is not that different from the situation that we face in high-end mech design and product development. The more powerful and advanced the product that we intend to make, the harder it is to find the right exotic materials that can translate our ambitious vision into reality. That was indeed a major limitation and shortcoming. Competition was harsh. In order to defeat the strongest mechs, Warships or alien monsters, a mech designer must be able to design a machine that performed better than what was already possible. Technology and design could only get mech designers so far. No matter how brilliant Vase became in designing mechs, it was hard to develop any machine that could compete against a warship if he only had access to mundane materials like iron, lead and copper. It was due to their high dependence on more powerful exotics that mech designers developed an obsession for them. Any mech designer that had the intention to design high-end mechs spent a disproportionate amount of time, money and effort on gathering all of the ultra-rare materials that were needed to make their desired mechs viable. When Vase thought of how god pilots could utilize their awe-inspiring power to create specific objects that did not exist before, he fully understood Dravidian's point. You mean god pilots can function as material producers for mech designers? That and more. The MTA master nodded. I do not need to mention that their services, while highly desirable, must only be utilized for the greatest and most critical products. We also cannot disturb them too much with our requests as these are exalted warriors who are juggling many different responsibilities. I see. Do not underestimate the role they play. Their existence has changed our civilization forever. Part of the reason why we are able to compete with peak powers such as strong alien civilizations and other major enemies is because we are able to develop peak products such as god mechs and other fantastic tools and war machines. Only when star designers and god pilots work together can our civilization produce these peak products that collectively comprise our top combat and non-combat power. Vase widened his eyes. He never truly thought that such an amazing cooperation took place. The possibilities were endless if these two peak transcendents worked together to create products previously thought impossible. Can you give me an example? There are many wonders that can be brought to life by pooling together the expertise of star designers with the boundless power of a god pilot. Dravidian said with awe in his tone. I have been informed that you are familiar with Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship, is that correct? Yes. According to your work and track record, you have already climbed up the second rung of the ladder numerous times. This should allow you to possess a good understanding of the power and mystery behind masterworks. Pride welled up inside Vase. I do not dare to say that I have gained proficiency in producing masterwork mechs, but climbing up the second rung of the ladder has indeed become significantly easier over the years. Though creating masterwork mechs was still a matter of luck and engagement, he no longer needed to rely so much on Lucky's gems to make up the difference. To the vast majority of mech designers and producers, the second rung of the ladder is the apex of what they can realistically reach in their lifetimes. However, have you ever wondered why there is a third rung of the ladder and how it actually came about? Vase quickly made the connection. You mean, the cooperation between star designers and god pilots allow for the production of grand works. Masterworks were not the end of the road. The recent completion of the Mars showed that there were differences in quality between masterworks. Whereas mechs such as the Shield of Samar and the Everchanger only passed the threshold to masterwork quality, the Mars had leapt far beyond that point. If Vase had to describe it in more categorical terms, then the Amaranto, Shield of Samar, Everchanger and Minerva were merely low-tier masterwork mechs. The Mars on the other hand felt more like a mid-tier masterwork mech. The reason why Vase did not dare to label the Mars a high-tier masterwork mech was because he instinctively felt there was still a lot of room for improvement. While he felt reasonably confident that he could fabricate a high-tier masterwork mech through his own efforts one day, he was less assured about his ability to leap to the next stage. He would no longer be working within the confines of the second rung of the ladder which he would have thoroughly mastered at that point. Instead, he had to find a way to climb up to the third rung of the ladder, something which was supposedly only possible for star designers. Dravidian nodded. Theoretically, grand works can be made out of relatively common materials. However, you should already know how difficult it is to create powerful and highly useful products with limited resources. The best tech and the best results can only be achieved if everything is at the highest level. The design, the components and the materials can all play an immense role in boosting the quality and overall soundness of a creation. Although utilizing peak materials is not an essential requirement, improving it is actually the easiest way to directly boost the quality of a product. Vase understood what the master was talking about. It took a lot of ingenuity and brainpower to come up with the best overall design and component designs. On the other hand, replacing a low-quality material with a high-quality material required little thinking. He just had to make sure to actually obtain the desired resource, which was an entirely different challenge that prevented many mech designers from realizing their dreams. However, What if there was a god pilot on hand that just happened to be able to produce a top-grade exotic that had been depleted a long time ago or did not exist in the first place? All of those star designers who came up with impossible projects would be able to produce marvelous grand works that far exceeded the products made by their rivals from the CFA. Vess's eyes lit up. This was probably the true advantage the MTA held over the CFA. Though the Common Fleet Alliance most probably possessed an absolute advantage in quantity due to relying on easily mastered technology, the Mech Trade Association excelled at breaking the boundaries of quality. What he had just learned was probably one of the core components to grand works. If Vase ever wanted to create his own grand work and climb up to the prestigious third rung of Senfoven's ladder, then it was likely that he would have to gain the cooperation of a god pilot. He soon began to frown. How easy was it to approach a god pilot and convince such an awe-inspiring individual to spend his valuable time and effort to produce large quantities of extravagant materials? Chapter 4149 The Price of Power. Let me give you one concrete example of how grand works can significantly change the course of human civilization for the better. Master Dervidian said, "Have you ever wondered how we were initially able to set foot in this dwarf galaxy? Think about it, Mr. Larkinson. The distance from the closest point of the Milky Way galaxy and the closest point of the Red Ocean dwarf galaxy is around 350,000 light-years. Do you think our best starships can possibly cross this immense divide in a matter of decades or centuries? I am not an expert in FTL technology, so I can't say for sure. We cannot. No form of human or alien FTL technology is sufficient. The faster forms of superluminal travel are unable to bridge the enormous gap, while the slower forms of FTL travel will delay our arrival by thousands of years at the very least. So how do you think we have been able to enter the Red Ocean? If humanity did not embark on a journey to the Red Ocean many centuries ago, then there was only one possible answer. A grand work. Correct. Dervidian enthusiastically smiled. We are not talking about just any grand work. I cannot divulge too many details about this epic-changing device, but it is not that big of a secret that it needs astronomical quantities of phase water to make it work. Let me remind you that this is before we truly gained access to the Red Ocean. Do you think the Milky Way has enough phase water to meet our demand? Vase shook his head. No, every source I've read told me that phase water is scarce to the point where most people didn't even know it existed before the opening of the Red Ocean. Wait. Are god pilots able to create phase water out of nothing? How else did we get this revolutionary grand work to work? Dervidian replied, do you understand now how much value god pilots bring to our civilization? Crossing the Red Ocean was impossible to us before because we simply did not possess the technical capabilities to reach it in a feasible manner. However, by relying on the divine abilities of our living gods, we were able to leap past our tech level and gain a capability that we were not supposed to possess. This is only the tip of the iceberg, Mr. Larkinson. Once you approach this level, you will gain the qualifications to learn more. You will truly be able to understand the splendor of god pilots at that time. Though Master Dervidian did not provide any further examples, Vase obtained enough information to gain a much better understanding of the MTA's overall goal and philosophy. Just as he figured out, the Mech Trade Association was the more pragmatic party between its other two rivals, the Common Fleet Alliance and the Five Scrolls Compact. Whilst the latter two organizations pursued the opposite extremes, the MTA embraced the advantages of both approaches and came up with a fusion that possessed its own brilliance. Technology still formed the base of the MTA, and the Mechers did not abandon it at the top level. Instead, the MTA did all it could to foster the emergence of god pilots. Each and every one of them presented many new technological possibilities that were not feasible in the past. As different god pilots with different domains and specialties continued to emerge over time, the MTA became increasingly more versatile and powerful as it was able to produce more and better grand works. Vess's eyes grew a bit sharper. If the MTA continued to accumulate like this over many generations, the ability for star designers and god pilots to produce technological wonders might ultimately rise to the point where they could potentially attain the mythical fourth rung of Senfoven's ladder. Although Vase had absolutely no idea on what such a speculative creation might look like, he could easily guess that its power would vastly outstrip that of grand works. After all, if just a single grand work was single-handedly able to enable humanity to invade the Red Ocean, then how much more would a superwonder of unsurpassed power be able to change the lives of every individual? Perhaps its introduction to the cosmos might truly be able to trigger a brand new age for human civilization. Eventually, the conversation wound back to the original topic that Vase wanted to talk about. All of this talk about grand works and star designers were way too far away for Vase. As much as he became inspired by all of these brilliant possibilities, it would probably take at least a century or maybe several before he could seriously get in touch with this circle. There was no use jumping ahead when he was still a journeyman. He had many design projects on his plate that were much more digestible to him at his current stage. That was where his true focus should lay for the time being. About Divine Hussein Albedo's power, what are the requirements to obtain his services? Vase carefully asked. Master Dravidian did not immediately answer. He gazed deeply at Vase for a moment before he opened his mouth. God pilots are not to be trifled with, Mr. Larkinson. They are busy people who have great power but even greater responsibilities. The amount of people who wish to make use of Divine Hussein Albedo abilities is extensive, and though he is a living god, he has yet to escape the limitations of time. The vast majority of people are able to enjoy their lives just fine without ever getting exposed to this option. If a child of yours does not have the fortune to develop adequate genetic aptitude, then you should direct your hopes to your other offspring. A man of your wealth and means can have as many children as you like. Eventually, one of your sons and daughters will develop the potential to become a mech pilot. This was what pretty much every sensible parent did when they were truly invested in this goal. Having lots of children was not that burdensome to most people as long as their jobs were good enough. States also subtly encouraged the practice to an extent because they were more than happy to welcome more potentates in their territories. Of course, the chances of raising a potentate was so low that most parents did not even try. They merely raised as many kids as they liked and hoped for the best. Though Vase was leaning towards this attitude as well, he felt that he owed it to Andraste to try harder. Unlike ordinary people, he was a brilliant mech designer and was already changing the lives of many people in the Red Ocean through his innovative products. He would only grow more powerful and capable in the future. He did not believe that he would be unable to gain access to the chosen human and be able to request the impressive God pilot's services one day. He just wanted to know the conditions of contracting Divine Hussein Albedo's help so that he could make preparations in advance. None of Vesa's thoughts and considerations escaped the sight of Master Dravidian. The old and experienced mech designer had met so many people who held similar aspirations. If you are still determined enough to pursue this course, then I will not stop you. However, I suggest you brace yourself, because the requirements to get into contact with His Holiness and plead for his intervention are high. Officially, the service that he provides is called genetic aptitude reparation. The minimum price to receive it is 1 billion MTA merits. 1 billion MTA merits. Vase called out in shock as he lost his composure. There was no way he could remain calm after hearing this absurd price. He had worked so hard and risked his life many times in order to scrape up tens of millions of MTA merits. Though he was able to earn over 200 million MTA merits by trading in an astronomical amount of phase water that he obtained at great risk during the Purgatory campaign, that was just a one-off fluke that could not be replicated. Unless he and his clan were able to hunt down another hidden phase whale enclave, there was no hope of plundering the thousands of kilograms of phase water needed to earn over a billion MTA merits. The only other viable way for Vase to earn a lot of MTA merits was to develop a lot of new innovative methods and solutions, and while he did earn a few million MTA merits here and there, the rate was far too slow for his liking. Before you ask, we won't offer any discounts. Dravidian said, don't think that 1 billion MTA merits is a great sum. This is a preferential rate that we charge exclusively towards the members and close associates of our faction. Everyone else must be willing to pay a much higher sum of MTA merits. Vase started to feel sick. Are there actually outsiders who are willing to get taken advantage of by your faction to such an extent? Dravidian chuckled. More than you know. Some of their children mean everything to them. It is important to note that we do not offer genetic aptitude reparation to anyone. Both insiders and outsiders must adhere to numerous additional criteria. Can you tell me these additional requirements? First, you must be in good standing with our transhumanist faction. You should have no problem meeting this demand, but there are outsiders who are part of groups and factions that we frequently collide with. Suffice to say, we have no desire to cooperate with them. This is actually one of the methods that we use to make friends and maintain friendly relations with different influences. A group cannot be a major faction within the MTA if it is not able to provide a unique and highly desirable service. The ability to force others to sit at the negotiating table is an essential requirement for others to take you seriously. That was an interesting piece of information. Having negotiated numerous business deals after entering the Red Ocean, Vase keenly understood the power of leverage in possessing a desirable good or service. Second, gaining the approval of our faction is not enough. Since Divine Albedo must make a move in person, you must gain his personal approval. No matter how well you do in our faction, if you offend him in person or do not align with his values, he will never take action no matter how many MTA merits you are willing to offer. Vase frowned. That sounded highly unfair. A professional organization would never allow the whims of a single person, even one at the executive level, to affect the partiality of its decision-making. However, it was already clear that the status of the human chosen was incredibly high among the transhumanists. Given how uncritical and worshipful Master Dervidian sounded whenever he spoke about the legendary god Pilot, Divine Albedo practically ran the faction as his personal fief. It was fairly understandable that this was a hard rule given the circumstances. So I need to make sure that I am in Divine Albedo's good books, is that right? How can I increase my favorability with the man? Oh, that is easy. Master Dervidian smiled. You need to make sure that your work, actions and conduct align with his goals, principles and values. Much of what you have accomplished and what you are currently engaged in already satisfies this condition. Vase relaxed a bit. Now that he thought about it, Divine Albedo's goals and motivations were simple to figure out. He was famed for his pro-human sentiments. He was also a huge supporter of transhumanism and wanted as many people to transcend their mortal limitations as possible. Of course, Vase also needed to take care not to trigger any of Divine Albedo's pet peeves. Anything related to helping alien races, undermining human civilization and damaging the human race as a whole would definitely get on the god Pilot's bad side. Sounds simple enough. Chapter 4150 Reparation. Meeting the MTA's requirements was only one part of the equation. Vase also had to make sure that Andraste was in a state to accept the treatment if he ever felt she needed this life-changing service. Are there any specific requirements that the recipient needs to meet in order to become eligible to undergo genetic aptitude reparation? Good question. As you can imagine, it is not easy for Divine Hussein Albedo to change the entire brain and body structure of a child. Master Dervidian patiently explained. The closer a subject is to a model mech pilot, the less effort it takes to transform him or her. His Holiness has imposed a number of hard requirements for this reason. The most basic one is that he will not treat anyone older than 15 years old. Is there a reason for that? There are multiple. First off, it is to cut off the hopes of people such as yourself. There are many adults who have gone on to enjoy successful careers in other vocations. They contribute much more to our society in their current positions than if they would start all over as an ordinary soldier who is also starting late. On the premise of keeping human civilization strong, it would be unconscionable for Divine Albedo to rob other sectors of their talents. Though Vase tried his best to remain calm, a part of him still felt as if he had lost an opportunity. Is that the only reason for this age limit? No, there are other reasons. For example, as the brains and bodies of people continue to grow over time, they become increasingly less malleable to changes. It is far too strenuous for Divine Albedo to turn a norm who is over 60 or 100 years old into a potentate. The price does not match the benefits. My advice to you is to start as soon as possible. Do not wait until your child has reached 15 before applying for this service. I see. That is good to know. The second requirement is that the recipient must also possess a sound and healthy mentality. This is rather difficult to define in words or numbers. There have been cases where His Holiness has refused to make a move because the child in question is too spoiled or possesses a distorted personality. In general, if our leader judges that turning the recipient into a potentate will do more harm than good, then he cannot in good conscience proceed with taking action. Divine Albedo sounded like a particularly righteous and noble god Pilot. For him to take morality and conduct so seriously meant that Vase had to be extra careful not to expose any of his uglier traits. In addition, he had to make sure he raised Andraste properly. He already planned to invest more effort into molding her into a noble and righteous woman. It would not do for her personality to turn in a stumbling block at a critical moment. The third requirement is that the recipient must be human, or close to it. Dervidian spoke. The closer a child is to a healthy baseline human being, the better. Oh, When Vase thought of all of the deep and extensive genetic and spiritual modifications he applied to both Andraste as well as her older sister, he had a feeling that this was a much more serious issue. How much leeway do children have in order to remain eligible for this treatment? That is difficult to say. It is completely up to His Holiness to define whether a child has strayed too far from the human norm. In general, augmentations are not necessarily harmful as long as they preserve the human condition. Try to avoid genetic modification that insert alien and inhuman genes into a child's DNA as much as possible. There are more restrained alternatives available that seek to improve and optimize a human's physiology and cognitive functions. They are much more harmless in our eyes. Vase would have liked to learn about this detail before he agreed to produce a designer baby. He did not know enough about wuxia and Seneca's designer baby templates, but he hoped that the genetics company did not add too much alien crap in their genetic programming codes. Are there any further requirements? He tentatively asked. What he heard up until now made it clear that gaining access to genetic aptitude reparation was anything but straightforward. Fortunately, the MTA master finally ceased to bring up further demands. Not per se. The final detail that you should know is what divine Hussein albedo can do for a child. You see, genetic aptitude reparation encompasses more than just granting the right genetic aptitude to a child that lacks this quality. Oh, Vase became even more attentive than before. He had a feeling that he was about to learn something very important. Are you saying that His Holiness can also affect children who already possess the minimum qualifications needed to pilot mechs? He can. Dravidian smiled. Parents who are disappointed by the genetic aptitudes of their children can request His Holiness to improve or repair this property so that their offspring become a lot more talented. What an extravagant measure. What was crazy about all of this was that Vase could fully understand why. Some parents were willing to pay astronomical sums in order to improve the piloting ability of their child. Many aspects of a potentate can be improved, but genetic aptitude was one of the elements that could not be improved in the slightest. The only person who could do anything about it was the chosen human. This granted the god pilot an invaluable monopoly on a highly desirable service. Vase could imagine that there were many powerful parents within the association that wanted their favorite offspring to possess the best chances in their piloting careers. If there was a way to improve one's talent, then those with way too much money and merits on their hands would definitely be willing to pay a hefty price. Can you explain to me exactly how genetic aptitude reparation affects the qualifications of eligible recipients? Most certainly. Let us begin with those who are not capable of piloting mechs. Divine albedo can repair their genetic aptitudes, but only up to a certain point. Before you ask, he cannot continually apply this procedure to the same individual more than once. Therefore, for the majority of children who present themselves to His Holiness, their genetic aptitudes will make 3 major leaps forward. This meant that a talentless kid with F-grade genetic aptitude would be able to obtain C-grade genetic aptitude at most. That was already enough for most people. While C-grade genetic aptitude was considered rather average or even insufficient to pilot the most advanced and complex first-class multipurpose mechs, being able to pilot mechs at all was already a fantastic step forward. There was no need to be greedy for more. Will children with higher grades of genetic aptitude make 3 leaps forward as well? Vase asked. Not exactly. It becomes more difficult to improve this aspect as it nears the most ideal state. In general, recipients with E or D grades can reach B grade. Those with C grade can barely attain A grade. As for the blessed children that already possess A grade genetic aptitude, they can only attain a minor improvement at most. Children that score A can attain A grade. Children that already score A can possibly reach A+, but there are no guarantees. These were revolutionary possibilities. While genetic aptitude was not the sole determinant to a mech pilot's eventual success, being able to reach a higher starting point definitely made everything easier. Given how much human society and especially the MTA valued high-ranking mech pilots so much, the demand for genetic aptitude reparation must be insanely high. Divine albedo most definitely served as an immense source of income, favors and other resources for his faction. Yet, as soon as Vase thought about the astronomical price of 1 billion MTA merits, he began to deflate. How the hell was he going to earn so many merits in so little time? With a maximum time limit of 15 years, it sounded impossible for him to earn so many merits. He would either have to produce the most groundbreaking invention in his life, or he would have to take a lot of risks in order to gather as much phase water and other valuable curiosities for the MTA. Vase narrowed his eyes for a moment. Given how easily he was able to obtain all of this information, he suspected that he was being manipulated into working even harder on behalf of the MTA. After all, the only way to earn MTA merits was to make the organization in question happy. All of this sounded like an elaborate scheme to get him to dedicate his entire life to the association. What was even more depressing was that the Mechers did not even try that hard to hide this scheme. The reason for that was that they were not afraid that people would refuse what they had to offer. This had been the MTA's modus operandi for a long time. Vase softly sighed. There was no practical way he could gain access to genetic aptitude reparation. Perhaps star designers and Tier 1 galactic citizens might not even blink an eye at the cost, but someone as poor and weak as Vase had to work way too hard in order to get his foot in the door. A part of him felt that he would have been better off if he remained ignorant of this possibility. Still, a larger part of him felt grateful towards Master Dravidian for driving away a part of the fog that obscured the truth about God pilots. Vase had no intention of contracting Divine Albedo's services, though, as much as he loved and adored Andraste, there were more vocations available to humans than piloting mechs. Perhaps he could encourage his red-headed daughter to follow Katiz's footsteps and become a mech designer who just happened to know how to fight. This way, she would still be able to make good use of her designer baby genes. There's one more piece of information that you need to know if you are ever considering to apply for genetic aptitude reparation, Mr. Larkinson. In order to obtain the help of His Holiness, you must bring yourself and your child to him. That can be a challenge as he is currently stationed in the Milky Way for the time being. That could be a major problem. Will His Holiness travel to the Red Ocean in the near future? I cannot say. Dravidian shrugged. I am far from powerful enough to understand the deployment of God pilots. I can say in general terms that many of them are stationed where they are needed. They cannot cover an enormous amount of territory, but they can provide absolute safety to the local star systems and regions they are guarding. Currently, there is always a need to guard essential border systems in the galactic center. There are still many surviving alien races in the Milky Way that possess the strength to compete against our civilization. Does that mean, in my judgment, it is unlikely that Divine Albedo will be transferred to the Red Ocean? Compared to the powerful threats of our home galaxy, the indigenous alien races of the new frontier are weaker in almost every conceivable criteria. We can easily defeat them in time without relying on any God pilot. In other words, the MTA didn't take the major alien races of the Red Ocean seriously. If that was the case, then there was not much reason to bring over too many God pilots to this dwarf galaxy. I understand. Vase already began to think beyond this option. The most valuable piece of information he obtained from this discussion was learning about how much value God pilots provided in a more productive setting. The second most valuable piece of information that he received was that it was possible to improve or repair the genetic aptitude of different people. Although the tech for it did not exist as of yet, at least Vase discovered that there was a possibility. This was already enough. If Vase was feeling truly desperate or ambitious, perhaps he could develop his own solution to the problem. Hopefully, he wouldn't need it, though. It might be that all of his concerns about Andraste's genetic aptitude and piloting talent were unfounded. Chapter 4151 New Goal. Vase finally left the secure chamber after receiving a stern reminder to keep his mouth shut. He remained in deep thought as he slowly left the MTA's branch headquarters on Davut 7 and shuttled back to the cat nest. Once he returned to his royal mansion, he put Lucky on his lap and continued to contemplate on all of the revelations that he received. Meow. Sorry, Lucky, I can't divulge what I have obtained today. You'll have to keep your curiosity in check this time. Meow. As his gem cat began to grow a little grumpy again, Vase completely ignored the feelings of his pet. As he thought of the many implications of what he learned, one of the biggest takeaways from his recent meeting was that God pilots were truly worth all of the hype. Certainly, their combat prowess was unmatched and they could easily demolish entire warfleets depending on their specialties and the capabilities of their god mechs. He never expected that mech designers such as Master Dravidian put more weight on their ability to create materials and make the most unlikeliest processes possible. Vase fully understood why the MTA obsessed so much over god pilots. They were strategic assets that had the power to strengthen an entire civilization. Dravidian explicitly attributed the initial entry to the Red Ocean to the ability for god pilots to create phase water. If god pilots could create phase water, then they could easily create other materials that Vase wanted but could never attain. He already started to make a wish list of the materials he desperately needed to create better and more powerful mechs. I could use more P stones, B stones, F stones and unending alloy. The lack of access to these spiritually reactive materials was a great heartache to him. Though he tasked both his own personnel to scour for any locally available resources that matched the properties of what he already possessed, none of his people found any whisper of what he sought. He also asked the MTA to watch out for the same materials, but the Mechers hadn't sent any word to him so far. Perhaps they already forgot about his request or simply did not rank it high in their enormous list of priorities. It would have been nice if he had access to his own personal god pilot. He frowned. It will take a long time before any of my subordinates can get within throwing distance of this rank. Venerable Joshua, Venerable Janzi and Venerable Casella were simply too young and tender. The distance between them and the likes of Divine Hussein Albedo was as large as the distance between the Milky Way and the Red Ocean. Wait, I don't need to rely on my own mech pilots. The recent advancement of Patriarch Reginald Cross was a massive event that was already rippling throughout Davut and beyond. Ace pilots were incredibly powerful and they were particularly valued for their ability to defend critical star systems just like god pilots. As such, many parties in Davut and beyond wanted to secure an accord with the Cross clan. Vase even heard that there were groups and companies who were willing to pay thousands to tens of thousands of MTA credits just to obtain a year-long guarantee of protection from Patriarch Reginald Cross. Damn, it's so easy for him to earn lots of money. While Vase and his design department had to invest tens of thousands if not hundreds of thousands of man-hours into designing technologically sophisticated mechs for the market, Patriarch Reginald only needed to make a simple promise before proceeding to go about his day as usual. The chances that Reginald actually needed to take action was incredibly low. Nobody was a fool. Ace pilots always kept their word, so they would definitely go all out in order to abide by their commitments. The destruction that they could unleash was unpredictable and a battle could easily turn into a catastrophe. Therefore, what all of those organizations and companies were actually trying to obtain through their actions was virtual immunity. Few human groups dared to hit anyone under the protection of an ace pilot. The only serious threat came from alien threats who did not play by the rules of humanity. However, Vase already heard that the Crossers took that into account. Patriarch Reginald himself refused to provide any guarantees to anyone in case of an alien incursion. This was because he knew quite well that if a powerful alien threat ever attacked the entire Davut system, his Cross clan would need all the help it could get to evacuate from the war zone. Smart. Leaving the Cross clan's rapid rise in fortune aside, the most significant implication of Reginald's successful advancement was that he was much closer to becoming a god pilot than anyone else in the Golden Skull Alliance. Vase did not know how long it would take for the Cross Patriarch to reach the limit of his current rank and become eligible to undergo his third and most dangerous apotheosis, but he suspected that it would definitely not take too long. As long as Reginald continued to work hard and do his utmost to cross the bridge of life and death, Vase could finally gain access to his own human factory that can pump out all of the P stones and unending alloy as he wished. I will need to pay more attention to his progression. It was well worth it to pay more attention to the Mars and continue to offer his assistance in tweaking it and upgrading it. After all, the stronger the mech, the stronger the mech pilot. After deciding to provide more support to Patriarch Reginald, Vase shifted his thoughts to his future plans. Ever since he discovered that Divine Hussein Albedo possessed the unique capability to upgrade a person's genetic aptitude, a growing part of Vase wanted to challenge this monopoly. This was an absolutely crazy notion. No journeyman would ever think about challenging a god pilot by stealing the supremely powerful warrior's routine. Yet Vase was different. His amazing successes along with his growing mastery of spiritual engineering gave him a hint of confidence that he might be able to replicate a feat that the entire MTA had failed to do for a long time. I just need a good starting point. Vase quickly came up with multiple different research directions, some of which were more hopeful than others. There was one solution that he believed may be the most assured way to reproduce Divine Albedo's unique ability. If I can harvest a portion of his power, I can use it as an ingredient for a brand new design spirit. Vase could already imagine it. The spiritual product that he envisioned in his mind would be the ideal mech pilot, one that best represented and stood up for this profession. This design spirit might not possess the strongest attacks such as Helena, but the new entity would definitely provide the biggest boost to the growth and evolution of mech pilots. Wait, do I even need to create a new design spirit? What if I merge this special ingredient with one of my existing ones? Now that he thought about it, the Quint already fulfilled a part of this job description. Though it was not a human mech pilot itself, the mech interacted with so many mech pilots that it definitely gained a deep understanding of how they worked. As long as Vase was able to obtain a shard of Divine Albedo's awesome force of will or whatever it turned into at the God Pilot stage, he could definitely transform the Quint into the patron spirit of mech pilots. All of this sounds great, but how am I supposed to satisfy the most essential requirement? Vase did not dare to bring up his ludicrous idea to Master Dervidian. The transhumanists idolized Divine Albedo so much that they would consider any notion of harming him or stealing his power to be sacrilege. That was despite the fact that many transhumanists were supposed to be intelligent and open-minded mech designers. Forget about it, there is no way that this can happen. The second most viable idea he came up with was to imitate Divine Albedo's ability by developing a homegrown version. Now that he knew that genetic aptitude reparation was actually real, he was a bit more confident that he could develop a bootleg version of it by relying on his unorthodox specialties. However, without an appropriate spiritual ingredient or reference, it would be extremely hard for him to develop this solution. I can't just create a design spirit that can magically do what I want. The design spirit needed actual substance in order to accomplish a specific task. Not only did it need to possess the right spiritual attributes, it also had to possess at least some theory in order to perform a complicated feat. Vase would need to obtain ingredients related to biology, neurology, interfacing and other related subjects. He also needed to develop a theoretical framework that could make this happen. That last part is the biggest problem. I barely know anything about the science of neural interfacing. Though he managed to learn the bare basics of this sensitive field, he was hardly an authority on this subject. If I truly want to make this happen, I will need to cooperate with a top research team that knows everything about neural interfacing and genetic aptitude. This requirement was almost just as harsh as trying to harvest a fragment from a god pilot. Vase grew more pessimistic as he thought of all of the hurdles he needed to overcome. Developing his own version of genetic aptitude reparation would take too long and require too much work at this rate. It was completely unfeasible, especially since he did not have the time to work on such a difficult research project. Forget about it, he shook his head in surrender. Maybe I should just wait until I stumble upon the right materials or inspiration. He came up with several other ways in which he might possibly be able to replicate Divine Albedo's unique method. They ranged from experimenting with Venerable Joshua's life domain to seeking out a phase whale in order to conduct a mutual exchange on biotechnology, but none of these plans sounded reliable. In the end, it all came down to the fact that Vase was not qualified enough to tackle this problem. It is useless to think more about it. Let's wait until my situation changes for better. Rather than trying to research the impossible, it was a lot more realistic to accumulate 1 billion MTA merits. He had managed to earn over 200 million MTA merits before, and that was before the Golden Skull Alliance underwent a comprehensive upgrade and expansion phase. While he didn't want to think about it before, now that the Cross clan had gained a powerful ace pilot, Vase belatedly realized that he no longer needed to act as timid as before. As long as he could convince Patriarch Reginald to support his schemes, Vase could take much bolder risks. It would be a waste to leave an ace pilot in reserve. All of that combat power is just begging to get used. If Vase had the current version of Patriarch Reginald and the Mars at his side, he and his allies would have been able to conquer all of Purgatory. This is the right way to exploit the power of an ace pilot. The power of Patriarch Reginald was much stronger than before and the Mars was expressly designed to defeat alien warships. This meant that Vase did not have to fear as many enemies as before. There's no way I can earn a billion credits by sitting here in Davut and conducting research behind closed doors. I need to get back out into the deep frontier and plunder as much phase water as possible. Even if it was too difficult to stumble upon another phase whale enclave, there were bound to be other alien settlements and strongholds that contained a lot of riches. The profits of raiding these places would be unimaginably high. Now that he gained a new goal, Vase completely set his mind on preparing for an extensive expedition that would take the Golden Skull Alliance across the new frontier. All thoughts about relying on peaceful accumulation and steady sales had gone out of his head. Though a part of him enjoyed the stability and comfort of living in Davut, the wild streak within him could not be suppressed now that he was driven by a new purpose. I'm not an ordinary mech designer, he reminded himself. I'm an explorer and a wanderer. The stars are calling out to me. The Red Ocean has so much more to offer. There is no reason why I should hole up in Davut and Krakatoa. He had made a firm decision. Once the Golden Skull Alliance completed its years-long upgrade and rebuilding plans, he would strongly advocate for the expeditionary fleet to embark on the biggest grand expedition to date. Whether he would actually wish to exchange 1 billion MTA merits for a chance to upgrade one of children's genetic aptitude or not, it was always useful to stock up on this exclusive currency. The MTA had so many goodies to offer that Vase would never be able to pay for it all. His talk with Master Dervidian also revealed to him that the Mechers held back a lot of exclusive goods and services that were even more precious. After all, there were a lot of god pilots, each of which possessed their own special capabilities. Perhaps a handful of them offered a good or service that Vase desperately needed in order to progress his design philosophy. I have to learn what they can all do. Where can I find more news about these amazing people?